Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. In front of us is a young man surrounded by swarms of insects. It is reported that the ruler of insects calls for disaster, absorbing all living things and putting himself above all. He is going to absorb the whole world. A purple portal is visible above the city. It is reported that 300 years ago the will of heaven came, countless secret kingdoms descended to the earth and dungeons opened. We see terrible monsters. It is reported that then many powerful monsters came, almost exterminating humanity. In front of us are several heroes. It is reported that when the world experienced the first shocks, awakened ones appeared. The heroes are standing under dilapidated buildings. It is reported that these people possessed enormous strength and therefore were able to fight back and save the almost destroyed world. In order to resist the monsters, resources and passages to the secret kingdoms were searched for. Each state devoted all its efforts to preparing awakened ones, which could be any person who turned 18 years old. Students line up in front of the blue crystal. The master of ceremonies calls them by name, informs them how successful the awakening was and distributes the students into classes. It is reported that there are 3 awakening classes in total: combat, support, and life support. While the combat class is the most useful, and therefore is the cherished dream of any student, but the life support class, which is not capable of fighting, is considered the weakest and is despised by many. We see 2 students. One of them is happy that he became a swordsman. The second is crying and asking why he ended up in the life support class. One of the students points at an excellent student named Jiang Chen and calls everyone to look at him. The guy standing next to him does not understand what is happening. It seems to him that the legendary class switching anomaly is in front of him. It is reported that awakening levels also differ. They are divided into 4 types: normal, rare, hidden, and divine. The latter, naturally, is the rarest of all. The students look at the guy standing in front of the blue crystal in amazement. One of them asks what level of awakening the young man has. Someone suggests that it is divine. An immediate objection is heard that no one has shown divine talent for several centuries, and this is simply impossible. A huge tree can be seen above the city. It is believed that when divine talent appears, a vision of heaven and earth will descend. In front of us is a young man with dark hair. He says that it seems that he managed to successfully change the class. 2 men approach the guy from behind. One of them, wearing glasses, calls the young man a good man and the best student in the school. He says that he knew that he would have a combat class, but did not think that the level would be divine. The man demands to quickly confirm that he was not mistaken about the class. The young man tells Director Wang that his class is not combat. The man looks at the young man in amazement and asks if he really has a support class. Streams of green energy are visible above the young man's hands. He says that he has awakened the life support class and has become a god-level astral cultivation master. And now with his talent he can accelerate the growth of plants and small creatures. Wang asks again in amazement. He irritably states that this is simply terrible, since the life support class cannot fight, and therefore the god level is useless. The man standing next to him asks the disciple Jiang Chen not to despair. He says that at least his class is completely safe. And astral cultivation masters are valued in the field of research, especially at the god level. He states that the study abroad promised earlier is cancelled. However, the teacher can advise on the direction of research if necessary. Jiang Chen calmly says that he will think about this matter. He turns away and leaves, stating that if the interlocutors do not have a question for him, then he will go, since he has things to do. The students are whispering maliciously. One of them says that Jiang Chen was very formidable and everyone thought that he had a fighting talent, but in the end the guy only received a life support class. The second student says that life is very unpredictable. Everyone was sure that the excellent student would awaken the fighting class, but in the end all his high marks were in vain. Jiang Chen, passing by his classmates, hears them discussing him. One of the students says that it is very nice to watch this. The guy was the king of the academy from the very beginning of his studies, and it will be interesting to see what will happen to him now. The second says that the young man studied hard every day and received only a life support class. Someone from behind says that the beauty Lin, who was the second in academic performance, awakened a hidden level fighting class. The hero, smiling, looks down and says that the students called him brother, but as soon as he awakened the life support class, their attitude towards him immediately changed. The guy thinks that only strength is important in this world. There is a system window floating above the boy's hand, containing congratulations on the successful awakening of the talent and information about the activation of the insect system. Jiang Chen does not understand what is wrong with the life support class. The boy's eyes are shining. He thinks that the class he received is perfect for his system. The hero's face is divided into 2 parts. He says that his name is Jiang Chen, and after death, he was reborn in the world of the awakened. A little boy stands between adult warriors. The hero thinks that after the end of the era of darkness, there were dungeons and monsters everywhere, and from that moment on, strength became of paramount importance. The boy looks down sadly. Jiang Chen remembers that he was reborn as an orphan. A slightly older hero works with a punching bag. The hero remembers that in order to gain a foothold in this world, he tried his best until he turned 18. The young man studies in the library. Jiang Chen thought that he could only rely on himself. The guy looks at the system window in surprise. It is reported that a month ago this system suddenly awakened. The guy thoughtfully rubs his chin. He says that the insects that once caused great damage to humanity are incredibly powerful creatures. A huge monster is visible above the kneeling knight. The hero heard that during the last disaster, 9 kings out of 12 sacrificed themselves trying to cope with the insects and seal them. The guy clenches his fist. He understands that in his reality only strength is important. If the insects give it, then he will use this opportunity. Jiang Chen, whose left side of his face we see, agrees to activate the system. The young man stands in the middle of a huge whirlwind. Putting his hand to his forehead, he looks closely at something and realizes that in front of him is the sea of his knowledge. A giant ghostly tree rises up in front of the young man. He asks if this is really his talent, after which he says that he did not even imagine that it would be a tree. Jiang Chen thoughtfully rubs his chin and says that this is an excellent system that has already analyzed his talent, and although the skills he has acquired do not carry combat capabilities, they seem to be usable for the insect system. The system reports that the system diagnostics are complete and asks if he should begin summoning the insect queen. Jiang Chen gives the order to summon the queen. A real wall of purple energy appears in front of the guy. The system notifies him of the summoning of the insect queen. The hero looks up in amazement and is surprised by the power of the aura he sees. The system reports that the summoning has been successfully completed and the guy has summoned a calamity-level insect queen called 9 miasma wings. The giant monster towers over Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen looks at the monster and tries to understand why it is so huge. The monster utters separate words, which, however, give an understanding that the monster loves its owner and wants to eat. Another system message informs that the current growth rate has increased by 10%, and the hero can make a sacrifice to improve the target. It is reported that the first improvement does not require a sacrifice. The guy looks up and says that if the sacrifice is not needed, then it is necessary to urgently improve the monster. A wall of green energy is visible in front of Jiang Chen. The young man understands that this queen needs to absorb victims in order to progress, and it will not be easy to please her. Jiang Chen raises his hand and is amazed at the power that the monster possesses. We see 2 eyes. In front of us is a girl from whose eyes energy flows. The hero, clenching his fist, looks at her. A system window appears, informing that 9 miasma wings has completed its improvement and acquired new abilities: gratitude, poisonous mist, and unification. Jiang Chen looks at something in fear. The girl throws herself on his neck, calls him master, and says that Xiao Ju has evolved. Jiang Chen looks at her in amazement and says that the insect queen has acquired the appearance of a human. The guy puts his hand on the little girl's head. The system window reports that 9 miasma wings has skills such as poison veil, care, rage, unification, and absorption. It is reported that immediately after absorption, the level increases and offspring are reproduced. The girl, clenching her fists, says that Xiao Ju wants flesh and blood. Jiang Chen, smiling, looks at the strange child and says that activating the talent of the Master of Astral Cultivation can accelerate the absorption and growth of the queen, and she will be able to speed up its improvement. You can also increase the ability level by 20%. The guy says that this system is ideal for his specialty, and he does not need any combat class. Clouds of insects are circling around the young man. He thinks that if he quickly destroys monsters and absorbs them, then very soon he will have a whole army of insects. Jiang Chen looks up and thinks that the system's reminder of insects, the abyss and the destruction of the world, indicates that it is better not to spread all this, because if someone finds out about this, then he simply will not survive. Jiang Chen and Xiao Ju are standing next to each other. The guy thinks that he will use the position of the life support class and the poisonous curtain to secretly absorb monsters and increase his strength. He understands, however, that life in the shadows is not for him, and he is going to build up enough power so as not to be afraid to demonstrate it to people. A whirlwind swirls under the hero's feet. Together with Xiao Ju, he looks at it. The girl looks at the guy. A smile appears on her face. The girl's eyes emit an eerie glow. Xiao Ju says that there is a threat outside. We see the surprised eyes of the young man. A dark-haired man stands in front of him. He looks at Jiang Chen, calls him a disciple, says that the whole city has seen a vision, and asks if the hero awakened him. The guy looks at the man and thinks that this man's strength is not inferior to the strength of a great master. Jiang Chen tries to understand what he wants from him. Jiang Chen and his interlocutor are surrounded by students. One of the students says that in front of him is a mighty man, whose strength can be felt even from a distance. A question is heard about his level. Someone suggests that the man is here because of Jiang Chen. The eyes of the hero's interlocutor burn with yellow fire. Jiang Chen thinks that he, as soon as he appeared, immediately activated suppression, and this is very strange. It seems to the guy that the man is checking him. The hero looks at the interlocutor with apprehension. Xiao Ju, sticking out his tongue, calls out to the owner. The girl's eyes are emitting evil energy. She states that this guy is a threat to the hero, but she looks very appetizing, especially since she is hungry. Jiang Chen looks at his interlocutor in fear and understands that things are bad. Purple streams rise above Jiang Chen and the man standing in front of him. The hero understands that Xiao Ju has sensed a threat and is going to attack. The students cover themselves with their hands in fear. Some of them are amazed at how gloomy the aura is in front of him. The guy's eyes emit purple energy. He realizes that the absorption level is very low, and most likely, this is why Xiao Ju is acting so aggressively. The guy understands that he must find some monsters as soon as possible and feed them to the baby. The man looks at the guy calmly. He thinks that this was the goal. With his appearance, this man wanted to test the hero's strength, but accidentally angered the queen. Jiang Chen is glad that, fortunately, he can suppress the queen. The man standing opposite the hero praises him for the fact that the guy has just recently awakened and has already managed to cope with the test and give a worthy rebuff. He says that the young man deservedly received the divine level and he has a great future. The students are amazed that the aura they saw belonged to Jiang Chen. The hero looks at his interlocutor with anxiety and says that he is overpraising him. He asks what the man's name is. The guy thinks to himself that it seems that he did not reveal him. The man extends his hand and introduces himself as Chu Jang, the commander of the Night Guards. He says that he will not hesitate and invites the young man to his team as he admires the strength of this student. The hero looks at the man in bewilderment. He cannot believe that he is really from the Night Guards. In front of us are several vague silhouettes. The hero thinks that the Night Guards are an organization that specializes in confronting monsters when monsters invade or new secret kingdoms and dungeons appear. They are the ones who take on the investigation and destruction, and since they fight on the front lines, the mortality rate in their units is extremely high. Few can escape such a fate, and he himself is unlikely to be an exception. A huge toothy monster towers over Xiao Ju. Jiang Chen thinks that the queen needs to absorb the flesh and blood of monsters to accumulate the absorption level and breed offspring. He himself needs the ability to constantly encounter a large number of monsters. Once the absorption level reaches the maximum, Xiao Ju will begin to reproduce, and who knows where all this will lead, and the wasteland is an ideal place for reproduction. The hero thinks that if he joins the ranks of the Night Guard, absorbing and breeding insects will no longer be a problem for him. In front of Jiang Chen, the hand that Chu Jang extended to him can be seen. The guy thinks that, apparently, the organization of the Night Guard is perfect for him. Chu Jang, smiling, looks at the guy and says that he probably heard some rumors about the Night Guards. The man assures that all this is long in the past and promises the young man that if he joins the organization, he will receive comprehensive training. Especially since he has a divine level, the students standing behind the man believe that the Night Guards have a very high mortality rate and not every person will join them. And especially Jiang Chen will not do this. The interlocutors shake hands. The hero says that Commander Chu Jang may not say anything more. He looks at the man and says that their generation is obliged to revive the former glory of the Night Guards. The guy agrees to join this organization. Chu Jang asks again in surprise. The hero thinks that the fate of his insects depends on this decision. The man looks at the young man in amazement and asks if he is serious. The guy smiles and says that he is serious, but he still has some things to do today. Xiao Ju huffs in anger and tells the guy that he is very hungry. Jiang Chen waves goodbye and walks away from Chu Jang and says that he will be at the Night Guard headquarters at the appointed time in 3 days. The man has a thoughtful expression on his face. He thought that he would have to persuade the young man for a long time. He also realizes that he forgot to ask what kind of hidden talent this guy has. 2 excited men appear next to Chu Jang. The Night Guard commander recognizes the 8th elder from the Martial Arts Institute and asks if he rushed here to intercept the guy. Chu Jang says that it seems that his competitors are late. The white-haired old man asks where the guy from the life support class went. Chu Jang looks at the old man in bewilderment and asks what other life support he is talking about. He states that a guy with this class should not go to the Night Guards, since he will simply die there. Chu Jang cannot believe that this young man really belongs to the life support class. A portal is seen in the middle of the city street. Someone asks if the vision in the city center was really the work of his interlocutor, to which the affirmative answer follows. The girl with purple hair looks at the man and asks Uncle Wang to speak more quietly, since if they are heard, they can run into trouble. He says that he did not do it on purpose. The hero, smiling, says that there is nothing to worry about. The man looks at the young man and says that although the life support class cannot fight, but, as he heard, corporations for growing astral plants need such talents. He says that if the young man's parents were alive, they would be very proud of him. Jiang Chen thanks the interlocutor for supporting him for many years, and promises to never forget this kindness. The interlocutors are standing at a pedestrian crossing. Uncle Wang says that Jiang Chen should not think about such trifles. According to him, The guy came just in time. Since they are going to go to the entry-level secret kingdom for equipment, the man invites the young man to join and at the same time raise his level. Jiang agrees and thanks the man. A notification appears about the successful formation of the team. In front of us is a portal. The hero looks at it carefully. It is reported that this is the entrance to the secret kingdom. Jiang Chen, who is standing behind Wang, understands that the secret kingdom inside looks exactly like this. The system reports that the squad has entered this space. Monsters are visible in front of the squad of 4 people. The system informs about the synchronization of the secret kingdom data. It is reported that it belongs to rank C and is a temple of the undead. The probability of equipment dropping is 100%. The experience is counted after passing. When leaving the kingdom before the end of the test, experience and equipment are lost. Wang seems alarmed. He sees the undead warrior and does not understand why the secret realm system gave out a dungeon of such a level. The hero realizes that they have entered a rather difficult realm. The girl with purple hair, standing behind the man, says that she understands everything, and it is probably because Jiang Chen is a god level. Wang reminds that the guy is only a life support class. We see the face of the second girl. She seems to want to suggest leaving this place. Wang takes out a huge sword and says that all this is nonsense, and it is not every day that you come across a realm of such a level. The man says that they will not understand what is what until they try, and perhaps the luck that Jiang Chen has will bring them excellent prey. The skeletons look bloodthirsty at their enemies. Wang jumps into the air, raising his sword to strike. He says that the undead warriors are more dangerous than normal C-rank monsters, so the hero should stay behind while the others attack the center of the dungeon. Wang strikes and hits the enemy. He turns to Zai and orders her to enhance his talent. The girl, clasping her hands in front of her, shouts that she will do it right now. White light flows from Wang's eyes. He strikes and cuts one of the undead warriors. Jiang Chen, who is standing behind, looks at his uncle fighting monsters. The guy thinks that these fights are all for money, so it is no wonder that the fighters he came down here with are covered from head to toe in scars. The guy heard that Zai was forced to become an invader in order to heal her younger brother's eyes, while she found a way to help the hero as well. Jiang Chen, next to whom a purple cloud appears, says that he needs to become stronger as soon as possible and start earning to thank them all. Xiao Ju appears behind the hero. She says that there are many monsters and food here, and she wants to absorb them. Jiang Chen understands that the insect queen has already sensed the prey, and this means that it is time to try out her abilities. Purple streams appear above the guy's hand. It is reported that the poison veil, corrosion of the first level skill, is used. The young man tells Xiao Ju that she can proceed, and everything she sees in front of her belongs to her. Xiao Ju instantly rushes forward, not forgetting to thank his master. Purple streams rise above the skeleton. In a moment, nothing remains of it. The hero thinks that the corpses of the monsters were corroded as soon as they came into contact with this energy. The guy is surprised at the power of the poison veil that his ward uses. A system window of a character named Jiang Chen with all the stats appears in front of the hero. The guy thinks that the monsters they are fighting are too low level, which is why the absorption value increases rather slowly. The guy realizes that Xiao Ju must absorb even more monsters. Purple spots are visible next to the hero. Jiang Chen thinks that the 3 members of the squad with whom he went down here have been working together for a long time, and they have reached the depths of the dungeon in a short time. The young man realizes that the poisonous fog acts in an area, and since he is not yet able to fully control it, he can suffer if he gets into the zone of action. The guy decides that he should stay a little behind and deal with the corpses of the monsters. Jiang Chen looks up in a little surprise. Xiao Ju says that he feels something. A figure of a monster is visible at a short distance from the hero. The insect queen says that she has discovered fresh flesh. We see the enemy the girl is referring to. It is reported that this is a level 10 shadow lurker. The system window reports that this monster has strength 20, agility 15, defense 10, and energy 5. The young man looks at the monster thoughtfully. He understands that shadow lurkers specialize in hunting weaklings who lag behind. Jiang Chen thinks that the system highlighted the monster in red because the level of this enemy is several times higher than his own. The hero assumes that after activating the passive skill unification, all these monsters will be much inferior to him. We see the hero's information card again. The guy intends to test his abilities on these monsters. Jiang Chen puts his hand forward. He orders Xiao Ju to transform into 9 miasma wings and follow him. The girl says that she understands her master. The hero quickly rushes forward and touches the shadow lurkers with his hands. The monsters look at their shoulders in surprise, which the young man touched. A purple cloud is visible above the guy's hand. He clenches his fist. It looks like the skeletons are simply dissolving into thin air. Multiple system notifications appear about 50 absorption points. Jiang Chen, with Xiao Ju visible on his shoulder, thinks that these monsters are no longer worthy opponents for him, and the absorption level is growing much faster. The little girl tells the owner that she sees food again. New monsters are approaching the guy. The hero calmly looks at them and thinks that there are a lot of monsters in this dungeon. The guy is worried about Wang and his companions. He understands that he must deal with the opponents very quickly. The hero asks Xiao Ju if she can resolve this situation. The insect queen is visible above the boy's head. She says that her master should leave her all this loot. A torch is visible on the column. One of the girls asks if Uncle Wang is injured. The party is surrounded by countless monsters. The man says it's nothing since he is a combat class. Wang's face is covered in blood. He curses and says the more they fight, the more monsters appear and it can't go on forever. The man turns to the girls and yells for Zai to find Jiang Chen and they all leave this dungeon together. A giant skeleton appears above Wang's head. The man looks at it and thinks that this is very bad. We see a hand emitting a stream of purple energy. Wang looks on in shock as the skeleton that seemed to be about to attack him disappears into thin air. The man turns around and hears someone asking him if he is okay. The hero calmly approaches him. Wang is confused and asks if the young man really is a life support class. There is a purple cloud above the guy's hand. Jiang Chen says that he also has a hidden talent called Poison Veil. The young man says that Uncle Wang is seriously injured and demands that Zai and Lai quickly take him away from here. He himself is going to cover the retreat. The squad members look at their ally in amazement. Wang says that even if the guy is a god level, it is still too dangerous. Zai agrees with his uncle and suggests that they go with Jiang Chen. The guy looks back at them over his shoulder and asks his allies not to worry, assuring that he can handle everything. The hero approaches a huge cluster of monsters. The system reports that the number of people has reached the criteria for summoning the boss. In front of us are Wang and Zai. The man strongly doubts that his nephew will be able to win. The girl says that Jiang Chen is not a fool and urges her uncle to trust the guy. Wang throws his sword to the guy and yells at him to remember to give it back when he's done. The hero catches the weapon and assures his uncle that he will definitely get his weapon back. The hero puts this weapon in front of himself and thinks that, given its characteristics, it will increase the attack radius of the poison veil. We see the leg of a young man. Jiang Chen rushes to attack and hits several enemies at once. The guy looks at the monsters and remembers that he won first place in Kendo at the academy. The young man pays attention to the enemy above his head. Alarm appears on the guy's face. The enemy strikes and the hero has to jump to avoid it. The enemy's eyes glow eerily under his helmet. His sword whistles past the guy. Jiang Chen blocks the blow with his sword. The weapon breaks. An enemy appears out of nowhere and actively waves his sword. The hero pushes off the ground. Jiang Chen holds a sword fragment in his hands, thinking that he has met the dungeon boss and that he is stronger than he initially thought. The young man is worried about not protecting the weapon given to him. He does not understand what he should tell his uncle now. In front of us is the monster that the young man is confronting. It is reported that this is a level 15 undead monarch. The head of this creature looks blurry. The monster is preparing to strike at the hero standing below it. He turns to Xiao Ju and calls her. The girl snaps her fingers. She is already standing in front of Jiang Chen and asks her master if she can finish off the enemy. He says that he gives permission to do so. Xiao Ju clenches her fingers. She stands in front of the monster at full height. The monster, from whose eyes red energy flows, raises its fist to strike. We see the left side of the face of the Queen of Insects. She attacks the enemy with some kind of projectiles. The protective armor on the monster is destroyed. His arm falls off. After that, helmet fragments fly up. A purple glow spreads around Xiao Ju. The hero looks pleased. He did not expect that his ward would cope with the boss so easily. The guy understands that this is the end of the dungeon. He sees a blue crystal in front of him. The young man guesses that this object collects magic. Streams of blue energy rush to the crystal. It glows brightly. An even more frightening monster appears above Jiang Chen and Xiao Ju. It is reported that this is a level 20 undead despot. The hero thinks that the previous boss has incarnated into a new monster and understands that the true enemy is the crystal. The hero looks at the insect queen and orders her to destroy the energy crystal inside the monster. The enemy opens its mouth wide. We see Xiao Ju's red eyes. There is something brown in front of us as well as white marks. The monster tries to hit Xiao Ju with a huge club, but only breaks the floor. The insect queen is waving her arms vigorously. Energy is flowing near the monster. Jiang Chen, gritting his teeth from the tension, thinks that it is simply amazing how such a huge creature so deftly dodges Xiao Ju's attacks. There is a green glow under the guy's feet. Jiang Chen thinks that he can use the plants that are here. In front of us are the eyes of a young man. We again see something brown and white traces. Jiang Chen thinks that the enemy is not only incredibly fast, but also deals very powerful blows. In front of us is the effect of fast movement. The hero thinks that the monster is like a rushing rhinoceros, but this is also its weakness. The monster is chasing Xiao Ju. The guy feels that many plant roots are hidden under the ground of this secret kingdom. Jiang Chen looks up at the enemy. He wants to activate the skill of the Master of Astral Cultivation when he gets close, and this will make the enemy stop. The hero's eyes glow green. He understands that he must act now. A symbol is visible on his hand. It is reported that Jiang Chen is using the innate skill cultivation of all things. Something glowing breaks out from the ground. Greenish streams rush up at the enemy. Raising his hand, the hero shouts for Xiao Ju to act. The girl, whose eyes are glowing menacingly, indicates that she understands the order. The body of the monster, above which the queen insect is visible, seems to begin to collapse. The hero thinks that he has succeeded, and if he correctly uses the skills he has, then they are very useful in battle. Jiang Chen stands over the defeated enemy. The system reports that the recovery time of the innate skill cultivation of all things is 8 hours. The young man sees a blue crystal and understands that now he needs to break the core. He takes it in his hand. Jiang Chen crushes the crystal, realizing that this is the end of the expedition. A loading window hangs in the air. The hero examines the weapon that dropped on him. He reaches out to the ghostly image. It says that he has received the D rank Edmu Quick Dagger, which has the following characteristics: attack plus 50, speed plus 5%. The weapon also increases the swordsman class attribute by 2 times. Jiang Chen looks at the weapon with satisfaction. He thinks that this dagger is very good, and he will give it to Uncle Wang as compensation for the broken sword. The hero looks to his left. He thinks that a large number of good equipment has dropped, but most of it is for the combat class. He wonders if there is anything for the life support class. Jiang Chen picks up a ghost hammer. He decides to check the attributes of each item. The guy holds the shaft in his hands. The weapon falls to the floor, breaking the tile. It is reported that the hero has a king summoning with 100 strength and 100 agility in his hands. The weapon also has such an attribute as a 10% chance to cause a 5-fold critical hit. Jiang Chen is surprised by the weight of this weapon. The hero, smiling, looks down. He experiences a special feeling. A notification appears about the generation of experience points. The young man understands that experience is being issued for this secret kingdom. The hammer comes off the floor. Jiang Chen easily holds it over his head. It is reported that the hero's level has increased to 6th, and unification increases all current attributes by 20%. The guy thinks that with the help of the Insect Queen's passive skill care, he was able to jump to level 6 at once, and thus the effect of unification is even more noticeable. The young man also notices that with an increase in level, his physical combat abilities also increase. Xiao Ju grabs the hero by the sleeve and calls out to him. The girl points at something and asks if she can eat it as a reward. Jiang Chen looks at the little girl with concern and says that she cannot do this, since Uncle Wang and the others need the weapon to exchange for money. Besides, iron is bad for the stomach. Xiao Ju points at the giant corpse of the monster and asks if she can eat it. Jiang Chen looks up and thinks that he completely forgot about the remains of the boss. He understands that absorption is too valuable and cannot be missed. The guy tells the Insect Queen that she can absorb this corpse. The hero looks at Xiao Ju in surprise, standing in front of the giant remains. Jiang Chen thinks that it was a very big boss. The little girl will need time to subject it to the corrosion treatment of the poison veil, and it will take too much time. Xiao Ju spreads her arms out to the sides and says that she will begin. The girl opens her mouth wide. She turns into 9 miasma wings. Jiang Chen looks at her in amazement and realizes that this is how absorption happens. The huge jaws of 9 miasma wings noisily click, absorbing the corpse of the monster. The youth realizes that these sounds are too loud. Jiang Chen covers his face with his hand. He thinks that fortunately they are in a secret realm, but if they were in the city, they would definitely be noticed even if they tried to hide. The system displays a message about the increase in the absorption value. Jiang Chen, without removing his hand from his face, looks at what is happening and thinks that the absorption value is growing very quickly. He understands that the blood and flesh of the boss are very different from other remains, and this indicates that the queen needs to eat more bosses. Jiang Chen looks at the entrance to the hall. The guy hears footsteps and thinks that his uncle's squad heard this rumble and is hastily heading here. Jiang Chen stands in front of 9 miasma wings and orders Xiao Ju to immediately return to her original appearance. She agrees to do so, and the hero mentally curses, realizing that he was very close to filling the absorption scale. We see a column supporting a vaulted roof. Someone exclaims in surprise that Jiang Chen actually completed the dungeon and received a lot of equipment. The guy offers his uncle one of the trophies instead of the broken sword. The squad members discuss the results of the expedition in the middle of the hall. Wang declares that he really likes the rare dagger he received. He says that he forgives his nephew for irreparably damaging his equipment. Zai is happy with the necklace he received, saying that it is a curiosity that can be sold for a lot of money. The girl asks how the guy managed to defeat the boss alone. He answers that it seems that his poison works well on monsters of this kind. Jiang Chen looks down thoughtfully. He thinks that the secret kingdom was completed perfectly. Besides, it will not be recreated. The guy understands that absorbing another boss will be enough to breed the first swarm, but for this monster he will have to go into the wasteland. Wang smiles and looks at his nephew and expresses regret that such a huge power is directed to research. The man notes that even without having the first level, the guy has incredible power. He says that by gaining new levels, he will become stronger and asks the young man what he is going to do next. Jiang Chen looks at his relative and says that he is preparing to join the ranks of the Night Guards. He states that he did not tell Wang about this because he was afraid that he would worry. The man asks again in surprise. Jiang Chen puts his hand on his head and says that in 3 days he will have a meeting with the commander of the Night Guards, and he would like to increase his level a little more before going there. The guy says that for this he will go into the wasteland. Sai screams in fear that it is very dangerous. Jiang Chen, clenching his fist, assures his comrades that everything is fine and he is well aware of the situation. The guy says that the monsters he will meet there are in much greater danger than he is. In front of us are the ruins of skyscrapers. We see the doors of the train. The arrival of the train at the outer city station is announced. Those who arrived in the wasteland are asked to get off. Jiang Chen is wearing a hooded robe. He looks at the people and thinks that representatives of different classes have gathered here. The hero eats bread without much appetite. The guy thinks that his appetite has increased after waking up. The guy finds it outrageous that during the meal the absorption also increases slightly, although not very steadily. Xiao Ju, sitting on his shoulder, reproaches the owner for eating tasteless food. A scroll hangs above the hero's hand. The young man promises the insect queen that he will soon provide her with something very tasty. Jiang Chen opens the scroll and looks at it. The guy didn't expect Uncle Wang to help him so much, hearing that the guy was going to the wasteland. The relative not only gave him most of the equipment, but also gave him a valuable storage ring and a map. Jiang Chen walks forward, not taking his eyes off the scroll. He thinks that, according to Uncle Wang, the wasteland is affected by heavenly power and all electronic devices are subject to interference as if in some kind of apocalypse. Monsters here are constantly moving, and this map is extremely sensitive to time. The young man understands that without up-to-date information, it would be difficult for him to find hordes of monsters, not to mention the boss's lair. Above the hero's head, a map is visible, which he is examining. The guy sees that firebirds and thunder rhinos are most common here. This means that they are the easiest to detect. He also knows that a question mark indicates a place that should be avoided due to extremely high risks. Wang also told the hero that goblins are the most suitable opponents for him. There are many of them and they are not too high a level. Jiang Chen clenches his fist. He decides to go to this particular lair, hoping that with the map he will quickly find it. Hearing someone calling him, the guy turns around. An irritated young man puts his hand on the hero's shoulder. He says that he called the guy several times, and he simply did not hear it. The young man asks if the young man has met a blonde girl here. Jiang Chen, from whose eyes purple energy flows, replies that he has not met anyone, and his interlocutor needs to watch his language. The guy's hand is covered in purple dots. He looks at it fearfully. The young man grits his teeth in pain. He understands that it is some kind of poison and cannot believe that some brat, who is not even level 10, has harmed him. A level 27 fire. Jiang Chen calmly walks away from the boar and advises him to find a doctor who will have to try harder to remove the poison. The hero also advises the young man to treat his head. He angrily says that he did not give the hero permission to leave. Jiang Chen frowns at the young man. The guy looks angrily at the hero and asks if he really dared to go against the Xiao family. Jiang Chen asks again in surprise. He assumes that the guy has reread the man who a battle split blue heaven. We see the hero's eyes. The ground cracks under the opponent's feet. Jiang Chen raises his hand in fear. He is trying to understand what kind of Xiao family this is. The eyes of the young man's opponent are burning with rage. He admits that the guy runs fast. A threatening purple glow appears above Jiang Chen's hand. He declares that little Xiao Ju has no need to hold back. She says that she understands her master. The opponent opens his mouth wide and calls the hero bad words. He declares that he is not at all afraid of the black energy that the young man is generating again. We see the faces of the opponents. Someone nearby says that he asked Zhang Tai to behave with restraint. Jiang Chen is a little puzzled. A guy with blue eyes appears behind Zhang Tai. He says that he instructed the hero's opponent to find a person, and it is unclear what he is doing. The ashamed fighter tries to justify himself. The guy who came up looks back at Zhang Tai and declares that he always causes nothing but trouble. A punch to the jaw follows. Zhang Tai sits on his knees in front of his master, who says that the guy is just his family's dog and should never speak on its behalf. Zhang Tai obediently declares that the young man is absolutely right. Jiang Chen looks worried. He realizes that he didn't even feel the guy's presence. The hero feels that this character is very dangerous. The young man approaches Jiang Chen and apologizes for his dog, who likes to pounce on everyone. He states that if Jiang Chen wants compensation, he should just say so. The hero says that everything is fine and he does not need anything. The guy smiles. He states that Jiang Chen seems like an interesting person to him and asks if he is going to the wasteland. He states that they could join forces. Jiang Chen turns around, thanks for the invitation, and says that he prefers to work alone. The young man looks after the hero as he leaves and says that he is very interested in him, at least with his god-level life support class. Zhang Tai calls out to his master and asks if he can return to the matter entrusted to him. A young man with purple hair looks at Zhang Tai with disdain and says that he is doing everything too slowly. The guy says that he has already found a clue. The girl, having escaped from the city, must have wanted to get to the nearest station through the wasteland. The young man raises his left hand and says that she cannot be allowed to reach the station alive. Zhang Tai must inform all the servants that they are heading to the wasteland. He makes it clear that he understands everything. Before us are magnificent additions. It is reported that once people completely populated this planet and built cities, but with the advent of the era of the awakened, monsters, secret kingdoms, and dungeons appeared. We see many rats. They scatter in front of the man walking towards them. The hero thinks that now the awakened are trying to get to these places in search of power and wealth. The hero seems tiny against the backdrop of grandiose buildings. He thinks that the place he found himself in is called a wasteland. The guy understands that he seems to have gotten lost. The goblin nest should be somewhere here, but it's already evening, and he still hasn't found anything. Xiao Ju sits right on the hero's head. He thinks that they at least met some living creatures along the way, but now there is not a soul in sight. The level of the creatures he met seemed too low to him. Jiang Chen thinks that if he does not find the nest with the boss, he will come to the night guards with nothing. Besides, he needs to take into account the time for the return journey. The insect queen complains that human food is very tasteless. Jiang Chen looks to his right with displeasure. The sky is covered with black clouds. It is raining. Above the hero's head, a monster with many eyes is visible. The guy thinks that this rain has magical energy and it seems that he found someone's nest. The young man thinks that this is just great. Although he was looking for something completely different, he still came across someone, and if he fills the absorption scale, he will have access to breeding. Jiang Chen looks up in surprise. The monster that is above his head looks huge. Xiao Ju, sitting on the hero's shoulder, asks if she needs to act. Jiang Chen answers that she doesn't need to, since the enemy, although very large, is not of a high level. We see one of the monster's limbs. The monster hits with its sharp legs, but only hits the ground. We see a trace of one of the blows. The hero swings his fist. He delivers a powerful blow and hits the monster. Xiao Ju warns the guy that there is someone behind him. He looks back. We see two more monsters. They slowly approach the hero, who is standing on the defeated monster. A weapon appears in the young man's hand. He tells Xiao Ju that a full dinner awaits her. Resolutely looking at the monsters, the hero orders the insect queen to act. Jiang Chen rushes past the monsters. He says that in fact it is best to gain experience in the wasteland. Besides, after the first battle his level increased, and if on the way back he meets more monsters, he will definitely be able to increase a couple more levels. Parts of the monsters' bodies fall to the ground. The hero stands in front of a huge mountain of remains and says that Xiao Ju can absorb them. The insect queen declares that her master is the best person on this earth. The little one hanging in front of the hero's face declares that she feels a delicious smell nearby. He understands that Xiao Ju has smelled the boss. Jiang Chen raises his hand and tells Xiao Ju that they are already on their way to the prey. We see strange traces in the air. Someone complains that he is in pain. The hero looks at someone in amazement. A half-naked girl lies in front of him. Jiang Chen at first takes her for a humanoid monster. We see the surprised face of the girl. She sits up, scratches her head and tries to figure out where she is. Jiang Chen sits down next to her and asks if she is awake. The girl makes a couple of jumps back, gets into a fighting stance, asks who is in front of her and demands that she not come closer. The hero calms her down and says that he is just an awakened person and does not wish anyone harm. The girl points her finger at the hero and says that she remembered him, and it was he who just attacked her. The guy apologizes and says that he mistook her for a monster. The beauty looks at the young man indignantly, calls him impudent and asks how one can even say such words to a girl. She feels her head, notices that her nose, ears and everything else seem to be in place. The hero thinks that she survived the blow into which he put all his strength. A ring glows on her hand. The girl looks back at the guy and thinks that she has wasted too much time, and now they can catch up with her. She understands that she needs to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Chen looks at her in surprise and tries to understand what she is hiding. The young man assumes that she is being chased. The girl stands with her back to Jiang Chen. The guy asks what is happening to her and says that she seems nervous. The girl smiles falsely and states that there are monsters nearby. She claims that she is not strong in fights, and if the guy wants to fight them, then let him do it himself. Waving her hand goodbye, she leaves, declaring that this is the only thing she can say to the young man. The hero thinks that she is a lousy actress. It is raining. A dead monster is visible under the hero's feet. Jiang Chen thinks that these creatures do not bother him at all. The main thing is that they give absorption points. The young man imagines an evil mercenary with a huge sword. He thinks that the awakened people are much more dangerous, because the wasteland is a lawless place, and the local inhabitants are used to robbing and killing. Jiang Chen is trying to figure out if he needs to grab the girl and interrogate her properly. Xiao Ju points her finger somewhere. She warns the owner that a whole crowd is approaching them. The guy expresses hope that these are monsters. Surprise appears in the young man's eyes. In front of him is a whole army of arthropods. The hero understands that there are too many monsters. Jiang Chen frowns at the monsters. He says that maybe the girl he met lied to him, but he is very glad that there are no other awakened people here. A multi-eyed toothy monster is visible above the hero's head. Jiang Chen thinks that the prey itself came into his hands. The guy takes out his weapon and orders Xiao Ju to take the form of a poisonous mist. She says that she understood her master. Black streams are visible above the hero, in front of whom a giant creature towers. The monster opens its mouth wide. Under the guy's feet, a huge crack is visible, from which gray streams rise. Jiang Chen frowns. He thinks that this is very strange, but these monsters seem faster than the previous ones. One of the enemies approaches the hero from behind. He understands that he is being attacked from behind. Jiang Chen uses a cold weapon and cuts the enemy into pieces. The severed limbs fall down. The young man holds a dagger in each hand. He understands that something is wrong here. There are many monsters in front of him. The hero realizes that the opponents attack in turn. That is, they act together. We see a grinning multi-eyed monster. Jiang Chen understands that his enemies are controlled by the boss. The hero stands before a huge army of arthropods. He thinks that 1,000 monsters obey one mind and apply tactics in battle. It becomes clear to him why there is not a single living soul around. We see the left side of the young man's face. He understands that only by reaching the boss can he get rid of all the other enemies. Xiao Ju puts her hand on the master's shoulder. She says that they are in trouble. The insect queen, who is visible behind the hero, addresses the master and states that the monsters are mentally communicating with her and challenging them. Jiang Chen asks again in surprise. Xiao Ju opens his toothy mouth and rushes at the enemies, calling them madmen. The monsters that the hero and the insect queen see seem to stop in indecision. Jiang Chen understands that they are confused, perhaps because they are also insects to some extent. Xiao Ju looks at her master and says that she managed to break the connection between the enemies. Jiang Chen says that he didn't even know that his pet was capable of such a thing in a state of rage, but it's even easier this way. The hero looks menacingly at the monsters. He praises the little one for a job well done and offers to finish off the enemies. Xiao Ju happily agrees. In front of us is a spider's limb. The hero says that the insect queen should stay close. Jiang Chen rushes forward, killing dozens of arthropods along the way. He shouts that without the boss's control, they are in complete confusion. The monsters' heads and other body parts fly off. The hero says that the small monsters no longer pose a threat to them, so there is no need to waste time on them. The blow dealt by the guy cuts another enemy. In front of the young man is a huge monster. Jiang Chen says that this is his target. The monster opens its toothy mouth wide. Streams of purple energy rise from the hero's eyes. He says that it is from this enemy that he will get the most valuable. The blow flies right into the top of the monster's head. Jiang Chen stands over the slain monster with swords in his hands and says that the next step is to create a swarm of insects. Jiang Chen stands in front of the slain monster and says that it is finished. The hero looks at his fist with satisfaction, thinking that, as the levels increase, the strength continues to grow, and 127 stars correspond to the combat power of the awakened 9 miasma wings level. The hero looks to his right. The monsters he fought seem to run away. The guy thinks that they are no longer a threat to him, since they felt that they cannot defeat him, and even began to run away. The hero decides to leave them alone for a while, since now the main goal is to complete the absorption. Black streams are visible behind the guy's leg. Jiang Chen raises his hand and tells Xiao Ju that the killed monster belongs to her. She thanks the owner. Jiang Chen stands next to the destroyed monsters. He thinks that elite level monsters are different from others since they bring much more points, and if he needs to speed up the breeding process, then he needs to hunt them. We see the hero's profile. He realizes that he has achieved his goal and filled the scale. Xiao Ju behind the guy gets down on one knee and says that she can start breeding. She asks the owner to allow her to become stronger. The hero looks at the insect queen and gives her the permission she asked for. Purple streams rise around Xiao Ju, announcing the activation of accelerated growth and the acceleration of growth of all living things. The hero looks down. He understands that his talent accelerates reproduction. On the back of the hero's hand, a glowing sign is visible. Jiang Chen is happy to realize that he is receiving new skills. We see the hero's left eye. The guy looks up in shock. He cannot believe that in front of his eyes is a swarm of insects that belongs to him. Countless strange creatures are circling around the young man. The system notification congratulates him on the completion of the first breeding. The guy thinks that this is simply incredible. Jiang Chen looks up. The guy is impressed by the number of insects. It is quite difficult for him to imagine how many individuals there will be in the third and fourth generations, if the first brought more than 2,000. The hero reaches out to one of the creatures. He understands that the skills of these insects are different from those that Xiao has. In addition, there are even a little more of them. The hero finds the skills of camouflage and self-destruction especially strong. The information window reports that the 9 miasma wings generation has such skills as poisonous mist, camouflage, rage, and self-destruction. The first of them creates a poisonous fog that corrodes and absorbs everything around. The second allows you to activate static camouflage with the help of elytra. The third spends absorption points, increasing speed and strength for a short time. The fourth explodes the toxin, causing colossal damage. Xiao happily hugs his master. Jiang puts his hand on the girl's head, who has noticeably grown. The guy says that the baby has changed a lot. She says that she has finished breeding offspring. Xiao grabs the guy's hand and says that she needs rest now. The hero asks what this means. The boy raises his hand in amazement. It is reported that the insect queen 9 miasma wings has returned to the nest. Jiang thinks that the nest is a space that can accommodate the entire swarm, and now the insects can be hidden without worrying about being discovered. A smile appears on the boy's face. He thinks that it seems that this skill has a fixed level, so it is already developed to the maximum. Jiang imagines a sleeping Xiao. He guesses that insects also need to get enough sleep sometimes. The hero looks down. He remembers that he received the Overlord skill. Streams of energy rise from the hero's right hand. It is reported that the special Overlord skill has been activated. We see 2 insects. The boy's eyes glow. He seems to begin to understand what he now has. The boy raises his left hand. He realizes that with this skill he can control the swarm. The boy's eyes turn completely white. He understands that now he has a common perception with this swarm. The outlines of buildings are visible around Jiang. The young man understands that insects sense the world in this way. The hero notices monsters around him. Smiling, the guy looks at the creatures he controls. He addresses them and says that they seem to have also become inspired. Jiang looks ahead threateningly. He says that he must test this new power. A white cloud rises at the base of a huge skyscraper. Monsters of various types look at the hero with fear. Powerful streams of purple energy rise around him. In front of us is a monster that looks like a goblin. Both he and the other monsters begin to dissolve into thin air. Jiang stands proudly in the middle of the destroyed buildings. He thinks that he does not need to take almost any action with the swarm, since the poisonous fog absorbs everything in its path, and with the Overlord skill, no ordinary monster can hide from the swarm. The young man looks to his right with satisfaction. He understands that at this rate he will very soon hatch new offspring. The hero looks at the system window. He thinks that he needs to find out how many absorption points are needed to reach the next level. The guy's eyes become round with surprise. He cannot believe what he sees. In front of us is a half-destroyed building. Someone tells the commander that he is back. He asks why his subordinate was messing around for so long and what is happening in the spider's nest. The bandit says in fear that someone cleared this entire zone and there is not a single monster left there. The commander looks at the guy and asks if he is kidding. He answers that he is completely serious, and he was not able to find a single living monster. The man with the weird haircut rubs his chin thoughtfully and says he can't believe it. He says he's just in shock and asks if the night watch could have worked here. Then he realizes that this isn't their method and it looks more like a covert operation by some family or serious organization. The squad leader curses and says that the employer only needed 1 jar of spider venom and they couldn't get it, so they'll have to get it the old-fashioned way by robbing someone along the way. The interlocutors hear a sound and turn to its source. One of the bandits says that someone is coming. We see someone's hand. Its owner says that he finally found other awakened ones. They ask him who he is. In front of us is the hero. He calls everyone to calm down and says that he is just an awakened one who came here to level up. Jiang says that he would like to trade and get food. The squad leader looks at the young man, smiling. He was scared at first, but now he sees that there is only one person in front of him, and a very young one at that. The man says that, of course, they can make an exchange, but the guy should know that in such places food is not cheap, and he should offer something substantial for it. Jiang, whose profile we see, says that he has several valuable things that might interest his interlocutors. The guy standing behind the hero looks at him with greedy eyes. The villains take their weapons out of their sheaths. One of them says that the hero should show what he has. A ring shines on the guy's finger. The corpses of monsters appear in front of his interlocutors. Jiang asks if what they see will satisfy them, because the remains are in very good condition. The 2 bandits look at the dead arthropods in amazement. They realize that these are the same spiders that were supposedly cleared out in this place and that the hero killed them all with his own hands. The hero, whose eyes are shining, looks at the villains and says that he knows perfectly well what they were going to do. The system reports that Jiang is now level 17. The hero gloomily says that he is in a bad mood and suggests that the interlocutors take what is owed to them, and then quietly get out of here. They politely apologize and quickly run away. The hero stretches out his hand and orders the insects to guard the perimeter. Two creatures that he controls are visible above the guy's head. Jiang Chen eats soup. He thinks that the feeling of hunger is coming to him faster and faster, and that this would happen, one could have guessed earlier. Back when he first summoned Xiao Ju, the young man realizes that he did not expect that creating a swarm would have such a side effect. The system window reports that the absorption rate is 2,768 1/millionth and suggests leveling up as soon as possible. The hero expected that after creating a swarm, the absorption rate would increase, but he never expected the target figure to grow so much. Jiang Chen understands that it will take him forever to get the required number of points. A terrible monster can be seen above the guy. He thinks that now the absorption points given for the boss will seem like a drop in the ocean, and even if he clears all the freely available nests, this will not be enough for the next breeding. But Jiang Chen remembers that he heard that the nests in secret realms controlled by the Night Guard are unknown to the general public, and if he wants to fill the absorption scale, he must join the Night Guard. The hero looks at his hand. He realizes that little Xiao Ju is still sleeping, and everything suggests that creating a swarm takes a lot of her strength. Jiang Chen looks at someone and cannot understand what he is doing here. The guy looks worried. He smells the battle and feels that many people have gathered around. He cannot understand what is happening. We see a girl's hair. Its owner is holding her head. The hero is standing over her. The young men cannot understand what each of them is doing here. The girl, kneeling, looks at the guy pleadingly and asks if he was the one who cleared out the spider's nest. Then she asks Jiang Chen not to tell anyone that he saw her. The hero recognizes this girl. He cannot understand why she caught his eye again. Besides, it seems strange to him that he did not notice her until she came close. And finally, he guesses that it was she who was being pursued by the people with whom he spoke a little earlier. We see the eyes of the young man. He understands that it is too late to leave. Someone comes up to the hero and says that he caught his eye again. A guy with purple hair and Zhang Tai approach the young man. The first of them says that he sees a simply beautiful scene. The second extends a finger and declares that in front of them is that very impudent man. Jiang Chen is sitting by the fire. The commander of this group declares that this idyllic picture does not fit at all into the entourage of such a gloomy place. Zhang Tai rudely asks the hero if he saw the girl who just ran in here, and warns that if Jiang Chen says that he did not see her, then they will definitely finish him off. The guy with purple hair stops this stream of threats with a hand gesture. He sits down on a stone in front of the fire and says that for a life support class, the hero is leveling up pretty quickly. He is frankly intrigued by the fact that before the evening the young man was able to rise to level 17. Then he declares that he is more concerned about the matter that they must deal with right now. The purple-haired man points a sword at Jiang Chen and says that they must find a girl with black hair. The hero feels a strong aura. He gets the impression that his interlocutor is above level 30. Jiang Chen also understands that he correctly determined his level and class, which means that he has some kind of artifact with him to assess these parameters. The hero points towards the gate and says that he saw someone in that direction. He warns that observation is not his strong point, so he cannot guarantee that this is the person his interlocutors are looking for. The squad leader gets up from the stone and says that this time he will believe the hero, but he must listen to his advice and behave more decently next time. The young man looks menacingly at Jiang Chen and says that if he finds out that the hero is hiding a girl from him, the Xiao family from the Zhen Empire will not leave this unanswered. The hero looks at the departing detachment. He repeats to himself the last words spoken by the interlocutor. Jiang Chen remembers two representatives of Zhen. He knows that families from this empire have a long and rich history. Their members usually occupy high positions in the state, and all their deeds are shrouded in mystery. They rarely appear in public unless there is some kind of large-scale catastrophe, and some of them have enough power to destroy the entire continent. Jiang Chen understands that the guy he talked to is extremely strong, and it is very bad that a character like him remembered him. The hero frowns to his left. He thinks that the people who talked to him have already disappeared, and he can no longer stay in place since it has become unsafe here. A girl appears next to him. She says that the guy saved her. The hero grabs her hand and demands that she go with him. Jiang Chen looks at the girl with determination and states that their last meeting did not end well, and now he is helping her again. The hero demands that she tell the truth about how she got involved with such powerful people. The girl looks at the guy with fear and says that her family has a cargo station, and the scoundrel who just left was after easy money and wanted to steal the cargo that her family was accompanying. But she managed to escape, and he is afraid that information about this case will become known to the authorities, so his people are chasing her to silence her forever. Jiang Chen turns around and leaves. The girl extends her hand and says that she will remember how the guy helped her and will definitely repay the debt in the future. The hero politely refuses, stating that he does not want to get involved in these dubious affairs. Jiang Chen looks at something in amazement and asks himself what it is. The girl says in fear that someone from this squad used the barrier spell. She begs the guy not to tell the villains that he saw her. Jiang Chen looks at the exit from the building. From there comes a demand that the young people go outside themselves. The hero thinks that it is already impossible to escape since the villains will not believe him, even if he says that he does not know the girl. In front of us are someone's legs. The young people look fearfully at those approaching. Jiang Chen understands that there are a lot of opponents. The guy with purple hair, behind whom his fighters are standing, looks threateningly at the hero, calls him a son of a bitch and says that he knew he was lying. He orders to seize both. The young people look fearfully at the villains, whose commander calls the hero a son of a bitch and says that he knew he was lying to him. He orders to seize the young people. The purple-haired guy smiles. The girl yells at him that he took everything from her family. She asks why he needs her life now and why he is so obsessed with killing her. The bastard says that he doesn't need a special reason for this. Jiang Chen frowns at the girl. She puts out her left hand and yells at the bastard that he should know that if he kills her, the Luo family will never forgive him or leave him alone. The bastard laughs loudly and asks what the Luo family is capable of. The bastard covers his face with his hand and asks if he understood correctly that the representatives of this family imagine themselves to be big shots because they managed to make a fortune. He says that 100 years ago, without the support of the Xiao family, these cretins would have been killed long ago. We see the right eye of the young man. The bastard states that in the eyes of his clan, the Luo family is a bunch of nobodies and pathetic slaves, or rather, simple cattle that he can slaughter at any time if he pleases. Jiang Chen, whose face we see, begins to understand what is happening. The scoundrel raises his hand, from which energy flows. He states that if the girl thinks that her family members will make everything public and conduct an investigation, then they will have to work hard to get evidence, because it is very difficult to find something that does not exist. The space under the skyscrapers is filled with red energy. The hero looks up and realizes that in front of him is the Xiao family formation, which blocks the space. The young man realizes that they cannot get out of here. The girl calls their opponent a bastard. One of the scoundrel's henchmen takes a sword in his hands and says that the rest of the servants must fulfill the will of the young master. He declares that no one should survive. The purple-haired bastard raises his right hand and tells Zheng Tai not to rush. He says that the girl from the Luo family must be finished off, but the guy with a non-combat class really interests him. The Xiao family representative looks at the hero, addresses him as a god-level master, and says that if he chooses the right side, he will get everything under this sky. The scumbag raises his hand and says that if the hero grabs the girl, he will spare him and let him work for the Xiao family. Jiang Chen laughs. The girl looks at the hero with disgust, thinking that he will agree to the bastard's offer. The young man looks at the enemy angrily, calls him a bastard from the Xiao family, and tells him to shove his interesting offer deeper into his ass. Of course, first he must go on an erotic walking journey from here. Jiang Chen steps forward a little and says that for the especially stupid he repeats that he refuses, and if they want the girl, they can try to take her. The bastard gives the order to kill both. The bastard's henchmen rush to attack. Zheng Tai shouts to his comrades that they heard the command and must kill these two. He warns that the enemy is very difficult and you need to be very careful. Gray streams are visible above the hero's head. Zheng Tai warns that the young man can control poison, so there is no need to attack him directly. Jiang Chen puts his left hand forward and says that poison is not the only weapon in his arsenal. He activates one of his talents. Amazement appears on Zheng Tai's face. Giant plants appear around the hero's enemies. It turns out that the guy's talent used is the development of all living things. The face of one of the bastards is flattened under the pressure of the plants. He swears loudly, not understanding what kind of skill the enemy used, who, in theory, should have used poison. Zheng Tai strikes with his sword and shouts to his comrades that the plants need to be cut down, as they are easily cut. The purple-haired scumbag calls his subordinates idiots and tries to tell them that the hero is simply blocking their view before his main attack. Insects are visible above Jiang Chen's head. The youth says that it is too late to do anything. Zheng Tai looks at the hero in fear. The bastards receive many powerful blows. Zheng Tai angrily looks at his sword, which breaks under the blows of the insect's limbs. He curses and shouts that his weapon is broken, and that it is not poison that is used against them, but summoned creatures. A winged insect is visible above the scumbag's head. He shouts that the monsters are spraying poison, and he cannot dodge it. Jiang Chen raises his hand with crooked fingers and shouts that the enemy is caught. Someone stands on Zheng Tai's shoulder and tells this weakling to get out of the way. The purple-haired bastard enters the fray himself, shouting the name of the move he is about to use, the first of the 9 forms of supreme petrification. Jiang Chen looks up in excitement, realizing that the enemy is moving faster than the poisonous fog. A ghostly dragon appears above the hero's head. The bastard shouts that he is using a secret technique of the Xiao family called chasing dragons. The bastard holds out his sword. He calls out to the hero and says that he knew it would be hard to deal with him, but the guy is still too low level and not fast enough. The bastard warns that he only needs to use this sword to deal with the boy. Horror appears in the bastard's eyes. The girl the hero is protecting steps forward and puts out her hands. It hurts her a lot, but she uses the hidden class skill Eternal Earth Shield. The hero realizes that his ally is a defensive class. The Xiao family representative raises his sword to strike. He curses and shouts that he completely forgot about this bastard. Black energy flows over the hero's hand. The guy understands that the girl gave him a chance. The summoned creatures rush at the bastard. Zhang Tai, lying on the ground, warns the master about the attack from behind. The representative of the Xiao family grabs his henchman by the hood and pulls him towards himself. He covers himself with Zhang Tai's body from insects. A blow follows. Zhang Tai lies on the ground next to the bastard trying to cough up. The hero says that in front of him is a completely unprincipled guy who used his comrade to cover himself from the attack. Zhang Tai lies on the ground and, dying, looks up at his master. He is trying to tell him something. The bastard goes towards the hero and tells his dead subordinate that since he was able to take the blow aimed at the master, then the time spent on raising him was not in vain. Then the bastard admits that Jiang Chen is very strong. The Xiao family representative puts a pill in his mouth and says he can't believe he was forced to use a dragon pill. Jiang Chen and the girl kneeling next to him watch as the enemy approaches them. The enemy states that this is probably the end of it. The bastard's face turns black. He says that his next attack will separate the hero's lying head from his body. Jiang Chen frowns at the enemy. A huge ghost dragon can be seen above the Xiao representative's head. The bastard shouts that his next attack will be the hero's last. Jiang Chen looks at the enemy with caution, realizing that he is attacking. The bastard raises his sword to strike and uses the second of the 9 forms of supreme petrification. The ghost dragon opens its mouth wide. The boy with purple hair uses dragon pacifying strike. The hero's ally puts out both hands and uses her skill-enhanced Eternal Earth Shield. A clash of yellow and blue energies occurs. The girl grinds her teeth from unbearable tension. She says that after the bastard drank the pill, the power of his attack increased several times, and her shield will not last long and they can die. The hero brings his hand to his face. The guy understands that each of the enemy's attacks is deadly, and even the technique that this bastard used earlier turned out to be unexpected. Jiang Chen cannot believe that the enemy has such enormous power. The bastard inflicts many blows. Each of them is accompanied by shouting the name of the spell strike that pacifies the dragon. On the back of the hero's hand, the white symbol glows again. The guy thinks that his enemy is confident, extremely cruel, and has incredible abilities, and if he wants to deal with such an opponent, he should not show any mercy. A huge swarm of insects appears above the hero. The bastard is shocked. The girl sitting behind the hero tries to understand if her ally really does not have a combat class. Jiang Chen gives the order to his wards to attack. Horror appears on the bastard's face. Insects rush at the representative of the Xiao family in huge numbers. He shouts that there are too many of these bugs. The bastard raises his sword and again pronounces the name of his strike. He shouts, trying to convince himself that their number does not matter since they are just insects. Jiang Chen puts his hand forward and asks if the enemy is sure of his words. Black dots are visible around each of the insects. The bastard understands that they are healing. The representative of the Xiao family waves his sword. He asks what kind of creatures oppose him and why they do not die. Jiang Chen frowns at the enemy and says that now they will see how long his opponent will last. The scoundrel, his face twisted with anger, again delivers the strike that pacifies the dragon. Insects attack him from all sides. The bastard thinks that the dragon energy he emits is immediately absorbed. One of the insects bites into the bastard's hand. He drops the sword. The owner of purple hair puts his hand under his cloak. He thinks that his right hand has been affected by poison, and he can no longer use the sword, therefore he has no choice. A bright red light flashes around the bastard. The bastard uses the skill Jade Life Protector. He laughs loudly and asks the hero if he really thinks that a couple of insects will be enough for him. The great Xiao Yuanwu, to say goodbye to life, the bastard shouts that the guy should not even dream of it. Jiang Chen looks at the enemy with anxiety, trying to understand what kind of artifact he is using, and how this item can be so powerful. The guy uses the skill Absorption. The insects controlled by the hero attack the enemy but are unable to penetrate his shield. Xiao Yuanwu smiles and gives friendly advice not to waste energy, as the artifact being used is a priceless treasure passed down through generations in the Xiao family. The bastard, smiling, states that once activated, this item will block all incoming attacks, and as long as he has the Jade Life Protector, he will not receive a single scratch. The opponents stand opposite each other. Xiao Yuanwu states that he is still impressed by how the hero was able to bring him to this state. He admits that the young man's abilities are simply incredible. The bastard then states that now his opponent must realize that even if he lays out all his cards, he still cannot do anything to him. The enemies look each other in the eye. Xiao Yuanwu, smiling, says that he will repeat his offer once more if the hero swears allegiance to him. He will allow him to join the Xiao family and even take this surname. The bastard states that many people in this world would give everything to receive such an offer. The hero looks at the opponent with disdain and asks if he is serious. The guy states that the bastard has been playing the young master so much that he still does not realize the seriousness of the situation. Xiao Yuanwu, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, states that Jiang Chen is still ineptly trying to deceive him. The bastard states that the hero can refuse, but even if he does not die today, it will definitely happen in the very near future. The bastard asks if the guy even knows about the power of the almighty Xiao family, which sweeps away everything in its path. Jiang Chen, smiling maliciously, looks at the enemy and reminds him that just a few minutes ago he said that in order to conduct an investigation and search for evidence, there must be at least some evidence. The hero asks the enemy what will happen if he dies so that not even a hair remains of him. Something pink crashes into the ground. Someone calls the master. Xiao Yuanwu turns around in fear. 9 miasma wings hangs over his head. The bastard asks what kind of creature it is. The insect queen looks greedily at Xiao Yuanwu. She says that she has awakened and is very hungry. Then she thanks the master for the feast he has prepared for her. Judging by the eyes, Xiao Yuanwu understands that this is the end. 9 miasma wings deals a powerful blow. He hits the enemy in the neck. The bastard hysterically asks what the hell is going on here and what kind of insect is in front of him. Jiang Chen and his ally look up. The hero says that Xiao Yuanwu and his defense artifact will serve as excellent food for Xiao Ju. 9 miasma wings grins angrily. We see a trace of a powerful blow. Another blow flies straight into the bastard's stomach. He realizes that his shield does not work. Blood flows from the bastard's mouth. He screams loudly that this is impossible, and the artifact of the Xiao family was impossible to destroy. The limb of the insect queen, painted pink, is 10 centimeters from the head of the villain. The hero frowns at what is happening. Stones thrown out by the blow fly into the air. Blood drips from the limb of 9 miasma wings. The hero says that this is simply magnificent, and now no one will find anything. The guy raises his hand and tells Xiao Ju to come back. She replies that she is already on her way. Joyful Xiao Ju throws herself on the guy's back. He says that he did not see anything special in the fighting qualities of the Xiao family representative. The insect queen thanks her master and says that the food was incredibly delicious. Then she declares that she loves the guy more than anyone in the world. We see the hero's glowing eye. The girl he is looking at is afraid. She understands that now she knows the secrets of this man and he will kill her so that she cannot tell anyone about him. The girl's eyes are filled with horror. She hears the hero say that she is still here. Jiang Chen looks at the girl and asks what he should do with her. His insects are visible above the young man's head. The guy offers to name at least one reason why he should not get rid of her. The beauty hands him the gold. She asks the guy to take the spatial ring and some gold. She states that this is the most valuable thing she has with her, and in total it is worth more than 10 million. According to her, this is her savings for a rainy day, but she will give it all. The guy has something shiny between his fingers. He states that although the girl is speaking sincerely now, he is very sorry that she knows so much. The young man adds that he saw how well she can pretend and lie. The girl raises her hand and declares that she, Lu Sanda, swears that she will not lie to her benefactor, and if this happens, then the heavens will punish her with 5 lightning strikes. The hero says that the girl seems to have already come up with a name for herself. Sandao raises both hands and declares that she is speaking quite seriously, and she has no idea what her parents originally intended when they called her by this name. She assures the young man that she is not lying, after which she invites him to look at her passport. Jiang Chen, examining the document, states that the girl does not look much like her photo and asks if she is sure that this is her passport. Sandao grabs her braids, puffs out her cheeks and states that the photo was taken 2 years ago. She was still very small then, and then quickly grew up. Then she remembers that she also lost a lot of weight. Jiang Chen turns away from the girl and sighs heavily. The hero's eyes emit an eerie glow. He says that, as the girl understands, all this does not pull an ironclad guarantee that she will not reveal his secret. The guy reminds that only the dead can be guaranteed to remain silent. A scroll appears in front of the girl. She asks her benefactor not to worry. The hero looks at her in surprise and asks what it is. Sandao unfolds a long piece of paper and states that he is holding a scroll of seal, according to which if the intruder reveals the secret, he will immediately die, and since she is very afraid of death, she will not tell anyone anything. It is reported that the scroll says that Luo Sandao swears to keep the secret of Jiang Chen's martial techniques until her death. The hero, closing one eye, examines the scroll. He did not expect to see something like this. The guy says that since Sandao signed the scroll of seal, he will not kill her. The girl thanks him. Jiang Chen looks at the beauty and asks how much this scroll costs. She hesitantly says that it is around 10 million. The young man angrily crumples the scroll. He is outraged that the girl used the most valuable thing that was in her spatial ring. Sandao spreads his arms to the sides and asks his benefactor not to be angry. She says that if he takes her to her parents' estate, they will definitely reward him. The hero turns around and leaves, stating that he must join the night guard tomorrow morning. But he is very late and is already late. Jiang Chen wishes the girl all the best. She shouts that her family's estate is much closer than the night guard office. She also states that they have a teleportation stone at home, and she guarantees the young man that he will definitely not be late. The hero stands in front of a magnificent building. It is reported that this is the Luo family estate. A woman sits on the throne. She loudly asks how dare some scum steal their money and kill their people. Then she declares that the Xiao clan is crossing all acceptable boundaries. Her subordinates, kneeling before her, ask the woman to calm down and admit that each of them deserves to die, since the young lady suffered at the hands of these bastards. The woman, whose profile we see, tries to say something, but her husband interrupts her and asks her to pull herself together because the daughter has returned and is fine. The man says that the Xiao clan is one of the great families of the Zhen Empire, and they cannot afford to enter into an open confrontation with her. The hero understands that his recent acquaintance is really called Lu Sanda. The girl's father approaches the guy and, smiling, asks if his name is really Jiang Chen. The man thanks the young man for saving his daughter and asks to accept the black card as a token of gratitude. The woman sitting on the throne calls the young man a benefactor and asks to take this item. She says that she ordered breakfast to be served. According to her, the guy can eat, and the teleportation stone will send him to the desired destination at any time. Jiang Chen, smiling, stands in front of the girl's parents. He thanks them for the black card. The hero rubs the back of his head and agrees to have a little snack. The man asks permission to take the guy to the table. Jiang Chen eats greedily. There are many empty plates in front of him. The guy thinks that the more insects he controls, the more he needs to eat. Sandao, who is sitting next to him, says that her benefactor should not rush, and if he is hungry, he can eat as much as he wants. The girl's mother says that, according to her daughter, the guy has a life support class, but at god level, and at the same time, having just awakened. He managed to save a girl from the clutches of the Xiao clan. Sandao's father quietly tells his wife that the guy is clearly not as useless as he tries to show, and he is also handsome. The husband and wife look at each other smiling. They understand that the young man can help them in the confrontation with the Xiao family, and also protect their daughter. Sandao's parents approach the hero from behind. Her mother asks the guy if he has a girlfriend, and then says that little Sandao is not dating anyone either. The woman asks if the young man has had time to assess the skills of her daughter's class, because she is the only owner of a hidden profession in the entire clan. In addition, she is well trained in trade affairs and can do accounting. The father enters the conversation, who says that his daughter's figure parameters are 90-60-90, she is beautiful and smart, and he himself is already thinking about what names he will give to his grandchildren. The girl, blushing with shame, screams that her father and mother are behaving very impolitely. Jiang Chen runs away. He thanks the hosts for their hospitality and says that he has eaten his fill and then he has urgent matters of the highest urgency. Sandao's mother tells him that then they will talk at the next meeting. The father and mother stand on either side of the chair where their daughter is crying. The man asks if Sandao, as his future wife, would like to see the guy off. The mother asks her daughter not to worry and states that the black card the guy accepted has a GPS sensor that can be used to track him and find him anywhere. The girl screams loudly for both her parents to shut up immediately. She thinks that Jiang Chen is really handsome and strong, but he scares her a lot. We see a room with magnificent columns. It is reported that this is the home of the Xiao family. In front of us is an old man with purple hair and a beard. It is reported that his name is Xiao Yuanshan. He says that the Yuanwu life stone has cracked. The old man demands a thorough investigation and find out who did this. Someone replies that everything will be done in the best possible way and the person who will do this will be sent immediately. Here we have another character with purple hair. It is said that this is Xiao Beihan. He turns to his grandfather and says that his brother was about 20 years old, and he only got to level 30 and did not pass the second awakening of the class. The guy advises the old man not to grieve so much over the death of a weakling, since he is clearly not worth the ruined nerves. Yuanshan sits on the throne. He says that Yuanwu was indeed weaker than his other offspring, and he is not at all sorry that this weakling died. But in any case, it was his grandson, and the bastard who killed him should understand who he dared to raise his hand against. The old man says that he wants to know who in the lands of Daxia had the audacity to oppose him. Beihan says that he will carry out his grandfather's orders, and he no longer needs to worry about any nonsense. Beihan, smiling from ear to ear, declares that once he is done with his participation in the Tanjiao competition, he will immediately kill whoever did this, no matter who it is. Jiang Chen enters the night guard office. Zai Gang greets him. The guy sees that there is quite a serious ceremony, so he says hello and declares that he has arrived to begin his service in the night guard. Jai Gang puts his hand on his shoulder and says that everyone was waiting only for him, after which he asks permission to introduce the members of his team. In front of us is a girl in a short suit. The squad leader says that this is Yuanwu, a level 45 support specialist. She was always the youngest in the squad, but now the guy has secured this title for himself. The girl thinks that in front of her is a real handsome man, and she will have to work with such a cute guy for the first time. Now we see a young man who salutes with 2 fingers. Jai Gang says that this is Yuanwu, a level 49 marksman. He is silent but thinks a lot of himself. The guy says that he is glad to meet him. Next in line is a smiling guy with clenched fists. The squad leader says that Chu Lang is a level 49 warrior, a small but cheerful and overly talkative good-natured guy. He admires the fact that he now personally knows a person who has a divine class. The kid says that he will brag about it all his life. Jai Gang looks anxiously at the admiring blonde standing next to him. He states that Tang Jin is a level 61 mage. She has gone through the 3rd awakening of the profession. On top of that, she is his deputy and an excellent cook. The woman puts her hand on Bulang's head and says that little Jiang Chen should stay close to her if he wants to always be full. Jiang Chen, smiling, thanks everyone for the warm greeting, says that he is glad to meet you, after which he admits that he only has a pathetic life support class. The guy does not understand why everyone is so happy, because representatives of this class, even if they are divine level, are not particularly loved by people. Jai Gang puts his hand forward and asks the young man why he has such complexes because of the life support class. Because the god level is something unique in any case, so the hero should not listen to any nonsense. He assures that the squad members do not look down on the guy, especially after he decided to join them. The man says that in the future this base will become a home for the hero. Jiang Chen thinks that he wanted to get into the organization in order not to reveal his identity to the general public and to get hold of resources. But now, apparently, he will have to change his tactics. Jai Gang puts his hand on the guy's shoulders and says that now he will get closer to the matter. The man says that they would like to sign the hero up for the Tianjiao competition, which will start in 3 days, since it is a great place to gather resources. However, according to the conditions, you need to be at least level 20 there, and the man does not know how many levels the hero needs to grow to meet this requirement. Jiang Chen looks at Jai Gang and says that he is already level 17. The man is amazed that the guy awakened only 3 days ago and then asks how he managed to get to level 17. Jai Gang laughs loudly. He says that he was not mistaken about the guy, who, without a doubt, has great talent. The man is sure that it will not be difficult for the young man to acquire 3 levels, so he will sign him up for the competition as a participant. The squad members look at the hero with some strange eyes. Jai Gang approaches the guy and asks if he has crossed paths with any influential people in the past 3 days. He says that an unknown person who has gone through the 3rd awakening of the profession used his divine sense to find out where the hero is. Jiang Chen thoughtfully looks to his right. He understands that the person with the 3rd awakening of the profession is most likely a member of the Xiao family. Yuanwu stands with her hands up. Someone orders her to act. The girl says that she will now create a silent barrier so that everyone can talk calmly. A white glow appears above the skyscrapers. Jai Gang approaches the hero and says that if something happened, Jiang Chen should not hide it. The guy, putting his hand on his head, says that yesterday he killed Yuanwu from the Xiao family, and although the body of the scoundrel was destroyed, he does not know if the enemies have any way to find out who did it. Tang Jin is amazed and asks if this is the Xiao family that works for the state. Yuanwu is Xiao Yuanshan's grandson, who has the 8th degree of awakening. Jiang Chen says that he must have caused great trouble for everyone. Jai Gang, whose face we see, states that the Xiao family, as everyone knows, has done a lot of evil, and this especially concerns its younger members, who are doing something incomprehensible in recent years. The man says that the hero, it turns out, did a good deed. Jai Gang, folding his arms on his chest, states that the head of this family, of course, is a very odious person, but among his grandchildren, Yuanwu was the most worthless and unloved. Tang Jin says that, most likely, Yuanshan will not take on this matter personally, and will send someone in his place. The girl says that at the same time, the night guards cannot be called weaklings either. Jiang Chen, smiling slightly, looks at Jai Gang. He thinks that he was an orphan, and although in childhood he was helped by neighbors, but now for the first time he truly feels at home. Jai Gang realizes something and says that Yuanwu, even though he is no longer alive, must have gone through a 2nd awakening. Jai Gang puts his hands on the hero's shoulders and asks if he, a level 17, first awakened hero, really killed a level 30 combat class enemy with a 2nd awakening. Jiang Chen replies that he actually did not act alone. Jai Gang wonders who helped him. Rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, the guy states that his ally was Sandao from the Luo family, who has a hidden class related to defense. The night guards look at the guy in surprise. Jai Gang understands that they are talking about the richest merchant family in Jiangnan, in which Sandao is the only daughter. The man laughs and says that all this is very good, since the Luo family is not distinguished by belligerence only as long as its wealth is not involved. He states that if the hero has any problems, these people will always help. Jai Gang looks at the young man with a testing look. He says that Sandao has a defense class and does not know how to attack. A purple cloud appears above the guy's hand. He says that he actually has 2 talents. One of them is hidden and belongs to the poison class. Jai Gang hits the young man on the shoulder and says admiringly that he is full of surprises. Jiang Chen warns that it is better not to touch him now because of the poison that can hurt. Jai Gang firmly shakes the guy's hand and says that the hero may not know this, but the commander of the Night Guards has quite a strong defense. The man removes his hand and curses loudly. Jiang Chen, smiling, pats him on the shoulder and says that it seems that the defense in this case did not work. He says that this is not entirely true, since he did not even defend himself. Jai Gang turns to the giggling Xiao Qi and asks her to heal him. She agrees to do so. The girl holds the man's hand, trying to cure her. Jiang Chen says that he warned that the poison is very strong. The squad leader is glad that his new subordinate has an excellent poison. He says that the more skills the guy has, the happier he is. Jai Gang looks at the hero with serious eyes and says that although he is a very capable guy, however, after what happened to the Xiao family, he will have to forget about the Tianjiao camp. Good resources can be obtained there, but representatives of the enemy clan will also take part in this competition, so there is no need to take risks in this case. Jiang Chen, who is standing next to Jai Gang, asks what resources are we talking about. He says that this is the essence of monster blood, various types of equipment, and the leaders of the rating can receive rewards such as magical fruits and scrolls of secret realms. The young man's eyes become round with surprise. Above his head, purple insects are visible. The guy thinks that these resources are much better than those that can be obtained by hunting. He understands that very soon he may have to replenish the swarm. Jiang Chen resolutely tells the squad leader that he must definitely take part in the competition, since he is not afraid of danger and is confident that he can stand up for himself. We see skyscrapers again. Jai Gang says that he needs to think a little. In front of us is a wooden bridge. It is reported that it is on the western side of the lake, which belongs to the Xiao family. A young man standing under a Chinese pavilion, dispersing the waves. Bei Han hears someone calling him the real pride of the Xiao family and says that the young man's fighting power has risen to a whole new level. The guy irritably interrupts the speaker and asks if he did what he was ordered. Behind Bei Han are 3 young men in black cloaks. One of them says that he managed to find out that the young master Yuanwu had a conflict with a girl named Lu Sanda. In addition, there was a certain Jiang Chen with her. Bei Han says that Sandao does not have fighting strength and he is very interested in who Jiang Chen is. The speaker puts his hand to his chest and says that Jiang Chen is a new awakened. It is known about him that he awakened a divine level life support class and joined the Night Guards. It was also found out that he will go to the Tianjiao camp together with Sandao, while it must be taken into account that only suspicions were voiced, and there is no evidence of their guilt yet. Bei Han, with a disgusting smile on his face, says that he has more than enough suspicions. He is also intrigued by the fact that this Jiang Chen has a divine level life support class. The scoundrel says that since these 2 have signed up for the Tianjiao camp, it will be convenient for him to get rid of them right there. In front of us is a door. Someone calls out to the hero. Jai Gang sits on the couch and tells the guy that although he signed him up for the camp, he is still worried, so he found a strong ally. This is the little princess of the Mu family, whose name is Han Kui. Before the competition begins, she will go with the hero to the secret kingdom so that he can level up and make connections. Jai Gang, smiling, says that, as he heard, Han Kui is not only incredibly beautiful, but is also the same age as the young man. The man says that when the time comes, the guy will use his masculine charm and win her heart. Someone knocks on the door. Permission to enter is heard. A girl in short shorts and an embarrassed man are standing in the doorway. The beauty turns to Jai Gang and says that just recently she wanted to go to the secret kingdom with his people, but the head of the Night Guards refused her, and today for some reason he suddenly changed his mind. The girl looks at the hero and asks if it was because of this handsome man. Jiang Chen thinks that he didn't imagine her like this at all. Jai Gang puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and says that yesterday he refused because he was angry at the girl's grandfather, and today he has an additional condition, which is participation in Jiang Chen's expedition. Han Kui steps forward and says discontentedly that she provides a level 30 secret kingdom scroll for free, and Jai Gang sets her some other conditions. The man replies that everyone will get what they want, because it was the girl who turned to him because of the restrictions on passing the secret kingdoms that were imposed on her. Han Kui approaches the hero and asks the guy what level he is. Jiang Chen admits that he has a level 17 life support class. The girl puts her finger forward discontentedly and says that this is simply outrageous. They are accompanied by a brat whose level is slightly higher than 10, and even with a trash life support class. Jai Gang, who is indignant beyond measure, is ready to pounce on the girl. He asks what this little bitch is saying and demands not to call him uncle. He shouts that Jiangchen has a divine level talent in 2 professions. The man clinging to the night guard commander asks him to calm down and explains that Han Kui is in a bad mood since her girlfriend recently dumped her and she is going through this breakup very hard. Han Kui looks at the man she came with displeasure. The girl turns to Jai Gang and, raising her hands, asks Uncle Lai to be silent. She tells the night guard commander that she agrees to his conditions. The hero standing next to him realizes that he has just heard too much unnecessary information. In front of us is a huge column with a symbol applied to it. It is reported that the action is taking place in the secret kingdom of Charming Village level 30. Which can be passed by a maximum of 5 people of level below 50th. The conditions for passing the kingdom are the destruction of monsters in the village, defeating the boss and destroying the altar. Someone asks to listen carefully. In front of us is Feng. He says that he will lead the operation. The guy says that if any of the squad members accidentally ends up alone and encounters danger, he must immediately return to the teleportation stone. We see all the squad members, and Feng states that although the probability of the transformation of the secret kingdom is small, however, if something suddenly goes wrong, then they will all have to leave it. Bu Lang asks the hero if he knows how much the scroll of the secret kingdom of level 30 costs, and then he answers his own question, stating that it is as much as 100 million. Han Kui looks back at the hero and, calling him a brat, says that as soon as they enter, the young man can immediately start crying and calling for his mother. Jiang Chen thinks that she is some kind of sick. The squad members head towards a huge column. Bu Lang turns to the hero and calls him to follow him, promising to protect him if anything happens. Jiang Chen has a bad feeling. And Feng, who is standing above the mountain village, says that it looks very nice, but the problem is that he does not see the monsters. The squad leader assumes that the monsters are hiding in the houses and suggests that his subordinates inspect the dwellings. In front of us are village houses, and Feng says that Bu Lang should attract the attention of the monsters and restrain them. He himself will inflict damage, and Xiao Qi and Jiang Chen will provide support from the rear. The fighters confirm receipt of the order. We see an impressive stone on which it is written that this is the village of Guanaming. The hunters approach this slab, and Feng raises his hand and says that something is wrong with it. Xiao Qi declares that the entire village is saturated with disgusting dark energy. The girl raises her left hand and asks for permission to use a cleansing spell on her allies. The hero looks at his ally. He understands that she used simply gorgeous magic, which not only cleared his mind, but also increased the dexterity and energy characteristics. We see white streams. The squad stands between the houses. Its members do not understand what is happening in front of them. And Feng turns to his comrades and says that something is wrong with this kingdom and they must run away immediately. The squad leader opens his mouth wide. He seems to be beginning to understand what is happening here. A red dome is visible above the village. It is reported that this is now a changed kingdom. We see several system notifications. One of them reports that the secret kingdom of level 30 Beautiful Village has undergone a mutation and is now called the Village of Dead Spirits. The second window says that this location has a nightmare difficulty, and the conditions for closing are clearing the village of evil spirits and killing the boss. The third window gives a poetic description. The light fades and the darkness thickens. The gates to the kingdom of the dead will open. Jiang Chen is standing inside the house. He thinks that his premonition did not deceive him, and he found himself in the village of evil spirits. The most unpleasant thing is that instead of a normal secret kingdom, a nightmare level of difficulty awaits him. In addition, the guy understands that his allies are scattered across different points of the transformed location. Jiang Chen remembers the squad leader, who said that if a dangerous situation arises, they need to run to the teleportation stone. The hero thinks that he is not able to fight alone in the level 30 realm on nightmare difficulty. He understands that he needs to take in Feng's advice and run to the evacuation point. Jiang Chen lifts his leg. He sees a portrait of an old man in front of him and asks why there is no exit and everything is littered with coffins. The old man smiles from the portrait. The hero tries to understand whether this is a hallucination or he sees everything for real. The guy looks up in surprise. Skeletons crawl out of the coffins. The system reports that these monsters have the skills cutting attacks, clash and take control. In addition, it is reported that they are immune to physical attacks. The monsters surround the hero in a tight ring. He understands that close combat is useless and he can only use poison. A purple cloud creeps up on the skeletons. Jiang Chen gets out onto the roof. The hero sees that crowds of monsters are waiting for him under the house. He understands that poison is considered a physical attack and is of little use. At the same moment, the young man hears that little Xiao Jiu is hungry, and she sees a lot of good food in front of her. The insect queen hangs next to the guy's head and in a pleading voice declares that she wants to eat. The guy asks in surprise if Xiao Jiu can really eat monsters, because eating is considered a physical attack. The skeletons, with their mouths wide open, look at Jiang Chen and Xiao Ju. The insect queen says that these monsters can be eaten, and they are very tasty. The guy declares that the baby convinced him. He offers her to try lunch and promises to ensure her if anything happens. Xiao Ju breaks off the hero's shoulder, declaring that she is very strong, and all these monsters are just food. The insect queen sits on her haunches with a satisfied look. She says that she is just happy, and she is very happy with so much food. Jiang Chen looks at his pet with his mouth open. He realizes that he is a real idiot, since Xiao Ju comes from the abyss. And the undead are also dark creatures. After the insect queen received the evolution skill, she had a chance to become one of the lords of the abyss, and this is a completely different level compared to these undead. Jiang Chen puts his hands forward. He says that if these creatures can be eaten, then his insects can also have dinner. The hero, standing on the roof, sees his creatures attacking skeletons. He orders them to disperse and not to be seen by other people. The system gives one message after another about killing low-level spirits of level 30 and receiving a pretty decent amount of experience, both by insects and Xiao Ju. One of the skeleton bones falls to the ground. The system congratulates the hero on reaching level 18. It is reported that all characteristics have increased by 1 point and 10 class points have been received. Jiang Chen raises his right hand. He says that almost instantly, in just 10 seconds of time, he received 500,000 experience points. The young man admits that these kingdoms are simply an ideal place for pumping. Jiang Chen, smiling slightly, looks to the right of himself. He says that now, it seems, you can return to the portrait. The hero looks at the old man and asks why he suddenly became so serious. Xiao Ju, hanging in the air next to the young man, says that everyone she noticed outside has already been eaten. Jiang Chen, smiling, points at the portrait and asks if the insect queen can eat him too. A trace of either an explosion or a blow is visible in the air. The broken portrait lies on the floor. The system reports that the hero scared the level 35 necromancer guard to death and received 8701 experience points. In front of us is a skeleton with a wide open mouth. Monsters surround the squad leader, and Feng waves his weapon and thinks that, fortunately, he took an enchanted bow with him, without which he would never have dealt with this undead. The guy tries to understand how the others are doing, especially Jiang Chen, who is not even level 20. The young man does not understand what he will tell the boss if something happens to the young man. And Feng looks up in amazement, where he can see the system notifications that a member of the squad he leads has killed low-level level 30 spirits and gained thousands of experience points. And a level 35 necromancer guardian has also been killed. And Feng runs away from the monsters with a bow in his hand. He can't figure out who exactly in this most difficult changed realm is exterminating monsters at such a fast pace. The guy doesn't believe that it could be Bulei. Xiao Qi doesn't seem to be capable of this either, since she has a light attribute that is not that strong against the undead. And it's also completely unlikely that it could be Jiang Chen, since he has a low level, and there's simply no one to poison here. And Feng imagines Han Kui, who recently joined the squad. He tries to understand if this beauty has always been so strong. The commander runs forward. He understands that all these thoughts are absolutely in vain, and if someone in the squad can take care of the monsters, then this is very good. But he himself must try to save those who are not so strong. The guy mentally addresses Jiang Chen, begging him to hold out as long as possible. Someone holds his shoulder. In front of us is a half-naked Han Kui, behind whom crowds of skeletons are slowly walking. Blood flows down the girl's face. She looks up in despair and thinks that she simply cannot die. The beauty remembers that, having a hidden profession, she only dreamed of participating in competitions and reviving the greatness of her family. But now she is almost out of energy, and she cannot even use the acceleration skill. Han Kui does not want to die and wants to be at home, in her bed. In front of her, a little further down the street, skeletons in black robes rush by. The girl understands that these monsters are running away from someone, and most likely from a member of her squad. A purple aura is visible from around the corner of the house. Han Kui thinks that it is incredibly powerful, and she needs to hold out just a little longer. The skeletons are almost catching up with the girl. She screams loudly. The beauty puts her hand above herself and begs to save her. A completely calm hero stands above Han Kui. The girl looks at him and tries to understand how the young man managed to cope with the monsters. Han Kui extends her hand to the hero and asks to save her. The skeletons grab the girl by the hands. The same is done by the young man, who shouts for Han Kui to run away from here faster. The guy tears the beauty out of the hands of the monsters and throws her aside. She screams indignantly. Han Kui falls to the ground. The girl rises and says that Jiang Chen thinks too much of himself. She looks at the hero with widened eyes of surprise. It turns out that the guy easily destroys all those skeletons that were chasing her. Han Kui admits that her ally is damn good. The girl sees huge dark streams above the hero's head. She tries to understand if Chu Jang lied to her when he said that this young man has a life support class and a hidden profession related to poisons. Hankui puts her hand to her mouth. She does not understand what is happening to her heart, which is beating very quickly. The girl thinks that she could have accidentally poisoned herself with the poison that the young man emits. The other members of the squad are standing near the village houses. It is said that the action takes place half an hour later. Bu Lang tiredly says that this undead is too strong, and Feng agrees with him and says that something strange is a little different. When he left the cleared house, he no longer saw a single monster and still cannot understand where they all went. Xiao Qi suggests that Hankui, who went with them, has a skill or artifact that allows you to restrain the undead. She says that it is incredibly difficult to clear this location alone. And Feng asks how, I wonder, little Jiang Chen is doing. Xiao Qi points at something and says that he sees fresh traces of a fight. The members of the squad run up to the bones lying on the ground. The girl screams that these remains belong to the undead, and Feng says that they need to find Jiang Chen as soon as possible so that nothing happens to him. Xiao Qi and Feng and Bu Lang search the village. The commander notices something and asks what it is. He sees the hero and Hankui sitting on the steps. The young men look at the sweet couple in amazement. Bu Lang recognizes Jiang Chen. The girl confirms that it is he, and Feng orders him to freeze and not move, since what he sees seems too strange to him. The heiress of the Mu family simply cannot punch Jiang Chen on the back like some kind of girl from the gateway. The guy assumes that this is some kind of magic of the boss of this village, something like an illusion. Hankui really punches the hero on the back. Jiang Chen points behind him, greets and Feng and says that the boss and the altar are in the courtyard behind him. The squad leader puts an arrow into the bow and shouts for the guy to not move. He demands that he first pass the test by answering his question. Hankui, with her arms wide apart, comes to the foreground and asks why her allies are pestering Jiang Chen. He puts his hand on the girl's face and moves her into the background. The hero says that he understands perfectly well what Feng was thinking. He assures that he is not a monster, and that he himself did not expect that his charm would affect someone like that. Seeing that no one believes him, the young man declares that their commander's name is Jai Gang, and Aunt Tang cooks just great. The hero's comrades run up to him and start feeling him up. Bu Lang joyfully shouts that it really is Jiang Chen, and that he is very glad that he is okay. Xiao Qi asks if the hero is hurt. Jiang Chen suddenly jumps up and demands that Hankui stop tugging at him. She asks the hero not to be angry and promises to do as he says. And Feng notes that the young man, as it turns out, is a real ladies' man. Bu Lang enviously says that he would like to learn from his comrade. The hero's irritated cry is heard above the village houses. He asks if his interlocutors have gone deaf and reminds them that there is a boss behind him that needs to be destroyed. The young men answer that they will do it right now. The squad members look through the door. The hero goes through it. A huge monster towers in front of them. The system reports that this is a level 40 undead commander, and Feng steps forward and tells his subordinates to listen carefully. The guy says that a level 40 boss is very serious. He says that he will distract the monster onto himself, and Hankui should protect him at this time. Xiao Qi will provide support and not get under the monster's attacks. She should spend her energy wisely, and Feng demands that everyone be very careful since the risk of dying is very real. The boss's eyes glow brightly. Someone says that the monster is moving and orders them to scatter. The giant creature kneels, and Feng looks at the trembling boss in amazement and cannot believe his eyes. He says that, of course, he is not a master of analyzing the behavior of monsters, but it seems to him that the boss is begging for mercy. Streams of black energy rise around Jiang Chen. The guy says that since he is the only one who is not injured at all, he will deal with this boss himself. The guy tells little Xiao Jiu that she can eat. An even more gigantic 9 miasma wings appears above the huge monster. Jiang Chen smiles. A system message informs about the destruction of the undead leader and receiving 76,690 experience points. The hero receives 31,224 points, which Xiao Jiu shared with him. The next window informs that the young man increased his level to 26 and received 10 attribute points for distribution. The squad members stand in the middle of the black jets that rise above the hero. The system congratulates them on defeating the boss and passing the secret kingdom. One of the squad members asks in amazement if the boss really died. He wonders if this means that all the undead that were in the village were also killed by the hero. Jiang Chen, smiling, rubs the back of his head and says that it just so happens that his poison is very effective against these monsters. The young people look at the four-pointed star in amazement. A system message appears informing about the contribution of each character to the victory. It turns out that the hero did much better than everyone else. The same window says that the squad received an SSS level reward. It is reported that this is the Medal of the Dead, a special item that allows its owner to block fatal damage. The hero's comrades bow before him. One of them says that the solo rewards here were very good, but to get such a cool team trophy is something incredible. Xiao Qi says that she has never completed a dungeon with such a benefit for herself. Someone says that everything really turned out to be very simple, and you just needed to follow Jiang Chen, collecting incredible trophies. Various items are visible above the hero's head. The guy thinks that a level 30 dungeon is really no joke. There were a couple of 100 million worth of equipment here alone. The young man happily looks at the cloak hanging in front of him. He understands that this piece of clothing can make him invisible, and decides to keep it. The information window reports that the hero has received the shadow dancing cloak. Then the characteristics are given: quality, platinum, dexterity plus 80, energy plus 50, features, active invisibility. After activation, the owner becomes invisible for 3 minutes. The cooldown is 2 hours. The hero thinks that he does not need the rest, and he will sell the items to buy blood essence to remove the swarm. A huge blue vortex hangs over the village. The system reports that due to the mutation of the secret kingdom, the passage becomes unstable and asks the squad members to immediately leave this location. The hero thinks that the swarm has significantly increased his abilities, and he will create another one as soon as such an opportunity arises. In front of us are skyscrapers. It is reported that the office of the Night Watch is located in one of them. We see the same buildings closer. Someone inside says that the secret kingdom has mutated, and Jiang Chen somehow managed to gain Han Kui's favor. Jai Gang looks at the speaker in amazement, who says that, on top of everything, Jiang Chen led them through the entire kingdom alone. The leader of the Night Guards demands that everyone except the hero leave, as he wants to talk to him alone. And Feng, who is standing behind Jiang Chen, says that he understands the order. Jai Gang frowns at the worried hero and says that if he confesses everything himself, then he, as a leader, will show leniency. The young man asks what exactly he should confess. Judging by the expression on his face, Jai Gang is very angry. He says that Jiang Chen can leave the tales about the poison affecting the undead for Feng, but he himself cannot be deceived so easily. An eerie glow comes from the eyes of the Night Guard leader. He demands that the guy tell him what he is hiding from him. Jiang Chen, next to whom Xiao Ju is visible, looks at his interlocutor a little scared. He understands that he cannot reveal information about the swarm, which is a product of the abyss. If the truth becomes known, then it will be the end of him. Jai Gang looks menacingly at the hero and demands that he speak. The guy begins to justify himself. The Night Guard leader opens his mouth. He puts his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder and laughs loudly. The man says that this means that even such a cool guy starts to get nervous at a crucial moment. Jai Gang asks where all the courage the young man showed during the passage of the secret kingdom went. Jiang Chen admits that the man scared him. Jai Gang raises his right hand and says that he did not want to scare anyone, and if the guy does not want to talk about it now, then he will not force him. Jai Gang states that the more cards the young man has up his sleeve that he can use, the better, because in the future, the people of the Night Guard will be able to rely on the hero, and together they will gain glory for their organization. Jiang Chen puts his hand to his chest and says that everything will be done in the best possible way. He states that a little later he will be able to bring a full set of epic level armor. Jai Gang laughs loudly and calls the interlocutor a crazy kid who makes an unsuccessful joke. The hero says that he is quite serious. Jai Gang says that she will take his word for it. A small yellow vortex appears above the man's hand. The head of the Night Guard states that, as he said earlier, the guy has a couple of trump cards hidden up his sleeve, but he must show him something. Jiang Chen stands in front of 3 corpses. He asks who it is. People in black hooded cloaks are visible above Jai Gang's head. The man says that of these 3, one is a master above level 60 who has passed the 3rd awakening of the class, and the other 2 are great masters above level 90 who have passed the 4th awakening. All of them could easily deal with the head of the Night Guards, so he did not kill them, but simply took care of their corpses. Jiang Chen looks at the interlocutor with concern and asks to confirm that these people did not come for him. Jai Gang ironically asks the guy to come down to earth, since he, by and large, is of no use to anyone. The man says that these 3 were sent for Han Kui, but the girl's guards secretly took care of them. Jiang Chen asks in bewilderment if they really want to kill her so badly. Jai Gang hands the guy a scroll and asks to look at it. The hero looks at the list of talented warriors to be eliminated. In first place is Yingjian, Capital District, heir of Wudi. In second place is Jai Xuanyu, heir of Wudi from Demon City. In third place is Jiang Wushuang, heir of Wudi from Jiangnan Province. In 12th place is Xiao Beihan, heir of Zhen, Jiangnan Province. For killing each one there is a choice of 3 heavenly level rewards. The hero realizes that most of these names he has never heard of. Jiang Chen, who is standing in front of Jai Gang, is surprised to recognize the last name and asks if this is the same Beihan from the Xiao family. The leader of the Night Guard states that it is indeed him, and all the people on the list are young talents of the Daxia Empire from the generation to which the hero belongs. The man says that, like Jiang Chen, all of these young men and women will participate in the Tianjiao tournament, acting as representatives of one of the regions, and Beihan will be representing the province of Jiangnan together with the hero. Beihan stretches out his hand with his fingers spread out. Jai Gang states that many of these people are descendants of the Seal Kings of Wudi, Zhen, and so on, and in total there are 100 geniuses from the Daxia Empire on this list. Hankui stands in front of a guy with his back turned to her. Chu Jang states that this girl, who is the heir of one of the Seal Kings of Jiangnan, occupies only 77th place on this list, but this was enough for dozens of masters to try to take her life. The man says that they all failed, since they were eliminated by secret guards assigned to the girl by powerful people, whose heir she is. The system reports that Mu Hankui, the heir of the Seal King of Jiangnan, is level 35, and for killing her, one of 3 heavenly level rewards is offered to choose from. Chu Jang, looking at the hero, suggests that he imagine how strong the Xiao of Shen are if the above described power is possessed by a girl belonging to the family of Seal Kings. Jiang Chen, who is standing in front of the interlocutor, asks if Chu Jang brought all this information to his ears so that the guy would keep a low profile at the Tanjiao tournament. The man says that this is exactly how it is, since the more the young man shows his potential, the more dangers he will expose himself to. The head of the Night Guards advises Jiang Chen not to show off all his power and use it only in case of extreme necessity. Chu Jang clenches his fist and looks down. He states that behind every genius from an old and rich family there are powerful forces, and although the hero has the Night Guards, Chu Jang is not such a great master. He has only gone through 3 class awakenings, and his strength is simply not enough to protect the hero. Jiang Chen heads for the exit. He says that he will remember everything they talked about today. The guy thinks that Chu Jang did not insist that he tell him about all his powers. Besides, the man gave a couple of excellent pieces of advice, trying to protect the hero. Chu Jang thoughtfully rubs his chin and says that given how the hero showed himself in the dungeon, he would definitely be higher on this list than Hankui. The man, smiling, looks at the guy and asks him to admit what he did to the girl, because that secret kingdom was full of zombies, skeletons, and other vile creatures. Chu Jang is amazed at the young man's tastes, clearly hinting at something not quite decent. Jiang Chen raises his hand and moves away from the man, saying that he needs to bathe and sleep, so he will leave him alone. The leader of the Night Guards asks with displeasure why the guy is reacting so violently, because he did not say that having fun in the secret realm is something bad. In front of us are skyscrapers with glowing windows. In front of the hero on the table are glass containers. He says that now he has 33 bottles of blood essence of the 3rd level and 14 bottles of the 4th level. The money from the sale of equipment was enough to buy a decent amount of essence. The young man hopes that this will be enough for him to create a second swarm. The hero pours the liquid on his hand and says that it is time for his creatures to have lunch, and in this jar of energy. Like a master of the 60th level who has gone through the 3rd awakening, this amount is enough to destroy a lot of monsters, and all this costs quite a lot of money. Xiao Ju, clutching her master's head, says that she is very hungry. Jiang Chen says that it is too early for her to start the next cycle of reproduction. The Queen of Insects, clenching her fists, whines pitifully. The hero puts her on one of the glass containers and says that Xiao Ju can eat. She joyfully shouts that she has the best master in the world. Jiang Chen, smiling, pours liquid from the bottle. He says that he will now deal with the blood essence of the 4th level, the energy of which is equivalent to the energy of a great master of the 90th level, who has passed through the 4th awakening of the class. Xiao Ju, meanwhile, gets 19th level. We see insects. The system reports the beginning of the swarm reproduction process. The number of potential individuals reproduced per one existing one is from 40 to 60 units. The entire space is filled with a huge number of insects. The system message informs about the completion of the reproduction process. The current number of individuals is 100,000. The hero looks at his hand in amazement. He grabs it with his other hand and tries to understand what is happening. The young man looks up in fear and orders his creatures to return. He tells them that this is his home and he is in command here. Jiang Chen grinds his teeth from tension. He orders the insects to return to the nest and sit quietly. They should not climb out until they receive the appropriate order. The guy sadly looks around his house and states that the insects have almost completely destroyed it. Xiao Ju licks the last drops from the jar. Jiang Chen realizes that all these creatures are thinking only about food, and he does not understand how they can be normally commanded. The hero looks at the system window, which describes his characteristics. The guy smiles. He sees that he has 197 stars, and he is getting stronger very quickly. His level is already close to that of a master who has passed the 3rd awakening of the class. Jiang Chen raises his right hand and says that now everything is ready, and he only has to wait for the trip to the Tanjiao tournament, where he will reach level 30 and pass through his 1st awakening. Above the guy's head, girls in very revealing outfits are visible. He thinks that when this happens, he will be able to get a new swarm mother. In front of us are skyscrapers. Above Tang Jin's head, an old man is visible. He asks if the girl wants to involve her teacher, the King of Heavenly Blade, in this. Chu Jang rests his head on his fist. Someone asks him if it is necessary to take this matter in such a way. And what is wrong with Jiang Chen? The man replies that it is indeed necessary, since the boy will undoubtedly face an arrogant fool named Xiao Beihan in the tournament. He says that he is more worried about something else, namely, that it will be difficult for the boy to hide his true abilities in the tournament. Gang looks down sadly and admits that there is something very scary about Jiang Chen, namely, that the poison the boy uses may be forbidden. Tang Jin looks at Gang in fear. She says that this simply cannot be true and asks him not to scare her. We see many corpses. The girl asks the interlocutor to remember that after the coming of the Devourer, all the boys and girls in the Daxia Empire who awakened the forbidden class died. Tang Jin anxiously tells the head of the night guards that if Jiang Chen had a forbidden profession, he would have been killed upon awakening. She states that the man is most likely just winding himself up and is too suspicious of the young man. Gang, nervously clasping his hands, says that he would very much like his suspicions to be in vain. The hero holds a map in front of his eyes. He is trying to figure out where to go in this forest. The guy is afraid that he is lost. Hearing someone calling for help, the guy turns around. A human figure is visible in the branches of a huge tree. Its owner asks for help and shouts that he is afraid of heights. The young man stretches out his hand and causes a liana to grow. The plant grabs the man. He screams in fear. The rescued man kneels before the hero, complaining that he was very scared. The man says that he wanted to inspect the nest, but did not think that it was so high. Jiang Chen thinks that his new acquaintance is climbing to the nest. Despite the fact that he is afraid of heights, the guy understands that this is at least strange. It turns out that the rescued man is a gray-haired old man. He asks the hero how he can repay for the help provided. Jiang Chen asks if this grandfather knows the way to Tanjiao. The man jumps strangely and, laughing, says that he is also heading there. The old man offers to go together. The hero thanks him. Stretching out his left hand forward, the young man asks why the old man does not put the blade away in the storage space. He replies that he is not awakened, but a simple weapons master. The old man, smiling, turns around and says that he has no talents, and before he was very sad about this, because he thought that there was no place for him in the city and the meaning of life. We see a young man climbing into a noose. The old man says that he wanted to commit suicide somewhere in a remote place, got to the hut, prepared everything, but at the last moment he saw a hunting knife. The young man trains by the waterfall. The hero's new acquaintance continues his story and says that he decided to practice with the weapon he found and got so carried away that he practiced for more than 30 years. And then the truth about his true purpose came to him, and this, as it seems to him, is real magic. Jiang Chen and the old man walk through the forest together. The man puts his hand on the hilt of the sword and asks if the guy wants to train with him. He says that he knows an interesting technique. The hero does not know what to answer. The old man laughs and says that, apparently, he is too impatient and they will still have time for training. Jiang Chen looks up. He asks the man if the Tanjiao camp is ahead. It turns out that there is no one near the hero anymore. The young man exclaims that all this is too strange. Helicopters fly over the huge wall. It is reported that this is happening in the Tanjiao camp. An announcement is heard that those wishing to enter the camp must first inform about themselves and receive an identification bracelet. It becomes clear that without registration it will not be possible to get inside. The hero holds his hand. Someone tells him to take the bracelet and get ready to enter the camp. Sandao and Hanqu notice the young man and happily greet him. The first calls him a savior, and the second, the master. The girls notice each other. Jiang Chen, standing in front of them, tries to understand why the hell they call him a savior and a master. Xiao Ju is hanging next to Jiang Chen's head. The girls are arguing with each other. One of them asks what her rival knows about guys. She advises her to read fewer novels and not to be arrogant. The second one shouts that she knows perfectly well who the hero's heart belongs to and who is just a stranger. The hero thinks that his ears hear too much unnecessary information. Xiao Ju thinks that this quarrel looks pretty cute. Hanqu hugs the guy by the hand. Sandao asks Jiang Chen why he is standing with a stone face. Hanqu asks the rival not to pester the young man and says that Jiang Chen is her master. Sandao points at the rival with his finger and, laughing loudly, says that the girl is shy and her cheeks even turned red. Hanqu confirms that this is exactly so and explains this by the fact that the hero is very cool. Sandao hugs Hanqu. The first of them says that they are best friends now. The second answers that now they are both best friends and rivals for the guy's heart. Jiang Chen thinks that the girls are behaving very strangely. A trace of some kind of blow is visible in front of the young people. The hero and his companions turn around in surprise. Sandao shouts that it looks like a fight is going on there. The young man with a stern face decisively walks forward. He declares that he will now beat up the bastards who started a fight in front of the entrance to the camp. Jiang Chen looks at him and thinks that this instructor has a third awakening. The guy who was going to resolve the conflict flies back. He falls on his back and calls his offenders scum. Sandao says in confusion that someone knocked down the owner of the third awakening. Hanqu, looking down, suggests that it was the best warriors of Jiangnan province. In front of us is a girl with 2 knives on her hip. Hanqu says that her name is Tang Ying, and she is an assassin with terrifying strength. She is the youngest owner of the gold card in Tanjiao, and it is said that not long ago she killed the owner of the fourth awakening. Now we see a young man with red hair. Hankui says that the owner of the blood energy is called Baifeng, and he is a divine assassin, a disciple of the commander-in-chief of the defense line of the East China Sea. The girl says that he is the strongest military man in Tanjiao, but he seems to have some kind of mental problems, and that is why he is so easily angered. A guy with purple hair holds a sword over his head. Hankui says that his name is Beihan, and his grandfather is one of the pillars of Daxia. He is a divine swordsman by specialty. Sandao and Jiang Chen look at the last of the introduced characters. The girl says that she knows this bastard since his blade was stolen from her house. The hero thinks that Beihan is many times stronger than Yuanwu, whom he killed. The guy tries to understand who these people are fighting. In front of us is a blonde young man with a naked torso. He clenches his fist. The guy hits the ground. Someone says that this is Jiangwu Shuang, the owner of a hidden profession, and he is incredibly strong since 3 such fighters cannot kill him. The young people look at the battle unfolding in front of them. The hero remembers the name he heard, and then the fact that in the list he saw, this man occupied 3rd place. The young man doubts that his insects can cope with this fighter. A guy with a sword is seen above the hero's head. He lands in front of Jiang Chen, who barely manages to pull Hankui aside. Beihan looks at his opponent and says that when he punched him, he was simply blown away. The guy says that he will probably have to sweat with Wu Shuang. The hero looks at the young man and asks if Beihan is in front of him. He recognizes the young man and says that, as he was told, Yuanwu died at his hands. Beihan frowns at the hero and says that since Jiang Chen killed his brother, it's time for him to die too. The villain says that he initially wanted to kill Wu Shuang and then get even with the other weaklings, but apparently, now he will have to adjust the plan. Streams of purple energy appear above the hero's hand. He threateningly says that all members of the Xiao family are total rot. The opponents are approaching each other. The hero thinks that although he promised Chu Jang to behave quietly, it seems that he has no choice now. A huge cloud of white energy flies between the guys ready to fight. Someone reports that the main instructor has arrived. A rift is visible between the opponents, from which white smoke rises. Beihan recognizes the one they were just notified about. The gray-haired old man, holding his sword forward, declares that those who want to fight will answer to his sword. Jiang Chen looks at this man in amazement. He recognizes the old man he met on the road. The guy understands that he just swung his sword and scattered 4 geniuses to the sides, making it so that they can no longer even move. In addition, the guy notices that all his insects have disappeared. The old man holds the hilt of his sword with a frown, and his deputy Yang Guang, standing behind him, tells the leader of Gu that all 300 people have arrived in Tanjiao, and he asks his commander to lead the opening ceremony. The old man walks in front of the competitors. One of them says that Tanjiao has never seen such great people before, and he is overcome with horror by the presence of the old man even at a great distance. The second says that Gu recently said something about disciples, and perhaps he wants to find an assistant here. The third says that all this is very strange, because they said that the old man had retired, and now for some reason he decided to go out into the world. The fourth thinks that this is a great chance to show himself from the best side. Before us are several familiar characters. They also cannot believe that they saw a living legend. Beihan thinks that after the ceremony begins, he needs to defeat Wu Shuang to make a good impression. Wu Shuang himself hopes to show himself in all his glory in front of the old man. Jiang Chen points at Gu and asks Hankui if she knows this old man. The girl replies that of course she knows, because she has been told real legends about him since childhood. We see a warrior killing a dragon. The girl says that Gu is able to defeat a person even with the 7th awakening. And this is indeed a real legend. He himself has the 8th awakening, and he once killed a dragon with one blow of the blade. Hankui thoughtfully rubs her chin. She says that Gu is an incredibly respected person. Her grandfather even demanded to pray to him. Once her grandfather asked Gu to accept her as a disciple, but he refused. At first Hankui cried, but then she found out that it was generally unrealistic to get to him. Jiang Chen asks again in surprise. The young people discuss the old man. Hankui says that, as far as she knows, he rejected even Baifeng and Wu Shuang, whose power they all recently saw. Sandao reports that in his entire life Gu accepted only 2 disciples, but that was more than 20 years ago. The hero recalls his meeting with Gu in the forest. He tries to understand if the legendary Blade Lord is the same old man who climbed the tree. The guy finds this whole situation incredibly strange. The old man approaches the microphone and clears his throat. Looking at the young people gathered in front of him, the man declares that he, Gu Kaitian, will be acting as the main instructor of the Tanjiao event this year. We see the back of the old man speaking to the participants of the competition. He says that, as everyone knows, in recent years the event was held in a lightweight format, which he was not at all happy about. Gu states that, as it seems to him, if you send those present here to a real battlefield, they will all die immediately. The old man says that the world is changing and becoming more dangerous, so they need truly strong people. He expresses a wish for the young people to show the full extent of their intentions at this event. Sternly looking at those present, The old man declares that this year he is installing an innovation, a death indicator. Yang Guang, standing behind him, tries to object. The old man raises his hand and declares that he is the boss here, so there is no need to interrupt him. Sweat runs down Yang Guang's face. He understands that the old man did not say anything about any death indicator, and they have never had such a thing. The young man understands that such arbitrariness can lead to a tragedy. Gu sternly looks at the audience and declares that there must be at least 10 deaths in each round, and if anyone wants to leave, then let them do it now. Behind Wu Shuang, 2 students are talking. One of them says that all this is very dangerous, and if he fails, the family will be disgraced. The second says that he does not want to die at all. Wu Shuang himself thinks that he did not expect anything else from the Lord of the Blade, and something like this should have been introduced a long time ago. Jiang Chen frowned at Bei Han, who thought that these conditions were specially made for him, and once the camp opened, he could begin his mission. The hero's face was serious. He thought that thanks to these innovations, even if he accidentally killed Bei Han during the conflict, nothing would happen to him, so Jai Gang didn't have to worry. The old man smiled as he looked at the crowd. He said that no one had left, and that was just great. Gu said that it seemed like the people gathered here had the necessary ardor. Gu put his hand out to the side and announced the start of the entrance exam. He said that half of the 300 people would be eliminated in the first round. The old man takes up his sword again. He announces that there are 150 flags randomly scattered throughout the camp. Gu states that he doesn't care what methods the competitors use. Check-in will be at 6 a.m. the next day, and only those with flags will be allowed into the dorm. The old man puts forward his sword and states that the competitors can kill their opponents and team up if necessary. They can even destroy the entire camp if necessary. Gu states that in general, the competitors should show everything they can do. The old man gives the command to begin the competition and the students run away to find the flags as quickly as possible. Someone shouts that this is the only way they can be safe. Bei Han smiles. He slowly approaches the hero and his 2 companions. Jiang Chen, without taking his eyes off the enemy, tells the girls to run around the area and look for flags. The young man promises to deal with Bei Han personally. Han Kui tries to object. The hero says that this is an order. The girls run away. Bei Han asks the guy if he really thinks that a newbie with a second awakening can cope with such an opponent. Black streams appear above the hero's hand. The guy realizes that the energy of Bei Han's blade is very powerful. It is almost the same as Yuanwu's. The young man thinks that he dealt with the brother of this scoundrel back then, and now, after he has noticeably strengthened, he will be able to defeat him too. He, however, does not know if he will be able to do this with the help of simple insects, and he does not want to use his secret weapon yet. Jiang Chen says out loud that Bei Han should stop chatting. He spreads his legs so wide that it seems he is about to do the splits. The scoundrel says that he has nothing to chat about with the dead. The hero, who also spreads his legs wide, hears someone calling out to his opponent. Tang Ying appears in front of the opponents. Bei Han looks at her and asks what all this means. Jiang Chen remembers that in front of him is a killer girl. Tang Ying approaches Bei Han and asks if he has forgotten about their agreement, because they plan to deal with Wu Shuang first and then attack all sorts of scum. She asks if Wu Shuang is so scary that Bei Han does not dare to fight him. The bastard angrily shouts that he is not afraid of anything. Bei Han and Tang Ying leave. The young man demands to see where Wu Shuang is hiding and promises to deal with a degenerate named Jiang Chen later. The girl says that their enemy is in the forest, and Bai Feng is chasing him. The hero thinks that the situation seems to be changing for the better. It seems to him that Tang Ying is helping him. The girl turns around and winks at the hero. He does not understand what all this means, since they do not even know each other. It turns out that Tang Ying is Tang Jin's niece. The girl promised her aunt to protect Jiang Chen, but warned that her strength is not enough to deal with Bei Han alone. However, she suggested that Wu Shuang could help her. A young man kneeling on one knee holds flags over his head. He says that he got 3 at once. It is reported that before us is a representative of the 6th awakening, Wang Yang Chad. Bei Han, looking at the guy with displeasure, says that there was no need for this, and if the young man really wants to curry favor, he can do it differently. Yang Chad says that he is waiting for instructions. Tang Ying, standing behind Bei Han, understands that the hero will have a hard time, but she hopes that Han Kui and Sandao will be able to protect him. Sandao, smiling, holds 2 flags in her hands. She shouts to the hero that she found what he needs. Jiang Chen stands with the girls at the table. He says that they can take these flags for themselves, and he will look for himself in another place. The beauties say that they will help the guy in his search. Something flies at the young men. The hero warns the girls about the danger. A flash occurs above the young man's head. Han Kui crosses 2 daggers in front of him. Jiang Chen demands that their opponent come out, but warns that they will not give up the flags. Yang Chad draws his bow. He shouts that he does not need the flags, but the hero's life. The young men look at their opponent. One of the girls recognizes him and says that he is a very insidious level 39 shooter. He has the 6th awakening, and this is Bei Han's assistant. Sandao doubts that her shield will help here. Young Chad fires an arrow. The projectile flies at the hero and his companions. Jiang Chen shouts for the girls to jump aside. The youth, with purple streams rising from his hand, warns his opponent not to accuse him of excessive cruelty since he went first. Jiang Chen states that the death indicator must eventually begin its work. Jiang Chen puts his hand forward and directs a stream of purple energy at the enemy. Young Chad is horrified. He does not understand where the hero got the poison from, because he seems to belong to the creative type. The villain calls his comrades and demands that they stop hiding and attack the enemy from all sides. Young Chad flies apart, having time to ask where all his allies are. Two guys are running away from the battlefield. One of them is yelling that the hero has a hidden poison class and that it's total crap. The second one is saying that if such a strong ranged fighter as Young Chad couldn't handle the hero, then they, melee masters, have no business there at all. He praises the gods for managing to escape in time. The guy says that he's not going to be cannon fodder. Gu and Yang Guang are watching what's happening on a huge monitor. The assistant says that Jiang Chen did a great job. The old man suggests that the hero has a divine level creative class as well as a hidden poison class. Yang Guang stands there with his mouth open. He's amazed at how quickly Jiang Chen dealt with a ranged master who went through the second awakening of the class. He thinks that the hero is simply incredible, and it's strange that the Night Guard hasn't received any information about this young man. Gu turns to his deputy and tells him to report everything. In addition, he orders to call several masters who control the space. The old man says that in an emergency they need to be prepared for possible quick teleportation. They need to ensure that the brats in the arena do not go too far in their killing. Yang Guang makes it clear that he understands everything and immediately goes to carry out the order. He runs away, thinking that it is better to hurry before the head instructor changes his mind, because if the young geniuses start a massacre, the consequences can be irreparable. Gu stops the young man. Yang Guang turns around with displeasure. He really would not want the old man to change his mind. Gu, thoughtfully stroking his beard, orders his deputy to prepare a dozen peak level 3 beasts, and release them into the testing area separately, having previously attached flags to them. Yang Guang salutes and declares that everything will be carried out. The guy thinks that this is simply a great decision that will force the youth to unite and fight the beasts, preventing unnecessary casualties. Wu Shuang, with his arms folded across his chest, stands surrounded by 3 opponents at once. He looks at Bai Feng and says that he warned that even if the enemies attack him as a group, they have no chance. The guy asks if they really want to die so much. The big guy declares that even if they kill him as a group, there will be no glory from winning such a dubious battle. Bai Han, who is holding a sword, angrily says that he does not care that this fight will be inglorious, because this is not just some kind of fight for fun. The young people listen to the announcement that Yang Chad, registered under number 91, was killed by member Jiang Chen. Wu Shuang thoughtfully repeats the hero's name. Bai Han, whose profile we see, is astonished. He thinks that Young Chad, although a fairly ordinary master, still went through the second awakening and was definitely among the top 50 in the Tianjiao camp. In addition, he was stronger than Yuanwu. The scoundrel is amazed that he was dealt with so quickly. Tang Ying is also very surprised. She understands that something is wrong here. After all, Tang Jin told her that Jiang Chen is only level 26 and he is a creative type. The girl does not understand how this man managed to kill a master of the martial profession of level 39 so quickly. She understands that even she herself could not deal with the deceased so quickly. Bai Feng, who has a very strange expression on his face, thinks that there is a tiger lurking in the shadows in the Tianjiao camp. Wu Shuang thoughtfully raises his hand and tells his opponents that another master has appeared next to them. He asks if they want to meet him. The participants of the confrontation are shown from above. A notification sounds that 10 peak rank 3 fierce beasts have been released into the testing area. Each of them has 3 flags. The participants who can take the flags will receive additional points in the final standings. The top 10 will receive rewards. First place 100 million, and the rest, from 2nd to 10th, 10 million less for each lower position. Wu Shuang smiles. The opponents who were next to him just now have disappeared somewhere. The guy thinks that the Heavenly Blade King has thrown new toys to the children. The fighter is going to compete with his opponents and collect more flags than them. Jiang Chen looks up thoughtfully. It seems strange to him that the competition has just begun, and almost immediately the organizers announce a reward of 100 million. The guy thinks that this is too generous. He tries to understand if he will have enough materials for another reproduction of the swarm if he takes first place. Jiang Chen notices something above his head. It is a huge monster that looks like a wolf. Sandao shouts that the first beast is attacking them. The guy and the girl look at the monster with apprehension. Jiang Chen asks if this is the same beast of the peak 3rd rank. Han Kui warns that they need to be very careful, since such a creature is equal in strength to a master of level 8-90 who had the 3rd awakening. Sandao looks at the monster and tells the hero that it seems that this beast is still in a paralyzed state, and they need to take advantage of this chance. Jiang Chen rushes at the monster, advising the girls to hide somewhere far away. Something flies in front of the hero. The guy has to jump back. Jiang Chen looks around and asks who is here. Bei Han is seen above the monster's head. He says that Jiang Chen is a real find. Not only did he manage to kill Yuanwu, but he also wants to get the flags from the beasts. The scoundrel says that he underestimated the hero in their last meeting, which means that now there is no other way out, and he will have to kill him. Jiang Chen, generating jets of black energy, says that if Bei Han came to fight, then he should do just that and not talk in vain. Bei Han, who is seen above the monster, deals a dragon strike of wind, heaven and earth. The scoundrel is surrounded by black jets. He says that he now understands that the hero is acting so arrogantly since he has a hidden poisoner class. The scoundrel says that such opponents are hard to deal with, but this poison is nothing compared to the wind of his blade. Han Kui fearfully declares that things are very bad, as strong winds are indeed a natural means of combating poison masters. She says that the master is in danger and they must help him. Sandao warns that the hero's poison is unusual, and if they get into the fight, they will only hinder him. Jiang Chen takes a fighting stance. A huge creature approaches Bei Han. It is reported that it is the poison mist dragon. Bei Han puts his sword in front of him. He says that if he could not dispel the poison, then he will simply fence himself off from it. Bei Han raises his sword. A huge ghostly plant is visible behind him. It is reported that the guy is using a forbidden technique, the immortal sword of the Azure Lotus. There is a confrontation between two energies in the sky. Bei Han shouts that the energy of his sword will absorb the poisonous fog. Jiang Chen, whose eyes are dimly shining, ironically asks if this is really so. The guy thinks that the enemy's sword energy, hiding what is happening from outsiders, only makes little Xiao Ju's job easier. The insect queen rushes forward. She senses the sword energy, and her appetite awakens. The system reports thousands of points of absorbed energy. The hero looks up and asks his assistant to help him as soon as she is full. Ghostly leaves fall down. The hero orders Xiao Ju to destroy the enemy's skill. Bei Han flies back. Blood spurts from his mouth. The villain is sitting on the ground. A huge dragon is visible above him. Bei Han asks how this could happen and what kind of poison can destroy his sword energy. A pink sphere appears around the guy. Bei Han uses the skill Jade Life Protector. He stands up and says that the hero's poison is unable to penetrate this shell. Jiang Chen thinks that the Xiao family member pulled the same trick with the Jade Protector again. The guy regrets that there are too many prying eyes around and he can't just release the young swarm, as his insects will show their true form. Jiang Chen looks back at Sandao and asks if she can cast an opaque earth shield that would cover the entire area. The girl says that she will try to do so. A huge green sphere appears above the battlefield. Sandao activates the eternal earth shield. Bei Han, who is standing inside the pink bubble, asks the hero what he is trying to achieve. Jiang Chen, with black streams rising from his hand, looks at his opponent and asks him to guess how Yuanwu died. Bei Han, who is standing inside the pink sphere, asks how his foolish opponent could even compare his life jade to the one possessed by the loser who was his brother. Xiao Ju is seen above Jiang Chen's head. Giggling, she asks the enemy if he thinks that she has not become stronger over time. The insect queen says that there is only one fool here, and that is Bei Han. The hero orders Xiao Ju to tear the enemy apart. The insect queen rushes towards the enemy. She promises the hero to tear him apart. Bei Han vigorously swings his sword. Jiang Chen looks at the enemy with concern. He did not think that Bei Han, who is currently defending himself solely with sword energy, is such a capable master. A toothy monster is seen above Xiao Ju and Bei Han. Jiang Chen stretches out his hand. He thinks that the furious beast has come to its senses, and he has no choice but to use its power to its fullest. A poison mist dragon appears above the battlefield. Jiang Chen orders it to weaken Bei Han's defense and cover Xiao Ju. The hero tells his allies that the beast's meat is very close, and whoever gets to it first will get it. Bei Han, inside the pink sphere, thinks that his sword energy is running out, and he has no way to launch his own attack. The wolf-like monster opens its mouth wide. Xiao Ju relentlessly attacks the pink sphere that Bei Han is inside. Jiang Chen looks at this thoughtfully. It seems to him that the Xiao brothers' grandfather really treated them differently. Bei Han's life jade is tens of times stronger than Yuanwu's. Xiao Ju does not stop attacking the pink sphere. The hero understands that the enemy's resistance does not matter, and the destruction of the artifact is only a matter of time. If Xiao Ju needed 3 seconds to destroy it last time, now it will take a maximum of 3 minutes. Yang Guang, who is watching what is happening on a huge screen, says that everything is very bad. It seems to him that Bei Han is losing, and Jiang Chen blocked the ability to watch the fight. He orders Cheng Yuan to check Bei Han's spiritual power, and if something goes wrong, immediately teleport him from there. In front of us is a man who stands with his hands folded in front of him. He says that he understood the order of the deputy commander. It is reported that in front of us is the great master Fang Cheng Yuan, the owner of spatial abilities. Gu, who is sitting in a chair with his legs crossed, asks why this is still necessary. Does anyone really think that the grandson of Xiao Yuanshan cannot be injured or killed? Yang Guang turns to the old man and asks what will happen if the boy is really injured or killed. He wonders if his superior is ready to fight Xiao Yuanshan and if the commander of Jiangnan County is aware of the situation. Looking at the old man, Yang Guang states that even though he blocked the data leaks during this camp, sooner or later the news of the young man's death will leak out. Gu looks down thoughtfully. He realizes that Beihan is a very strong master, one of the best in his generation. The old man tries to figure out if Jiang Chen can kill him. He also wonders what the hero is trying to do by blocking the cameras. The wolf-like monster falls headfirst. Jiang Chen thinks that this beast must be strong, but it can't compete with his insects. Beihan stands inside the pink ball with his legs wide apart. He wonders why the hell his life jade is breaking. The hero calmly states that Beihan will not last long. A look of surprise appears on Jiang Chen's face. He hears a message in his head to not overdo it as the great master Fang Chengyuan is approaching. The hero stretches out his hand and calls back Xiao Ju. He curses inwardly, trying to figure out who sent him this mental message. The youth realizes that he needs to finish as soon as possible, otherwise he will be exposed. He orders one of the summoned allies to self-destruct to instantly destroy the Jade of Life, and the rest should turn into poison. Beihan looks at the rays of light that are visible above his pink ball in amazement. It seems that the protective shell is breaking. Purple energy collides with pink. Hankui rushes towards Sandao, who seems to be in great pain. On the ground are flags, Beihan's hand, and his sword. Jiang Chen approaches the severed limb and says in bewilderment that either only the arm remains from Beihan, or the rest of the body was pulled out by the master who controls space. The hero thinks that the arm will be used as collateral, and he will receive interest later. Jiang Chen throws the sword to Sandao and shouts for her to catch it. The girl thanks her benefactor. Sandao and Hankui, smiling, surround the hero. One of them says that they now have 3 flags, which means the young man is in the top 10. Jiang Chen offers to divide the flags equally. Hankui says that she does not need them and asks the young man to take all 3 flags. She says that she has only one desire, to see Jiang Chen defeat Wu Shuang and take first place. Sandao says that the sword she received is quite enough for her. Someone slams their palm on the table. Yang Guang, beside himself with anger, approaches Cheng Yuan and asks why he is doing such a bad job and why the hell he did not manage to pull out Beihan in time. The man looks at Yang Guang apologetically and says that he could not have done it even theoretically, since the poison was simply monstrous. Cheng Yuan says that he sent his mental energy there, but before he could see anything, it was destroyed by this poison, and he only managed to hear an explosion. Then he tried to teleport there, but it was too late. Yang Guang points a finger at the interlocutor and directly accuses him of lying, stating that this is simply impossible, and the poison is not able to destroy mental energy. Gu orders both of them to shut up and then turns to Yang Guang. He looks at the old man in fear and tries to justify himself. Gu angrily asks his deputy if he wants to know why he is stuck at the peak of the transition to the 5th awakening of the profession. The old man says that instead of training and fighting, Yang Guang prefers to spend time seeking the favor of the powerful. His consciousness understands this, and he fails to pass the test of his conscience. Moreover, when it came to Xiao Yuanshan and the consequences of killing his offspring, he took action without even bothering to get an answer from his commander. The old man says that he will now answer his deputy's remark, and says that if necessary, he will meet with Xiao Yuanshan and he does not care about the consequences. Gu says that even a master with a 9th awakening can die on the battlefield, and asks why this pathetic bastard Beihan is so valuable. Yang Guang, looking at the old man, urges him to remember that Xiao Yuanshan will side with Commander Duan in this case. Gu looks back at his deputy with anger and orders the participants to announce Beihan's death and not to let this information leak outside the camp. He says the test will end tomorrow at 6 o'clock and the corpses of the killed must not leave the camp. Gu heads for the door and says he is going to Jiangnan headquarters. The test participants look up in amazement as the announcement plays that Xiao Beihan, registered under number 3, has been killed by a contestant named Jiang Chen. The young men cry out in surprise, unable to believe their ears. One of them, his eyes ready to pop out of his head, asks if he heard correctly that the grandson of General Xiao Yuanshan has died. Tang Ying and Bai Feng fight a huge boar. A look of amazement appears on the girl's face when she hears that Jiang Chen has killed Beihan. Bai Feng cannot believe the information he has received. A dead lion lies on the ground. Wu Shuang is sitting on it, smiling. The guy says that this is already getting interesting. The cup is covered with a lid. The old man puts the cup to his lips and says that the venerable Gu rushed into him in such a hurry that he couldn't help but have a happy thought about finding good fighters among the young growth. It is reported that Duan Xinghai, the chief commander of the Jiangnan County, is in front of us. Gu snaps his fingers and summons a forbidden barrier. A huge red sphere appears above the buildings. Old people are sitting at a simple wooden table. Duan Xinghai says that his interlocutor must have found someone very unusual if he is using such serious precautions. The guy says that Duan Xinghai is known to everyone as a knowledgeable person and well versed in theory, so he wanted to ask him about something. We see Gu's profile. He asks if poison can destroy a spiritual mental attack. Duan Xinghai takes a sip from his cup and says that in theory it is certainly possible, but it is incredibly difficult to do. An abstract human figure floats in the air amidst the fire. Duan Xinghai says that the peculiarity of the mental spirit is that it is a combination of the essence of the soul and the directed thought, and to destroy something like that, the power of the poison must be simply immeasurable. Du frowns at the other party and asks if he has ever heard of such a thing happening in reality. Duan Xinghai replies that no, he knows a poison king who is at the peak of the fourth awakening, and he would not be able to pull off anything like that. Duan Xinghai thoughtfully rubs his chin and looks up and asks if this means that an incredibly strong poison master from the younger generation has appeared in the Tanjiao camp. He says that if he can really disintegrate mental energy with his poison, then that is simply phenomenal. Du folds his arms and shakes his head and says that he is not ready to confirm this at the moment. Duan Xinghai says that since Venerable Gu rushed to the Tanjiao camp, he has not brought up this matter out of great respect, but now asks for the whole truth. Gu looks at the other party and asks if Venerable Duan Xinghai thinks there is a possibility that poison can have its own consciousness. The Jiangnan County commander laughs and suggests that his interlocutor must be joking. He says that poison cannot be intelligent unless it is something that pretends to be poison. We see the faces of two old men. Gu cries out that it could be a disguise. Duan Xinghai states that an idea just came to his mind. In front of us is a ruined city. Duan Xinghai says that in one of the ancient ruins he came across an interesting tome. It said that there is a certain insect catastrophe called 9 miasma wings, which can turn into poisonous mist. Xiao Ju sits in the middle of black streams. Duan Xinghai says that 9 miasma wings is a product of the abyss, and in one of the ancient eras this creature caused the destruction of the world. Gu looks surprised. He repeats the words about 9 miasma wings and an ancient disaster. Duan Xinghai laughs, spreading his arms out to the sides. He asks if Gu is really scared, and says that insect catastrophes of this kind have long been legends and simply cannot exist in our days. Gu heads for the exit, stating that the commander, as he hoped, helped to understand the situation, after which he says that he still has a lot of work to do, so he will leave Duan Xinghai, who asks him to wait and reminds him that Gu still has not said anything about the boy who has potential. The main commander Jiangnan complains that this old man is simply impossible to talk to. A white gap opens in the sky above Gu's head. The old man does not stop repeating the words about 9 miasma wings. The old warrior, talking to himself, says that Jiang Chen's mere possession of divine growth acceleration is enough to make him the #1 target for all participants in the competition. So now it turns out that the guy has a forbidden power for which one can easily lose his head in the Daxia Empire. The old man curses his negligent disciple Jai Gang, who once again brought a huge problem on his teacher's head. The old man, whose back we see, recalls his conversation with Jai Gang, who says that he found a very strong and talented young man who is not yet strong, but has already managed to somehow cross the path of the Xiao family. The head of the night guard asks to look after this guy in the Tanjiao camp, and, of course, it would be simply wonderful if Gu wanted to accept the guy as a disciple. The old man says that Jai Gang asked to look after Jiang Chen, but in fact, he needed him to cover the guy. Gu, raising his hand, looks up. He says that forbidden power, damn it, means nothing. The true sword can both punish and protect, and good and evil can live in one heart, and if he promised to accept Jiang Chen as a disciple, then he must also protect him. Gu approaches the building. He says that the information about the disaster that the hero has is also not a joke, and in order to avoid misunderstandings, he will instruct Hong Yao to check it. The old man sends a message to Hong Yao, which contains an order to go to the ancient ruins and get all the possible information about the 9 miasma wings. This concerns the younger one, so you need to be extremely careful. Du comes up to Yang Guang from behind and asks how things are going with the test. He replies that it is nearing completion. The youth are actively trying to get flags. As for the strongest students, out of the 9 released beasts, only one remains. They dealt with the rest. 2 competitors in the competition kill a horned monster. Yang Guang says that Lei Zi and Liu Jizi have teamed up to kill the monster. Before us are 2 familiar characters. Yang Guang reports that Tang Ying and Bai Feng have finished off another monster together. Wu Shuang moves away from the giant corpses. Yang Guang reports that this fighter single-handedly defeated 3 monsters at once and now seems to be heading to where Jiang Chen is. Gu asks how Jiang Chen himself has performed. The deputy reports that the guy killed 2 beasts, and they released the last surviving monster next to him. The hero and his companions look up. The guy thinks that he sees another beast, and this is just great. The guy, smiling, prepares to attack the enemy. He thinks it's time for dinner. Streams of black energy rush at the monster. Xiao Ju sits on the monster's back, who, according to the system, happily absorbs energy in the amount of thousands of units. The monster, buzzing loudly, falls to the ground. Xiao Ju's level rises from 21 to 22. The hero, smiling, realizes that his ally has become even stronger. A huge fist flies down on the hero and his companions. The girls step forward. Hanqui says that someone is trying to sneak attack the guy. Sandao uses Eternal Earth Shield. Jiang Chen tries to stop them. He realizes that this blow belongs to Wu Shuang. The green protective shell collapses. The girls look at what is happening in surprise. Both of them fly back. Jiang Chen puts his hand forward and dissolves the fist flying at him with black energy. The hero has to jump back to avoid being hurt. The black energy devours the rest of the fist. Wu Shuang, raising his right hand, steps forward. He asks if his blow was really devoured by poison, after which he says that now he understands why the others called Jiang Chen the poison demon. The hero, behind whom Hanqui lies, says that it was a strong blow, but from a character ranked 3rd on the list of the strongest geniuses of Daxia, nothing else could be expected. Jiang Chen raises his right fist and asks Wu Shuang if he came here to steal the monster from him. The big guy slowly approaches the guy and states that the beast was decomposed by poison at the cellular level, and there is nothing left to steal. The hero looks at his opponent and asks what he wants then. Wu Shuang warms up his fists and asks the guy to understand correctly. He just became very curious and decided to meet Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, raising his right hand, says that the opponent wanted to meet him and asks if this means that he is ready to put his life on the line in battle. Wu Shuang extends his clenched fist forward and states that the hero will have to make at least the same bet. Jiang Chen releases jets of black energy at the opponent and states that then it is time to begin. Wu Shuang smiles predatory. A powerful flash occurs in front of the big guy. He uses his skill 1,000-foot cliff. A powerful wave of orange energy rushes towards the direction where the hero should be. Jiang Chen looks at what is approaching him in amazement. The hero covers his head with his hands to avoid being hurt by the wave approaching him. Jiang Chen spreads his legs wide to support himself. He realizes that the enemy's blows are too heavy and fast, and the poison he uses spreads too slowly. Xiao Ju calls out to his master in fear. Jiang Chen stares at the enemy and tells his ward that if she absorbs the blood and flesh of a fighter of such a level, she will be able to climb several steps at once. Xiao Ju, who is behind the hero, hesitantly answers that this is not the person she can absorb, but if she needs to sacrifice herself, she is ready to do so. Jiang Chen asks again in surprise. He realizes that this is the first time he sees Xiao Ju scared. The young man realizes that most likely the only option to continue the fight is the self-destruction of insects. Jiang Chen stands tiredly, putting his hands on his knees. He tells Xiao Ju that if she cannot help him, she should hide, since he has other ways to win. The Queen of Insects says that she will fulfill this order of her master. The young man understands that he cannot let Xiao Ju die, since in this case everything will be over. Wu Shuang approaches the hero and asks if he is already losing his strength. The big guy says that the guy does not look like the man who managed to defeat Bei Han. Jiang Chen puts his hand on the ground. Green streams begin to rise from there. A huge glowing plant emerges from the ground. Wu Shuang looks at what is above his head and asks the guy if this is his divine talent. The big guy says that it is all very interesting. Wu Shuang then states that Jiang Chen is fooling people by putting up a shield above them. He assumes that Bei Han was also killed inside such a formation. Yang Guang nervously looks back at Gu and shouts that Jiang Chen is blocking the CCTV cameras again. The old man calls the guy an insufferable brat and orders to prepare a rescue team. One of Gu's subordinates salutes and says that he understands the order. Yang Guang says that judging by the progress of the battle, Wu Shuang is still completely safe and there is no need to interrupt this battle. The old man states that it is not Wu Shuang that needs to be saved, but Jiang Chen. Yang Guang, clenching his fists, looks at the old man and asks if he thinks he is biased. Gu replies that Wu Shuang is level 46 and Jiang Chen is only level 26, and it is not correct to compare them at all. The old man thinks to himself that the hero is his disciple and he just wants to protect him, which is a completely natural desire. Jiang Chen raises his hand and orders the insects to come out. A huge black creature appears above Wu Shuang's head. The big man says that he now sees the true strength of his opponent. He puts both hands in front of him and uses the skill Move Mountains and Reverse Sea Currents. Jiang Chen puts both hands in front of him and uses the skill Encirclement. Black streams swirl around Wu Shuang. The big guy, clenching his fists, shouts mountain peaks upon mountain peaks. Powerful streams of energy beat from underground, destroying the insects hanging in the air. Jiang Chen throws forward his left hand. Huge black beetles approach a slightly frightened Wu Shuang. We see the hero's fist. A powerful explosion occurs. The big guy ends up high in the air. The hero looks at him in bewilderment. Wu Shuang flies head down and shouts that now he understands how he lost to Bei Han. He brings down a powerful stream of energy on the hero. The young man puts his hands in front of his face. Jiang Chen looks down. The hero falls to his knees. He understands that this blow was several times stronger than the last one and, apparently, This is the true power of the descendant of Wudi. The young man realizes that 2 self-destructed beetles reduced the force of the enemy's blows, but did not cause him any damage. Sweat rolls down the young man's face. He realizes that in order to gain an advantage in strength, he must destroy dozens or even hundreds of insects that he has been nurturing for so long, but there is no other way. Powerful purple explosions are heard near Wu Shuang. The hero orders 10 insects to self-destruct. A detonation occurs. Wu Shuang, with white clouds of smoke visible around him, sighs with relief. The hero raises his hand, bringing down streams of green energy on him. With a sharp wave of his hand, Wu Shuang disperses this wave and declares that nothing more needs to be done since the fight is over. The hero looks at his opponent in amazement. The 2 young men stand opposite each other. Jiang Chen asks what Wu Shuang means, who replies that he recognizes the young man as a worthy opponent, saying that the boy has only gone through one very first awakening, but has already made him use 80% of his strength. Wu Shuang states that he is looking forward to their next meeting, when the hero will become stronger. Jiang Chen asks if this means that the opponent's words about fighting to the death were said only in order to make him fight at full strength and find out if he is a worthy opponent. Wu Shuang, yawning, states that he is very sleepy, and the hero must deal with the last beast for now. Jiang Chen looks at his opponent in confusion and asks if this means that he gives him first place. Wu Shuang, rubbing the back of his head, states that he is not doing this on purpose, since he is really very tired. The boy says that he is going to look for a place where he can take a little nap. Jiang Chen grinds his teeth in anger and is silent for a while. Then he raises his right hand and shouts for Wu Shuang to stop pretending. He warns that he is not one of those who act out of pride, and if he sees an opportunity, he will immediately take advantage of it. Wu Shuang, smiling, thinks that he was absolutely right, and he has a very interesting opponent in front of him. Gu, looking at the monitor, declares that Wu Shuang did not use his power to humiliate someone who is weaker, and admits that this is the true heir of Wudi, who shook him to the core. Yang Guang tries to pump out Cheng Yuan, who has poisoned himself again. A huge monster similar to a scorpion is seen above the hero's head. Gu orders the last beast to be sent to Jiang Chen so that he can win this competition. In front of us are ancient ruins. A cute girl is standing on a cliff. It is revealed that she is Nian Hongyao, the first disciple of the Heavenly Blade King, Jai Gang's elder sister who has the 7th awakening. She says that this is simply a nightmare place, and she bets 100 to 1 that no master who has not gone through at least 6 awakenings of the class will be able to come here. The girl jumps up and flies over the skeletons. She says that for the sake of her little brother, she is ready to do anything. Hong Yao flies forward, holding out her weapon in front of her. She finds herself in front of a stone slab, from which waves of black energy emanate. The girl says that this is a very ominous pedestal and that this must be what she is looking for. She is trying to understand what kind of creature rests here, if even after hundreds of years the aura left from it is so strong. We see the slab up close. Hong Yao realizes that it is some kind of database of the destroyed city. She lands in front of the stone slab and activates divine perception. Hundreds of purple system windows appear around her. Hong Yao thinks that absolutely all the information collected here is devoted to only one topic: rare ancient insects. The beauty's eyes shine brightly. She orders a quick scan using full divine perception. In the girl's hand is a tablet with an image of some insect. She understands that she has found what she needs. Hong Yao opens her mouth in amazement. It turns out that 9 Miasma Wings is an ancient disaster creature born in the extremely yin-saturated lands of the 9 Circles of Hell. In the 4th century it became the cause of a great disaster, and at the moment this creature is considered extinct. The color is black and purple. 9 Wings is a carrier of a deadly poison that can turn into purple smoke and is capable of destroying everything, even mental and spatial techniques. Trees are visible behind the stone slab. The girl understands that the hero actually has the forbidden insect, and this must be urgently told to the master. We see a monster that looks like a scorpion. Jiang Chen looks at this monster and thinks that Xiao Ji was able to increase the level of absorption. 4 monsters and poor young Chad did her good. The guy understands that as soon as he receives a reward for winning the competition, he will immediately be able to pass the 2nd awakening. Sandao and Hankui are extremely happy. The hero says that he has collected 10 flags, and this is enough to take first place. There are 2 extra flags left, and if the girls take 1 each, they will be in the top 10. Sandao thanks his benefactor. Hankui says that they were only hiding all this time, but still won. A huge monster lies on the ground. Bai Feng, who is standing next to him, says that he has finally finished off this monster, and the test is almost complete. He suspects that first place almost certainly went to Wu Shuang. The guy looks up. He hears an announcement that the tests are over and the participants who manage to get the flags must gather at the square. The rest must leave the Tianjiao camp within 3 minutes, otherwise they will die. The announcer repeats the announcement again. Jiang Chen looks up in surprise. He realizes that all 10 beasts have already been killed. Streams of purple energy are visible around the hero. He tells his creatures that scraps are also food, and they must get full as soon as possible. He orders them to find the remaining beasts and eat as many as possible, while avoiding people. One armed Bayhan lies on a hospital bed. He looks at the ceiling and thinks that he will finally be taken away from this damned place. The scoundrel hopes to take revenge on his enemy in the future. He is going to return home and tell his grandfather about everything. The bastard dreams of seeing how the offender will fight his formidable relative. We see someone's boot. Gu, with his arms crossed, announces that all the participants who pass the first test must follow him to the forbidden area. In front of the old man, the competitors are visible. One of them asks what kind of area this is, and if it is one of the 8 forbidden areas of the Huaxia Empire, each of which is full of rare treasures, but it is almost impossible to survive there. The second says that there is nothing to be afraid of here, because the King of the Heavenly Blade is with them. An objection is heard that, according to rumors, it is very difficult to get there and there are a lot of competitors. Gu sharply lowers the sword. We see the right side of the old man's face. He thinks that, according to Hong Yao's report, Jiang Chen really does have a forbidden insect called 9 miasma wings. Gu loudly orders to release the Heavenly Blade. He walks forward, thinking that it is almost dawn and very soon guests will appear here. The sword spins madly above the old man's head. The competitors look at what is happening before their eyes in amazement. Near them, powerful energy is gushing from underground. A huge rock rises up. The old man thinks that he needs to prepare in advance and sees the moment. Gu puts his right hand forward and says the words blade flight. Huge rocks are visible above the sword. The old man orders to go to the forbidden area of the Jiangnan swamps. The competitors stand on a huge piece of rock. One of them understands that Gu is moving the entire Tianjiao camp. The second says that only the King of the Heavenly Blade can do this. The third says that this is the true power of the first king who obeys the Great Xia dynasty. The hero asks his companions if they know anything about this forbidden area. Sandao replies that she does not know anything, but Hankui says that her grandfather once mentioned this place. We see a blue vortex. Hankui says that among all the forbidden areas of the Huaxia Empire, this is the last in strength. It is, however, known for the fact that distortions of space and time occur in it. In front of us are unusual luminous formations. The girl says that in this zone there are many spatial fragments connected to each other, and they say that some of them are not inferior in size to the Earth itself. They are constantly moving, so it is easy to get lost in the intricacies of the transitions. Jiang Chen looks at Hankui and says that regarding spatial features it seems clear. It remains to understand what is wrong with time. The girl answers that in the fragments it flows differently. A young man clenching his fists is reflected in the water. Hankui says that 100 years ago an ordinary man entered the forbidden zone of Jiangnan, wanting to increase his strength, and came out of there as one of the kings with the 7th awakening. Later he said that 200 years had passed inside the space, while only 2 hours had passed outside. The girl says that her grandfather had also been there once. He spent 3 days there, but 3 years had passed outside. Jiang Chen says, a little scared, that it means that the risks and opportunities they may encounter there are completely unpredictable. Sandao looks at his comrade and asks the benefactor not to worry, because they are being led by the Heavenly Blade King and he probably has information about a safe route. Jiang Chen hopes that the girl is not mistaken. The guy thinks that they are going to a very dangerous place where they can both die and become stronger, but for some reason he has a feeling that the Heavenly Blade King arranged this walk just for him. Gu stands with his arms crossed over his chest. He thinks that if Hong Yao managed to get information about the 9 miasma wings, then the elder of the Xiao family, Yuanshan, will also quickly understand what's what. And as soon as he finds out about it, information about the insect will immediately fly throughout the empire. The old man hopes that in the anomaly they will be able to buy enough time to find new allies. Several people in cloaks are looking at the huge hole in the ground. One of them asks if the Heavenly Blade King really moved the entire Tianjiao camp. Another one wonders if the old man could have started a rebellion since all the geniuses of the younger generation are with him. Someone is indignant because Master Duan Xinghai has not arrived here yet. We see the toe of someone's shoe. Duan Xinghai flies forward, calling Gu Kaitian an old fool who is forcing him to risk his life again. In front of us is a message from Gu Kaitian received 2 minutes ago. The old man calls Duan Xinghai his brother and says that he is taking the children to the forbidden area where he will conduct the next test. He promises to return on the day of the start of the Tianjiao ranking selection. Gu asks his comrade to act as usual and takes full responsibility. The people standing above are telling each other that the commander Duan Xinghai has arrived. He calls his friend a cunning old man and scolds him for leaving him to deal with all this mess. There are 2 men in front of Duan Xinghai. One of them says that the commander is late and it is already impossible to catch up with the participants of the competition. The second states that his son is in this camp and if something happens to him, he will not be responsible for himself. Duan Xinghai irritably raises his hand and demands that the interlocutors stop empty talk. He reminds them that Gu Kaitian promised to return on the day of the start of the ranking selection, so there is no need to panic. Duan Xinghai thoughtfully looks at the hole in the ground. He mentally asks Old Man Gu if he really started all this for one young man and was it worth it. He also assumes that the old man is trying to hide something or run away from something. Duan Xinghai remembers Gu's face when he talked about the poison having its own consciousness. The man realizes that it is related to the 9 miasma wings. We see a message from Gu that Jai Gang receives in a skyscraper. It says that Jiang Chen has something forbidden. It is quite a serious matter, so the guy had to be taken to one of the forbidden territories where he can lie low. The old man writes that the man needs to find allies among the sealed kings before they return, since it is quite possible that when they return, a brutal massacre will break out. Jai Gang reads the text with concern on his face. The man sadly lowers his hand to his fist. He tells the girl sitting next to him that Jiang Chen killed the heir of the Wang family and cut off Bei Han's hand. Moreover, it turned out that he has something completely unacceptable. The head of the night guard says that it will be incredibly difficult to get out of this situation. The girl sitting next to him says that nothing comes easy in this world, and they will try to cope with all the problems together, and since the man has decided that he will protect Jiang Chen, then he must go to the end. She suggests focusing on the path that lies ahead, and there is no point in blaming the past. The girl says that she has already talked to her father, and he said that he will support them. We see several familiar characters. The girl says that the king of the heavenly blade, her father, Hong Yao and Commander Duan Xinghai are now on their side. She reminds that these are already 4 sealed kings who together can withstand very significant forces. Jai Gang heads for the door. He states that the girl is right and Hong Yao has already left to meet with the master, and he himself is going to pay a visit to the Luo and Mu families. Jai Gang assumes that he will have to spin around, but he will do his best to attract as many people to his side as possible. He looks over his shoulder at the interlocutor and says that if it comes to the worst case scenario, he will do exactly what he did before, namely, launch an attack on the Xiao family. The blonde looks at the man with admiration and says that she has not seen his eyes sparkle like that in a long time. Under the blue sky, a huge piece of rock hangs above the sword. Someone asks Hong Yao what she thinks they should do when they get back. The girl raises her left hand and says that 9 miasma wings is really cool, and she would like to grow something like that too. Gu angrily calls the interlocutor a stupid girl and asks when she will start acting seriously. Hong Yao, with a rather strange expression on her face, says that the Daxia Empire is absolutely intolerant of any forbidden things, and Gu knows this very well. She asks what the old man thinks she can do if even he himself is powerless. Then Hong Yao asks if Gu can kill the great General Yuanshan with one move. The old man slaps the girl on the back of the head and demands that she watch her language. She cries out in offense. Gu, frowning, remembers 3 characters. He thinks that Hong Yao is a noisy hooligan who is indifferent to everything. Jai Gang is stubborn and self-willed, and Jiang Chen generally carries a forbidden insect with him. Cutting off hands left and right, the old man thinks that he worked all his life for his reputation, and then for some reason recruited strange students to his detriment. Hong Yao, smiling, asks the teacher why he is so eager to protect Jiang Chen. Gu looks thoughtfully into the distance and says that he took the girl as a disciple only because she was wearing red armor, which seemed very cute to him, and Jai Gang generally confused him with some old man near the club. In front of us is a man holding a girl in his arms. Gu says that a long time ago, when the heir of the Xiao family tried to forcefully marry Tang Jin, Jai Gang broke off the wedding and took Tang Jin, and the old man himself was ready to give his life to protect his disciple. He asks Hong Yao, based on this example, to answer whether there is a need for a reason for everything. The old man has a thoughtful expression on his face. He says that now it is Jiang Chen's turn. Gu remembers that from the first glance he understood that he and the young man would get along, and then he only had to agree to the request voiced by Jai Gang. The old man asks why he should not protect Jiang Chen if he is his disciple. We see the backs of the interlocutors. Hong Yao laughs. She says that her teacher is the best in the world, cruel, cold, but at the same time very caring. The old man demands that she stop flattering. The girl asks if there really is only one way to protect the guy. Gu mumbles in bewilderment. The girl stands next to the old man, closing her eyes. She opens them and, smiling, declares that one of the 3 invincible supreme rulers is the commander of the Daxia army, Wu Shuang's grandfather, the god of martial arts Jiang Xianjai. In front of us is a cave. It is reported that this is the Pajin dungeon, the battlefield of the races. We see a huge fist. A character in a red cloak hits the ground. A shaggy old man, raising his fist, asks who dared to attack the Daxia Empire, after which he orders to kill all the aggressors, sparing no one. It is reported that in front of us is the invincible god of martial arts Jiang Xianjai. A powerful old man, standing on the edge of the resulting abyss, declares that after this battle the myriad races will be quiet for a long time. He demands that his companions stay here and guard the entrance to the dungeon. They confirm receipt of the order. The old man remembers his grandson. He feels that Wu Shuang, who should be in the camp for the heirs of the great families, is trying to contact him. Gu approaches Xianjai and says that he hasn't seen the martial arts god for a long time. The old warriors stand opposite each other. Xianjai recognizes the Heavenly Blade King and asks if he is the one who contacted him through his grandson. He demands to know if the boy got into some trouble at the camp. Gu replies that everything is fine with Wu Shuang, and he came here to make a deal with Xianjai. The martial arts god asks the old man to explain what he needs. In front of us is a hero emitting jets of black energy. Gu says that he has taken on a new disciple named Jiang Chen. The boy is a divine ranked creative class, but at the same time he is the owner of a forbidden insect known as 9 miasma wings. Gu states that he wants to ask Xianjai to help protect the boy. The old man looks at his interlocutor indignantly and asks if he is talking about an ancient disaster, and if so, it is simply not serious. Since the Daxia Empire has always believed that forbidden things should be destroyed, Xianjai asks if Gu thinks that the god of martial arts is omnipotent. The old warrior calmly looks at Xianjai and says that he really thinks so. Xianjai asks him to state his conditions. Gu, looking intently at the interlocutor, asks him if he has heard of the Taixu Hall in Yunmeng Marsh. The old man says that only he knows where exactly this hall is located, and can take Wu Shuang there so that he can receive what fortune has prepared for him. Under Xianjai, rows of columns are visible. He thinks that the Taixu Hall is the legendary treasury of the Heavenly Tao, and if Wu Shuang can get there, his cultivation can receive a powerful boost. A red cloak flutters over Xianjai's head. He says that he will agree, but with one caveat: Jiang Chen must not use his disaster during the tournament of successors, and if he does not win at the end of the competition, the old man will throw him into one of the dungeons to fight with his own hands. Gu looks over his shoulder at the interlocutor and tries to answer something. He interrupts him and says that the old man has no choice if he wants to protect Jiang Chen. Gu, whose profile we see, agrees. He thinks that, in the end, exile to a dungeon on the battlefield is better than death at the hands of General Xiao or other families that the guy managed to spite. Xianjai looks dissatisfied. He thinks that the ancient extinct insect 9 miasma wings will not be able to grow to the scale of a disaster under the current conditions. Besides, in this generation of young geniuses, there are 3 divine talents. Jiang Chen is only the 4th. Besides, he has a creative talent, and without the help of his disaster, he will not be able to cope with Wu Shuang and take first place. Xianjai's eyes shine with an evil light. The old man thinks that if the guy creates any trouble, then he, the god of martial arts, will destroy any impurity in an instant. We see the fragments in the rock hanging above the sword. Jiang Chen is surprised that they seem to have already reached the forbidden territory. The guy asks his companions if any of them remember the way here. Han Kui says that the dimensional fragments are constantly moving, and it is impossible to remember the path here. Blue debris piles up on top of each other. Han Kui reports that the Heavenly Blade King is guiding them through this place using his aura. She says that the Yunmeng marshes have 10 layers, with the 9th and 10th considered the safest, but the deeper they go, the easier it is to get lost. Jiang Chen and the girls are sitting in the lotus position. The guy says that he seems to be lost already, and suggests that since it is impossible to remember the path, they should try to focus on spiritual perception through meditation. The girls agree to this proposal. We see a ghostly tree. Jiang Chen says that everything is quiet and calm in his mind, but he feels that the tree is showing him the way, as if guided by the wind. The guy sits with his eyes closed. It seems to him that there is something ahead that the tree of all things is desperate to get. A red fruit is visible in front of the tree. The hero sees it and tries to understand what it is. The system shows a card with a red fruit image and informs that the hero has received a fruit whose function is to copy an ability, followed by a description, according to which the card allows you to copy one random ability and start using it as your own. The adopted ability has no class limitation. It can get worse and better. In addition, the ability must be copied within 3 hours, otherwise the fruit will disappear. Jiang Chen opens his mouth in surprise. He realizes that he has received the ability to copy an ability without a class limitation. And right now the best heirs of the great families are in the Tianjiao camp, and he seems to be able to choose anyone. In the guy's opinion, the most desirable targets are Wu Shuang, Bai Feng, and Tang Ying. Jiang Chen sits with his eyes closed. He remembers that the card cop is a random ability, and he may well get a completely unnecessary skill. The young man cannot decide, but he realizes that he only has 3 hours, which means that it is better to take a risk. Gu stands next to the fragments. He addresses his charges and informs that they have reached the 6th layer of the Yunmeng swamps. This place is called the Taixu Kingdom, and in front of them is the Taixu Hall, where they were actually heading. The old man orders them to get ready. Jiang Chen looks at someone with his mouth open. He understands that he can copy the skill of even the old master. The hero remembers Gu's words that he knows only one move, and also that the old man wants to take him as a student. The guy decides to copy the master's skill. He thinks that he will consider this the first lesson. Above the participants of the competition, a staircase is visible that leads to a typical Asian house. Young people enthusiastically exclaim that this is the Taixu Hall, and they are very lucky. Someone declares that this is a mysterious place where you can gain strength and wealth, and it is here that the Great Dreamer, one of the 3 invincible warriors of the Daxia Empire, achieved enlightenment. In front of us is a 2-story building. It is reported that the Taeksu Hall provides 3 tests to the candidates. The first of them is 1008 steps, where each new step increases the chances of receiving a reward from the Heavenly Tao. The second test is the Great Taeksu Tablet, which is believed to have been reached by a Great Dreamer, and the third is located inside the hall itself, and unfortunately, no candidate has yet been able to reach it, so no one knows what it really is. Vu points to the stairs and says that today there are 150 candidates gathered here, and their task is to climb the stairs of the first test as high as possible. The top 10 will represent Jiangnan County in the national competition. The old man declares the test of the steps open. The young people rush forward. The hero grabs Sandao by the collar and asks where she is in a hurry, because the Taeksu Hall is not going anywhere. The guy points to 3 young people sitting in the lotus position. He tells the girl to look at them and explains that the 3 are in no hurry, but are gradually getting used to the space. Jiang Chen and his companions also sit down on the grass. Sandao says that the benefactor is absolutely right. Hankui says that everything is correct, and they will only have 1 attempt to climb up, which means that they must be in the best shape. Fu, hovering in the air, tells Hong Yao, sitting next to him, that the 3 managed to resist the herd instinct and restrain their impulse, which is very good. Jiang Chen thinks that now, pretending to meditate, he will use the card and copy the old man's skill. The young man hopes that he was not deceiving him when he said that he only knew 1 move. Fu looks thoughtfully into the distance. The system offers to select an object to copy. It warns that in the process the skill can both improve and worsen, after which it offers to start the copying procedure. Jiang Chen stares at the old man and confirms the process has started. He really hopes that he will be lucky. Of course, one cannot even dream of improving the ability, but it would be nice if it did not get worse. Jiang Chen stands with his legs wide apart. The system reports the process of copying Gu Kai Tian's golden ability. The young man realizes that the old man did not deceive him, and he really only knows 1 technique. Trees are visible behind the hero. The system reports that the copying process is 5% complete. We see someone deliver a blow that cuts through space. The young man's eyes widen in amazement. He tries to understand what this amazing energy is. It seems to him that he sees Gu practicing his technique. Jiang Chen stands with a sword in his hand. The guy realizes that it is not the old man who is training with the sword, but himself. The young man cuts a green leaf. He feels how first 10 and then 20 years pass. The hero holds the sword above his head. 40 years pass. The guy's face is covered with stubble. He realizes that he has learned the heavenly blade. Jiang Chen holds the sword above his head. He delivers a blow that leaves a huge ditch in the ground. Jiang Chen has long hair and a gray beard. He understands that man tries to imitate the earth follows the heavens, and the heavens build themselves according to the model of the Tao. In front of us is a system window informing us that the copying process has reached 120%, congratulating the hero on acquiring the purple rank blade skill, purple rank earth skill, gold rank heavenly sword skill, and rainbow rank magic blade skill. Jiang Chen sits in the lotus position with his head down, realizing that he has not only managed to copy the skill, but also divided it into 4 styles. Hong Yao, standing next to Gu, says that Wu Shuang and the others have already left this place to climb, and only these 3 are still sitting at the foot of the stairs. The girl assumes that the hero has simply fallen asleep. Gu looks at the hero and his companions and says that this all looks really strange, since adaptation should not take so long. Hong Yao looks at her weapon in amazement and says that the heart of her blade is resonating with something. Gu's face shows amazement as he looks at the hero. We see a sword hanging under a cliff. The old man says that his blade also feels something. Hong Yao suggests that it may be because her brother, Zai Gang, has achieved enlightenment, although he is known for his stubbornness. But in his youth he was known as a real genius of the sword. He always tried to prove that the heavenly blade style can be divided into 4 different directions. And because he was so confident in this and could not find a solution, his cultivation slowed down and then completely hit the ceiling as a result. Zai Gang was stuck at the level of the great master of the Third Awakening. The girl suggests that her brother has finally achieved enlightenment. Gu looks at the hero with suspicion and says that it is quite possible that Zai Gang broke through his boundaries, but the old man feels that the aura of the youth in front of him is extremely familiar. Gu thinks that this simply cannot be, and most likely this is just an illusion of the Taeksu Hall. Hong Yao, whose profile we see, calls out to the teacher and says that Jiang Chen has approached the stairs. The hero stands in front of the stairs. The girl is very worried, trying to understand how many steps he will be able to conquer. Hong Yao says that she managed to reach the 308th step, and her brother conquered only 298. The girl is simply scared to imagine how strong the great dreamer was, who managed to overcome them all. In front of us is a staircase leading to the top of the cliff on which the Taeksu Hall stands. The system reports that at the moment Wu Shuang has overcome 289 steps, Bai Feng 253 steps, Tang Ying 248 steps. The rest of the characters are still unknown to us. The young men the hero passes by are discussing him. One of them says that if he knew they would end up here, he would have brought some mental defense potions. The second one says that the first 100 steps are a mental strength test conducted using illusions, while he himself is an attack master, and this is completely unfair. His interlocutor replies that the higher you go here, the more gravity presses, and each step is taken with such difficulty as if you are carrying a mountain on your shoulders. The second young man draws attention to the fact that the poison demon has approached the stairs and will most likely be able to match Wu Shuang. The hero puts his foot on the step. He thinks that if the illusion test comes first, then there should be no problems, since he is mentally strong. The hero's eyes widen in amazement. An enraged Xiao Yuanshan looms over him. The old man angrily asks how Jiang Chen dared to touch his grandson and says that he will kill the guy now. The latter asks if it is really Xiao Yuanshan in front of him. The young man tries to defend himself with streams of black energy. He flies away, letting out a loud scream. The guy realizes that the insects were unable to block the enemy's blow. Jiang Chen's allies line up in front of him. One of them says that the guy must run away, and they will stop Xiao Yuanshan. The young man fearfully calls out to Zai Gang and Tang Jin. Xiao Yuanshan easily deals with the hero's defenders and screams that they dare not stand in his way. The enraged old man threatens to kill Jiang Chen without a shadow of regret. The young man opens his mouth wide and screams in horror. The hero stands on the first step, his whole body trembling. Hong Yao, looking at him, is surprised that the young man is stuck on the first step. Gu, standing next to him, explains that the first steps test spirit, fortitude, agility, and strength with the help of illusions, and if all the heirs of noble families who undergo tests have taken strengthening decoctions and pills since childhood, then this guy relied only on his abilities. The old man is afraid that these tests will force the young man to endure excruciating pain. The girl says that this is impossible, and under the threat of the outcome of Gu's dispute with the invincible master, she asks if the guy will really be sent to fight in one of the rifts. Jiang Chen is kneeling in front of Xiao Yuanshan. He demands that he just kill him, since he does not want to live after the old man killed all the people close to him. Jiang Chen, in front of whose face a blade is visible, understands that all this is just an illusion. The branches of the tree tear Xiao Yuanshan apart. The young man realizes that the tree of all that is has manifested itself again. Jiang Chen stands on the first step of the stairs with his legs wide apart. He is very angry that he was deceived by the illusion. It felt very natural, but in reality, he would never allow someone to kill all his loved ones, and he would not give up without a fight, as it would offend his honor and pride. Jiang Chen raises his fist above his head, turning to the venerable tree and asking it to deal with the enemy. The youth curses the vile illusion that fools people. Jiang Chen walks up the stairs. The system congratulates him on obtaining 5 origin star fragments. It is reported that 1,000 fragments can be combined into 1 origin star, and 10 origin stars are enough to raise 1 level of the 1st to 3rd level skills. 100 origin stars raise 1 level of the 4th to 6th level skills. The hero looks up smiling, thinking that 1 fragment of the origin star can be sold for several tens of millions, and realizes that the rewards are incredibly generous from the very beginning of the ascent. And since he does not need to raise skill levels, he can safely sell all the fragments, buying suitable food for the swarm in exchange. The hero's foot steps on the step. He does not understand why the illusions did not attack him when he climbed to the second step. The guy looks at the branches of the ghost tree. A smile appears on Jiang Chen's face. He understands that the tree of all things has blocked the effect of illusions on the mind, and this is simply wonderful. The young men participating in the competition watch the hero climb the stairs. One of them asks what's wrong with this poison demon. On the first step he spent a lot of time and hunched over so much that he almost cried, and on the second step the guy stands and laughs cheerfully. One of the girls assumes that the young man will now be thrown off the stairs. The previous speaker says that if this happens, the hero will be the weakest among all. Jiang Chen thoughtfully analyzes the situation. He decides whether he should show everyone at once how strong he is and break their pathetic expectations. On the other hand, he understands that Gu is watching him, and he needs to behave a little more modestly. Jiang Chen looks at the stairs and realizes that Wu Shuang has already reached step 300. The hero decides to throw away unnecessary modesty and bypass his principal opponent. Hong Yao looks at Gu with concern and says that Jiang Chen really can't seem to handle the pressure of the stairs. The guy is stuck again, this time on the second step, and it looks like he will have a hard time even conquering the 10th. The old man advises the girl not to rush to conclusions and just watch. The hero's foot hangs over another step. Singing a stupid song, the guy easily runs up. The other competitors are amazed. One of them says that the guy rushed to the 100th step, singing a stupid song. His comrade suggests that Jiang Chen stood on the first 2 steps for so long because he liked the illusions that the Taexu Hall sent. He says that this demon spits on everyone and plays by his own rules. Jiang Chen overtakes Sandao and Hankui, advising them to boldly climb to the 300th step. Hankui says admiringly that the teacher sings to inspire her, and now she must definitely reach the 300th step. Sandao says that her benefactor is great as always, but the song he sings is just disgusting. Hong Yao looks at the young man in amazement. She asks Gu, who is standing next to her, what happened to the Taeksu Hall. The girl suggests that it broke down. Since Jiang Chen has already run 200 steps and has not slowed down at all, the old man says that he himself does not understand anything, since he has never seen anything like this before. The hero overtakes 2 more competitors. One of the guys notes that the young man is extremely fast. The second tries to understand if this is another illusion. Jiang Chen notes that his 3 main competitors stopped at the 299th step and cannot understand what this is connected with. Gu, looking up, says that after the 300th step the real test begins, and even trained heirs of great families cannot easily withstand such a load. Hong Yao says that she remembers her ascent perfectly well, and each subsequent step after 299 was so difficult, as if a mountain was placed on her shoulders. The girl is very interested in who will be the first of the 3 heirs to overcome this barrier. Wu Shuang, Tang Ying and Bai Feng look back at the hero. The big guy greets him, stating that he has already reached here. He says that he did not even doubt that the guy would not disappoint him. The girl is surprised at the speed of the young man's ascent. Wu Shuang, around whom a red cloak flutters, says that he will go first. Tang Ying looks at him in surprise. There are chains visible next to the hero. The guy thinks that his divine talent as an astral cultivation master resonates with Wu Shuang's talent. It seems to him that the big guy also has a divine rank, while the hero remembers that he has not heard anything about this and suggests that these chains were what restrained Wu Shuang's true strength. The chain breaks. Wu Shuang steps onto the next step. Streams of energy are visible next to him. Bai Feng looks up in amazement and asks the girl to look at the purple aura. He asks if this is really a reward for the 300th step. Tang Ying admits that Wu Shuang amazes her. He turns to his competitors and says that there are 1008 steps leading to the Taeksu Hall. Every 300 steps the difficulty of passing increases several times, but the reward also becomes appropriate. The young man says that it may seem that the willpower of the applicant is being tested now, but in fact, the strength of the soul is being assessed here. Wu Shuang looks at the hero and says that, as far as he knows, he does not come from ancient families, which means that he was not fed special pills and precious elixirs as a child, so the guy is much inferior to his competitors in the strength of the foundations laid. Wu Shuang advises the hero, as a person who has received his recognition, to move forward confidently, but not to rush. The guy recommends getting used to the load of the 299th step and only then take a step. Jiang Chen finds himself on the same step as Wu Shuang. The big guy looks at the hero in amazement and, calling him brother, asks if he has been mocking him all this time, because this step should have been incredibly difficult for Jiang Chen. The system window congratulates Jiang Chen on passing 300 steps and receiving a reward in the form of a source crystal. Jiang Chen holds a green stone in his hands. He thinks that the origin crystal is an incredibly cool reward. His swarm does not need it, but from what he heard, Jai Gang has been stomping around at the 3rd class awakening level for a long time and has not broken through any further, so the crystal will be more useful to the Night Guard leader than the epic level equipment that he promised to get for him. Xiao Ju, clenching his fists, demands that the owner continue to climb, as she is very hungry. The hero looks at the 2-story building on the top of the cliff in amazement and asks what Xiao Ju is going to eat. Is it really the entire Taeksu Hall? The insect queen declares that she wants to eat him. Jiang Chen, who is surrounded by a purple glow, looks down in shock. Now he runs forward, mentally asking Xiao Ju not to drag him up by force, even if she is so hungry. Wu Shuang, Tang Ying and Bai Feng look at their rival in amazement. The big guy's eyes widen in indignation. The guy grows many arms, runs after the hero and shouts that he must not surpass him. Bai Feng looks at Wu Shuang in confusion and realizes that he has received the body of a war god. The guy assumes that the big guy has finally managed to defeat him. Bai Feng stops acting like himself. He asks what the hell is going on here. The guy realizes that Jiang Chen and Wu Shuang are incredibly annoying to him. They deserve to die, and he wants to kill them. Streams of red energy are visible above Bai Feng. The guy screams for the blood of a demonic god to sprinkle the sky. Tang Ying looks at the guys running up the stairs in surprise and asks if they have all gone crazy. Hankui, standing behind her, asks the girl to swear that she is not as crazy as those running up now. Tang Ying, smiling, turns around and says that she is a simple assassin and is very far from them. Hankui, relieved, puts her hand to her chest and says that this is very good, since she already thought that she and Sandao were the weakest here. Tang Ying turns into a snake and rushes forward. Sandao and Hankui hug and cry. Hankui says that Mr. Tiger told her that people outside their humble village are simply terrible. They are monstrously strong and lie with or without reason. He even said that one Taoist almost persuaded Mr. Tiger to become his riding animal. Sandao replies that these 4 young geniuses are difficult to compare with anyone else, especially the hero who walked up the stairs, humming a song, as if on a walk. The girl says that this is some kind of nightmare and she gets goosebumps. Hong Yao looks at the scene in amazement and asks what the hell is going on. Wu Shuang has grown 8 arms. Bai Feng has gone crazy and turned into a killing machine. Tang Ying has stopped pretending and started acting seriously. And Jiang Chen is something indescribable. He made everyone else lose their composure. Gu laughs loudly and declares that Jiang Chen is his disciple. Hong Yao realizes that the hero has already reached the very top. She asks the old man if he will really become the second master in history to have managed to climb there. The hero runs up to a 2-story building. He reaches out his hand to the pedestal, on which 2 hieroglyphs are visible, and says that he has finally reached the very top. Hong Yao asks the teacher what the young man is doing. Jiang Chen raises his hand and shouts that his creatures can come out and eat whatever they want. The tablet is enveloped in waves of black energy. Hong Yao, who is watching this, asks if this fog is the 9 miasma wings disaster, and if it is, why did the guy let her go? Because the Takesu tablet is a special thing, and it was what the great dreamer talked about. The pillar disappears. The girl asks where it could have gone. Gu looks up in amazement. He does not understand how the hero managed to take the tablet. Wu Shuang also watches what is happening next to the 2-story building. The guy frowned and said that Jiang Chen won this time, but he would do his best to beat him in the Daxia Empire's Heaven's Pride competition. The big guy with 8 arms came down the stairs. Bai Feng said that even this big guy had given up, and then decided to stop his own ascent. Tang Ying, who was standing next to him, said that they had climbed quite high, and if they went any further, they would damage their foundations and lose more than they gained. Han Kui, smiling, said that Jiang Chen was truly great, and he and Sandao also did not disgrace his honor by completing the mission entrusted to them. The system window shows the results of the test. Jiang Chen has 1008 steps, Wu Shuang has 623, Bai Feng has 609, Tang Ying has 600, Lazy and Lu Jizi have 304 each, and Sandao and Han Kui have 300 each. Gu, with his arms folded, says that if Jiang Chen hadn't run up, the other participants in the competition wouldn't have made it this far. Hong Yao says that his younger brother is very strong, and that today's youth is more talented than the generation she belongs to. The girl looks at the hero in surprise and asks why he's standing there rooted to the spot when everyone else is already going down. Xiao Ju hugs the tablet. It is reported that its level has already risen from 22 to 25, and it continues to absorb thousands of energy points. The hero, smiling, looks at the girl and thinks that it seems that she liked the tablet. He understands that the absorption level has increased greatly, which means that the swarm will soon have the opportunity to reproduce. The young man tries to understand if Xiao Ju is somehow connected with this tablet. The Queen of Insects looks out from behind the monument. The system reports that the Takesu tablet was originally created from the Stone of the Abyss, which is a mystical material that is mined in the very depths of the Abyss. Jiang Chen understands that this is exactly the case. The tablet comes from the Abyss, and Xiao Ju is one of the mistresses of the Abyss. Surprise appears on the guy's face. He tries to understand what happened to the tablet. The system reports that Jiang Chen has been recognized as the sole ruler of Takesu, and wherever he is now, he can always return to the kingdom of Takesu. Just thinking about it, no one will be able to open the doors of the Takesu palace until there is the will of its ruler. Streams of purple energy rise next to the hero. He tries to comprehend the news that he has become the ruler of the Takesu kingdom. The young man understands that the tablet is something like a portal, and now he can teleport to the palace, which no one can enter without his permission. The guy understands that this is just a great trump card. The hero jumps into the air. He thinks that there are too many extra eyes around, and he will not go inside now, but will do it later. Gu grabs the hero's hand like some kind of toy and orders him to go with him. The competitors look up in amazement. One of them asks if the Heavenly Blade King really captured the poison demon. Another suggests that it was all because of the tablet, and a third says that the guy deserved it, since there was no need to anger the teacher. In front of us are snow-capped mountains. Gu complains that the Great Dreamer, one of the 3 pillars of the Daxia Empire, could only watch the tablet, realizing its importance, so he demands that the guy tell him how he was able to take this artifact using the 9 miasma wings. Jiang Chen looks at the other guy warily. He understands that the old man knows about the 9 miasma wings, and he feels like Gu lured him here to kill him. Gu and Hong Yao stand in front of the hero. The old man asks if the guy really thought that by passing off the insect disaster from the past as an amazing poison, he could hide the true nature of his ability for a long time. The girl notes that the guy looks very cute when he looks so belligerent. Jiang Chen understands that they do not seem to be going to kill him, and in this case, it is possible to lift the curtain of secrecy, which, in fact, has already ceased to be such. The hero, looking at his interlocutors, says that the tablet comes from the abyss just like the insect he controls, and perhaps even once belonged to it. Gu declares that now many things become clear to him. The old man frowns at the young man, asks if he knows how the Daxia Empire treats forbidden things, after which he says that the guy has only two options. Jiang Chen looks at Gu carefully. He says that the first option is to stay in the Yunmeng swamp forever, following the path of the exile, and thus survive. The second option is to return to the Empire with him and fight for their lives, while there will be thousands of people who want to kill him, and some of them are capable of conquering entire countries alone. A drop of sweat runs down the hero's face. He understands that his guess was correct, and Gu brought him here to find a way to help. He does not know, however, why the old man, whom they had only met once before, needs this. Hong Yao raises her index finger and asks what the young man is thinking about. She reminds him that the teacher asked him a question. The hero says with a serious expression that he has already killed, but only bad people. The guy admits that he is guilty of possessing the forbidden insect, but at the same time he does not think that he did anything wrong, and he is completely clear in his conscience. He does not feel any guilt, so he is not going to hide from anyone. Gu laughs joyfully. He says that these are words worthy of his disciple. The old man repeats the hero's last phrase and says that Zhai Gang was not so good at his age. Jiang Chen asks in surprise what he means. Hong Yao throws up his hands and says that he should just remember that she is now his older sister, and Zhai Gang is his older brother. We see a man walking past tall buildings. Hong Yao tells us that long ago Zhai Gang went to the Xiao family to steal a girl from the Tang clan who was promised to the villains as a bride, and then he was almost killed by Xiao Yuanshan. The teacher told Zhai Gang to go all the way, but he was afraid of damaging his mentor's reputation, retreated, and was exiled to the city of Chu Jang. Jiang Chen realizes that Zhai Gang has a grudge against the Xiao family. Gu, whose back we see, says that all this is in the past, and he does not care how invincible their enemies are. The old man declares that as long as there is determination in the hero's heart, he will be with him as a mentor, and if the young man wants to return back without fear of battles, he will help him with a sword in his hand to go all the way to the end. Jiang Chen looks at his teacher in shock. He kneels before him and asks to accept the respects of an unworthy disciple. In front of us are skyscrapers. We see people participating in a meeting. Duan Xinghai, the chief commander of Jiangnan County, declares that all 12 kings except Gu Kai Tian and Nian Hong Yao have gathered here, and he will be brief. The audience listens attentively to the chairman, who declares that during the investigation, it was found that the poisonous mist that Jiang Chen uses is none other than the ancient disaster 9 miasma wings. He reports that Article 1 of the Daxia Empire law states that any person who awakens a forbidden profession or possesses a forbidden item must be immediately destroyed. The man asks what the audience thinks about this. Mu Henian, Hanku's grandfather, raises his hand and states that of course, 9 miasma wings caused a great disaster in the past, but it should be understood that under the current circumstances, it is simply not able to grow to that power. So he believes that as long as Jiang Chen is under observation, it is not a serious problem. The man states that if everyone present agrees, then they can simply take the insect away from the guy, and there is simply no point in killing him. Tang Wanchuan, Tang Jin's father, states that he agrees with the previous speaker. He says that the laws of the Daxia Empire regarding forbidden items were adopted 5 centuries ago. At that time the empire was objectively weak, but now that their country is stronger than ever, it is time to change the usual way of life. Mu Henian and Tang Wanchuan look at the other participants of the meeting with displeasure. A remark is heard that the meeting has just begun, but it has already become clear who is interested in this Jiang Chen. Someone says that Mu Henian's granddaughter helped Jiang Chen in the Tianjiao camp. Exactly the same hint is heard regarding the daughter of Tang Wanchuan. He, clenching his fist, declares that those present here have conspired. Something is happening outside the walls of the conference room. An enraged Xiao Yuanshan approaches the room. He asks where he can find a bastard named Jiang Chen. The old man shouts that he must kill this bastard, and there will be no mercy for him. Holding out his sword forward, the old man shouts that if anyone present here tries to intercede for this worthless person, then he will get acquainted with the sword that he holds in his hands. Duan Xinghai recognizes the general. He mentally addresses Gu and says that if it was anyone but Xiao Yuanshan, he would help, but now his comrade will have to act alone. He expresses hope that the old man will not bring trouble upon himself by thoughtlessly protecting another student. We see people standing on a cliff in front of a huge funnel. One of them addresses the chief and says that Xiao Yuanshan has mobilized a team of heavenly punishers and set up an ambush at the hill in front of them. The speaker says that Jiang Chen and the others will be here soon. Zhai Gang holds onto the hilt of his sword, saying that if it comes to a fight, He and Tang Jin will pave the way to the enemy camp with their swords. Then he states that Du Wenfeng and Chu Bulang will have to take care of the night guard if anything happens to them. Du Wenxinghai raises his hand and says that he actually helped Jai Gang steal the bride, and he can come in handy now too. Du Wenfeng, yawning, says that he also wants to join in the fun. Xiao Qi, laughing, says that the guy could try it, but she thinks that he hasn't grown boobs yet to be kidnapped. Tang Jin asks not to troll the young man and reminds him that they are all like one big family here. The girl points somewhere up and says that someone is approaching them. A red flag is seen at the top of the hill. The command to get ready sounds. Xiao Yuanshan points at something and orders the Punishers to load their divine crossbows. We see the sword and a huge piece of rock again. Hong Yao, who is standing next to the old man, says that in front of her are the same people who participated in the kidnapping of Tang Jin from the wedding. Last time she did not really have time to enjoy the fight, but now, as it seems to her, everything will be different. Gu asks what his assistant is saying. He asks her to show at least a drop of tact before everything slides into an ugly fight, otherwise people will think that his students are stupid butchers. We see the backs of the two interlocutors. Hong Yao says that the old man himself can hardly hold back from rushing into battle, and what kind of teacher such are the students. Hong Yao turns to the hero and asks if he agrees with her words. The girl understands that the guy is in the clouds again. A huge number of insects are circling above the hero. The system reports the completion of the third reproduction of the swarm. The current number of individuals is 5 million. The mother individual is Xiao Jiu, aka 9 miasma wings. Jiang Chen thinks that this is just great, and the third generation of the swarm managed to be born before the start of this battle. 5 million individuals are quite a lot, and even if they cannot defeat General Xiao Yuanshan, they will definitely spoil his nerves. Hong Yao puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and, calling him brother, says that the guy does not need to be afraid, because despite the fact that the enemies brought a lot of people, both she and the teacher are next to him. Jiang Chen points to the top of the mountain and says that he is not afraid of anything, but it seemed to him that he saw Jai Gang on this top. The guy says that he would like to go there and give him the promised gift. Gu gives the young man permission to do this, since they will still fly past. Jiang Chen jumps off the cliff and flies down, smiling. Wu Shuang, Tang Ying and Bai Feng look at the young man in surprise. The big guy thinks that he never had a chance to properly fight Jiang Chen. Bai Feng reflects that the hero owes his success to the forbidden insect, and now it is clear why he was able to deal with Bai Han so quickly. The girl thinks that the hero is the second person in the world who managed to climb to the top of the Taixu ladder. Sandao and Hankui also look at the young man. Hankui tries to figure out whether her master will join the battle. Sandao says that there is no point in thinking about it and worrying in vain now. She and her friend have nothing to do in such a battle, and they will not get in the way. Jiang Chen lands in front of Jai Gang and Tang Jin. The guy greets them. The hero hands the man a green crystal. He reminds him that he promised to get epic level equipment, but he failed to get it, so he brought something much more interesting. Jai Gang asks if it is a source crystal. The man realizes that this crystal is equivalent to a pass to the 7th awakening. We see several more magnificent items. The hero says that for Tang Jin he has a scarf that will perfectly match her style. The guy says that the bow that Infeng has did not look impressive enough, so he got the Sun Hunter that emits a bright glow. For Bulang he got a gold rank dark weapon, and Xiao Qi will get a platinum rank set. We see people standing on a cliff. They happily greet the hero. Xiao Yuanshan, whose eyes glow with an eerie light, says that it seems that Jiang Chen will appear soon. He orders the execution team to prepare and await orders. Du Wenxinghai, standing behind the general, asks him to wait and reminds him that there are more than 100 heirs of noble families on the Stone Island, and Gu Kaitian is also there, and he cannot act recklessly. Xiao Yuanshan looks down and says that this is simply wonderful, and if Gu Kaitian is unable to figure out whose side to take, he will deal with him too. Du Wenxinghai steps forward and, looking at the island hanging in the air, demands that Gu Kaitian hand over Jiang Chen to them. He asks his friend not to make a mistake. The man thinks that both Gu and the Xiao family representative are two important figures for Jiangnan, and if they fight, it will all be bad for everyone, so it is better to sacrifice one guy than to bring things to a disaster. Gu, standing on the edge of the cliff, asks what mistake he should not make. The old man says that he lived his life without a drop of regret, and no one in all of Jiangnan or even in the Daxia Empire can blame him for anything. Gu states that he brought back 150 heirs of the great families from the Forbidden Area. Moreover, they all partook of the power of the Taixu Hall there. The representatives of the said families vigorously discuss the old man's words. One of them says that many people tried to find the Taixu Hall, but few succeeded. The second says that he would never have thought that the Heavenly Blade King had access to this mysterious place, but now they can be proud of their children. The third says that such a generous gesture cannot be left without gratitude. The remark sounds that they cannot protect Jiang Chen, but at least not entering this battle on someone's side and choosing neutrality will not be difficult at all. Du Wenxinghai turns to the audience and says that 150 heirs have touched the power of Taixu Hall, and thus Jiangnan has received a golden ticket to the future, because with such talented young masters, their power will increase significantly. The man says that Gu Kaitian has accomplished a great feat. Xiao Yuanshan puts his sword aside and demands that everyone shut up. Water shafts rise up to the cliff hanging in the air. Xiao Yuanshan, surrounded by water on all sides, says that Jiang Chen has a forbidden insect and according to the laws of Daxia he must die. The scoundrel turns to Gu and says that he is going against the law by covering for the owner of a forbidden thing. In addition, he accuses the old man of stealing the heirs of great families. According to him, it was a pathetic scam designed to buy time, and taking 150 other people's children into a forbidden area is utter idiocy. The young men look up in amazement. One of them says that Xiao Yuanshan is floating in the air, reversing the winds and subduing the ocean. The second declares that everything will end very quickly and notes that he cannot even move. The third complains that he is very scared and advises not to interfere in all this. In front of us are Gu and Hong Yao. The old man demands that Jiang Chen return to him, after which he orders the girl to support the flight of the cliff. She says that she will do everything. Jiang Chen jumps up and, flying above the cliff, apologizes to Jai Gang. He says that it is better for those below to remain under the protection of the barrier and watch the performance from afar. Jai Gang asks in amazement when the hero managed to deploy this barrier. The young man asks the head of the Night Watch and his companions to intervene only if he himself cannot cope. Gu, standing on the edge of the cliff, shouts that he needs a blade. Xiao Yuanshan, who is hovering above him, asks if Gu Kaitian really wants to point his sword at him. The white-haired old man asks what is wrong with that. After all, he is the master of the Eighth Awakening who knows dozens of forbidden spells of the water element. Gu says that such a monster should not be afraid of someone who is armed with only one sword. Xiao Yuanshan puts up an ice barrier in front of him. Duan Xinghai raises his hand and demands that the opponents calm down. He says that if they start fighting, they will destroy not only the camp, but also the Jiangnan military base. He suggests that they come to their senses for the sake of people's safety. The young man standing behind Duan Xinghai says that for the sake of people's safety, he suggests settling everything with a duel to the death. He is going to fight Jiang Chen one-on-one. Duan Xinghai realizes that Bei Han is behind him. The villain looks at his right arm. He says that Jiang Chen took this limb from him, but today he will take revenge by taking the life of his offender. Duan Xinghai puts his hand forward. He says that he likes this option. Let the youth settle their differences, and the elders should not interfere. The hero, who is hanging in the air in front of Bei Han, asks if he really wants to fight one-on-one. He says that he knows this enemy too well, and he would never go to fight just like that. The hero demands that Bei Han explain what he has planned. The scoundrel, whose right side we can see, says that Jiang Chen is very smart, after which he voices his condition: the guy must not use his insect. Xiao Yuanshan calls his grandson a good man, and then, turning to everyone present, expresses the hope that no one will object, because in this situation no one will get hurt. Gu, holding his sword out, declares that this is complete nonsense and that Xiao Yuanshan should not think that because he has the old law on his side, he can do whatever he wants. The old man is ready to rush into battle. Jiang Chen stops him. Gu calls Xiao Yuanshan an old bastard and shouts that he has long wanted to cut off his head. He demands that he fight him one-on-one if he has an ounce of conscience and courage. Jiang Chen asks the teacher to calm down and not make everyone around him think that they are just some kind of butchers. Pointing his thumb at himself, the young man says that if the enemies do not want him to use Xiao Jiu, then there is no problem, and he will deal with the enemy in another way. The old man asks again in surprise. Jiang Chen and Gu stand on the edge of a cliff. The young man reminds the old man that he promised to teach him a blow that splits the sky and asks him to do it right now. Gu asks if his student is joking. Hong Yao, sitting on a huge halberd, suggests that Jiang Chen has gone crazy. She states that she has been learning this move for 10 years and Jai Gang has only mastered it at a basic level. Bei Han laughs loudly. He shouts that Jiang Chen should not even dream of waiting for a couple of decades. The hero, smiling, states that there is no need for this and asks to give him only 5 minutes. Gu is furious. He asks who this insolent brat, who unfortunately happens to be his student, thinks of himself. The old man declares that the technique of a strike that splits the sky is not some cheap crap that is sold around the corner so that you can learn it in 5 minutes. Bei Han calls the hero an idiot. Someone's hand falls on the hilt of the sword. Jiang Chen raises his left fist and asks the teacher to just teach him. The old man looks at his hand in amazement. He realizes that his sword is somehow reacting to the boy. Looking at the young man in shock, Gu thinks that it was Jiang Chen who made the heart of the sword beat so hard back then, in the Taixu Hall. Jiang Chen explains something in his teacher's ear. The teacher, looking ahead with displeasure, says that he will teach the boy right now. Duan Xinghai raises 2 fingers and declares that since the opponents will fight to the death, he will create an arena of life and death for them. A huge rock hangs in the air. Duan Xinghai says that no one will be allowed to interfere with the fight. Beihan lands on the rock and declares that everyone is only waiting for the hero, so he had better hurry up with his training. The villain says that last time Jiang Chen relied on the power of his forbidden insect, but this time it will not help him, and he will finish him off in front of everyone. White traces are visible in the air. Zai Gang tries to cut through the protective barrier. He looks ahead with displeasure and curses, shouting that the hero should not fight Beihan. He asks his teacher why he allowed this whole farce to happen. The man blames himself for sending Jiang Chen to this damn Tianjiao camp, because if he hadn't done that, everything would have been calm. Tang Jin asks Zai Gang to calm down, assuring him that the teacher would not make such a decision without thinking it through carefully. Gu holds his weapon in front of him. He asks the hero to remember that the sword that splits the heavens is a blade forged from will. The hero must break through all obstacles, surpass the rules of life and death, understand the true self, and act without a drop of regret. Gu strikes a blow that splits the heavens. A bright white trail is visible in the sky. Xiao Yuanshan holds the weapon in front of his face. He asks if that punch was aimed at him. The old man activates all his defenses and asks if Gu thinks he can kill him with that move. Duan Xinghai looks up in fear and curses his comrade with bad words. He says that this fight was supposed to be one-on-one, and Gu is breaking the rules by attacking the other side. Then he realizes something and shouts that that punch was not aimed at the general. Xiao Yuanshan looks at the sword mark that is right in front of him. White energy splits the blue barrier. Above Xiao Yuanshan's head, a giant dragon writhes in pain, cut in half. The monster, whose face we can see partly, calls Gu Kaitian an old bastard and promises to come back to deal with him. Duan Xinghai looks up and realizes that there was a black dragon from the Yangtze River hiding nearby, and thus Gu's timing was perfect. Duan Xinghai realizes that all the masters were focused on the duel and no one except Gu noticed the monster. The old man puts his sword on his shoulder and says that this dragon most likely came for 9 miasma wings and his cultivation is around the middle stage of the 8th awakening. Xiao Yuanshan looks at Gu in amazement and realizes that this old man really has remarkable skill. Gu laughs loudly. He asks his disciple if he liked the way the teacher used his sword for the first time in front of him. The old man asks him to confirm that it was cool. The hero replies that it was incredibly cool. Gu, continuing to laugh, says that he thinks so too and then asks if the youth has learned the move. Jiang Chen holds out his hand with his fingers spread and asks Zai Gang to lend him his sword. The Night Guard leader looks on in confusion as the plant root takes his weapon. Gu, frowning at the hero, asks why he doesn't want to use his teacher's sword. Jiang Chen replies that the old man will understand everything soon. The young man jumps onto a rock hanging in the air and asks the teacher to wait a little and just watch the fight. The guy says that he will try to use a blow as cool as the old man did. The teacher calls his student an asshole. Hong Yao runs up to the old man and asks what he is doing. Because the guy is literally going to his death, the girl is indignant because Jiang Wushen does not interfere in what is happening. Despite the fact that thanks to the old man, his descendant received a reward by entering the Taixu Hall, she screams that this is unacceptable, and she will do everything to save the hero. Hong Yao tries to take a step forward but stops. She asks Gu why she can't move. The old man looks ahead and explains that this is the arena of life and death, and no one can enter except those directly involved in the fight. He says that Jiang Wushen, whom the girl mentioned, has already arrived here, but simply does not show up, hiding in the abyss. Hong Yao looks very worried. She tries to understand if it is the power of the invincible god Jiang Wushen that prevents her from moving, and whether he is really that powerful. The girl sincerely hopes that she did not say anything that could offend him. Gu, whose back of his head we can see, says that Jiang Wushen thinks bigger than himself, and he simply does not need chaos in Jiangnan province. Hong Yao says that this is probably wrong, because this character wants to sacrifice the hero for his own plans. The old man looks at the girl with displeasure and asks why she thought Jiang Chen would be sacrificed. He reminds her that he taught the boy the heaven-splitting kick. Hong Yao asks again in surprise. Jiang Chen and Beihan stand opposite each other on a cliff hanging in the air. The villain laughs and says that his opponents must be out of their minds. He asks if the hero really thinks that the heaven-splitting kick is some kind of trash technique that can be learned after seeing it once. Jiang Chen puts out his hand and says that everything will be clear when he tests the kick on his opponent's skin. Black streams rise from Beihan's back. He calls the hero an arrogant braggart and says that he doesn't care at all what the boy will counter him with if he doesn't resort to his insects. Beihan asks how his opponent is going to fight him at all. Bai Feng asks Wu Shuang, who is standing next to him, who will win this fight. The big guy replies that if Jiang Chen could use 9 miasma wings, he would definitely win, because even he himself had an incredibly difficult time in the fight with the guy. Bai Feng looks at the opponent standing on the cliff and says that the rules forbid the hero to use the forbidden insect. Wu Shuang says that in this case, in his opinion, Jiang Chen will die since Beihan managed to restore the heart of his martial arts and came back even stronger than before. Beihan holds a sword in his right hand. Wu Shuang says that this weapon deserves a special mention, since it is none other than the Moon Soul, an artifact that ranks 20th in strength in the Empire. Beihan, smiling, looks at the hero and says that he will allow him to make the first attack. According to him, for the battered blade that the guy is armed with, it will be an honor to crumble to dust when faced with the power of the Moon Soul. Jiang Chen, smiling, demands that Beihan stop talking nonsense. He raises his weapon and asks his teacher to evaluate the sword technique that his disciple has. Jiang Chen delivers a strike that splits the sky. He shouts for Gu to prepare his instructions if the technique is not applied correctly. The young men watching the duel cover their faces with their hands. One of them shouts that he does not understand what is happening. The other shouts that his eyes are very painful. Hong Yao runs forward and shouts for the disciples whose souls are not tempered enough to quickly cover their eyes. Gu looks at what is happening in amazement and realizes that Jiang Chen has actually mastered this strike, although it only attacks the soul and consciousness. Beihan swings his sword and snorts incredulously. The villain looks at the enemy with a smile and asks if this is really all that the sword that splits the sky can do. He says that the hero's skills are insignificant, and his weapon only attacked the soul. The guy reminds that the members of the Xiao family have always been the owners of the strongest souls. Beihan raises the sword above his head. A huge moon is visible above him. The villain shouts that the stars and the moon fill the cup. Beihan strikes the stars and the moon. Jiang Chen stands with his legs wide apart. He turns to Chu Jang and says that a little earlier he used the first technique, which was called the Blade of Humanity, and now he uses his second skill. The hero looks out from behind the sword, which he holds in front of his face. He declares that this attack does not target the soul, but destroys the physical body indirectly. Jiang Chen strikes and cuts the moon hanging above the enemy's head. Beihan, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, shouts that this is simply impossible. Streams of black energy rush from the hero to the enemy. Duan Xinghai, who continues to point two fingers upward, curses and says that the arena of life and death is about to collapse. He does not understand how two fighters with only a second awakening could do such a thing. A huge piece of rock hangs in the air. Duan Xinghai orders to reinforce it with ice. Beihan holds back the flow of energy. Holding out his sword, he thinks that he must block it, otherwise he will die. Beihan, peeking out from behind his hand, casts a spell. Turn your gaze to the northwest and see the floating clouds. The sword will reach the sky, rising for thousands of li. The scoundrel says that the forbidden spell is an element of invincible sorcery. The young men standing below cannot hold their swords. One of them complains that his weapon does not obey. The second angrily asks who dared to use such an ominous forbidden magic. Beihan thrusts his blade into the rock, summons swords and uses the divine weapon skill Moon Soul, which is called returning blades to the origin. Jiang Chen sees that many swords are rushing towards him. Beihan uses the skill-destroying blade Glitter. Duan Xinghai, looking at his comrades, curses and asks if the participants in the duel have gone crazy. He says that they need a few more cultivators practicing ice magic, otherwise the arena will tear apart. Beihan, holding out his sword, laughs loudly and shouts that Jiang Chen lost. He asks what's so special about the guy being a god rank. The scoundrel ironically asks if the youth was helped by the heaven-cleaving strike, and shouts that without his forbidden insect, he is a complete non-entity. Jiang Chen, who is being hit by swords, hears Beihan threatening to use a forbidden spell to tear him apart. The hero calls his opponent a bastard, and shouts that he underestimates him. A bright flash is seen on a cliff hanging in the sky in front of Jiang Chen. The hero asks how his opponent knows if he has an ace up his sleeve. The guy uses the karma strike of the heaven-cleaving sword. Beihan, falling apart, shouts that this is impossible. Yuanshan, who has a sword in his hand, tries to shout to his grandson. Chu Jang looks up in amazement. He says that he sees the sword of mankind, the sword of the earth, and the sword of heaven. He does not understand if this is happening in reality and states that these swords have been unfinished all this time for a huge number of years. Hong Yao looks at the scene in shock and asks if Jiang Chen really learned the heaven-splitting sword technique in 5 minutes. Gu standing next to him replies that the boy doesn't have enough energy to use the weapon to its full potential yet, but he really learned the technique and even managed to improve it. The old man says that the boy did what Chu Jang couldn't do in his time. Wu Shuang, Tang Ying and Bai Feng look up in surprise. The big guy says that Jiang Chen is perhaps the strongest opponent he has ever met among his peers. Bai Feng admits that Jiang Chen learned the technique in 5 minutes. The girl is surprised by the hero's strength. Sandao and Han Kui hug. One of them says that the mentor has won. The other replies that the benefactor is truly incredible. Two characters are looking down from a great height. One of them, with long hair, says that the disciple of the Heavenly Blade King is a very interesting young man. He suggests not to touch him for now, since the guy can serve as a whetstone on which the blades of the current young generation will be sharpened. The second one says that he did not plan to kill the hero. It is reported that before us is the invincible god of the sword Jai Ling Kui and the invincible god of martial arts Jiang Zian Jai. The younger one says that if his interlocutor does not intervene, Yuanshan will do it. The grandfather of the dead scoundrel hangs in the air. The old man frowns in front of him and demands that Jiang Wushen remove the pressure of his aura and not interfere. He says that his grandson died a terrible death, and he thirsts for justice. There are jets of energy visible near Jai Ling Kui and Jiang Zian Jai. The sword god asks the martial arts god if he understood what he meant. He states that the old man should deal with this, and he himself only came here to watch the show. Jiang Zian Jai turns to Yuanshan and states that he is old enough to understand the simple rules of the game. He says that when participating in something, you must have the courage to accept the consequences. Yuanshan, frowning, tries to object. Jiang Chen approaches the old man from above. He turns to his teacher and shouts that he has learned the fourth strike of the technique. He asks to look at it and tell him if it looks cool. The hero states that, having learned this strike, he is ready to stand next to Jai Gang and Tang Jin and destroy those who deserve it. Gu stretches out his hand and demands that the young man stop right now. The old man asks who he decided to aim his fourth blow at. Hong Yao standing nearby understands that Jiang Chen has decided to attack General Xiao. Jiang Zian Jai frowns down and says that the boy is provoking the tiger and seems to be seeking death. He states that this child is very stupid. Jai Ling Kui, smiling, states that now the old man has no chance to save the young man. Yuanshan raises his fist and asks if Jiang Chen really dares to threaten him and if the young man is seeking a glorious death in battle. The old man calls the hero a pathetic upstart of the Second Awakening and states that he is nothing more than an ant under the sole of his boot, which for some reason had the audacity to poke a sword in his direction. Jiang Chen rushes at the enemy, raising his sword above his head. Traces of blows are visible in the air. The hero shouts that the sword of the Great Path brings justice, destroying evil. Streams of yellow energy rise up from his weapon. Jiang Chen uses the skill growth of all things and says that time is like a blade, black and white, fickle. Wu Shuang, Tang Ying and Bai Feng stand with their mouths open. The big guy says that this is just some kind of madness. The blow dealt by the hero is equal in strength to the attack of a master of at least the Fifth Awakening. Bai Feng says that Jiang Chen had incredible potential, and for some reason he decided to commit suicide and attack Yuanshan. We also hear other lines. Someone says that the poison demon challenges the heavens themselves, and the legendary gods would be proud of such an act. It is said that the guy's blow embodies the principles of true justice, so he should join the sect of the Great Tao. Yuanshan puts out his fist, telling the hero that even the guy's teacher did not dare to disturb him, and some brat challenges him. The old man puts out his index finger. A powerful stream of water appears in front of him. Yuanshan asks if the guy really thinks he can defeat him with such a weak attack. The old man's face shows amazement. It turns out that Yuanshan is under attack by countless insects. He asks if it is 9 miasma wings that is attacking him. Jiang Chen stands with his right hand outstretched. He asks the old man if he really thought he could defeat such a strong opponent with just one strike. The guy says that there were hordes of swarms hidden behind the glitter of the blade, and besides, the ban on using insects does not apply to the fight with Yuanshan. Finishing his speech, the guy summons 100,000 insects. Yuanshan covers his face with his hand. Jiang Chen puts out his fist and orders his insects to explode. A huge purple cloud can be seen in the air. Explosions occur near Yuanshan. Jiang Chen, with his hand outstretched, says that this is not enough and the explosions must continue. Duan Xinghai runs away, calling on those around him to do the same. Red bubbles are visible next to Yuanshan. The old man says that this guy must be destroyed, otherwise he may become a real disaster in the future. Red liquid pours on the hero. Yuanshan uses the skill Water Curse, Blood Explosion. Jiang Chen stands with his legs wide apart. He understands that a forbidden spell was used against him. Blood flows from the guy's nose. He looks at his hand and realizes that the blood in his body is controlled by Yuanshan. Jiang Chen looks at his hand in fear. Yuanshan, surrounded by clouds of white smoke, clenches his fist and uses the skill Blood Explosion. Blood flows from the hero's nose and eyes. Jai Gang knocks on the purple sphere and calls the young man. The man curses and curses the ill-fated barrier that does not allow him to get out. Gu and Hong Yao, grabbing their weapons, call the guy. Sandao and Han Kui jump off the cliff to try to help the hero. The girls, who are wrapped in red ropes, do not understand what is happening. Sandao and Han Kui again find themselves on the edge of the cliff. Their relatives are standing next to them, one of whom asks where they rushed headlong. A reproach is heard that the girls cannot assess the situation sensibly. Han Kui recognizes his grandfather and Sandao his father. The girls stand with wide eyes. Han Kui asks his grandfather to help Jiang Chen. Sandao asks if his father has any way to save the hero. Tang Wanchuan, looking sadly at the girls, says that they can't do anything to help. Mu Henian says that once a person is under the influence of the blood explosion skill, he can be considered dead, especially since this magic is cast by a master like Xiao Yuanshan. The old man says that Gu also went to help the hero. He expresses hope that together with Hong Yao they will be able to stop Xiao Yuanshan. The old warrior grabs his sword and, calling the enemy a damn thief, demands that he stop. Hong Yao calls Yuanshan an old senile man and demands that he take his hands off the hero. The elder of the Xiao house, smiling, looks back at Gu and his assistant and says that it's too late and Jiang Chen will soon explode from the inside. The old man advises to just enjoy the spectacle, and right from the front row, traces of blows are visible in the air. Gu curses the scoundrel and the girl uses the heavenly blade skill. Above Yuanshan, traces of 2 blows are visible. Hong Yao says that goodness, like water, gently but inexorably destroys evil. The head of the Xiao family ironically says that Gu has an outstanding heavenly blade, but this sword is powerless against an opponent like him. Gu puts his left hand in front of his face. He offers to see how many blows the opponent can withstand. Hong Yao suggests that the teacher cut the villain into thin slices. Jiang Chen, who is visible inside the red vortex, laughs madly. Gu and Hong Yao call out to him in fear. Yuanshan, smiling, tells the old man that his disciple is already at his limit and it is time to say goodbye to him. The villain clenches his fist and uses the forbidden spell Blood Explosion. Jiang Chen is inside the red sphere. His body swells. A powerful explosion occurs. Jai Gang and Tang Jin look at what is happening in despair and cannot believe their eyes. Hong Yao is crying. An old man standing next to him calls his student by name. Han Kui, smiling, looks up and says that this simply cannot be, and the teacher is probably just playing a joke on them. Sandao says that the hero always does something like this, and this time he must have come up with something cunning too. Yuanshan laughs loudly and shouts that he has avenged his grandson. Gu and Hong Yao rush at the enemy. The old man shouts that even if today is his last fight, he will take Yuanshan to the next world too. The girl says that she understands her teacher and offers to kill this old goat. Duan Xinghai looks up and says that this seems to be not the last death for today. He turns to the god of martial arts and says that if he does not intervene, these two will also die. We see opponents hanging in the air. Someone orders them to stop. Hong Yao shouts that she cannot even move. From somewhere to the side there is a proposal to change the conditions of the fight. Yuanshan looks at the purple cloud hanging nearby in amazement. Someone from there says that he is ready to fight Xiao Yuanshan one-on-one. Jiang Chen emerges from the cloud, clenching his fists. Gu and Hong Yao call his name in unison. The hero asks if everyone present thought that this old man could kill him so easily. The boy says that he has many trump cards up his sleeve. Yuanshan looks at the young man and thinks that this is simply impossible because he saw him die with his own eyes. Bai Feng asks in amazement what exactly the hero did. Wu Shuang standing nearby suggests that Jiang Chen has been reincarnated. Sandao and Han Kui hug. One of them joyfully shouts that the benefactor has played a trick on them again. Bu Lang looks up in amazement and says that Jiang Chen smells of death and it must be the Reaper's decree at work. Xiao Qi clenches her fists and says that it must be true. She remembers that they got this artifact in that scary village and it must have been the one that prevented the guy's death. Jiang Chen raises his hand up with his fingers spread out. He says that since Yuanshan couldn't kill him, it's now his turn to attack. A huge swarm of insects is seen above the hero's head. The guy says that he has kept his creatures locked up for a long time, but now it's their turn to act. The guy summons both 9 miasma wings in the swarm. Yuanshan looks at the huge cloud hanging in front of him in shock. He realizes that this is something very serious, a level of catastrophic disaster. Jai Ling Kui and Zhang Zian Jai watch what is happening. The younger one says that the number of insects in this swarm is incredibly large. The old man asks in surprise when the hero managed to create such a large swarm, because he woke up only recently. Zian Jai admits that it seems he underestimated the young man. Ling Kui reproaches the interlocutor for the fact that he, as always, is cunning like a fox, but now he should know what to do. Countless hordes of insects are approaching Yuanshan. Jiang Chen says that he is ready to risk the entire swarm just to kill the enemy. He orders his creatures to tear apart the body of the scoundrel. Yuanshan, raising 2 fingers up, curses everything in the world. The old man looks at his hand and realizes that he cannot move. He says that only one person could do this to him, namely the god of martial arts. Yuanshan does not understand why he did this. Powerful purple explosions occur in the air. Han Kui looks up in surprise and asks why the martial arts god decided to help the boy. Her father replies that it's pretty obvious, but if necessary, he'll explain to the girl. Jiang Chen smiles and stretches out his left hand. Wan Chuan says that if someone owes $1 million and doesn't pay the bill, they'll kill him. If he owes 100 million, they'll have to treat him with respect. And if someone owes $1 billion or, say, 10 billion, then everyone will treat him like their ancestor. The girl says she doesn't understand anything and asks what this has to do with the martial arts god and his decision to help. The father suggests that his daughter think carefully. We see purple explosions again. Han Kui says that she thinks everything is clear now. Wan Chuan explains that in their empire no one will tolerate the owner of the forbidden insect, and he will be killed immediately. But if such a person has gained great power, then Daxia will keep an eye on him, trying to only limit his actions. But Jiang Chen has grown his insect to the level of a disaster in a very short time. Moreover, he has mastered the heavenly blade and improved it, which means that he will now be treated specially. The girl says that this means that the hero used his trump card not just to survive. He wants to show everyone else that he had another joker hidden up his sleeve. The father says that this is exactly how it is. Only Yuanshan's right eye is visible behind the purple bubbles. The old man screams hysterically that hell awaits everyone who is now watching what is happening. He screams that the entire Daxia Empire must sink into oblivion. The bastard opens his mouth wide and shouts that the creatures who framed him so easily will not be able to get rid of him so easily. He says that he also has something to surprise them with. Purple explosions are visible in the air. Yuanshan looks out from behind the huge bubbles. He thinks that Zhang Xianjai's technique is just an illusion, and if he can break through it, he has a chance to escape. The old man understands that when you are on the verge of death, there is no point in trying to save face, the bets are off, and he needs to break out and leave the Daxia Empire. Yuanshan uses his divine might skill and rushes inside the pink bubble towards the hero. The bastard's face is distorted with anger. He shouts that Jiang Chen is about to die. Anxiety appears on the young man's face. He realizes that Yuanshan broke through the trap of the god of martial arts and the explosions of the hidden curse that he himself uses. A blue beam pierces the old man's body. Jiang Chen looks at it in surprise. Blood spurts out of Yuanshan's mouth. The opponents hang in the air opposite each other. Someone says that it's all over for Xiao Yuanshan, and if he dares to move even a meter, his head will fly off his shoulders. The old man recognizes the voice of Jai Lingqi and reproaches him for even going against him. Jiang Chen puts his hand forward with his fingers spread out. Purple explosions begin to sound around Yuanshan again. The old man screams loudly that they simply cannot do this to him, because he risked his life for the country, destroyed monsters, suppressed rebellions, killed followers of the Church of the Ancient God. We see what is left of the head of the villain, who, despite terrible injuries, continues to scream that he is the pillar on which the Daxia Empire rests. A huge hole is visible in the old man's back. Having lost most of his limbs, Yuanshan kneels down. He asks Jiang Chen if he really intends to kill him. The hero laughs and says that his enemy's body has sunk into oblivion. Only a living soul remains, but even so, Yuanshan still manages to ask stupid questions. Yuanshan, continuing to dissolve, bows before the hero. He admits that he was wrong and promises to compensate for everything. The old man says that the Xiao family will give everything they have if the guy spares his life. The bastard humbly begs for mercy. Jiang Chen, smiling, asks Gu and Jai Gang what they think about this. Yuanshan looks up and asks the warrior Zhang Xianjai to save him. He states that he is ready to serve on the front lines in the dungeons if necessary. Xianjai frowns at the old man. Hovering in the air above his opponents, he addresses Xiao Yuanshan and says that while holding the rank of Major General of the Jiangnan Province troops, he bred large-scale corruption in the army and used his position to influence civilians. The old man asks if Xiao Yuanshan admits his guilt. He replies that he completely agrees with the accusation. Xianjai sternly looks at the scoundrel and declares that, taking into account the criminal's past services to the Empire, he will confiscate all his property, and a curse will be placed on him, and he will be sent to the front lines in the dungeon, where he will spend the rest of his life until the moment of death. Yuanshan, who has a hole in his chest and completely empty eyes, hears the question of whether he accepts this punishment. Energy vortexes swirl around Xianjai's fingers. Yuanshan, looking up in pain, says that he accepts the sentence. There is a thin arrow above the bastard's hold back. Xianjai says that if Xiao Yuanshan tries to escape, he will explode and die. The hero who sees all this thinks that one of the three martial arts gods of the Daxia Empire has incredible strength. Xianjai approaches the youth from behind and asks if he is satisfied with the verdict and if the rage in his heart has calmed down. Jiang Chen turns to the old man and says that he completely agrees with the verdict. Laughing, he swears to the heavens that he has not gone crazy yet. Xianjai says that the youth is very talented and also knows his place, so the old man did not regret deciding to come here today. Jiang Chen thanks him for his recognition. Duan Xinghai raises his finger and says that the poison is spreading and can pollute the earth. Xianjai snaps his fingers and says that this problem is solved in an elementary way. A huge explosion is heard in the air. Xianjai uses the skill cleanse. Jiang Chen looks up in amazement and realizes that his poison cloud was removed with just a snap of his fingers, which means that Xianjai is frighteningly strong. Xianjai, with a humiliated and limbless Yuanshan hanging next to him, states that as everyone can see, he is able to control such small things. Then the old man tells everyone to convey his orders and says that all who work for the good of Daxia will always be friends of the Empire, while those who dare to go against it will forever remain enemies, and in this regard, the example of Xiao Yuanshan should serve as a warning to everyone. The old man has only one eye open, preparing to give his verdict on Jiang Chen. The hero looks at Xianjai with concern. Mu Henian approaches the boy and places his hand on his shoulder. He addresses the god of martial arts and admits that his wisdom knows no bounds. The man says that Zhang Xianjai must have seen for himself that Jiang Chen is brave and talented. He is strong beyond his years and he certainly does not intend to harm Daxia. Mu Henian states that as a representative of his family, he can vouch for the boy. We see several people looking at Xianjai hanging in the air. Tang Wenchuan says that he vouches for the boy. The second man states that the Jiangnan army also supports Jiang Chen and offers the boy to join their ranks. He promises to provide the young man with the best resources for development. Another speaker on behalf of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Organization also vouches for Jiang Chen and promises to support his further development. Sandao nudges his father in the back. The girl says that competitors are literally fighting for the hero and demands that he also offer something. Wan Chuan looks up thoughtfully. He clenches his fists and shouts that he also supports the proposals made. Sandao clutches her head. She cannot believe that her father has disgraced himself so much. Hong Yao, who is sitting on her halberd, says that this is simply unbelievable. First Jiang Xianjai stood up for the young man, and then other masters supported him. She says that all this seems like a dream. Gu says that, apparently, Jiang Chen calculated this scenario and specifically attacked General Xiao. Hong Yao, wide-eyed in surprise, says that the guy is incredibly smart since he can calculate such options. The old man says that everyone gathered knew perfectly well about the atrocities committed by Yuanshan. But if Jiang Chen had not created favorable conditions, no one would most likely dare to speak out against the general openly. Xianjai and what's left of Yuanshan are hanging in front of the people standing on the cliff. Hong Yao says that she understands everything. She states that since the secret of the insect disaster was revealed, it was pointless to continue hiding it, and the hero did the right thing when he showed everyone his true power. Gu agrees, stating that in the end, the 9 miasma wings is a legendary monster that many are still afraid of. Hong Yao says that it's a pity that the hero's entire swarm died in this battle. The old man assures her that it's not a big problem, and the guy will just grow a new swarm. The old man states that Jiang Chen will think of something, since his head is very smart. Besides, he doesn't think that the guy used up all of his insects. Here is the hero. He hears that the ruling family of Jiangnan is also ready to vouch for him. There are offers from other families. The young man thinks that this is exactly the effect he was looking for, and if he is going to go out in public, he should do it in a big way. Xianjai, hanging in the air above the hero, says that all the respected people have spoken out unanimously in support of the guy, which means that the decision has been made. He asks Jiang Chen to take care of himself and use his insect disaster for the benefit of Daxia. The guy, bowing, declares that he will follow the instructions of the god of martial arts. The old man's right eye glows brightly. Xianjai announces that in 10 days there will be a celebration of the Great Daxia Empire's Day, and he wants to announce a small reward that he will provide for the Pride of Heaven tournament that will be held on the day of the celebration. The old man announces that the young martial artist who takes first place will receive all the resources necessary for further development and special privileges. Someone asks in surprise if this is too much for a small reward. Xianjai warns the hero that he will not be able to use his insect disaster. The young man, looking up in fear, thinks that Xianjai is doing this to ensure the victory of his grandson, who is Wu Shuang. But he immediately discards this assumption, realizing that there is no point in this, and the old man hardly needs to change the rules to support a relative. Standing under the old man looming over him, the hero says that he will not use 9 miasma wings. The old man notices that the young man is attentive to his instructions. Jiang Chen looks down with concern. He thinks that it is not a big deal that he cannot use 9 miasma wings, because every time he completes a quest, he gets a new insect queen. Then the guy suggests that Xianjai is trying to figure out what potential he has without 9 miasma wings. In the end, the young man resigns himself to his situation and promises himself that he will not disappoint Xianjai. The old man puts out his right hand and says that it is time for them to finish this event and clean up here. Someone asks what is there to clean up if the insect poison has already been destroyed. Xianjai turns to the great dreamer and says that it is time to work. Someone asks in amazement after hearing who the old man is talking to. We see a toy rabbit. Now in front of us is a gap in space. Someone asks if this is really a representative of the unrivaled 3 gods of the Daxia Empire. The girl holding the stuffed rabbit yawns loudly and says that she is very tired. The girl in the strange costume is hanging in the air. She complains that it is very noisy and there are a lot of people, including martial artists. She does not like being forced to clean up the mess. Xianjai, without looking at the great dreamer, asks why she is grumbling and says that she only needs to clean up the memories of 9 miasma wings for everyone below the rank of the king. And after that she can go back to bed and sleep for a whole year. The girl happily says that she will do it quickly now. The great dreamer looks at the old man and says that he sees the night guard commander. She says that it takes too long to deal with him, and she is too lazy to do it. She asks someone else to deal with him. Then the lazy girl complains that she is too tired and wants to sleep. Xianjai says that he will deal with him later, and for now the girl should take care of the others. The great dreamer snaps her fingers. She uses the Zhuangzhu skill and dreams of a butterfly. The boy and girl, with their mouths open, look at the butterflies. The young man cannot understand whether he is Zhuangzhu, who is dreaming of a butterfly. The young people are drawn to sleep. One of them thinks that he is still a butterfly, which is dreaming of Zhuangzhu. The people fall asleep. Hong Yao asks why Jiang Xianjai and the Great Dreamer are doing this. The old man replies that it is all for the sake of protecting Jiangchen and their country, since there is no need for extra people to know about the appearance of the ancient great disaster, since Daxia is currently in turmoil. We see a map of the area. Gu says that in addition to the 8 forbidden zones known to the girl, there are things much more terrible. First of all, these are 3 great caves, from the impenetrable darkness of which they are watched by the hungry eyes of bloodthirsty monsters. Also on the body of their great country there is a vile filth, the church of the ancient god, which they never managed to eradicate to the roots. Hong Yao says that now she understands. Jiang Chen is lying on the grass. The girl asks why it was necessary to seal the hero's memory. The Great Dreamer looks at Hong Yao and says that this is not a seal, but an enhancement of his soul, which will allow the guy to avoid death from magic at a long distance, for example. A powerful curse or something similar. The girl says that, in the end, the young man has a rather weak cultivation and not very strong soul foundations. Hong Yao understands what is being discussed. The Great Dreamer looks surprised. Jiang Chen seems to be sleeping. The Great Dreamer understands that this young man seems to be immune to her ability. She rushes to the guy, thinking that this scoundrel is pretending. This treachery just infuriates the girl. We see the top of the hero's head. He thinks that he just felt a powerful wave of spiritual energy that instantly puts everyone it touches to sleep, but the tree of all things reflected it. The guy thinks that if all the masters below the king's rank fell asleep, then he, perhaps, will also pretend to sleep. It seems to him that it will be inconvenient if the Great Dreamer, one of the pillars of this empire, cannot put someone like him to sleep. Xiao Ju sits on his knees and bitterly cries for his dead children. Jiang Chen admits that it is his fault. Literally right there, Xiao Ju starts laughing. She says that she took the 30th level, and now she will be able to produce new children. The hero thinks that he will probably never get used to her sudden mood swings. The boy lies with his eyes closed. The Great Dreamer tells him not to pretend, as she knows he is not sleeping. The girl whispers in the boy's ear to wake up. Jiang Chen rubs the back of his head and calls the girl sister. She asks again in surprise. Blushing, she puts her hand on her cheek and says that Jiang Chen called her sister, Xianjai. Hanging in the air, says that this is really cute. He himself thinks that this old woman is already 800 years old, and she behaves like a little child. He would like to make a sarcastic comment on this topic, but he decides to refrain from so as not to anger the Great Dreamer. The girl takes the boy by the chin. She looks him straight in the eyes and asks if it is Jiang Chen in front of her, after which the girl says that the sister recognizes her younger brother. The boy curses inwardly and realizes that he cannot move. The girl throws a ring behind her back. She says that the hero's soul turned out to be strong, which means it does not need strengthening. The Great Dreamer declares that this ring will protect the young man from all attempts to probe his abilities based on mental, spiritual, and curse techniques. She says that the young man can consider this a welcome gift from his sister. The Great Dreamer, smiling, raises his index finger and says that he will now go to bed, and the young man should not forget to visit his sister in her dreams. We see the backs of Jiang Chen and Hong Yao's heads. The hero thinks that he simply called the Great Dreamer sister, and she immediately accepted him as a younger brother. Hong Yao tries to understand if the same will happen to her if she catches up with the girl and also calls her sister. Xianjai looks at the young man sternly and tells him not to forget that the Pride of Heaven tournament will begin in 10 days. The old man states that if the boy can win without using his forbidden insect, he will prove to everyone that he is worthy of the attention of the empire. Xianjai says that a new era is coming, a time of great challenges and fierce battles. There is not much time left, and the boy must prepare. Jiang Chen, who is standing behind the old man, says that he understands everything and thanks him. Xianjai says that no thanks are needed, since the boy gnawed out the right to what he received. Jai Lingqi says that it was good fun, but now it is time to get back to work and, in particular, kick the ass of the black dragon living in the Yangtze. There are 3 men standing behind the hero. One of them says that his niece Tang Ying is also the niece of Tang Jin, who is not a stranger to the hero at all. He asks if the young man is considering the option of marrying Tang Ying's baby, after which they will be able to resolve all issues within the family. The second man says that the previous speaker was a little late with the matchmaking, because the heiress of his family will be the guy's main wife, and he is ready to offer Jiang Chen 20% of the capital of the trading company as a dowry. The third man says that things will not work out this way, since his baby is already carrying the young man's child under her heart. Hong Yao asks Gu if she, in his opinion, has even a small chance of marrying Jiang Chen. The old man immediately hits her on the head with his fist and declares that the chances here are 0, at least because she is old enough to be the young man's grandmother. We see an incomprehensible structure before us. The hero closes the door behind him and thinks that he has finally gotten rid of everyone and can now normally focus on the next cycle of swarm reproduction and the second awakening of the class. The young man stretches out his left hand and uses the growth acceleration skill. The pregnant Xiao Ju happily declares that she must give birth to many children. The system window reports the successful use of growth acceleration. The reproduction time is 1 hour and the number of individuals is 5,000. Jiang Chen orders the second awakening to begin. We see the system window, which reports that a level 30 practitioner has been detected, the combat power of 237 stars. The requirements for the second awakening have been met. Awakening quest, Heavenly Tower of the Magic City. Quest details, clear the Heavenly Tower, kill the boss of the 50th floor and take possession of his sword. Only the challenger can enter the tower. The time limit is 1 day. Jiang Chen thoughtfully rubs his chin. He thinks that he will sell equipment for several billion today, after which he will buy monster blood with all the money. This will allow him to quickly conduct another swarm reproduction, and tomorrow morning he will go to the Magic City and conquer the tower. The guy hopes that several 100,000 insects will be enough for him. Jiang Chen sees a tree and understands that it has brought a new fruit. The young man reaches out to the apple. The system reports that the fruit of the Eyes of the Void ability has been acquired. The second window describes the acquired skill. It turns out that it allows you to see the hidden, search for additional information. Mark skills. It also ignores stealth skills, illusions and other skill effects. Then there are notes. The radius of the skill is limited by the current soul power. The current radius is 10 kilometers. The skill is active and constantly consumes mental energy. Jiang Chen shakes his head and says that all this is very good. He decides to try out a new skill for himself. A girl is walking down the street with a phone in her hand. Now we see her up close. The hero realizes that it is Tang Ying and wonders what she is doing there. The system informs us that it is Tang Ying in front of us, who has a unique hidden class Nightmare Hunter. Current abilities, level 43, combat power, 49 stars, personality data, daughter of the Heavenly Assassin, beloved child of the Tang family. Notes, she is shy, angry about the engagement that her grandfather made without her knowledge, does not know how to get closer to her target. The girl's eyes reflect the phone screen, on which the words letter to Jiang Chen are visible. Tang Ying is standing in front of the building where the hero is. The guy curses mentally and thinks that he better turn off the lights and pretend that he did not see anything. The young man understands that he needs to get a good night's sleep today, since tomorrow is a very important day when he will go on the quest to awaken in the Heavenly Tower. In front of us is a huge Heavenly Tower located in a magical city. The action takes place the next day. Quite a decent number of people have gathered in a huge hall. We see the backs of several young people's heads. Someone says that Yuanwu is their great treasure and the pride of the city. Half a year has passed, and no one has broken her records yet. The system gives the achievements set by the girl when passing the 10th, 20th, 30th, and 40th floors of the tower. One of the young people says that maybe for someone she is the pride of the city, but for him personally she is a sacred and untouchable goddess. The second guy says that he recently began to pass the tower, but does it 10 times slower than her. Someone says that the previous speaker should thank fate for not dying there. The hero who listens to this conversation looks surprised. He remembers the name he heard and that this is the second most powerful genius of the Daxia Empire. The young man understands that Yuanwu is even stronger than Wu Shuang. Jiang Chen thinks that during the second awakening, she broke all the records of the tower, which means that he will definitely meet her at the Pride of Heaven tournament. Jiang Chen stands on the magic formation. The system asks if he wants to enter the Heavenly Tower. The hero says that if it is his turn, then of course he will enter. Jiang Chen stands in the middle of the horned creatures. The system says that he is on the first floor of the Heavenly Tower, and the strength of the monsters will be automatically set according to the level of the applicant. The hero looks at the red-eyed monsters and orders the Eye of the Void to scan. The system reports that his opponents are ordinary fallen elves of the 40th level, possessing the skills of Elven Era, Poison Cloud, and Illusion. Their combat power is 42 stars. Jiang Chen thinks that he is only on the first floor, and the level of the opponents is already quite high. Besides, they have decent combat power. The guy understands that on the 50th floor, enemies of about 90 levels are waiting for him. Now he understands why even such a genius as Yuanwu managed to get through only to the 40th floor. It is really very difficult to fight here, although in his case, all these monsters will only become food for the swarm. Jiang Chen puts his hand forward and tells Xiao that food is served. The insect queen happily rushes forward, shouting that she wants to eat this meat. The young man asks the girl to be patient and be content with these elves for now. He promises that real delicacies await Xiao later. A guy with white hair is meditating in a cave. We see the face of this young man. It is reported that in front of us is Yingzhan, the strongest young master of the Daxia Empire. Not far from him, a man appears with a paper in his hand. He shouts that he has brought a report on the latest events in the Empire. Yingzhan, continuing to sit in the lotus position, says that he is grateful to Uncle Fang for his concern, but he is not interested in information about Wu Shuang and Yuanwu. The boy admits that they are both outstanding god rank masters, but his uncle knows better than he does that there can be a gap between gods. The man says that his nephew was wrong this time, and the information does not apply to the two characters mentioned at all. All the news is about the new disciple Gu Kai Tian, a god rank spiritual cultivation master. Yingjian says that his uncle must be joking, since he is not interested in masters who have a creative class. The man raises his hand in amazement. He says that the person in question only killed Xiao Beihan and survived the fight with his grandfather. The young man rises to his feet. He looks at the paper and asks if what is described there really happened. A giant red dragon rises above the guy's head. The young man says out loud the words he sees in the note. About the forbidden insect, 9 miasma wings, Gu Kai Tian's techniques, that there was a fight with General Xiao, and the god of war Zhang Xianjai was also present at this battle. The young man admits that all this is very interesting. Yingjian looks very sad. He says that it is a pity that the hero will not be able to use 9 miasma wings during the Pride of Heaven tournament, since it would be a little more fun. A projectile flies into the reptile. It turns out that this arrow was fired by Jai Xuanyu, the second most powerful young master of the Daxia Empire. The girl, hanging in the air, brings down a hail of arrows on the lizard-like monsters. Two men are watching what is happening. One of them says that the lady is irresistible and her strength is already at the level of the strongest great masters. The second says that old man Lai seems to be greatly underestimating her, because even Wu Shuang, who ranks third in the list of the strongest in the empire, fought with the great master and stood up to him. A lizard's head flies under the girl's lush chest. One of the observers says that Lady Jai is stronger than Wu Shuang, so the 5th rank is definitely within her reach. His interlocutor replies that the lady is strong in long-range attacks, but has recently been devoting a lot of time to close combat. Most likely, she is preparing to defeat Wu Shuang on his field. The answer sounds that Wu Shuang is a 0 in comparison with this girl, and even the capital's genius Yingjian is probably no longer her equal. A man holding a cat raises his hand and asks the guys standing next to him to take a break. It is said that this is Jai Hongyin, the supreme commander of the demon capital's combat zone. Xuanyu looks at him smiling and calls him father. The girl runs up to the man and asks if he has seen that she has managed to advance a little in her training. Hongyin asks his daughter why she is torturing herself like that. The man asks if winning the Pride of Heaven competition is worth it. Hongyin, looking at his daughter, says that she should follow the example of her father, who is helped in life by a healthy indifference to everything. Xuanyu asks what kind of nonsense her father is talking. She reminds him that he, in quotes, was so indifferent to everything for 30 years that he took the post of commander in such an important place and at the same time is the 4th titled king in the Daxia Empire. The man hands his daughter the phone. He admits that maybe he went with the flow a little to get to where he is now, but he is not going to argue with his daughter. He suggests that she look at the summary of the strongest boys and girls that she asked him to get and pay attention to a guy named Jiang Chen. Xuanyu looks at the screen in amazement. The man frowns at his daughter and asks if she thinks she has a chance of winning in the current situation. Xuanyu admits that Jiang Chen is very strong, but she finds it strange that he can be stronger than even Yingjian. A long-haired man is seen above Hongyin's head. It is reported that this is Xuanyu's great-great-grandfather, the sword god Jai Lingqi, who is over 100 years old despite his very young appearance. Hongyin says that he will agree with his daughter, since Jiang Chen made everyone talk about him and even her great-grandfather sent him a message in which he asked the girl to be especially careful with this young man. Xuanyu looks ahead with displeasure. She tells her father that she plans to go to the Sky Tower if she can clear the 50th floor there. Then her chances of winning will increase significantly. Hongyin sadly asks if his daughter needs all this and does the girl not get tired of all this fuss. A young man approaches Xuanyu and asks the lady for permission to make a report. He then says that her record for clearing the first 10 floors of the Sky Tower has just been broken by a certain Jiang Chen. The girl says that as far as she remembers, she managed to clear 10 floors in 1 minute and 12 seconds, after which she asks how many seconds the guy took from her record, 1 or 2. The young man says in fear that Jiang Chen spent only 37 seconds on 10 floors. Xuanyu, blushing with anger, says that this is simply impossible for any martial artist of about her level. She insists that doing it in less than a minute is simply unrealistic. The reporter says that he just received a message that the same person broke the record for conquering 20 floors. Xuanyu, with cold sweat running down her face, asks again in amazement. The girl raises her hand indignantly and asks if this Jiang Chen did everything on purpose to make her doubt her abilities on the eve of the tournament. She says that she will go to the Sky Tower and kick this bastard's ass. Hongyin tries to understand how he, a man who does not like unnecessary movements, was born such an energetic and restless daughter. Above the hero's head, a system message is visible that he broke the record for conquering 20 floors and received a spiritual arrow, a skill book for masters above level 40 and one of 16 fragments of the treasure map that allow you to unlock a secret realm. The hero says that the rewards in the Sky Tower are good, but, for the most part, useless for him. It seems to him that only the fragments look promising and he hopes to complete the cleanup and collect them all. The hero goes forward. The system asks if he wants to enter the 21st floor. The young man answers that there is no doubt about it. We see many young people. One of them says that Jiang Chen simply smeared all the records of the young princess of the Jai family. The second asks if this is really a person. The third recalls that on the 20th floor the boss is about level 50. Sandao is sitting on a luxurious bed. She looks at the phone screen, where it is reported that a certain young man broke the records of Princess Jai in the Sky Tower. The girl is shocked by this news, and she tries to find a live broadcast. In the end, she finds a list of records of passing and comments under it, where someone writes that the bastard Jiang Chen is actually not local, but came from Jiangnan. Other users are outraged that some outsider dared to encroach on the records of a real goddess. Sandao understands that we are talking about her benefactor. The girl is simply furious. She calls the commentators scumbags who dare to throw mud at a completely holy person. Sandao raises her right hand and demands that Hanqui immediately join the broadcast from the Magic City's Sky Tower, in the comments of which some creatures are trying to insult their benefactor. She calls all her friends to kick the asses of the bastards gathered in the chat, and if that doesn't work, they should go to the city and restore order there. Yuanwu resolutely walks forward. The young people standing behind her shout that no outsiders are allowed to conquer the tower's records, and the honor of the magical city cannot be allowed to be desecrated by some visiting master from Jiangnan. They ask the princess to put the outsider in his place. The girl says that she, Jai Xuanyu, will return her city to the primacy among the masters who have passed the second awakening. The girl is surrounded by horned elves. It is reported that she is on the first floor of the Heavenly Tower. Xuanyu says that last time she cleared the tower immediately after the second awakening, so she was much weaker than her current self. The girl raises her hand and says that now, having collected improved equipment and having prepared well, she will win back her position in the rankings. A dead monster lies on the floor. It is reported that this is happening on the 10th floor 2 minutes later, and the clearing time was 59 seconds. Xuanyu, standing in front of a magnificent arch, says that it is simply impossible. She gave it her all and it still took her so long. The girl states that Jiang Chen did it in only 37 seconds, and she simply does not understand how he did it. There is a magic formation under Xuanyu's feet. The girl says that it is probably the competitor's class, and she, as a divine-ranked Sun Destroyer, is unable to compete with the opponent's class. Xuanyu says that on the first 10 floors of the tower there are a large number of low-level monsters, and she, as a ranged warrior, is at a disadvantage compared to melee masters. The girl decides to move to the 40th floor and start straight from the 41st floor, where she stopped last time, since there will be mainly elite monsters and high-level bosses. That is, large targets, of which there will be few. These are ideal targets for the shooter, and this is where she will surpass Jiang Chen. The girl thinks that if she clears the 50th floor, taking first place, losing on the lower floors will not matter at all. Xuanyu pulls back the bowstring. This happens 5 minutes later. An arrow flies into the head of the giant squid. It is reported that the skill Golden Crow Firestorm is used. Xuanyu tiredly bends his back. The system reports that the clearing time was 5 minutes and 29 seconds, and a new record for conquering the 50th floor was set. The girl tiredly says that she did it twice as fast as when clearing the 40th floor, and defended the honor of the Magic City. She declares that Jiang Chen, no matter how hard he tries, will never be able to break this record, and this will be his first defeat in the confrontation with her, and far from the last, since Xuanyu is going to defeat the guy in the Pride of Heaven tournament. The same purple squid is visible behind Jiang Chen. It is reported that it is also on the 50th floor. The guy says that the meat of these monsters is quite high quality, and if his swarm absorbs it, then 3 more reproduction cycles can be carried out. He is going to pass the 50th floor and get a second awakening, and immediately after that he will have a second swarm mother. Xiao Ju sniffs and finds fresh meat. Jiang Chen asks her to be patient. Since this is food for the swarm, the guy promises to buy the girl something tasty when they return home. Xuanyu stands in front of her fans. One of them tells his comrades that the princess has returned. The girl standing next to her asks the guy to be quiet. Xuanyu looks at the faces of the people meeting her in bewilderment. She does not understand what is going on, because she just set a new record and everyone should be happy and greet her. But they, on the contrary, have very sour faces. The girl looks up and sees a message that the record for passing the 50th floor is 4 minutes and 9 seconds. And belongs to a young man named Jiang Chen. Xuanyu realizes that the competitor has beaten her by a whole minute. Anger appears on the girl's face. She thinks that she should try again, and promises herself to win no matter what it takes. Yuanwu takes out a red pill. She understands that this pill can burn part of her life force, but she will worry about it later. The hero looks at the octopus tentacles. The guy thinks that the swarm has gone to reproduce, and he does not understand why he has not yet received the reward for clearing. It should be the sword that he really needs. Jiangchen looks very unhappy. The system informs that as a reward for clearing he received epic level equipment. It will be either armor or a sword. A second later the guy finds out that he received epic armor. He curses the system that gave him an unnecessary item and says that he will have to go through the last 10 floors again. Jiangchen says that the swarm is now processing the absorbed food, so it's time for little Xiao to act. Yuanwu shoots an octopus with a bow. She uses the skill piercing cold and scorching heat. Above the girl's head, a system notification is visible that the clearing time was 3 minutes and 7 seconds and a new record for conquering the 50th floor was set. Yuanwu says that she finally managed to set a record, and with a reserve, improving the previous achievement by a whole minute. It seems to her that her opponent will not be able to do better than her. A smiling Xiao is circling over the unfortunate octopus. She says that this monster is very funny. It has many legs, they are soft, and it is fun to play with it. Jiangchen asks the insect queen to stop playing with the monster and finish it quickly so that daddy can make her a brother. Tears appear on Xiao's face. She says that she does not want any brother, and her daddy should be satisfied with little Xiao. Jiangchen asks where his ward got such thoughts and asks her to relax, because even if she gets a brother, she will still remain the eldest, so if her brother pisses her off, she will just slap him. The guy asks Xiao to think about the fact that she appeared earlier and is much stronger. Besides, she has a huge swarm. The octopus flies apart. An increase in level from 35 to 37 is reported. The screen shows the record for conquering the 50th floor. It belongs to Yuanwu and is 3 minutes 7 seconds. The happy blonde raises his hand. He shouts that Jiangchen lost, and the record belongs to their goddess Yuanwu. It is reported that this is Yuanfei, the second most powerful genius of the magic city and the main suitor of Yuanwu. Sanda discontentedly demands that the guy shut his stinking mouth, since Jiangchen is just swinging and doing the task. He does not even know that there is some kind of competition here. Hankui confirms that the teacher does not even try to pass this tower for speed. A new recording appears on the huge screen. A message sounds that the previous record has been broken. It is 2 minutes 58 seconds, and now belongs to Jiangchen. Yunfei asks again in amazement. The girls remind him that they warned him that their teacher did not give it his all. Yuanwu looks up in amazement. She can't understand how someone could beat her record. The girl brings a pill to her mouth, deciding to go for another try. Several messages about setting a record on the 50th floor appear on the screen at once. Yuanwu looks up helplessly. It seems to her that this is simply impossible. The girl falls to her knees and lets out a desperate cry. Her father appears next to her. Hongyan is incredibly angry. He asks who his little princess is crying for. The man says that he will destroy anyone who offended his precious daughter. Yuanwu, sobbing, looks at her father and calls the name of her offender. Hongyan, clenching his fist, says that he understands everything, and the guy went too far. He promises to teach him a lesson as soon as he leaves the tower. The man looks at the results screen thoughtfully. He does not understand why the young man needed to go through the floor several times for the second awakening. He suggests that Jiangchen discovered a hidden quest in the Heavenly Tower and is actually trying to get the Julie treasure. Then the man rejects his suspicion, remembering that the treasure of the Divine Emperor Julie is divided into 12 parts, and his family spent generations looking for clues leading to the legacy of the Great Emperor. While they were able to find only 4 fragments, the man does not believe that Jiangchen managed to collect a complete treasure map in such a short time. Jiangchen holds the fragments of the map in his hands. The system reports the beginning of the process of connecting the artifact that belonged to the Divine Emperor Julie. The hero looks at the map thoughtfully. He understands that simply going through the floor again and again was not enough. It was necessary to fit into the minimum time allotted to the class of the applicant, regardless of his rank. Jiangchen looks at the map in amazement. The system reports that the fragments have been successfully connected and describes the artifact he has received. It is reported that the Julie clan is one of the most powerful families of ancient times. It was ranked 53rd on the list of the strongest. The map allows you to get the weapon of the Divine Emperor Julie, the Tiger Soul Sword. There are 12 such maps in total. Each of them leads to one of the relics of the ancient clan. Activating the map opens a passage to a hidden location. The applicant has no restrictions on the number of people who entered, time, or the minimum level of participants. It is reported that this place is terribly dangerous. Jiangchen looks at the sword he holds in his hands. He thinks that the Tiger Soul blade will suit him perfectly, since the description indicates that the hidden location is very dangerous. The hero does not want to go there unprepared. He realizes that he has just received the last items necessary for class awakening and must first figure out his profession. Jiang Chen stands under a ghost tree. The system checks the items needed for awakening and reports that they are all collected. After a while, the young man learns that the class awakening has been successfully completed. 100 attribute points have been received and a new type of fruit has become available, the fruit of opportunities. The young man looks at the leaves of the tree. He tries to understand what this fruit is capable of. Then the hero decides to wait for this fruit to grow while he is going to summon the next queen of the swarm. A bright gap is visible in the dark sky. The system reports that the hero has completed the second awakening of the class and now he can summon a random insect lord. A little later it is reported that the summoning is complete. In front of us is a beetle. The system congratulates the hero on receiving the insect catastrophe indestructible crimson rhinoceros beetle. It is reported that it lives in the eternal hell, absorbs emotions, grievances, rebellion, disobedience, the remains of the will of divine beings and archdemons. The insect is considered extinct since the moment when the eternal hell was destroyed during the ancient catastrophe. The beetle flies up to the hero. The system reports that the peculiarity of this creature is asexual reproduction. Every 10 levels the royal individual is able to reproduce from 49 to 108 individuals. Evolution, available every 30 levels, allows you to acquire a new random skill. Jiang Chen examines the insect. He cannot believe that it is already at the same level as Xiao, although it is noticeably smaller in size. Besides, this creature seems to the guy not as affectionate as Xiao. Jiang Chen picks up a bug on his finger. He decides to use the divine evolution skill. In front of us is a blonde child. The boy lowers his eyes and calls the young man father. Jiang Chen understands that this guy is calmer and more mature than Xiao. The hero says that he calls this his pet Xiao. Jiang Chen did not expect that the queen of the swarm could be a boy. Although, as far as one can understand, this makes sense given the asexuality indicated in the description. The hero realizes that evolution works exactly like this and the external form of the creature can be anything. Xiao calmly looks at the hero. The system shows his characteristics, among which the hellish furnace ability stands out, which absorbs and processes all types of life essence, the energy of the world, the power of the sun, moon and stars into its own life force. Jiang Chen looks at the description excitedly. The features and skills of this creature amaze the guy, and the hellish furnace generally seems to him something special, because if he can get this ability, he will become invincible since, in fact, he will be able to regenerate by absorbing any food and energy. Xiao looks at the hero and, calling him father, says that if he helps him complete the first cycle of evolution, he will very soon be able to take one of the abilities, but this will require 10 drops of divine and demonic blood. Jiang Chen happily raises his left hand and says that the baby's appetite impresses him. Xiao was just born and already wants to absorb the blood of demons and gods. He suggests that the boy first go to the swarm's nest and meet his older sister, and as for the blood, as soon as he gets out of here, he will ask his teacher to get it. Xiao agrees with this proposal. Duan Xinghai, looking at his phone, asks Gu to hurry up. He says that they need to get to the magic city as soon as possible, or rather to the damn heavenly tower. The gray-haired old man asks where his comrade is in such a hurry, because Jiang Chen is only going through his second awakening. Duan Xinghai says that he just saw Xuanyu crying on the stream from the tower. The old man says that the lazy ass, who is also the girl's father, usually does not lift a finger to help others, but if someone hurts his precious daughter, he will cut off their head. The old fighters run to the blue portal. Gu reproaches his comrade for not telling him about everything earlier. Jiang Chen approaches the audience. They are preparing to witness the magnificent performance that is about to begin. Hong Yin looks at the boy angrily. He says that the brat has finally appeared. The old man asks his princess not to worry and promises to teach the boy good manners. The girl asks if her father is being too cool. The hero cannot understand why everyone is looking at him so strangely. Hong Yin tells his daughter that he has everything under control. Gu and Duan Xinghai grab the boy's hands. He is surprised to recognize them. He asks what is the matter and why they are dragging him by the arms. Duan Xinghai says that there is no time to explain and they should get out of here as soon as possible. Hong Yin unleashes a wave of energy on 2 old men and 1 young man. He demands that Duan Xinghai stand his ground and states that a man from the damned Jiangnan has wronged his daughter. Hong Yin warns that he will not let him just take the bastard and run away with his tail between his legs. He shouts that he demands compensation, namely 3 large dungeons near the Dragon Abyss. The old man declares that he is going to rename this very abyss in honor of his daughter. A collision of 2 streams of energy occurs in the air. Duan Xinghai shouts that he is not going to leave this impudence unanswered since Jiangnan is stronger than ever. He suggests looking at the ranking of young talents of this year and states that it seems that Hong Yin should be the one to hand over the territories to someone. The girl's father is incredibly angry. He calls the opponents old scumbags who cowardly fled. The man promises that he will go to Jiangnan for justice, and even if the scoundrels kneel, he will not forgive them. The old man says that Jiang Chen must enter their family and suffer day and night to atone for his guilt. Xuanyu is amazed and asks what her father is saying. The father and daughter stand in front of a crowd of people. Hongyin says that he is ready to do everything to make his daughter happy. She calls her father to go home. The girl says that she has already calmed down and thought everything over. She agrees to let the young man's name remain in the ranking, since it will serve as a reminder of her defeat, and looking at this list, she will prepare even harder for the Genius ranking tournament. In front of us are Gu Kaitian, Duan Xinghai, and Jiang Chen. Hongyin comes out to meet them and asks what they forgot in his house. Gu hesitantly says that they came to ask for a favor. The hero mentally turns to Xiao Jia and says that for his sake the teacher was forced to find himself in the awkward position of asking. The two stand opposite each other. Hongyin says that if the King of Heavenly Blade himself asks him, then he simply cannot refuse and will try to fulfill any request. He thinks that with Duan Xinghai they can still yell at each other, but Gu Kaitian has an impeccable reputation and must be treated with great respect. Gu says that his disciple needs a special material to advance in cultivation, and as far as they know, this material is only in the Jai family. The old man clarifies that we are talking about 10 drops of divine and demonic blood. Duan Xinghai says that disputes between adults should not affect the younger generation. And since Jiang Chen is in great need of this ingredient, Hongyin will receive compensation in the form of a dragon abyss. Hongyin hugs his daughter and screams that the dragon abyss is a trifle that is not worth even a drop of this blood, after which he says that he will give everything that is needed so that the King of the Heavenly Blade does not leave with nothing and can save face. However, according to the man, he has one condition: Jiang Chen must enter the Jai family and marry Yuanwu. The girl, blushing, covers her face with her hands. She accuses her father of saying some nonsense again. Hongyin asks his daughter to turn on her head and think carefully, because if Jiang Chen is next to her every day, she will develop even faster. The girl replies that, of course, there is logic in this, but all this is somehow very wrong. Duan Xinghai calls Hongyin an old schemer. He asks if he wants the Luo and Mu families to know about this condition. The old man says that he will see how Hongyin holds out if these names unite. The hero thinks that he will be married to someone again. Gu, whose back of his head we can see, advises Patriarch Jai to pay close attention to what he says. Hongyin laughs and says that even if the guy doesn't want to join his clan now, he can become his father-in-law and son-in-law first. Yuanwu rudely pulls his hand away and angrily asks her father if he came here only to marry her off. She says that if one of them needs to get a soulmate, it should be him, not her. Hongyin quietly says that his daughter doesn't understand anything, and feelings are something that can be acquired. He reminds that it is fashionable for young people to get married first and then fall in love. Yuanwu heads for the door. She says that she is tired of listening to all this. Hongyin, smiling, asks the hero not to listen to the girl, and offers to stay with them for a couple of days in order to take a closer look at each other during this time. The man hopes that during this time everything will work out for the two young people, but if nothing works out, they will simply forget about everything that happened. The hero, smiling, says that, so be it, he will take advantage of the hospitality of the Jai family. Jiang Chen thinks that the girl does not like him anyway, and staying a couple of days as a guest is not scary, especially since this will allow Hongyin to save face, and he will receive the blood of demons and gods. In front of us is a nice 2-story house. We see a box with red bottles. Jiang Chen thinks that the blood in front of him has miraculous properties. Just one bottle allows the master to advance to the rank of king, though at the cost of the body gradually falling apart. But these are minor nuances. Jiang Chen remembers that Hongyin warned him that this blood contains an extremely dangerous alien will, and one must be very careful with it. The hero, smiling, looks into the box and tells Xiao Jia that dinner is served. Xiao Jia stands in front of the hero in a strange pose. He asks him what happened. Jiang Chen notices that the young man has such a sour look, as if he bit a lemon. Xiao Jia looks down sadly and says that Xiao Ju has taken a dislike to him and wants to kick him out of the hive. Jiang Chen, stretching out his right hand, asks if the boy was beaten by the insect queen. He says that nothing like that happened, and he does not fight females at all. The hero says that Xiao Jia acts as if he would have a chance in a fight against Xiao Ju. He replies that Jiang Chen is right, he cannot defeat Xiao Ju, so he just left her. The hero thinks that there is logic in this, but for some reason the boy's attitude to what happened seems strange to him. Jiang Chen thinks that in front of him is a monster from eternal hell with some too soft character. The hero decides to let things slide and let the kids deal with their problems on their own. Jiang Chen leads the kid to the case and says that he brought him food. As promised, Xiao Jia calmly says that he will eat, so be it. The corks fly off all the bottles. Liquid pours out of the vessels. The boy drinks blood. Xiao Jia bends back. The system reports that the indestructible crimson rhinoceros beetle has entered the next stage of evolution and the skill extraction process has begun. Jiang Chen thrusts his fist forward, hoping that he will get the ability he wants the most, namely the Hell Furnace. Huge jets of energy rise above the hero. The system reports that the divine, overwhelming, indestructible body of the crimson rhinoceros beetle has been obtained. Then follows the explanation that the human body consists of 850 billion cells, each of which now has the indestructibility of the crimson rhinoceros beetle. If the ability is fully awakened, the hero will be able to spread the seas with his hands, crush the stars, and absorb the moon and the sun. The hero also learns that the indestructible rhinoceros beetle can become a source of changes to the host's body, partially transforming it. The hero looks ahead in shock. He realizes that this skill is an advanced version of the Hell Furnace. The hero looks at his fist. He says that the physical strength that this skill gives is simply unimaginable. If he can raise 2 more generations of Xiao swarm, he will be able to fight on equal terms in close combat with Wuxuan. In addition, Xiao will be able to merge with the hero's body, significantly strengthening him. The guy hopes that now the boy will not have to fight Xiao for a place in the hive. Xiao appears behind the hero. He asks to give him food, and in a style that is more familiar to Xiao, Jiang Chen asks why his new pet speaks in such a strange manner, because this has never happened before. He says that he learned this from his older sister because he wants her to accept him into the hive. The hero curses. In front of us is an arch with a staircase. It is reported that here, in the province of Jiangnan, there is a cult of an ancient god. A robed man sits on the throne in front of his subjects. He asks if there is any news from the scouts. One of the subordinates informs the Lord of the Seventh Throne that Jiang Chen from the Jiangnan military region has learned the martial art of the Heavenly Blade. In addition, he has managed to improve it by learning the 4 steps of the sword. The reporter believes that this skill may be at the level of the gods. The hooded man says that they also learned that Jiang Chen had a conflict with Xiao Yuanshan, but all information about it was deleted from people's memories. In addition, all the cult agents who tried to find out about this incident disappeared without a trace. The 7th Throne Lord stands up from his throne and states that most likely no one remembers anything about this conflict due to the intervention of the Great Dreamer. He says that there is no need to waste resources and send people to be slaughtered. It is time to change the ranking of the strongest in Daxia. The man states that the 1st through 3rd places will remain unchanged, but Jiang Chen must take the 4th place. The scoundrel orders that the bounty on the heads of all 4 be increased again. The Lord walks forward on the red carpet. He states that whoever kills one of these 4 will receive the blessing of the ancient god and direct promotion to the 6-star level. The scoundrel says that since Jai Lingqi killed the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th Throne Lords, the cult followers have essentially been inactive. A multi-eyed monster is visible above the bastard's head. The Lord says that by the grace of the ancient god, who not only did not abandon them, but also sent his revelations to the cult, the time has come to act decisively. The Lord, with a web visible above his head, greets the venerable Spider Emperor. He stands in front of the giant monster and declares that he has come to discuss the possibility of concluding an alliance. The spider replies that he does not trust people. Humbly lowering his head, the head of the cult declares that, strictly speaking, they are not quite people, despite the fact that they have filthy human bodies. According to him, their souls belong to the ancient god. That is, they can be called his apostles. The bastard says that their faction is among the 100 strongest among the races of the Abyss, and his interlocutor should have received instructions to assist them, since their goals are absolutely the same. The multi-eyed monster declares that he does not care about all this nonsense, and the man can say whatever he wants. The cult leader has a nasty smile on his face, stating that according to his information, Jiangnan is currently very vulnerable. The Lord offers the monster to release his brothers and create a powerful wave of monsters in Chu Jang City during the Pride of Heaven competition that will be held there. The bastard with the spider hanging over him states that they are using the emanations from the murders to summon the ancient god, so the Spider Emperor can name his price. Yuanwu loudly knocks on the door and shouts, wondering if Jiang Chen is awake. It is reported that the action takes place the next day. The girl shakes her fist at the guy. He smiles and declares that he is ready to go. Yuanwu looks at the young man in amazement and asks where he is going. Jiang Chen replies that he thought the girl would invite him on a date, but if this is not the case, then it means that she came to call him straight to her room. The guy says that it is too early for this and the girl can leave here. Yuanwu asks again in amazement. Turning away from the young man, the girl says that her father has planned something for him and he should go with her. Hong Yin is lying on a lounge chair under an umbrella. It is reported that this is happening at the training ground of the Jai family. The man greets the guy approaching him. He thinks that the king of lazy people is true to himself and has been sunbathing since early morning. 2 guys look at the hero very displeasedly. Hong Yin says that in front of the guy are the best masters of the magic city and in a few days he will meet them at the tournament. Hong Yin points his finger at Yunfei and states that this blonde is the only one out of all of them who has the hidden class of heroic spirit god follower. The girl's father is about to tell him about the young man's main ability, but Yuanwu interrupts him and asks if his father is really going to tell the hero about everyone who will represent their city in the Pride of Heaven competition. The girl states that this is not entirely fair. Yunfei is also perplexed, asking if Hongyin is deliberately giving information about them. The head of the Jai family admits that he got a little carried away, but it is forgivable since he just woke up. Jiang Chen, looking at Hongyin, thinks that he is talking to him like a family member. However, the man does not know that the guy has the Eye of the Void, with which he can find out any information about his opponents. Yuanwu, Yunfei, and Jiang Chen look at Hongyin in amazement when he says that there are only 8 days left until the competition and he wants everyone he sees to become stronger, so he decided to open the 9-line divine treasury for them. Yuanwu looks at his father in amazement and asks if he is completely crazy. Yunfei gapes in surprise at the thought of being able to access one of the coolest hidden realms in the Daxia Empire, and the hero thinks that Hongyin called him here to lure him into his clan with this bait. In front of us is a monster hanging upside down. Hongyin says that, in general, this is a very interesting place, which is located inside the 10-feet body of a dead ancient god, and after the young people go there, their task will be to explore this body. Despite the fact that about 80% of this carcass has been studied, it is still very dangerous there, especially closer to the head area, where you should not go at all and where the probability of death is 100%. Xiao appears next to the hero's head, who, like a mentally retarded child, says that the corpse of an ancient god is very tasty. Jiang Chen asks his pet not to clown around, since it does not suit him when he tries to speak like an idiot. The hero warns Xiao that first they need to understand what conditions Hongyin will put forward, because they will clearly not be allowed in for free. Hongyin turns to the hero and asks why he is standing still. The young man says in surprise that he will go with the owner of this house. The boy understands that the old man does not make any demands, and Xiao seems to have a good dinner. Yunfei, who is following Hongyin, asks why he allowed a stranger to go with them. The head of the Jai family says that today the guy is an outsider, but tomorrow he can become a member of his family. Hongyin turns to the hero, winks at him and says that once they go inside, the guy must take care of his daughter. He says that the guy and the girl must support each other if they want to conquer this boundless world. Walking hand in hand, Yuanwu angrily shouts at her father to stop these antics. According to her, it is still unknown who will protect whom. We see a barefoot old man with a staff. He says that this place is very dangerous and asks everyone to leave here. Hongyin approaches the old man and introduces himself as the patriarch of the Jai clan. He states that he has the younger generation with him and asks for permission to go inside. The old man replies that both the patriarch and the younger generation can go inside. We see the hero's face. He thinks that there are serious precautions in place here and, apparently, this treasury is really valuable. He understands that this is an ideal scenario for him. The young man is going to concentrate on studying the 9-line divine treasury, as he understands that such an experience will be useful because he will have to go to a similar place in the future. We see a bright flash. The hero looks up in amazement, trying to understand what kind of power it is. The guy, looking at Hongyin, thinks that the wave of energy was very strange. The old man says that this emission was an echo of the ocean of the soul of the ancient god. Hongyin spreads his arms out and says that about 20% of this deity's body is still unexplored, and therefore the young people should stick to a safe route, under no circumstances wandering into unexplored areas. He says that each participant will be given a teleportation flag that must be kept with them at all times, and in case of danger it is better to immediately use it and return. Yuanwu disdainfully raises her hand and says that her father can return to the estate. The girl tells the young people to follow her. Several dozen expedition members follow the girl. She says that they are now at the lower part of the leg of the corpse of an ancient god and are walking along the remains of one of his meridians. Yuanwu states that she has been to this place many times already and knows that it is relatively safe here if you detect monsters in time and kill them from a distance. Jiang Chen looks up. He thinks that destroying these creatures not only gives valuable experience, but also makes the body stronger. The guy is amazed that they are walking along the meridian of the ancient god, which is tens of meters wide. The guy, smiling, looks at Xiao. He tries to understand how huge this god was in life. The pet asks if this is the same food that his father prepared for him. It seems to him that the body of the ancient god must be simply delicious to taste. The beetle circles above the young people. Jiang Chen mentally tells him that he did not expect Xiao to suck up for food. He advises the boy to be careful and make sure that he is not caught. The hero allows him to eat whatever he wants, just unnoticed by others. Before us is the toothy mouth of the monster. Red monsters appear in front of the expedition. Xiao tells the hero that he understands him. The system reports that the squad is confronted by a level 35 blood monster with the skills Blood Mist Realm, Blood Explosion, and Blood Arrow. Jiang Chen, with Yunfei visible behind him, thinks that the monsters they met are quite strong, but he does not understand why Xiao flew away instead of eating these monsters. The guy suggests that his ward found something more interesting. Yunfei uses Soul Force Strike, causing yellow energy to fall on the blood monsters. The blonde man standing next to Xuanyu turns to the hero and says that he destroyed more than a dozen bloody creatures in one move. The young man asks how many monsters Jiang Chen can kill. The hero raises his thumb, thinking that in front of him is another brainless idiot. Xuanyu displeasedly tells Yunfei to stop showing off. He bows and says that he will do as his goddess pleases. The girl does not understand how one can be so stupid. Monsters are visible next to Xuanyu. She says that now they will go to the area where the heart of the ancient god is located. There are many more monsters there, so you need to be on your guard. But this is an excellent chance to improve your skills. Then the girl says that the ancient god actually has 3 hearts. That is, the anatomy of this creature is seriously different from a human one. We see the hero's profile. Xiao Jia tells him not to listen to this girl who is talking nonsense, since the god actually has 4 hearts, and as long as at least one of them remains intact, he can be resurrected. Jiang Chen is surprised and asks if he wants to tell Xiao Jia that this creature is still alive. He replies that he found the last heart and it is completely intact. The beetle is seen against the backdrop of a huge red heart. The hero calls on Xiao Jia to return immediately because it is very dangerous there. He replies that he is actually trying to eat this organ and asks to give him at least a little time. The hero demands that the pet return, promising in return to arrange a buffet for him elsewhere. We see the young man's eye. The hero understands that he must act. Jiang Chen puts his hand on the shoulder of one of the young men and says that it is too dangerous here and there is no point in going further. Yunfei asks what the hero is even talking about. He demands to get the teleportation flags and return immediately. Yunfei defiantly looks straight into Jiang Chen's eyes. He demands that the guy admit that he was terribly scared when he saw several bloody monsters. The blonde calls the hero a coward and asks why the hell he came here if he is afraid of everything. Xuanyu asks if Jiang Chen is serious now and asks the guy to tell him what the matter is. The hero's face is serious. He understands that it looks like one idiot will have to be sacrificed. Jiang Chen strikes. Yunfei flies far to the side. The hero thinks that if he takes this guy out of action, the others will have to listen. Xuanyu asks the guy in amazement what he is doing and why he did this to Yunfei. Jiang Chen replies that the young man was too impudent and asked for it himself. Yunfei gets down on one knee and declares that he has had enough. He threatens to kill the hero for daring to attack first. Waves of blue energy rise around Yunfei. The guy uses the spiritual sacrifice skill. Jiang Chen admits that he is facing a pretty serious opponent. The hero smiles. He hears Xiao Jia tell him that he is back. Jiang Chen replies that the pet did it just in time. The hero looks at Yunfei, who generates a gigantic amount of energy around himself. He orders Xiao Jia to attack. The guy thinks that now the indestructible body of the crimson rhinoceros beetle will be tested in action. Energy emanates from the hero's crooked fingers. The opponents stand opposite each other. The waves they generate collide with each other. Xuanyu looks at what is happening and says in amazement that the hero repelled the attack of the summoned servant with one slap. The girl does not understand what kind of monster is in front of her. Yunfei looks in shock at the creature he summoned, which just missed the blow, and thinks that this simply cannot be. Jiang Chen flies up to him from above and warns that the owner of the creature will now receive a slap. Yunfei flies far to the side. Xuanyu approaches the hero and asks if he has gone crazy and what kind of circus he has arranged here. The squad members are talking. One of them says that the guy with 2 slaps first laid down the summoned spiritual servant, and then Yunfei himself. Jiang Chen, smiling, says that the blonde's wounds are not fatal, but if he is not given timely help, he may remain crippled, and if this happens, their team will not be able to participate in the Pride of Heaven tournament. Xuanyu indignantly looks at the guy's back and says that, as it seems to her, the guy was really scared and beat Yunfei to force everyone to leave this place. The hero replies that if the girl continues to insist on her own and ask unnecessary questions, then the blonde will be very bad. The young people look at the hero indignantly. One of them thinks that this scoundrel left them no choice. The order sounds to use teleportation flags. The expedition members look at their hands in amazement. It becomes clear to them that the teleportation flags do not work. The hero curses mentally. We see the guy's profile. He assumes that Xiao Jia awakened the god with his presence, and now he has blocked all of them here. Jiang Chen understands that this explanation seems logical, since the teacher once told him that beyond the 9 awakenings lies the realm of true gods. The hero, behind whom other young people are standing, covers his mouth with his hand. He thinks that all this means that now they will encounter an enemy who is at the 10th or even higher level of awakening, and they will not escape from here. The young man urges himself to calm down and convinces himself that the god simply sealed the space, but has not yet directly attacked anyone. The hero takes the flag in his hands. He thinks that all this means that the god does not yet have full control of his powers. Jiang Chen rushes forward after his beetle. He thinks that he should take advantage of the moment and try to kill the god before he fully awakens. He asks Xiao Jia to lead him straight to the heart, which must be destroyed. Yuanwu looks after the running hero. She asks him to answer if he felt something, since he tried to force everyone to teleport from here. And if this is the reason he beat Yunfei, the girl shouts that the guy should not dare to run away and answer her questions. The members of the expedition rush after the hero. The girl shouts that they need to run after the guy, since something has changed in the body of the ancient god. She asks everyone to stick together, after which she orders 2 young men so that one of them carries the unconscious Yunfei, and the second one can replace him if necessary. The young men make it clear that they understand the order of their mistress. A giant red monster appears in front of the hero. The guy is caught up by the rest of the expedition members. The system reports that there are special blood monsters in front of them, level 70 to 120, with the skills Blood Mist Realm, Blood Explosion, and Blood Arrow. Jiang Chen understands that the monsters have surrounded them, and at the same time their level is twice as high as that of the monsters at the entrance. The hero says that all this is very bad, and if monsters of level 120 have come here, then soon we should expect those of level 150. Jiang Chen orders Xiao Jiu and the insects subordinate to him to block the road to the blood monsters in front. The insect queen, her eyes bulging, rushes at the monsters. She sees them as food. The hero orders Yuanwu and her fighters to cover the rear. The guy clenches his right fist and says that he himself will have to break through the passage and deal with the main problem. Yuanwu fearfully asks what the young man is going to do, because in front of him is the meridian of the ancient god. The girl asks how the young man is going to break through it. Jiang Chen says that all this is not important at all. The main thing is that everyone holds out until his return, if, of course, he returns at all.
Jiang Chen strikes. He uses the skill Indestructible Body of the Crimson Rhinoceros Beetle. We see a small gap. Xianyu says that it is all useless, and even if the guy manages to break through the gap, it will heal, because the body of the ancient god regenerates very quickly. The hero raises his fist for another blow. He says that he does not care, and he will continue to try. The young man strikes with his right hand. He says that if they cannot break through the meridians, then they will not get out. They will not have enough strength to pass through the outer protection of the body in any case, and so he will at least be able to move through the internal organs and try to get to the heart. We see a trace of a powerful blow. Jiang Chen looks into a large gap and says that he succeeded. The hero manages to shout for the rest of the expedition to wait for him here, and immediately after that the hole in the god's tissues is tightened. Xianyu shouts for Jiang Chen to be very careful. The girl looks at the 2 guys. She tells Lu Fei and Song Yiming, who are both tanks, to take the left flank and hold it at all costs. Xianyu puts out her right hand to the side, calls out a few more names and orders these people to cover the exit area. She herself, together with another fighter, takes the right flank. The expedition members take up a circular defense. Xianyu urges them to remember that now it depends only on them whether they survive or not. She says that her great-great-grandfather Ji Lingke will definitely come to their aid when he finds out that they are in trouble. The young people shout that they will hold on. Hong Yin jumps up from his seat in fear. He asks the bald old man standing in front of him if contact with the expedition members was really lost, and when it happened, he replies that strong energy fluctuations were recorded 3 minutes ago, which had never happened before. The old man states that he tried to go inside, but found that the entrance was sealed. The old man looks at Hong Yin and says that the body of the ancient deity itself remains in their dimension. They also still control the entrance located in the leg, and it is still within their formation. Hong Yin sits down in his seat and props his head up with his hand. He says that it took their family hundreds of years to open the passage into the body of the ancient god, and they will not be able to break through his defense from the outside in a new place. The man states that they need to inform the old master and ask him to return. He admits that all hope is now only on him. Also, in Hong Yin's opinion, it is necessary to inform Jiang Chen's mentor, Gu Kai Tian, about what happened. The hero grabs the toothy monster by the jaw with his left hand. Xiao Jia, who is behind the guy, helps him fight the monsters. The hero uses 3 blades: human, earth, and heaven. Xiao Jia looks up with enthusiasm. He says that he has no desire to eat all the scum he is fighting now, because he knows that there is a real feast waiting for him ahead, the heart of a god. A vortex of blue energy swirls around Jiang Chen. We see 2 characters talking. A long-haired man with a naked torso says that it was a surprise for him that such a strong person was among those who came in. A horned monster sitting opposite calls his interlocutor brother Duanxiu and says that no one could have thought that some person would accidentally find his heart after it was hidden in anticipation of the onset of a new era. The monster says that many centuries have passed since his interlocutor faked his death to prevent the apocalypse. And now, hundreds of years later, some random guy found it. Duanxiu extends his left hand, calls his interlocutor Manlong, and states that this young man does not seem like an ordinary person to him. Duanxiu suggests that the interlocutor take a closer look and says that the insects that this young man uses are the legendary 9 miasma wings. He also advises to pay attention to the techniques and movements that the hero owns. Duanxiu states that not everyone can master such an art. Manlong replies that none of this matters since the space has closed. and this man is already as good as dead. Xiao and Manlong are standing next to a small blue cloud. The first of them says that the guy is using more and more magic, and he is afraid that he will be able to get to his heart. Now he can only create bloody monsters, but with such forces, most likely, the intruder will not be stopped, so if the young man destroys the heart, both of them will cease to exist. Manlong raises his right hand, emitting a blue glow. He asks Xiao not to worry. The dragon admits that he has little time left, and his strength is running out, but in any case, they should be enough to finish off some brat. Jiangchen moves forward over the corpses of the killed monsters. He says that the monsters are getting stronger, and there are already individuals of level 150. The guy thinks that it will be very difficult for Xianyu to withstand. He understands that he must hurry, otherwise all the members of the squad will be devoured. Xiao Jia frowns ahead. He tells his father that if they break through the meridian intersection, they will almost be there. The heroes respond that this is excellent. He understands that the ancient god hid his heart, moving it to another place. Jiangchen rushes forward. He realizes that the blood beasts are running away. The guy guesses that, most likely, they sense the presence of a stronger monster. A bright white flash is visible behind the boy's head. He realizes that the sea of his consciousness has faded, and he does not sense the tree of all that is. The hero's eyes widen in surprise. He sees a huge monster behind him and tries to understand what is happening. The monster grabs the boy with a clawed paw. Jiangchen screams hysterically. He asks where this creature came from. Xiao and Manlong, smiling, look at the hero. The horn monster declares that this boy is finished. The hero, next to whom crystals are visible, does not understand why he cannot resist at all. The boy realizes that his body is shrouded in cold, and his consciousness is drawn to sleep. Xiao Jia puts her hands on the boy's cheeks and asks what's wrong with him. He asks to say at least something. Jiangchen realizes that he can't make a sound. There's a ring shining on the boy's hand. The boy goes forward, the paw that held him flies apart. The system reports that the hero was attacked by a powerful curse from an unknown entity, as a result of which the protection of the star god's heart was activated, which, unfortunately, was damaged. A purple dragon is visible above Jiangchen's head. The boy realizes that the star god's heart is the very ring that the great dreamer gave him. The hero realizes that the curse worked directly on his soul, ignoring the protection of the tree of all things, and this means that the ring just saved his life. The boy realizes that he did the right thing at the time, calling that girl his sister. A smile appears on the hero's face. A ghost tree is visible behind him. He addresses the opponent and says that he managed to destroy the thing given by a god-level master, which means that the opponent is damn strong, but he was unable to kill the guy, so now Jiangchen will make his move. Xiao looks at Manlong and asks him to use the curse again. He says that the young man will not be able to withstand it. The horned dragon holds his throat and coughs heavily. Jiangchen and Xiao Jia rush forward. Manlong says that he cannot do this, since the complexity of the spell already created was prohibitive, and his soul has lost too much strength over the years of imprisonment in this body. The dragon is afraid that if the guy reflects another curse, it will immediately send him into eternal sleep. Manlong looks at Xiao, standing behind him, and asks what his comrade will do: save the dragon, or devour his power to save his heart. A smile appears on Xiao's face. Manlong understands that he is doomed. It flies into pieces. Xiao declares that the choice is obvious here, and Manlong must die. The dragon begs for mercy, reminding that his comrade has bloody monsters left. Xiao says that everything has already happened, and he has a great idea. We see the old man's face for the first time. He raises his left hand and declares that he must deal with the boy, and it does not matter at all whether he destroys his heart. Xiao is going to use Manlong's essence. The old man says that heaven brought this soul to him, and now it will become him. Jiangchen and Xiao Jia stand under the giant heart. The hero asks how long it will take to remove the seal. The boy replies that it will not be very long. Many beetles fly to the heart. Xiao Jia suggests waiting a little and see what happens. Insects begin to eat the vital organ. Xiao Jia says that sharp claws cut the veins feeding the heart, and the seal was removed. Jiangchen clutches his chest in fear, asking what the hell is going on. The young man feels like his own heart is beating at the same rhythm as the ancient god's heart. He doesn't understand what it is, a delusion or an illusion. Xiao Jia is ready to sink his sharp teeth into the heart. He shouts to the hero that he is starting to eat. Jiangchen looks up at the huge heart and experiences a very strange sensation. The hero holds his chest. He understands that the heart of the ancient god is about to stop beating, but he is almost sure that his own heart will stop after that. The hero holds his chest. He understands that something devilish is happening to him. His consciousness whispers to him that he must go to the head of the ancient god, because something left by fate itself is waiting for him there. We see a red heart. Jiangchen realizes that his heart rate seems to have stabilized, but the uncontrollable desire to go to the head has not gone away. The young man stands with his hands in his pockets, trying to understand what this is all about, and whether it is a sign prepared by heaven. Jiangchen understands that he needs to calm down and remembers that he was warned that it is too dangerous in the head of the ancient god. The young man thinks that before going there, he needs to make sure that Xianyu and all the other members of the squad are okay. Xiao Jia, smiling, holds his stomach and says that he ate too much, and everything that was left, he processed into blood essence, which can now be taken with him. Jiangchen smiles. He understands that this is good news. Xiao Jia quickly reached level 30 and can now reproduce the offspring of the swarm twice in a row. Unfortunately, they do not have time for this yet, since first they need to return to their allies. We see a hand with streams of blue energy rising above it. Its owner says that the curse of karma has already been planted in the hero's consciousness. Yuanwu clenches his fist and declares that the hero will not be able to leave here. He mentally tells the guy that something is holding him very tightly, and to break these connections, he will have to tinker a little. But in any case, he will not be able to escape. Sooner or later the guy will come to the head, where they will meet each other. Wounded fighters are sitting on the ground. The girl who is standing in front of them orders those who remain in the ranks to hold their positions. Xianyu shoots a divine arrow at the monster. Someone shouts that bloody monsters are breaking through from the left. The girl looks over her shoulder at the wounded. She thinks that she is almost completely exhausted, and they will not be able to hold the defense. Xianyu understands that they had to forget about destroying the monsters, since now they can barely injure them. We see the girl's right eye. She thinks that the insects of the 9 miasma winged swarm are also busy fighting, so they are unlikely to come to the rescue. A huge toothy monster hangs over the squad members. Xianyu understands that the magic city is in danger of complete destruction this time. She covers her face with her hands. Jiangchen actively works his fists, breaking through the tissues of the god's body. One of the bloody monsters flies back and falls on his back. The young man looks back at Xianyu. She says that she is incredibly happy about the hero's appearance. Jiangchen apologizes for being late. The guy raises his right hand and uses the skill blessing of the star god. He thinks that, most likely, the ring will no longer be able to block magic, but the healing function should work. In front of us are wounded fighters. The girl says that the pain in her body is gradually passing. The guy standing behind her says that he is also getting better. We see the profile of the young man. He mentally orders Xiao Jiao to return. The guy understands that her swarm is noticeably battered. The insect queen rushes to her master, crying, calling him daddy and complaining that he took her stinky little brother to play with him, and left little Xiao Jiao alone. She fought until exhaustion, and was even injured. The poor thing complains that her children died and asks Jiangchen to hug her and feels sorry for her. The hero says that Xiao Jiao did a great job and he came to take her away from this place. Now she can go to the Taishu tablet and recover. Xiao Jiao continues to cry. She mentally calls Xiao Jia a vile little brother and promises to beat him up to restore justice. Jiangchen points at the bloody monsters and asks how the squad members are feeling. The young man says that if they feel better, then they need to prepare for the next attack of the monsters. The guy promises to make a passage for them in the meridian and advises them to prepare to run through it. Then the young man asks the tanks to try to hold the barrier of protective magic as long as possible. Jiangchen strikes the red barrier, destroying it. He shouts for Xiao Jia to activate the indestructible body of the crimson rhinoceros beetle. The boy says that he understood the order. The hero pushes the edges of the passage apart and asks the squad members to run through it quickly. Xianyu looks at the hero in amazement. She does not understand why the young man used to make a hole with several blows, and now only one was enough for him. An order sounds behind her for the magicians to quickly run away from here. Jiangchen grabs Xianyu and runs away from the passage with her. He says that if they do not hurry, the meridian will tighten. The gap in the tissue closes in front of a huge number of bloody monsters. Someone notices that the gap has almost disappeared, and the monsters cannot pass. Xianyu thanks the hero for pulling her out of there. The expedition members quickly run forward. The hero shouts for them to quickly move as far as possible before they are discovered by the bloody monsters already living in this meridian. Xianyu asks the hero to lower her to the ground. The squad members, including Xianyu, rest, sitting on the ground. The hero breathes out with relief and says that for now they are relatively safe. One of the guys says that all this was so dangerous that he even managed to say goodbye to life. Another young man says that here you can rest a little and recuperate. Jiangchen looks at Xianyu and asks her to point out the nearest place that is connected to the passage that her family has established. The girl points to her left and says that if they can break through in this place, they will immediately get to the Divine Treasure Pavilion. But she warns that the external protection of the god's body is much stronger than the internal. Jiangchen sits in the lotus position and says that there is no need to doubt now. He will first break through and then decide what to do next. Xiao Jia towers over the hero. Jiangchen mentally tells him to start the swarm's reproduction cycle. The boy replies that he will do everything now. Xiao Jiao, clenching her fists, tells the young man that her brother has climbed into her territory. The hero calms the insect queen, stating that the boy will temporarily use someone else's thing, finish his business, and leave. Xiao Jia, putting his finger to his lips, asks Jiangchen why he doesn't have his own home. He says that as soon as they get out of here, Xiao Jia will get his own home. The boy says that then he will start the swarm reproduction cycle. Jiangchen sits in the lotus position. He launches growth of all living things and growth acceleration. The system reports the start of the reproduction process of the crimson rhinoceros beetle swarm, which will bring 108 individuals in 30 minutes. The message is repeated 2 more times. The space around Jiangchen is filled with beetles. The hero understands that he received 300 individuals almost instantly, which means that the body of the ancient god is ideal for the development of his pets, and he achieved such strength by feeding Xiao Jia only the heart. The guy is afraid to even imagine what will happen if he gets to the head and eats the brain. A huge monster looms over Xiao Jia. The boy asks his father to help him. The hero screams for Xiao Jio to leave her brother alone. Xiao Jio cries bitterly. She screams that her father traded her for her shameless brother. The insect queen complains that the hero likes boys more than girls. Jiangchen demands that the unbearable girl stop her hysterics and asks where has it ever been seen that a sister tried to eat her brother. She screams that she knows nothing and does not care at all. The hero's eyes glow with an evil fire. He orders a swarm of crimson beetles to return. The guy realizes that 300 individuals and Xiao Jia's special skills will give him combat power of a completely different level. He understands that right now he should be about the same level as Wu Shuang. Jiangchen raises his fist for another punch. He advises his allies to prepare themselves as he is about to break through. The guy says that if his companions see even the slightest chance to get out, they should immediately grab it. The young people answer that they will do so. Gu and Hongyin stand in front of Jilinka, the latter of whom says that the array seal has sealed the entrance to the ancient god's body, and it is almost impossible to break through from the outside. He admits that it is easier to make a hole from the inside, but the younger generation cannot handle it. Hongyin asks what they will do now. Jilinka frowns ahead. He advises them to prepare for the worst if they sense signs of any abnormal activity. They will have to immediately destroy the treasure pavilion and seal the space fragment in which the ancient god's body rests. Hongyin, raising his right hand, addresses his grandfather and calls him to remember that Yuanwu is still inside. He asks if his grandson really thinks that a girl's life is worth more than the lives of the citizens of the Dasha Empire. Jilinka says that if the creatures living in the body of the ancient god break out, it will be a real disaster. Gu takes up his sword. He states that the venerable sword god acts for the good of the country and its people, but in front of Jilinka, he is just an old fool who acts on a very simple principle: anyone who wants to touch his disciple must first fight him himself. Jilinka warns Gu Kai-tian not to take rash actions. An old man with a sword in his hand approaches the enemy and asks what these words mean. He states that, of course, if he has to fight with Jilinka, then such an act can be called reckless, but at least he will preserve his honor and the right to be called a master for his student. Behind the barrier, next to which Gu, Hongyin and Jilinka are standing, blows are heard. The gray-haired old man guesses that this could be the work of his student. Jilinka looks at the body of the god in shock. It seems simply impossible to him that the younger generation is breaking through from within. Gu calls for action faster and help the young people break through to freedom. The squad members, covering their eyes with their hands, watch as the hero in front hits the barrier. The guy wants to use the power of a rhinoceros beetle to break through. Jiangchen holds his hand. He says that the impact of the blow is too strong. Yuanwu asks his comrades to step back, as they can be hit by the shockwave if the hero manages to break through. A gap appears in the god's body. Jiangchen calls his allies. The gap immediately heals. Someone says that they will not succeed, as the speed with which it heals is too great. A cloud of purple energy appears around the hero's fist. The guy does not despair. He says that he will make another hole. The young man asks Xiao Jia to help his daddy break through. We see the mark of the blow. Yuanwu, gritting his teeth from tension, looks at what is happening. The gap in the god's flesh heals again. The girl thinks that the guy will not succeed and the wounds will continue to heal. Jiangchun looks at the red barrier and seems to understand something. 2 human figures are visible in the gap. Jiangchun looks at them in amazement. One of the allies shouts that he sees the sun's glare on the blade. Gu and Ling Qiu strike with their swords. Yuanwu recognizes the Heavenly Blade King and his grandfather. The young people happily run out. Linka, standing at the gap, shouts for the rest to quickly come out. Gu anxiously asks where Yuanwu and Jiangchun are. One of the young people thanks the heavens for saving him. The wound in the god's body heals again. The hero tells his ally to follow the members of her squad out. The girl extends her hand to the hero and demands that he go with her. She threatens to stay here if the guy does not come out. Jiangchun curses mentally. He wants the girl to get out of here as soon as possible, since women are always nothing but trouble. Green roots tightly embrace the girl. The hero uses the skill growth of all living things and shouts at Yuanwu, who is unable to utter a word, to get the hell out of here. The girl reaches out to the tightening gap in the god's body and calls out to her comrade. Hongyin rushes to his daughter, who says that the gap has closed, and his disciple was unable to get out and remained inside. The father sits in front of his daughter. He says that he is incredibly glad that the girl is okay. Xianyu shouts that Jiangchen remained inside and asks to save the young man. Hongyin assures that there is no need to worry, because if the guy continues to break through to the outside, the girl's grandfather and Gu will help him. Linka puts forward his sword and tells Gu to prepare for another round of joint attack. He, calling his ally an old man, says that Linka could not have said anything about it. The two warriors look at the god's flesh in shock. One of them asks the other if he felt that the ancient essence's body's defenses have greatly increased and are no longer passive. Gu frowns at his ally and asks what he means. Linka says that it's very simple, something has awakened inside the body and taken control of the life systems. Linka's face is worried. He's afraid that no matter how hard they try, it will be impossible to break through. Gu says that he can't put up with it. The old man strikes with his sword. Linka calls out to him. He moves away from the god's body and, passing by the old man, says that he shouldn't waste his strength in vain. The ancient god's body has changed and they can handle it. Linka states that they must adhere to their earlier decision. If the emanations of change begin to leak out through their array, they will close the passage and say goodbye to Jiangchen forever. Gu calls Linka a damn bastard. The gray-haired old man closes his eyes sadly and calls out the name of his disciple. Linka, who is standing with his back to him, says that Gu should not do anything stupid. Yunfei, looking up sadly, says that Jiangchen sacrificed himself to save them all. The guy next to him agrees that they all owe their lives to the hero. Jiangchen, who has a sword in his hand, is surrounded by green streams. He says that he will not rush to escape and must reach the head of the ancient god to check what is waiting for him there. Duanxiu, stretching out his left hand, joyfully shouts that the guy took the bait, and using his young body, he will gain a new life. The old man begs the guy to quickly go to him to merge into one. Jiangchen stands in front of a huge gate. There are hieroglyphs in front of him. The hero says that they were carved in stone with a sword, and apparently, many years have passed since this happened. However, these signs still contain a remnant of the master's aura. The young man understands that the hieroglyphs seem to have been written by Linka, Xianyu's grandfather, and behind this door begins the zone of the god's head. Jiangchen pushes the gates aside and orders his children to hide. He says that they will be his trump card and should only come out when he calls them. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Jia make it clear that they understand the order. Jiangchen grabs his head. He hears howls, hums and whispers. The guy cannot understand what the hell is this. It seems to him that thousands of people are talking in his head at the same time. The young man kneels down. He screams for the voices to stop whispering. Jiangchen notices someone above his head. Duanxiu calls him a child and says that he has finally come. The hero, looking up, hears that the old man has been waiting for him all these years. The young man says that he feels a very strange and warm feeling. He asks what his interlocutor's name is. The old man approaches the guy. He says that he is an ancient god and his name is Duanxiu. Then he promises that the guy will now become his equal. Jiangchen, half of whose face is covered with blue streams, asks what all this means. Duanxiu answers that everything is extremely simple here, and he is a guy, and the guy is him. Jiangchen sees himself in front of him, but with a naked torso. The old man, who now seems to be somewhere behind the scenes, invites the young man to go with him and merge into one whole. Duanxiu, who has turned into him, is reflected in the hero's eye. The old man says that then the young man will become a ghost, like himself. Jiangchen strikes using the earth sword skill. Duanxiu, whose red eyes stand out, says that the young man has a very good technique. The old man says that he did not think that the martial arts of the new era would be so perfect. Shards fly above the old man's hand. Jiangchen does not understand what the hell is happening and how the enemy was able to destroy the energy of his sword with his bare hands. Duanxiu says that he does not have much time left, and the guy makes him waste it. Monsters resembling bats appear around Duanxiu. The old man says that he would have killed the hero long ago if he did not want to take over his body. Jiangchen understands what danger he is in. The young man looks at the creatures summoned by the old man and understands that these monsters are at least at the level of the 6th seal. Among them there are even 9s. So it is not surprising that the sword god himself almost died here in his youth. The hero realizes that he is in bad shape and he will not be able to win even if he releases all his insects. Jiangchen puts his fist forward, thinking that 2 deaths cannot happen, but one is inevitable. He orders all his pets to come out and fight. The hero is amazed. He understands that he cannot contact his charges. Duanxiu grabs the guy in his hand and says that he is caught, and this performance is coming to an end. The old man hugs the guy and laughs loudly. He tells the young man not to worry, because he will become better than he has ever been, in every way. A ghostly tree appears behind Duanxiu. The old man tries to understand what is happening. We see a very strange fruit, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. Jiangchen is sitting under a ghost tree. He is trying to understand how he ended up in his own ocean of consciousness. The guy remembers that he was just defeated by an ancient god, then he pays attention to the fact that the tree of all things has brought forth fruit again, and this time it is some kind of rainbow. We see the fruit in question. Jiangchen looks thoughtfully at this miracle of nature. He says that all this is strange, because at the current level of development, the tree of all things should not bring forth rainbow fruits. The system reports that in front of the guy is a special fruit, and an unripe one. It contains a very powerful divine soul. It is advised not to forget to water the tree so that the fruit ripens faster. While it is indicated that water is the soul of all living things. Jiangchen smiles and rubs his chin. He seems to understand what happened. The ancient god wanted to take over his body, but instead he collided with the tree of all things and became food to create the fruit of divinity. The tree could not block the curse itself, but when it comes to consciousness and souls, it has no equal. The young man understands that living souls are needed to water this fruit, and this condition seems very harsh to him. The hero shudders when he hears someone calling him father and asking if he is okay. Then the young man recognizes the voice of Xiao Jia. The hero's eyes become round with amazement when he sees his ward sitting on a giant monster. The boy declares that he considered it necessary to teach the monsters a lesson. Jiangchen asks again in amazement. Xiao Jia looks at the hero from the back of his monster and asks if his father likes this riding beast. Jiangchen recognizes the monster he encountered before. Inside the body of an ancient god, the young man realizes that Xiao Jia is riding a creature of the ninth seal. And this is simply amazing, since even the sword god Linka could not cope with such creatures. A huge cloud with eyes hangs in the sky. Jiangchen realizes that this is not all, and a swarm of Xiao Jia surrounded the consciousness of the surviving monsters. The boy calls out to his father several times. He pulls the hero by the hand and says that this beast is very obedient. His sister did not like it right away, but the boy hopes that his father will like this creature. Xiao Jia invites the hero to sit on the beast. Jiangchen asks if the boy has complete control over it. Jiangchen and Xiao Jia sit on the monster. The boy says that this creature is completely subordinate to him. We see how much of a monster the child has managed to subdue. Xiao Jia states that it is a wild dragon, a demon from the underworld, and the child's inherited memory tells us that in the eternal hell, his clan often use such creatures. Xiao Jia says that it is enough to mark it with an individual brand as property, and it will become a great mount. Jiangchen thinks that a creature of the ninth seal as a pet is a completely imbalanced thing. Blue liquid flows from the monster's mouth. Jiangchen asks if they can take this creature with them. Xiao Jia replies that they can, but it is not able to exist outside for long, since the law of heaven will force it to disembody. The boy says that this monster should be in the depths of eternal hell, and the fact that it appeared in the ocean of his father's consciousness is a huge fortune. We see the hero's profile. He regrets that he won't be able to use this monster for long in the real world. However, he understands that he will be able to use it as a trump card at a critical moment. For example, in case of serious danger, he will be able to escape or fight back the enemy. Jiangchen looks ahead in surprise. He says that if his memory serves him right, there should have been 4 or 5 demons of eternal hell here. The guy asks Xiao Jia where they all went. Turning away from the hero, the boy replies that they were all eaten. The guy says in surprise that just recently Xiao Jia ate a huge heart of an ancient god. The boy explains that he was restoring the swarm population, so he got hungry again. Jiangchen puts his hand on Xiao Jia's shoulder and says that he did a great job. He suggests that they go on a journey, as he wants to be in silence. Jiangchen closes his eyes, trying to calm himself down by saying that Xiao Jia is a member of his family, and he can't be angry with him. The hero understands that he can be glad that at least one monster remains, because the main thing in this life is to be content with what you have. Jiangchen looks at the huge gate through which he entered the god's head. Behind this barrier he hears an order to use the heaven/skill. The young man recognizes the voice of his teacher. He realizes that the soul of the ancient god has been turned into the fruit of the tree of all things, and the demons of eternal hell are locked and devoured in the ocean of consciousness. The hero understands that the outer layer of protection is about to disappear, and soon both the Ji and Gu families will be here. Jiangchen looks at Xiao Jia and gives him a valuable instruction to urgently release a swarm that must devour everything it has time to. Everything else must be taken with it to the hive. The hero tells the boy that they need to get out of here, and quickly. Xiao Jia rubs his chin thoughtfully. He asks if it would be easier to come back here later and finish everything. Jiangchen says that there will be no next time, since this place belongs entirely to the Ji clan. Linka is visible behind the hero. The young man understands that this man became a sword god largely thanks to the body of an ancient god, and if he goes inside, he will understand what happened, and in this case, excesses are possible. Xiao Jia pushes a huge ball in front of him. He says that he can drain some of the blood and take it with him. But as for the supplies, Jiangchen interrupts the boy and demands that first the sister climbs into the hive. and only then should some food be shoved in there. Xiao Jio looks at what is happening with disgust. There are many balls in front of her. The girl does not understand why they stink so much. Xiao Jio says that he cannot stand it anymore, and calls his younger brother a dirty little parasite who will never bring anything good to the hive. Jiangchen runs ahead. He gives the command to pack all the things and go back. The guy thinks that he needs to find the teacher and leave this place as soon as possible. Gu and Linka stand in front of the gap in the god's body. The old man says that his ally was wrong, stating that it will not be possible to open this place again. Literally right there, Gu notices that the wound is no longer healing as before. Linka suggests that the protection of the ancient god's body is weakening and even disappearing. He offers to go inside and see what's going on. Gu, folding his arms across his chest, shouts to his student that the teacher has come to take him. Linka declares that he will go inside. Jiangchen, with his right hand outstretched in fear, flies out of the gap and shouts to the teacher that they need to leave. Those present call out to the hero. Xianyu throws herself on his chest and, crying with joy, declares that she is very glad to see the young man alive. He thinks that this is very inopportune. Jiangchen spreads his arms and screams in panic that they need to leave here. Gu asks what happened to the guy and why he is in such a hurry. The young man's face becomes more serious. He quietly tells the teacher that if they do not hurry, they will die. Gu and Jiangchen stand on the old man's sword and quickly fly away from their recent allies. The hero says that the eternal mountains will never change, the rivers will not stop carrying water in streams, and he himself no longer wants to be in this place. Xianyu, with tears in her eyes, asks Jiangchen, who is no longer with her, if he really didn't like her that much. Hongyin calls the young man a bastard and says that he gave him the blood of a demon, then gave him the opportunity to enter the body of an ancient god, but did not receive any gratitude for it. Xianyu looks at her father with displeasure and asks why he does not remember that the guy sacrificed himself to give her the opportunity to save herself. The beauty thinks to herself that if the young man saved her, it means that he is already ready to take care of her. The only thing she does not understand is why he ran away from her. Xianyu covers her face with her hands. She imagines the hero who says that they do not need long goodbyes. The girl thinks that the young man ran away because he did not want to interfere with her before the Pride of Heaven tournament, which means that he cares about her. Here we see Xianyu, Hongyin and Linka. The girl thinks that she will live up to Jiangchen's expectations and will show her best side in the Pride of Heaven tournament. Her father tries to cheer her up, and Linka does not understand why the young man ran away so quickly when he got out of the god's body. He does not like what he saw at all. The man decides to go inside and see what is happening there. Linka stands in front of a huge and completely empty space. He declares that everything that could be taken away has been taken out of here. Moreover, he no longer feels the presence of the 5 demons of eternal hell that were sealed in the ocean of consciousness of the ancient god. Linka clutches his head. He understands that the guy was in such a hurry because he was afraid of an audit. The man mentally reproaches the young man for not leaving at least one demon. Linka recalls his encounter with the monsters. He does not understand how the young man managed to defeat them, because these creatures are at the level of the 9th seal, and when they surrounded him, he barely escaped. Linka stands under the red cloth of the god's body. He realizes that Jiangchen is very difficult. The man, however, thinks that the young man has no idea who he is dealing with, and how the patriarch of the Ji family resolves matters with his offenders. Gu looks back at the embarrassed hero and asks him to confirm that he really emptied the treasury of the sword god. Jiangchen admits it. Cold sweat runs down Gu's cheeks as he squints, trying to understand what sins the heavens have done to him, bestowing such problematic disciples. The eldest of them proclaimed himself the god of the bloody sword and committed a massacre. The second stole the bride from the Xiao family, and this one plundered the treasury of the god of the sword and surpassed all the old man's previous wayward disciples in terms of idiocy. Jiangchen excitedly declares that there are only 3 days left until the Pride of Heaven tournament. He asks the old man if he doesn't think he can now defeat Wu Shuang and Xianyu in this competition. The teacher and disciple fly on a sword through the clouds. Gu declares that, judging by what he has managed to see, there will be no problems with Xianyu. However, Wu Shuang, according to rumors, has greatly advanced in his 8-armed god of war technique, and he would not underestimate him. In front of us is a young man standing in red water. Gu states that if we talk about winning the entire tournament, even Wu Shuang does not rank first in the ranking of geniuses of the young generation. The old man reminds us that there is another person who is said to be the greatest talent in the past 800 years in the Dasha Empire. We see a pumped-up blonde man with a sword in his hand. Gu states that usually awakening a class before reaching 18 years old is impossible, but this does not stop those who want to fight. The number 1 ranking first fought at the age of only 3, and at 9 he was already recognized as the divine sword of the emperor. At 12 he entered the Forbidden Zone and returned from there 3 years later. He spent the following years in seclusion in Beijing. The old man asks the hero to think. about why a person who awakened his abilities so early has not yet gone through the third awakening of the class. The blonde man, with red dragons visible around him, holds out his left hand. Gu answers his own question and says that this man simply did not focus on the class system and practice the best techniques of the strongest races. Jiangchen asks again in amazement. Ingzhan, with drops of blood running down his face, declares that his bloody body of malice is almost complete, and then asks if there is any news about Jiangchen. Jiangchen and Gu continue to fly through the gloomy sky on a huge sword. The hero asks the teacher if he can learn the techniques of the Tianwan clan. The old man replies that he has no idea, since no one has tried to do this yet. But all possible methods to one degree or another contradict the will of heaven. Gu says that whoever this Ingzhan is, he is definitely good, because in hundreds of years of Xia history, he is the only one who has managed to achieve such great success. Jiangchen stands behind Gu with a serious expression. The old man says that even if the guy also has very extraordinary abilities, he, unfortunately, will not be able to teach him the techniques of the Tianwan clan. The fact is that Ingzhan is a descendant of the same emperor who managed to crush the Tianwan clan and master its techniques. But times have changed. And now even the god of war Jiang Xianji can only guard the gates leading to the abode of the once great clan. The sword leaves behind a bright yellow light. Gu says that maybe if the hero takes first place in the Tianjia ranking, he will be able to get several manuscripts. Jiangchen says that he understands everything. In front of us are the windows of a multi-story building. It is reported that Jiangchen lives here. The hero raises his right hand and declares that the journey to the body of the ancient god was fruitful. A ghost tree is visible behind him. The young man says that tonight the offspring of 9 miasma wings and Xiao Jiao will multiply again. Then he realizes that some activity is happening in his sea of mind. We see a green fruit. Jiangchen understands that some fruit has ripened on the tree of all things again, and perhaps this is because there are more insects again. The young man looks at the plant in surprise and says that it has become green. The system reports that the thunder fruit has been received, which awakens the hidden thunder master class. It is reported that the following skills are available for mastering: lightning flash, which turns the user into an electric current and allows him to teleport, avoiding any obstacles; thunder absorption, which allows you to absorb, accumulate and release light energy; God's judgment, transforming the user's palm into a powerful source of energy. Jiangchen, tearing his gaze away from the system window, happily says that now he has 2 classes at once. A powerful explosion is visible near the guy. Xiao Jiao angrily shouts that if the insects have finished reproducing, they should get out of her house. The system reports that 30,000 Xiao Jia offspring have been bred. Jiangchen happily says that this is a huge force, and he even cheered up. In front of us is a system window with the characteristics of a hero named Jiangchen. The hero raises his fist and says that due to the increase in the number of insects and the second class he received, his characteristics have increased significantly, and thanks to the properties of the rhinoceros beetle, the indicators have almost doubled. The system displays another window indicating the characteristics of the young man. Electric discharges sparkle above the hero's hand. Jiangchen thinks that he cannot use 9 miasma wings in competitions, but new skills and mastery of the sword will help inflict a crushing defeat on his opponents. And if things get tough, he will simply call on Xiao Jia. A blue dragon flies over the mountains. It is reported that the action takes place in the Qilul war zone deep in the Qiling mountains. A dark-haired man in a colorful shirt leans on the dragon. One of the people present asks what kind of nonsense this is and why this person needs to be waited for. The character who arrived on the monster frivolously says that everything is fine, and it is the rest of the meeting participants who arrived too early. And he, by the way, barely escaped from Guanghai and almost died. The dark-haired girl, squinting slyly, says that the guardian of Guanghai appeared very effectively, not like all the others. The man sitting opposite with a small beard asks why there is such a big difference between them if they are both guardians. He says that the eccentricities of the late man are unmatched. He sits comfortably on the dragon and asks that there is nothing to be done, since they are residents of Guanghai and must maintain their reputation. Someone present asks why all these stupid antics are needed. A gray-haired old man sitting at the table asks to stop the quarrel and calls for a talk about important things. The participants of the meeting are sitting at a low table. The old man says that the Tianjiao competition will be held very soon, and participants will come there not only from the capital, but also from Jiangnan and the Magic City. He says that special attention should be paid to the natives of Jiangnan, whose names are Wu Shuang and Jiangchen. Together they are stronger than all the cultivators of the Demon City combined. The man in the suit looks at the old man and says that he is absolutely right. Last year they fought together against the cultivators from the capital and the Magic City, but this time the participants from Jiangnan showed no interest in forming an alliance. The old man says that, among other things, his old friend Xiao Yuanshan was exiled to the caves for no reason. The girl raises her right hand with a smile and says that this time they need to join forces and defeat their opponents. She says that the 6 borderlands once united against the capital, Although it was useless, someone says that actually Miss Xinghe is right, and this way they will at least have some chance to fight for second place. The meeting participants raise their hands. The gray-haired old man suggests a vote, and casts his vote for the Qinglan zone. 3 of those present agree with him. They say that only Yuanzhan Tian did not vote. The man in question picks at his ear and asks if his comrades have finished voting, then apologizes and says that he is not here to join their alliance. We see the lower part of the man's face. He states that he came to tell them that the winner of the competition this year will be the Guanghai zone. Yuanzhan Tian laughs loudly as he looks at the meeting participants. The man in the suit asks what nonsense he is talking about. Yuanzhan Tian states that they will definitely take first place and that he is incredibly pleased to announce this. Xinghe and the man in the suit look at Yuanzhan Tian in confusion. He asks for permission to take his leave. Jumping onto his dragon, he flies away, saying that the meeting participants should not worry, and he will not tell anyone about their plans. The remaining characters continue their meeting. The man in the strange outfit asks if Yuanzhan Tian has hit his head. Someone suggests that he was most likely kicked by a donkey or has a trump card that they do not know about yet. The old man frowns down. He says that none of this matters and Yuanzhan Tian can go to hell. The man states that their efforts are enough to come up with a good working plan and crush Jiangnan. The people in robes look at the magnificent metropolis of Chu Jang. Their leader asks how His Highness the Great Son of God is doing. He is told that the guy is doing great in the Guanghai zone. The guy is considered a real genius. Besides, Yuanzhan Tian himself deeply trusts him. The red-robed character smiles predatorily. He declares that with his strength, His Highness will definitely take first place in the Tianjiao competition, and very soon the cult of the ancient god will deprive the country of Xiao of all dignity. He says that he really wants to see the faces of the invincible guardians when the time of reckoning comes. The scoundrel's hand is visible in front of the magnificent skyscrapers. He says that their plans are about to come true, and they just need to wait for the competition to begin, when a monstrous wave will cover the entire city. The scumbag throws his hands up. His subordinates pray. The cultists shout that they will sacrifice Chu Jang and resurrect the ancient god. People have gathered in front of the big screen. It is reported that this is happening in the Jiangnan zone of the Central District. The man standing in front of the screen declares that the competition will begin tomorrow. Duan Xinghai stands in front of the young men, among whom we immediately recognize the hero. The man states that today he will repeat the rules in case anyone forgot them. Jiangchen thinks that the commander most likely means him, since he is the first time in Jiangnan. Next to Duan Xinghai's face is a map of the area. He states that since the competition involves 8 combat zones and more than 80 people, it is divided into 2 stages. The first is team battles, when 8 teams will enter the secret realm in the Qiluo zone and fight each other. Based on the results, only half of the participants will move on to the next stage. Jiangchen carefully looks at Duan Xinghai. He says that without cohesion, it is impossible to do. It does not matter how strong everyone is individually, it is necessary to work as a team and protect comrades. Duan Xinghai says that if someone thinks that he can hide, then he is wrong, since everyone who stands still will be struck by lightning. Here is a clear illustration of how this happens. Duan Xinghai reports that the territory of the secret kingdom will be constantly shrinking, and anyone who ends up outside it will be immediately destroyed. The deceased will think that he died for real, but all participants will wake up in the real world, although, of course, they will no longer be able to participate in this competition. Here is the profile of the hero. He is smiling, thinking that perhaps he will be able to use lightning strikes to recharge. We see young people fighting. Duan Xinghai reports that the second stage of the competition will be held in the capital in the format of duels. By that time there will be only about 30 participants left. Based on the results of the fights, the winners will advance further, and the losers will be eliminated. Duan Xinghai stands with his hands in his pockets. He says that it is time for those present to choose the team captain. The young people are unhappy with the fact that they are forced to make such a decision. Jiang Chen is trying to understand why everyone is looking at him. San Dao and Hanke, standing behind the hero, shout that they choose Jiang Chen. Behind the guy, 2 more young men are visible. They also declare that they will stop their choice on the hero. Jiang Chen does not understand whether he should be happy about this. In front of us are Wu Shuang and Bai Feng. The second of them says that together with Tang Ying he will vote for Wu Shuang, because maybe Jiang Chen is stronger, but Wu Shuang is more reliable. The girl, whose back of the head we can see, declares that she chooses Jiang Chen because he is handsome. The blonde standing next to him agrees with this statement. Jiang Chen, embarrassedly rubbing the back of his head, says that he does not even know the names of these 2 participants. We see the faces of the young people who voted for the hero. The girl points to herself and says that she is a nurse, and her name is Li Bing. The blonde declares that he is Wang Zi. Wu Shuang, smiling slyly, says that for fun he will vote for Jiang Chen. The hero asks if he is making fun of him. The young man stands in front of Duan Xinghai, puts his hand to his chest and says that he does not want to be a captain, because he has weak mental health and will not withstand psychological pressure. Duan Xinghai angrily yells at the hero. He calls him a little bastard and demands that he stop fooling around, and since his comrades trusted him, he cannot let them down. The man points to a blue staircase leading into the distance and says that they have been laughed at for years, calling them losers, so he wants to see if the current generation can change this situation. The commander says that this staircase is the last gift he gives to the young men in the hopes of seeing them proudly standing on a pedestal. Duan Xinghai says that Tian Dao Wang is waiting for them at the top, who will be their escort. The man tells the young men to go forward. They answer that they have accepted the order to carry out. In front of us is a green mountain, on top of which is a platform. It is reported that this is the Qinluo battle zone, and the entrance to the unchanging secret kingdom. Familiar characters are sitting in the stands. Sandao, smiling, looks at them and says that their Blade Lord is sitting in the front row. The hero says that this is not surprising, but it is unclear what Ji Hongyin is doing here, who is supposedly the king of the magic city and should not be sitting with the guards. Xianyu, trying not to look at the hero, explains that this is due to the fact that now they have no guards in the battle zone of the magic city, so her father had to take this place. Sandao and Hanka cover the hero with their hands and angrily shout at their competitor that she is actually the commander of the enemy team, and they do not understand why she is blushing like a tomato in front of their young man. A ship flies out of a gap in the sky. The people present excitedly shout that the capital battle zone team has arrived, and its members emit a very strong aura. Someone says that the combat power of the crew of this ship is 8 times greater than the strength of the onlookers. A remark sounds that the capital battle zone is used to showing off its wealth, and these people must be afraid that everyone has forgotten how big their income is. Ingzhan emits a brown glow. The hero recognizes this guy and realizes that he emits a very unusual aura. An explosion is heard. Someone says that the capital team is certainly very cool, and its effectiveness cannot be denied, but it still cannot compare with the Guanghai battle zone. Tian Dao Wang sits on a huge dragon. One of the spectators shouts that this character has completely lost his fear this year and behaves incredibly arrogantly. Someone notices that 9 dragons are pulling a coffin, and this show-off is no less than that of the representatives of the capital. Tian Dao Wang, smiling, puts out his right hand and orders his monster to stop. The man says that today's performance with a spectacular exit from the coffin he called life to the dead. We see flying debris and several fighters, one of whom is dressed in a white robe. Tian Dao Wang shouts that the first place this year will go to his combat zone Guanghai. Young people, standing on a green lawn, listen to the announcer, who says that at the end of the competition there will be 4 teams left. The area of the secret kingdom will decrease every hour, and the teams left outside the territory will be struck by lightning. We see the hero and his companions. It is reported that the Jiangnan team is entering the secret kingdom. Jiangchen sees the battle zone and is surprised by its appearance. One of his companions notices the place where the decisive battle will probably take place. The hero is asked what their plan of action is. Jiangchen looks at Bai Feng in surprise and asks again. He says that a plan is naturally needed, since each of the 8 teams is unique. The guy says that if they want to destroy the opponents, then they need to strike first. Hanka tries to put Bai Feng in his place, saying that he should not teach the commander. The hero puts his hand on the girl's head and says that the young man is absolutely right, and they really need to do something. Jiangchen reaches into the subspace with his hand and promises to bring something. An admiring remark sounds that the captain has already prepared everything. The hero sits in front of the products for making shashlik. One of the girls says that she sees a grill, skewers, meat, potatoes, beans, chili peppers, spices, oil, brushes for greasing and charcoal in front of her. The young men stand with their mouths open. They realize that their commander is really going to make shashlik. Jiangchen puts meat on a skewer. Hanka says that she does not want to seem impolite, but she doubts that this is the right time to do it. A line is heard that they are on the verge of life and death. One of the girls thinks to herself that Captain Jiangchen is a lousy commander. Bai Feng looks at the hero in surprise and asks if he has forgotten the rules, because if they stay in one place, they will simply be struck by lightning. A guy standing next to him confirms these words. The hero says that he remembers this. But a kebab will not hurt anyone, since they need to gain energy before the battle. Wu Shuang thoughtfully rubs his chin. He says that he understood what trick the hero has prepared. The young man says that he will keep his commander company. He sits down next to Jiangchen and imitates what the hero does. Someone asks him what he is doing. The team members begin to understand that there can't be 2 idiots in one team, and there really must be some meaning in what these 2 are doing. Sandao and the 2 guys look at the hero happily and declare that they are also going to barbecue. The hero's entire squad joins in the meal. Wang Zi holds a baked potato in his hands and says that the food is simply delicious. Jiangchen looks up. He thinks that he decided to organize this picnic because he was hungry, since his insects began to multiply again. His appetite has become crazy. Besides, he is not afraid of lightning, and on the contrary, he wants to recharge from it. The hero is upset only that his comrades got it all wrong. Hanka approaches the hero on all fours and declares that she also understood everything. Jiangchen asks what exactly she realized. The girl replies that the master's plan is too deep, and she is too stupid to grasp it. The hero wonders why the girl says that she understood everything. Hanka, embarrassedly rubbing the back of her head, admits that she says so because everyone has already guessed, and she does not want to look stupid. Jiangchen understands that this is not quite normal behavior. Wu Shuang fries meat, mentally addressing Jiangchen. He says that this is the first example of using such a trick in history, and even if he studied the behavior of 100 previous captains, he would never guess why all this is necessary. The guy thinks that Jiangchen took this competition very seriously, developed a unique strategy, and deserves the title of commander. Wu Shuang, standing by the grill, looks at the hero. He assumes that he probably decided to accumulate strength, wait for the enemy, and then tear him apart like a tiger a pig. Wu Shuang understands that this is a rather risky strategy, but the hero uses it because he is not afraid of anyone in this world. Jiangchen, next to whom Hanke is sitting in a funny pose, looks at Wu Shuang. He thinks that he finally understood why his grandfather told him to get closer to the hero. The guy realizes that Jiangchen surpasses him in talent, strength, determination, and fearlessness. The hero interrupts his thoughts, asking why the guy is staring at him like that. Jiangchen approaches the grill and stands next to Wu Shuang. He admits that the hero is indeed superior to him in all respects. Jiangchen asks in surprise what that smell is. Someone shouts that the meat is burning. The people sitting in the stands look at the screen, where Jiangchen and Wu Shuang are shown. Gu frowns, looking up, thinking that while the others are resting or looking around, this boy decided to have a picnic. The old man thinks that Hong Yao taught the boy these idiotic antics. He is very ashamed in front of Duan Xinghai, and he does not know how to look his comrade in the eyes. The man with a small beard who sits next to Gu and Hong Yin smiles and says that Jiangnan has prepared well for the competition this time. According to him, when the Lord of Humans was young, he also deliberately did nothing, waiting for the lightning strike. The long-haired young man holds a sword in his hand. The man with a beard says that the other teams went to check the situation, and he waited for the right moment and single-handedly cut everyone down. The man raises his fist to his face. He states that hundreds of years have passed and no one has managed to repeat this result. He complains that instead of this, now the competition is being performed by unworthy scum. Gu interrupts the thoughts of his neighbor in the stands and states that anyone can call worthy here, but not a scoundrel who crawled out of the gutter. Hong Yin looks at the old man and asks Mr. Gu not to be angry. The man, who should have been offended, smiles. He states that Qin Luo, Qin Lan, Wu Xiang and Tian Fu are joining forces again, which means that the representatives of the capital are in big trouble. We see the faces of the two interlocutors. Gu says that this time the team members are very strong and talented, and his opponent, as it seems to him, has worthy competitors. The other replies that a bunch of these village roosters are not capable of anything at all. Those sitting in the stands see a map of the area on the screen. Someone notices that it looks like the four teams are going to attack the opponents not from the capital, but from Jiangnan. Gu curses and declares that these bastards are not after weaklings, but those who will eat them alive. A man with a beard, laughing, declares that those present finally understood what was going on, and now they will all have a good time together. In front of us are members of one of the squads. A slightly scared guy says that he found enemies 10 miles to the northwest. He is asked if these bastards are really just grilling kebabs, and are not going to defend themselves at all. It is suggested that something is wrong here, and perhaps this is a trap. Then someone suggests that the opponents could just be hungry. Someone says that in such a situation this is simply impossible. In front of us is a very stern young man. It is reported that this is Luo Shun, the captain and pride of Tian Fu. He demands that his allies stop arguing, because it does not matter what the enemy does if he is not going to defend himself. The guy suggests that they just act according to the plan and do not forget that they must quickly deal with the other troops. The young man says that they will divide their 20 elite soldiers into 3 parts. His group in particular will be responsible for holding off Wu Shuang, and the unit led by Wu Qingqing should deal with Jiangchen. In front of us is the girl that Luo Shun just mentioned. It is reported that she is in charge of the unit from Qiluo. Wu Qingqing states that although this Jiangchen has mastered the disaster insects, he cannot use them here. So as long as they do not let him draw his blade, there will be no problem. We see another girl. It is reported that this is Dan Li Xuan, the squad leader from Wuxiang. She says that her guys will have the most difficult task, namely to deal with everyone else. The girl promises to do it. Luo Shun looks at the guy standing nearby who is creating a portal. It is reported that this is Lu Hang, the squad leader from Qinglan. Luo Shun says that this man will help everyone else with the help of space. Luo Shun says that everything is ready and they can begin. Gu looks at how the hero, sitting on the couch, eats shish kebab. The old man curses, thinking that the enemy is already 500 meters away, and the guy is not going to even react to this. He hopes that at least Wu Shuang will notice something. Gu mentally addresses the hero and asks why he continues to eat, because one more piece of shish kebab, and he is finished. The man in the strange suit laughs. He declares that Lu Heng's ability, which is called spatial camouflage, has no equal. The representative of Qi Luo declares that their Qing Qing is the best assassin in the world, and they themselves are the gods of murder. Exactly the same compliments are addressed to Dan Li Shuang and Luo Shun, who is called an unrivaled strategist. Jiang Qin continues to eat shashlik. His opponents are visible around him. A countdown sounds, which reduces the distance from 400 meters to 100. The commander orders to prepare for an attack. Wu Shuang looks at the hero chewing shashlik in amazement. The guy thinks that he did not expect at all that the enemies would arrive before the first lightning, and they, meanwhile, are already 100 meters away, and at the same time no one is going to do anything. Wu Shuang does not understand. Does Jiang Qin really not feel anything? It seems to him that this simply cannot be. The hero tries to bite the fried paw of the monster. Someone says that the enemies are 10 meters away and immediately shouts that Jiang Qin must die. The hero throws away the paw that he unsuccessfully bit and indignantly asks who fried the meat so badly, which seemed completely raw to him. Luo Shun, who got a piece of meat on the forehead, looks discouraged. He understands that they seem to have been discovered. Wu Shuang, smiling predatory, rushes to the attack. Behind him on the couch sits the hero, to whom the opponents come and ask if he really figured them out a long time ago. They praise the guy for his endurance. Wu Shuang shouts that in ancient times they broke dishes as a signal, and now they throw undercooked meat. Wu Shuang strikes. He shouts that this is exactly what he expected from the enemy and asks how he could set up a triple barrier of emptiness and even create an illusion between the obstacles. The guy says that he is very sorry, but all the opponents fell into a trap set by Jiang Qin. Luo Shun, standing at the head of his squad, curses and asks why he could not foresee all this. Wu Shuang shouts that Luo Shun should stop talking nonsense. He turns to his fighters and says that if they retreat now, they will not live, and urges everyone to follow the plan and destroy Jiannan. The allies surround the hero. One of them says that the commander is simply the best. The opinion is that this is a real master of strategy. Hanke looks at the hero with admiration and says that now she finally understands the young man's plan. San Dao agrees with her friend. Jiang Qin says that in fact, everything is simpler than everyone imagines. He thinks that this is a very lucky coincidence, and such an opportunity cannot be missed. The hero rushes away, ordering the girls to protect Li Bing and Wang Zi, and also to take care of themselves. He thinks that he himself will now warm up well. Although judging by the way Wu Shuang fights with enemies, he will not have to do anything. He confidently deals with many opponents, using the power of the eight-armed god of war. Luo Shun shouts to Lu Heng that Wu Shuang is too strong, and they cannot cope without help. He asks if Luo Shun and his comrades are really that weak. A portal is visible behind Lu Heng. The guy agrees to help his ally, although this means a deviation from the original plan. The hero appears above the head of this character. He asks why he helps his allies with spatial support. Lu Heng recognizes the enemy. The hero strikes with his sword and shouts that he will not allow this to happen. Lu Heng looks at the hero in fear. He understands that he will now have to hide in the void. He calls Qing Qing and asks why her squad could not neutralize Jiang Qin. Qing Qing looks at Tangying in fear. She replies that she is not allowed to breathe. Tangying shouts that they are both killers and they are often compared, calling them numbers 1 and 2. And now it's time to see if they are so similar to each other. Lu Heng asks how Li Shuang is doing. It turns out that this ally of his is fighting by phone. The guy shouts that if the girl decided to destroy his comrades, then first she must deal with him. Li Shuang replies that this suits her, and first she will get rid of by phone, and then finish off everyone else. Other fighters are also actively fighting each other. The names of the skills Tiger Strike, Golden Fire Blade and Thunder Palm are heard. A blue dome is visible above San Dao. She yells for Li Bing to hide behind her under the shield. The girl kneels down and shoots a bow, saying the name of the skill Frost Arrow. Hanke charges, asking Wang Zi to cover her. The guy uses Curse of Dejection. Hanke hits one of the opponents in the stomach. He yells that his defense has just disappeared. Lu Heng looks out from the subspace and realizes that things are bad, and if this continues, they will all be finished. Jiang Qin strikes with his sword. He says that it seems that his opponent likes to play hide and seek. The guy says that he also loves this game and perhaps will play it. Lu Heng realizes that the young man has just cut his portal and now he will not be able to move his comrades and help them. Jiang Qin puts his left hand back and uses the Heavenly Blade skill. The guy shouts at the enemies that he will not let them take advantage of the moment, and will simultaneously search for them and chop everyone in his path. We see a fighter who is spitting blood. Wu Shuang brutally deals with the enemies. He shouts that even 8 people cannot cope with him. He can, of course, try to fight with 10, but in this case the villains simply will not have enough people. Luo Shun holds his shoulder and looks up. He thinks that the whole plan has gone downhill. since Wu Shuang is incredibly strong, and no one is holding back the hero, he understands that this is the end. At this moment Luo Shun notices that the clouds are thickening above him and understands that this is the long-awaited help. In front of us is a spectacular girl in a white dress. Luo Shun shouts for Li Shuang to join the fight and orders her to use lightning as soon as possible. Wu Shuang watches Bai Feng and Li Shuang fight and understands their plan. He shouts for everyone to attack Li Shuang. Luo Shun puts his hand out and shouts that it's too late. He uses the skills Chaos Mirage, Deadly Blade and Fire Sea. Wu Shuang places his hand on the ground. He thinks that he needs to keep his eyes open. Luo Shun tells him that even with all his illusions, he won't be able to hold him back for long. But he doesn't have much time to spare. The scoundrel tells the guy that by the time he can break free, the Jiangnan forces will already be destroyed. Luo Shun turns to Li Shuang, who Bai Feng is trying to hit with his sword, and shouts that she must act quickly. There is no time. Two different types of energy clash between Bai Feng and Li Shuang. The girl uses the skill Water Dragon Dance. The guy uses the defense of divine and demonic energy, and he understands that he will have to retreat. Li Shuang looks up with a crazy expression and uses the skill Dragon Rising from the blue waters. Jiangchen sees his allies standing inside the pillars of blue energy. He realizes that they have all been marked. A scary dragon appears in the sky. Someone shouts that this is a thunder formation. San Dao and Li Bing look up in fear. One of them says that they are all under the influence of a thunder spell, the strength of which is at the level of the 7th awakening, and there is no time to escape. Qing Qing, smiling, tells her opponent that she has already cut her in 3 places, and from the last blow, she almost died, which means that now she is definitely finished. Tanging, holding her hand, says that this does not mean anything, and her opponents will lose this year. The girl reminds that no one remembers the names of losers. 2 guys from the hero's squad look up. One of them curses and says that they almost won, and it's a shame to lose like this. The other asks if this could be divine will. Bai Feng chases after Li Shuang, demanding that she fight him and stop running. The girl replies that she will purify the young man's soul. Wan Zi looks up and tells Hanke that it looks like they will die together today. The girl screams that she does not want to die with this young man, and prefers her master. Luo Shun looks at Wu Shuang and screams that all the representatives of Jiangnan deserve to die, and he will personally make sure that none of them can make it to the finals. Wu Shuang replies that he cannot be killed by some lightning bolts, and as soon as he gets rid of his illusions, he will finish off the bastard. The latter suggests that the young man just survive for now. A foot leaves the ground. Someone screams that Jiangchen has rushed to the formation. The hero looks at the dragon and says that he recognizes the thunder punishment. One of the allies asks why Jiangchen is risking his life like that. Luo Shun, with a crazy smile on his face, asks Jiangchen if he is really that stupid and has not yet understood anything. He wonders if the young man really wants to be fried by lightning. The hero, smiling, raises his hand and declares that he will not just wait. He mockingly says that he does not believe that this is the main trump card of his opponents, since this technique is frankly weak. Many ghostly dragons rush at Jiangchen. Someone shouts for Li Shuang to stop and call the creatures back. The girl looks up in fear and screams that she cannot do this. Since she cannot control the dragons, she does not understand how she could lose control of her creatures. Jiangchen, emitting streams of purple energy, explains to Li Shuang that this happened because its waters are no longer clean. The hero uses the skill Thunder Lord, Thunder Subjugation. The allies look in surprise at their commander, who is surrounded by a cloud of energy. One of them says that Li Shuang was defeated this time. The second rejoices at his salvation. One of the girls asks if Jiangchen really has a dual profession. She is told that the guy still has many trump cards up his sleeve that no one knows about. The hero's eyes glow menacingly. He declares that now it is their turn to attack. The guy uses the skill Thunder Sword, opening the sky. Then he turns to the hide-and-seek lover and says that now they will see what is faster spatial transfer of the enemy, or lightning that will pursue him. Jiangchen, smiling, attacks the enemies. He uses the skill Thunder Blade. Luo Shun's face is distorted with horror. He understands that the hero's attacks are now able to cut through space. Nothing can be done about it, and this is the end. Luo Shun stands in front of Wu Shuang. He demands that all his allies quickly leave, since Jiangchen has lured thunder punishment to his side, and he can no longer be stopped. The guy shouts that Wu Shuang will also soon break free from his control, and now the main task is to leave the battle and escape, saving as many fighters as possible. San Dao puts his hand forward and asks where everyone is going. She shouts that first the opponents must destroy her barrier. A huge blue sphere appears over the battlefield. The girl uses the improved Earth Shield skill. Someone from inside shouts that he cannot get out. Qing Qing calls her allies idiots and shouts that the barrier must be broken together. A smiling Tanging appears in front of her. She asks where Qing Qing is going. She shouts that Tanging is boring her to death. In front of us are Bai Feng and Li Shuang. The guy tells the girl that she must fight him. He uses the Tian Gang sword skill. Li Shuang declares that the young man is not her rival. He replies that they will check it in battle. We see two fighters from the hero's squad. One of them says that they are not going to just watch, and will also take part in this fun. The second knocks one of the enemies to the ground and recommends that he never turn his back on the enemy again. Qing Qing and one of her allies are seen behind Wang Zi. The girl shouts that they can't lag behind the master, and need to show what they can do. The boy replies that the girl is right and they should take at least one of the bastards. Thunder is heard in the sky. Jiangchen, surrounded by lightning bolts, calmly stands in place. Someone shouts that he killed two more enemies. Lu Heng looks out from the subspace. Luo Shun shouts at him to cut off the void and prevent Jiangchen from attacking other allies. The boy replies that he understood the order. Lu Heng stretches out his hand, uses the skill's spatial jump and tries to grab the hero. Jiangchen jumped away, laughing, saying that every time his opponent is one step behind him, he loses his comrade. Lu Heng screams in fear that Jiangchen is too fast and he can't catch up with him. In front of us is Luo Shun and Lu Heng. The commander shouts that he can track the hero with his ability, and wants to link his consciousness with Lu Heng's consciousness. He gives his consent. Luo Shun uses the skill Ignite Soul, Mind Fusion. The hero appears behind Lu Heng and shouts that he caught the scoundrel. Since he was too slow, his opponent thinks at this moment that this is the end. Lightning strikes right in front of the hero. It is reported that the guy is using the skill Sword, Opening the Sky, and Great Thunder Sword. Luo Shun tries to shout to Lu Heng. Jiangchen, smiling, says that this sword was originally intended for Luo Shun, but he did not want to take the prey from another person. Wu Shuang gets to his feet and asks the hero to leave this scoundrel to him. Luo Shun shouts that he can no longer suppress Wu Shuang. His squad members rush to attack. They shout that they will help their commander. He says that this is the right decision, since they will not be able to escape, and all that remains is to fight. He orders all his fighters to protect him. He hits the ground with his fist. Wu Shuang rushes at the enemies, loudly shouting that he will kill them all. They understand that they are not able to cope with this monster. Jiangchen looks at his ally, being behind him. He says that he is glad that he is back in action and is ready to compete with him in the number of enemies killed. Wu Shuang offers to do it for speed. Li Shuang shouts to the guys that they are too early to rejoice, after which she uses the choking pure water skill. Bai Feng, who is visible behind her, asks Jiangchen to help him. The hero breaks away, leaving his ally behind. He shouts that he will help now. Jiangchen uses the Heavenly Blade skill, frees Bai Feng and carries him away. Li Shuang cannot understand where this guy gets such speed from. The hero uses the Growth of All Things skill and sends Bai Feng to San Dao and Li Bing, who are visible nearby. He asks the girls to heal the guy. They answer that they understand the order. Next to Luo Shun, a diagram of the enemy positions on the battlefield is visible. The guy understands that this is an electric field with a radius of about 50 meters, and Jiangchen moves so fast thanks to it. Just like lightning in an electrically conductive medium, he turns to Li Shuang and demands that she find a way to destroy the electric field as soon as possible. The girl stretches out her hand and directs a stream of water away from herself. She makes it clear that she understood the order. Jiangchen stands inside the water column. Li Shuang uses the copper waters and isolated barrier skills. The hero asks the girl if she really thinks she can stop him with some kind of water wall. The guy strikes with the sword, using the Heavenly Blade skill. We see splashes. The hero understands that he failed. Li Shuang, hovering above the young man in the air, asks if he has heard the saying that water will always find a way, after which she declares that she does not care how strong and sharp the hero's blade is, because the more you hold back the water, the stronger it becomes. Jiangchen, smiling, says that he will do without a sword then. He calls Xiao Jiao and asks her to help him, but not to use her mouth. The Queen of Insects replies that she will do it. The hero, clenching his fist, says that he does not believe that the more you press on the water, the stronger it becomes. Li Shuang replies that she has a very stubborn opponent. The guy's eyes glow menacingly. He offers to check which of them is more stubborn and uses the judging fist skill. A column of red energy rises up. A giant fist flies at Li Shuang. She thinks about how her copper waters are one of the strongest defensive tactics in the world, and she doesn't understand how they could fail. Li Shuang raises her head and spits out blood. A trace of a powerful blow is visible in front of Jiangchen. The guy says that the girl asked for it herself. Li Shuang's face is bloody. Jiangchen asks her not to die yet and to conjure water so that he can wash his hands. The girl is detachedly silent. Wu Shuang confronts several opponents at once. Luo Shun, standing nearby, understands that the copper waters that Li Shuang used are defeated. Wu Shuang, meanwhile, thinks that Jiangchen has already finished his fight, and for some reason he himself is lagging behind his commander. A huge fist is visible above the guy's head. Wu Shuang shouts that this will not do, and uses the skilled body of the god of war. Luo Shun, who is visible nearby, shouts that all his allies have died, and he has no choice. He puts both hands forward and uses the skills Ignite the Soul and Double Pupils, Realm of Destruction. Wu Shuang laughs. He shouts that all this is useless, and he will not fall into another trap. The hero looks thoughtfully at the enemy, realizing that he cannot succumb to illusions. Luo Shun, putting his hand forward, rushes at the blonde. He shouts that he will take Jiangchen and Wu Shuang with him, even if he himself dies. In his opinion, without these two enemies, his team will have at least some hope of victory. Wu Shuang strikes and drives Luo Shun into the ground. He reminds that he swore to kill representatives of all 4 combat zones and is a man of his word. Wu Shuang turns to his ally and asks when he managed to cope with the illusion. The guy admits that it was incomparable. Jiangchen points his finger up and advises the blonde not to rejoice too soon. We see a blue sphere. Someone shouts that the secret realm is narrowing. An order sounds to head to the safe zone as soon as possible. Jiang Xianji and Ji Linka look at the screen, which shows the hero's face. The first of them says that the guy has a hidden and unique thunder class. The old man admits that this guy is really very interesting, and with such potential, he will be able to achieve great heights in the future. Ji Linka, looking to his right, says that Wu Shuang is also very good. In his opinion, Luo Shun and Li Shuang also showed themselves well. The man covers his face with his hand. He states that the same cannot be said about his great-granddaughter Xianyu, whose team got lost in the Three Pines. Xianji asks the interlocutor not to worry, since even geniuses sometimes have topographic cretinism. Ji Hongyin looks at Gu indignantly, and asks him if Jiangchen really has a hidden thunder class. He accuses the old man of not telling him about it. The man thinks that in front of him is a real scoundrel who tried to hide such important information, but at the same time he himself must not allow anyone else to find out about it. Ji Hongyin, crossing his arms over his chest, looks up. He says that the old man is lucky to have a lightning master with unrivaled attack power as a student. The man thinks to himself that the old man is probably very proud of himself, and now he understands what kind of surprise he was hinting at earlier. Here is a list of the teams participating in the competition, 4 of them with 10 people, and another 4 with 5. Gu, who was thinking that it was a pity that Duan Xinghai was not here, who would have been very happy, suddenly realized that a total of 20 people who attacked the hero's squad had already been killed. There are several more elders watching the competition. One of them is surprised that the hero and his allies eliminated half of the opponents so quickly, especially from such strong teams. Someone says that there are still 2 hours left and hopes that other members of the affected teams can escape. A remark is made that the participants from Jiangnan are really good at making fools of themselves and then taking advantage of it. The brunette turns to her neighbors in the stands and says that when it comes to dirty games, the representatives of Jiangnan have no equal. Someone says that they will still get what they deserve. Gu, who is sitting the furthest, says that they were attacked by a sneak attack and then paid for it, so everything turned out fair. The man with a beard looks to his right. He hears someone say that this time the participants from Jiangnan might take first place. He laughs and says that this position is not for such losers. Someone points at the screen and says that instead of gossiping, his neighbors should watch what's going on, as he notices that the Guanghai team is already approaching someone. A man in a cut-off sheepskin coat jumps up from his seat and accuses Yuanshan Tian, who is picking his nose, of allowing his charges to take advantage of the situation, who, smiling, replies that only idiots would not seize such an opportunity. Yuanshan Tian throws away what he took out of his nose, and those around him call him a bastard and a scoundrel. We see a red-haired girl who strikes an opponent and shouts, "Who is this Changge?" A brunette standing on a cliff watches as his opponents are exterminated below. We see the same man from the front. It is reported that this is Song Changge, the commander of the Guanghai battle zone. He states that it seems like he won't even have to interfere, as the scum he commands will do just fine without him. There are 3 girls tied up in front of us. The scoundrel thinks that the Church of the Ancient God has gifted him with a truly remarkable personality this time, and although his wards were distrustful of him at first, they were later smitten by his strength and politeness. Changge gently touches the girl's cheek. He thinks that no representative of the fairer sex can resist his charms. The 2 beauties look at their master with admiration. The scoundrel thinks that once he takes first place in the Tianjia rankings, he will make all of them his mistresses. And although their bloodlines and spiritual cultivation are far from perfect, it is better than nothing. He thinks that the girls from other battle zones are also to his liking, and could be suitable for the mentioned role. Changge stands over his subordinates. One of them says that they are done, and the secret kingdom begins to shrink. The girl asks where they should go next. The bastard says that it would be nice to deal with the magic city. The answer sounds that this suits them just fine. In front of us is a bridge. Someone says that the abandoned city is the center of the shrinking sphere. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and you can only get to it through this bridge. Ingzhan, who is the commander of the capital's combat zone, says that by taking a position on this bridge, one warrior cannot miss even 10,000 opponents. he suggests setting up an ambush for other teams here. The guy in front of his fighters encourages them. He shouts that they will destroy the other 7 teams this year and take first place. They throw up their hands and exclaim that they are ready to fight for the capital to the last. The screen displays the information about the participating teams again. It is reported that 4 of them have 10 people left, and 4 more have lost all their fighters and are disqualified. Ingzhan turns away from the screen. He does not understand how 4 combat zones could be completely destroyed, while the rest of the squads have not lost a single person. The guy is trying to figure out who is responsible for the extermination of the dead team's Jiangnan, or the Magic City. Ingzhan puts out his right hand to the side and says that they are changing the plan. In his opinion, it will be too boring to take the victory by waiting in ambush, so he gives the order to attack the enemies. His subordinates shout that they understand the order. We see the members of the squad led by Xianyu. They are discussing the news that 4 teams were destroyed in less than an hour. Someone says that they did nothing during this time, they just got lost. Yunfei demands that the guy who said the last line shut his lousy mouth, since the captain knows where he is leading them. The girl orders everyone to be quiet and move on. Xianyu looks sadly ahead. She thinks about how she promised to show Jiangchen what she is capable of, but she is not very good at it yet. The girl remembers that the 4 destroyed combat zones always united against the capital zone before, and probably, this time they died in a clash with it. She thinks that at least the Jiangnan team is still intact. One of the fighters notices how birds fly into the sky nearby. Xianyu stops his comrades with a hand gesture, and asks them to be on guard as it may be an ambush. The girl shouts for whoever is waiting for them to show themselves. Chang'e appears in front of her. He states that his opponent has a divine profession and a divine weapon. He praises the girl's perception and power, stating that he would expect nothing less from the second genius in the Empire's ranking. Chang Ji's squad stands on a cliff above the opponents below. The bastard states that he is very sorry, and if the circumstances were different, he would be very gentle with the girl. However, they are on a battlefield, so he asks if Xianyu is ready to accept her fate. She shouts for Chang'e to go to hell. The girl shoots her bow using the fire meteor skill. Yunfei informs her that in front of them is a team from the Guanghai battle zone. A powerful yellow flash occurs above the heads of the young people. Someone shouts that they feel an unpleasant sensation from the impact of a god-level skill. One of the girls, covering her head with her hand, asks the others to remain calm, since Chang'e is with them, and everything will be fine with them. The scoundrel puts out his left hand to the side and praises the opponent for demonstrating power. He says that the problem is that the girl forgot who her opponent is. A blue thread is visible in front of the young man, which annihilates the girl's attack. Xianyu cannot believe that her arrow was stopped by some rope. Chang'e, smiling, raises his left hand and says that as a gentleman, he cannot allow the girl to die without knowing the whole truth. He tells what his name is, and that he has 2 god-level professions, the first of which is Heavenly Weaver. Chang'e splits into 2. He tells the girl that his second profession is Great Divine Cloning. The squad led by Xianyu is surrounded by a huge number of Chang'e clones. The scoundrel says that although his 2 professions are not as good as the one owned by the girls separately, together they are completely invincible. The fighters call out to their captain and try to find out from her what is going on. Xianyu frowns at the enemy. The young man who stands next to her says that he never imagined that Guanghai would have such an ace up his sleeve as a holder of 2 divine professions. The girl asks if Xiao was able to identify the enemy's real body. He says that these clones are vessels into which the enemy can move at any time, so all of them, in fact, are him. Someone from the side shouts that these damn Guanghai are real scum, because with such a commander, they could fight the fighters from the capital's combat zone. The fighters surround the girl, trying to protect her. Xianyu shouts that they will follow their plan. Whoever can fight, must fight, and whoever does not have such an opportunity, must try to escape. The main task at the moment is to protect her. Chang'e asks in surprise why the fighters surrounded this beauty. Xianyu pulls the bowstring. She uses the incinerating sun skill. A huge phoenix is visible in the sky. Xianyu uses the fire rain spell. The opponents are trying to understand what it is. One of them compares the bird to the sun. Next to the phoenix, Chang Ji's clones are burning. The bastard says that all this is very beautiful, but ineffective, since he has countless doubles, and they cannot be destroyed no matter how hard he tries. Chang'e puts his right hand forward and says that he is already bored with all this. The guy uses the 1000 threads and heavenly net skills. The phoenix is caught in a net. Someone asks in surprise if the bastard managed to tame the mighty bird. He says that he can easily destroy it. The net contracts, spewing streams of flame. Xianyu says bitterly that she worked so hard to improve this skill, and this bastard just went and destroyed the phoenix. Behind the girl, her fighters put up shields in front of them. They shout to their captain that they are surrounded. Xianyu orders everyone to stick together. She raises her bow above her head and uses the extreme flame arrow skill. One of the fighters shouts that they need to get out of here. Jiangchen sees a flash of red flame in the distance. He understands that Xianyu is most likely there. One of his comrades asks what is going on. The hero says that he is afraid that things are bad. The guy frowns to his left. He says that they must help as soon as possible. He is asked again in surprise. In front of us is Changge, from whose hands threads are stretched. People sitting on the podium are discussing him. Someone asks if he really has 2 divine professions. A remark is heard that this is definitely an exceptional case, and even the Lord of People did not have such talent. The answer follows that now it is clear why he did not even think about the proposal to form an alliance. Zhan Tian raises his hand with a smile and apologizes to everyone for not targeting anyone in particular but everyone. He says that Wu Shuang, Chen and Ying Zhan are nothing compared to Changgu. One of the people present says that it seems that the Magic City team is in great danger. Zhan Tian stands up and laughs loudly. Hong Yin, who is sitting next to him, says that winning and losing is a normal thing in the art of war, but he is a little worried about Xianyu, who urges the man not to listen to the boastful Zhan Tian and reminds him that Qin is already on his way and it is too early to draw conclusions. The girl from Xianyu's team looks at the commander and tells her that the arrow of extreme flame is going out. The young man says that he can no longer hold back the onslaught. Xianyu is scared. She cannot believe that her team is about to be destroyed. The girl is offended for preparing for so long and wanted to impress Qin. Xianyu looks up to see a strange object hanging. She tries to reach Yunfei, who screams out loud that they can't be destroyed and he will stand until the end, then uses the skill Sacrifice to the Gods. The object hanging in the sky emits a blue glow. Xianyu begs for it to break through the threads that the opponent is using. Changge, hanging in the air, watches what is happening. He thinks that breaking through 1,000 threads with sacrifice to the gods is impossible. It is a great skill, but not in this case. The bastard looks at something warily. Yunfei, spreading his arms, flies upward. Changge can't believe that this guy is basically committing suicide by burning himself to gain explosive power. Xianyu looks in amazement at the explosion that is heard in front of her. Yunfei screams that he will sacrifice his flesh and blood to the gods. The object emitting blue light breaks the threads. Yunfei shouts that he achieved his goal. Changge uses the Star Weaver skill and quickly restores the torn threads. Someone notices that another net has appeared in the sky. The young man puts his left hand forward. He asks if anyone really thinks that he can break through by destroying himself. The villain shouts that no one said that he can weave only one layer of the net. Streams of white energy are visible above Xianyu and her squad members. Changge shouts that he is tired of playing with them, and he will kill them now. Xianyu falls to her knees. Her fighters try to shout to her. She mentally tells the hero that she is very sorry. We see the girls from Changji's squad. One of them says that their commander dealt with the enemies with one blow. The second notices something unusual in the air. The third realizes that lightning has begun to sparkle there. The next second, they all become victims of powerful discharges of natural electricity. Changge looks up in fear. He asks who could have destroyed his losers, and guesses that these were clearly not ordinary lightning. The guy remembers that they were supposed to hit those who are idle, standing still. Qin tries to shout to Xianyu to tell her that he has already come to help. Changge asks him who he is. Xianyu recognizes the young man and understands that he rushed to save her. The girl uses the skill arrow of extreme flame. Electric discharges hit Changji's clones. The hero uses the skill Thunder Punishment. The bastard is amazed at the purity of the lightning attribute that Qin possesses. Changge watches his clones die. He states that the heavens have been very generous to Qin, as by changing his job, the hero was able to obtain the origin inscription, which others only obtain after hundreds of years of cultivation, and this seems very unfair to him. Changge, hovering in the air, uses the skill Golden Thread. The hero responds with his ability Thunderbirds and shouts that the nets that the scoundrel uses are not an obstacle to him. Powerful explosions are heard in front of Qin. He uses the skills Judgment of Divine Tranquility and Destruction. The guy sees a net above his head and realizes that, in addition to everything else, it can recover. Above the rapidly moving hero, traces of many blows are visible. Qin says that now they will see what is faster, his attacks or the recovery of the enemy. The guy, smiling, points to the torn net behind him and states that Changge is acting too slowly. Xianyu is kneeling, raising her bow. She shouts to the hero that she can't hold on any longer. He replies that he is already on his way to help. Changge, smiling, stretches out his left hand and says that he will not deny that Qin is a very capable character. But, according to him, the guy is wrong, underestimating the enemy. The villain uses the skills Thousand Threads and Heavenly Weaver. Next to the hero, a trace of the explosion is again visible. He declares that Changge is annoying him like a leech. The guy turns to Xiao Jia and asks him to swallow the net, but not to make himself known. The boy tells his father that he understood the order. Qin actively uses his hands and uses the skill Reverse Tornado. Changge is surprised to note that the hero managed to somehow corrode his threads. Qin ends up next to Xianyu. The girl recognizes him. he tells her that they should quickly leave here. Chang'e clones continue to explode in the sky. Chen tells the girl that he is running out of strength for the Thunderbirds and they need to escape from here. Ingzhan appears on the horizon. He joyfully exclaims that he has found those he was looking for, and now they cannot leave here. The hero recognizes this as his opponent. Wu Shuang and his other allies appear on the other side of Chen. They shout that they are coming to help. The hero says that they arrived just in time. Wu Shuang declares that he will deal with Ingzhan, and Chen can take on Chang'e. Huge fists are visible next to Wu Shuang. He calls out to Ingzhan and shouts that today they will fight against each other. The long-haired blonde asks if the guy really thinks he is worthy of being his opponent. He strikes, hits Wu Shuang's head and shouts that he is not good enough to fight against him. Wu Shuang crouches and uses the skill Break 9 Chains of Imprisonment. The guy's number of arms increases noticeably. He uses the Invincible God of War skill. A huge red dragon is visible behind Ingzhan. The blonde guy says that this is much better. He reminds the enemy that his grandfather is believed to have once killed a dragon, and now it remains to be seen whether the descendant is worthy of such a great legacy. Ingzhan uses the Blood Dragon Armor skill. Wu Shuang fights the red monster. Sandao puts his hand on Xianyu's shoulder and suggests that she deal with the rest of the enemies together. Hanke says that they should not interfere with their stronger comrades. Xianyu agrees with the girls. The hero calls out to Chang'e, who is watching the battle between Wu Shuang and the dragon. Chen looks menacingly at the bastard and asks if he has seen enough. Then the young man says that the moment has come for Chang'e to suffer. He raises his left hand and says that all 4 divine talent holders have gathered here, namely Chen, Ingzhan, Wu Shuang and Xianyu. The bastard says that he thinks there is no need to wait for the individual tournament now, as well as no need to hold back his power any longer, which, according to the bastard, he only uses 30%. Chen looks at Chang'e in amazement. He cannot believe that he only used a third of his power. White wings grow behind the bastard. He uses the skill Release from Shackles, orders to restore the true appearance of the Azure God clan and isolate the entire secret realm. Chen looks up in amazement. Where Chang'e has spread his wings, the guy is trying to understand what is going on. Ingzhan looks at the bastard with alarm and orders his fighters to immediately self-destruct in order to leave the realm. They respond that they cannot even move. Chang'e, smiling vilely, states that it is too late, because the secret realm is under his control, and no one can do anything. According to the scumbag, outsiders will also not be able to enter here. He says that initially if someone died here, they would still be resurrected outside, but if he takes the souls of the opponents while they are in this realm, they will all die for real. Chang'e smiles with his arms outstretched, asking Xianji and Linke if they are watching the tournament, and what they will say now. The bastard states that when Xianji was killing his sister in the caves, he probably never thought that one day the roots of all the young Dasha, including his beloved son, would be torn out with one blow. Those sitting in the stands are alarmed. One of them says that a member of the Azure God clan has snuck into the tournament. The second one does not understand what the bastard is saying since the picture is without sound. He asks if anyone can read lips. The third one explains that there has been a sudden change in the secret realm of the tournament, and apparently their young fighters have been captured and the bastard they see is going to exterminate them. The elders look at Chang'e, who is visible on the screen. One of them recognizes the technique of the Azure God clan, which is the 1,000 soul threads, and says that it is perfect for killing, since it destroys a person's soul. One of the people present curses everything in the world and says that their young growth is trapped, and cannot even kill himself to get out of the dungeon. He understands that if the souls of the young people are destroyed there, they will truly die. The man with a beard attacks Zhang Tian. He calls him a scumbag who betrayed Dasha. He squeals that he did not know anything, and is ready to confirm this by passing a mind-reading test. The man with a beard raises his fist to strike and shouts that now in the secret realm the flower of the empire is dying and their hope for victory in this endless war. He accuses Zhang Tian that all this is because of him. He shouts that even if he is killed, it will not help anyone. A pillar of yellow energy is visible next to Zhang Tian. The gods of sword and martial arts stand between the opponents. Linke says that now is not the time to give in to emotions and they need to remember that they are all responsible for the peace in Dasha. He asks what will happen if the enemies break through the cave defenses soon and a flood of clan warriors rushes towards them. He is afraid that with such moods, many will simply surrender to the enemy. Xianji looks at Gu and asks the Heavenly Blade King how big the swarm of 9 miasma wings that his disciple has is. He is interested in whether there are hundreds of thousands of individuals there. Because if this is really the case, then the guy, using the self-destruction of insects, can pierce the fabric of the dungeon and create a passage. Gu says that he does not know, since he has never asked the hero such questions. We see the left side of Xianji's face. He thinks that it has only been a week since Chen exploded 1 million individuals, and during this time the swarm could hardly have increased to 100,000 individuals. Linke with a gloomy expression tells Xianji that he, of course, feels sorry for their descendants. But now he is more worried about something else, namely that all this looks like a carefully planned action. He reminds that in the Dasha Empire, it is incredibly difficult for the members of the Azure God clan to disguise themselves, pretending to be ordinary people. And something tells him that another provocation will begin somewhere else. The old man says that his interlocutor is right. But the caves are definitely under control now. Above CNG's head, a room with workstations can be seen. He states that if the enemies are planning something else, then most likely it must be connected with the brain centers of the Empire. This is either the headquarters or the 9 forbidden zones, including the Temple of Bones, the Qiling Mountains, and so on. Linka, cursing, looks up and says that the attack has already begun. A huge red pagoda appears above the arena. Someone present recognizes the projection of the Temple of Bones. In front of us is the back of a horned character. He asks why he does not have a human incarnation, why he is different from other people, and why the concept of life does not exist for him. Then he says that this does not change anything, since he can be both righteous and evil, have the appearance of a person or another creature, exist and not exist at the same time. He says that if he was able to reject all living things, then he can be called an enlightened Buddha. The speaker expresses the hope that the listeners understood the essence of his sutra. We see the face of this creature. It says that it sees its old friends and invites them to greet it. Then it introduces itself as a humble monk named Vajrasutra and asks if the listeners liked its speech. Linka holds a sword above itself and asks what the old monk from the Temple of Bones wants, and why he came out of his lair. We see the toothless mouth of Vajrasutra. The old man states that as far as he understands, his 2 old friends have finally understood his teaching, and he feels that very soon they will receive enlightenment. Linka looks back. We see young people under some kind of hypnosis. Linka understands that the old man most likely wants to destroy the entire young generation of Dasha gathered here. CNG shouts loudly for the young people to wake up and not listen to the old man's sutras. They open their eyes. The young man looks at the shocked girl and asks what happened to him. Vajrasutra, who is standing on a cliff, asks the respected CNG not to distract people at the moment of their enlightenment, as such an offense is punishable by the law of heaven. He says that CNG must now fear divine punishment. Black splashes are seen around the young people. Vajrasutra praises the heavens that many have already been blessed and ascended. Then he expresses regret that CNG did not allow the others to do so. And finally the bastard says that this does not change anything, as the ascension of all these young men and women is already near. Linka rushes to attack. He shouts that he will deal with this demon. And as soon as he manages to kill a couple of his projections, the bastard will not have the energy left for such tricks. He tells CNG that the changes in the secret realm are just the beginning and asks him to protect the cave, promising to take on everything else himself. CNG looks at the smoke rising from behind the fortress walls and says that it seems that a real disaster has happened in Dasha. He shouts to everyone present to quickly return to their counties and defend their posts. The old man warns that another mistake cannot be made under any circumstances. The elders jump up from their seats. CNG and Gu look after them. They finally declare that they will take control of the situation. Zhan Tian promises to protect Dasha with his life and hopes that this will allow him to atone for the sin of the crime committed. Someone promises to personally check the eastern provinces. Gu, frowning in front of him, tells CNG that if his disciple dies inside the dungeon, he will follow the god of martial arts into the caves and help slaughter the entire clan of the Azure God. CNG looks up in bewilderment. Gu calls out to him. 2 elderly warriors look at the screen. They see Changge and Shen there, and do not understand what is happening. It turns out that the bastard is kneeling in front of the hero. CNG says that he can't even imagine what happened there. But it seems that the situation in the secret realm has completely changed, and the bastard bowed before Chen. The god of martial arts tells Gu that at least they can rest easy for their children. In front of us are Ying Zhan and Wu Shuang. The first of them uses the skill Blood Dragon armor. The second uses the ability Body of the God of War. It is reported that this happened 5 minutes ago. Changge hangs in the air above the young people. He asks if there is any point in the resistance they are trying to put up. The bastard says that the more stubbornly they resist the soul threads, the sooner they will lose. He turns to the girls and asks them not to worry, since he will start with the guys. But he will not forget about them either, and they just need to wait a little. Sandao, Hanke and Li Bing are tied up. The bastard says that his threads will be able to break through their defenses and get to the sweet souls. Chen looks up. Xiao Jia tells him that he smells the aroma of first-class meat. The boy says that he is very hungry and wants to eat. The guy asks him to wait, since first he needs to understand how best to act. The young man knows that the easiest way would be to use 9 miasma wings, but he promised not to use it during the tournament. A drop of sweat runs down the hero's cheek. He realizes that, in addition to 9 miasma wings, he has quite a few aces up his sleeve. While not knowing the enemy's abilities well, rushing into a reckless attack is a big stupidity. The young man understands that he can protect himself in any case, But as for the others, this is a big question. Chang'e smiles disgustingly. Qin uses the skill Eye of the Void. The system informs that the character in front of him is Shu Lan Duo, who is the 19th heir of the Azure God clan. The window contains background information, according to which Shu Lan Duo, in order to help the ancient god church, snuck into Dasha through the cracks in the cave, suppressed his essence, and disguised himself as a young master with 2 divine rank professions. This person's clan is ranked 61st among the 10,000, and worships the primordial gods, and the opponent has a pearl that protects him from the heavens. We see the hero's face. He thinks that the information he has received is incredibly useful. The boy asks Xiao Jia if they still have demon blood left, and asks to give him at least a drop. The bug with a human face says that he has nothing, since he drank it all. A red drop falls from the boy's finger. Xiao Jia says that, however, if necessary, he can extract demon blood from himself and give it to his father. The hero thinks that the blood processed by the child has, in addition to everything, fewer side effects, and now he does not risk simply exploding, swallowing at least a drop of this liquid. Chen tells Xiao Jia that he is a good boy and did an excellent job. He suggests trying to escape from this trap and go help the others. Lan Duo looks at the hero in amazement, not understanding why he is able to move. He asks the guy how he managed to pass through the threads. The bastard hangs over the hero's head. He notices that Chen has created a sound barrier and asks what the barrier is for. The bastard suggests that the hero is afraid of crying like a girl when he sees all his comrades being killed and does not want anyone to hear his sobs. Chen calls the enemy by his real name and claims that he has interfered with his plans. Lan Duo falls to the ground and asks the hero how he knows his real name. The bastard thinks that only a few close people know their real names, and Chen does not seem to be one of them. Streams of pinkish energy rise around the hero. The youth says that Lan Duo should not know who is in front of him and how he knows facts about him. The bastard feels an extremely powerful pressure and asks Chen where he got this aura from, after which he suggests that the guy is one of the elders representing the Void clan. The hero looks his opponent straight in the eye and asks if all the Azure God clan members are as ignorant as their 19th heir. Lan Duo thinks that the Void clan was destroyed centuries ago, and he just wanted to catch the hero, and now it turns out that the guy knows his position in the line of succession. Lan Duo looks at the boy with concern. He understands that if he knows such information, then his status may even be higher than that of his clan leader. The scoundrel asks with a trembling voice if this is really one of the original gods in front of him. Chen, whose eyes are threateningly glowing, points his finger at Lan Duo. The guy understands that demonic blood works wonders, and he almost finished off the enemy. The hero asks the scoundrel why he asks about this, and is it not enough for him to feel the aura of an ancient god? Chen says that the temple of one of the minor gods, for which Lan Duo works, acted too carelessly and did not prepare properly, sending here some sucker who ruined the god's plan. The hero menacingly says that the scoundrel deserves only death, just like his entire insignificant cult. Lan Duo kneels before the youth. He begs the venerable elder to show mercy and admits that he was wrong. The bastard says that he did not know that there was an ancient elder acting here, and this is a simple misunderstanding. He says that the Azure God clan worships one of the original gods, so they have the same roots. The bastard begs to spare his life. Xiao Jiao is seen next to the hero. Chen thinks that if he continues to fight the enemy, he will have to resort to the power of the insect disasters. However, he must kill him, and he feels that if Xiao Jiao does it secretly, it will not be considered a violation of the obligations assumed. Lan Duo is on all fours in front of the hero. He says that the villain is partially right, and they do have a common ancestry to a certain extent. The guy says that the villain is lucky that most of the plan has already been carried out, and only for this reason he will spare him. Lan Duo thanks the venerable elder. Chen holds out his hand and says that Lan Duo has revealed his identity, and in order to be able to get out of here alive and escape from Dasha back to his native caves, he will have to put in a lot of effort. While there is no guarantee that he will succeed, the hero offers to enter his inner world in exchange, and after he deals with the generation of young geniuses in Dasha, he will personally deliver the villain to the cave. Lan Duo, not believing his luck, shouts that he will be very grateful for such help. Multicolored streams rush to the hero's hand. Lan Duo declares that when he returns home, he will praise his ancient ancestor for a whole century, and will never forget what the hero did for him. Chen smiles predatorily. He says that it is too early to thank him, and tells little Xiao Jiao that she can act. The insect queen, sitting on a huge monster, hangs over Lan Duo. He does not understand what is happening. The girl sticks out her tongue and declares that in front of her is her sweet dinner. She tells her master that it is delicious. The huge monster devours the villain. He screams hysterically. Chen approaches the young people participating in the competition and asks why they are still kneeling. They cannot understand what just happened. Ying Zhan and Wu Xuan look at the guy in amazement. The former remembers that Chang'e knelt in front of this young man and then disappeared, and does not understand what happened and why the bastard did not even try to fight. Wu Xuan tries to imagine what the hero said to this bastard from the caves. Sandao and Hanka happily hug the hero. One of them says that the benefactor is as inimitable as always. The second adds that the teacher is like a god to her. Xianyu standing nearby says that Chen saved her life again. The guy standing behind Ningzhan asks him if they are going to fight Chen, who, as it turns out, is an incredibly cool fighter. The blonde angrily replies that this guy just saved their asses, and they have no right to challenge him to a fight after that. He tells the guy that if he wants to fight the hero, then go ahead, but just wait until the start of the second stage of the competition, when the individual standings start. Chen, smiling, states that there is less than an hour left until the end of the group stage, and since no one is going to fight anymore, they can go to the center of the dungeon and have a small picnic, grill some meat, rest and wait for the gate to open. The young people eat the barbecue with gusto. Sandao tells his benefactor that he has a voracious appetite. The guy replies that the food really costs him a lot of money, but it is worth it. Chen looks at the system window and is surprised that Xiao acquired 9 levels at once. He asks her if she ate the bastard herself. The insect queen replies that it was a real delicacy, and it is natural that she did not want to share with anyone. Xiao pulls out the floss from her teeth. She says that she thinks there is something stuck in her teeth. We see this object up close, drooling. The hero recognizes the thread of 1,000 souls, with which the scoundrel created the network. The system gives a description of this artifact. One of the important things to note is that when it is sufficiently saturated with soul energy, it can merge with the owner's body, becoming a part of it, and at the moment it is not filled with enough energy. And it needs to be replenished so that the thread reaches a full first level. The window also reports that this divine weapon cannot be activated at the moment, since it has not recognized its new owner. Chen raises his hand a little disappointedly. He says that this artifact is incomplete, and it becomes clear why Lan Duo behaved so strangely, as if deliberately delaying time. The guy says that this, however, will not be a problem, but will be an additional trump card up his sleeve. It seems to him that he will be able to gain recognition of the artifact thanks to the Tree of All Things. But he is forced to note that pumping it is extremely expensive, and it is much easier to breed more insects in a swarm. Chen and Xiao look up in amazement. The system reports that the 1,000-soul thread has been infused with divine soul energy and will soon recognize the hero as its master. The guy is shocked. He says that, of course, he hoped to do something like this, but did not expect such a quick reaction. He admits that the Tree of All Things has an incredible amount of hidden abilities. A thread hangs from a branch of the ghost tree. Chen says that it protected him from the Great Dreamer, infused the artifact with divine soul energy, turned part of the ancient god's body into fruit, and now it turns out that it can also interact with artifacts. Chen smiles, seeing the system message that the 1,000-soul thread has recognized him as its master. The hero thinks that he will have to show the tree the Emperor's sword, which he should receive as a reward. Perhaps this will give some unexpected results. There are 3 fruits hanging on the tree. Chen thinks that these fruits don't look like they are very high level, but there are several of them at once, and this should give him quite a few opportunities. We see these fruits up close. The system reports that the hero has received 1 triple experience card, which will be valid for 3 hours after activation, and 2 transformation cards, which can be used to exempt from one of the missions required to complete the class acquisition procedure. Chen rubs his chin with satisfaction. He says that these are the most useful cards. In addition, the system took into account that he has 2 classes and issued a card for each of them. The young man says that he has already reached level 48, which means that he is not that far from the 3rd class transformation, and thanks to the cards he will be able to go through the procedure without any difficulties. In front of us is a personal hero card with a description of his level, class, talents, pets, and characteristics. Chen looks at the system window. He says that they will need to use the experience card wisely. He is going to find a place where he can release Xiao and gain a lot of experience. The guy says that perhaps thanks to this he will be able to go through the 3rd class transformation very soon. A character in a red robe watches a broadcast, the protagonist of which is Lan Duo. It is reported that in front of us is the 7th master of the cult of the ancient god nicknamed Lover, and she is in the temple of the ancient god. The girl says that she did not expect that she would not have to wait for the end of the tournament, but the young master calmly destroys the geniuses of Dasha, and she can rest easy. Blue spots are visible above the girl's hand. She says that there is no point in watching the broadcast further, since everything is already clear to her, and they must act immediately. Lover steps onto a cliff above a crowd of her followers and orders them to inform all the coordinators and allied headquarters in the caves, Sea Clans and Forbidden Abyss that they are launching an attack on the Dasha Empire. The girl reports that CNG is guarding the caves. Linka is fighting the ancient monk and the Great Dreamer will not awaken anytime soon. Lover states that they need to take advantage of this and trap all the Dasha masters. The girl screams that the enemy must not recover from this blow. We see her face. She says that the city of Chu Jang will be abandoned by the empire to its fate, and there will be no one to stand up for it. Lover states that they will make sacrifices and perform a ritual, after which the ground under Chu Jang will open up, releasing an ancient god. She promises to cleanse the world of the filthy blood of humanity. Lover's followers raise their hands in joy and shout that they will kill all the owners of dirty blood. The crowd praises the great god and praises the pure blood. Ji Gang and Tang Jin are on the fortress wall. The man says that all 9 forbidden zones of Dasha have broken out in riots, and only theirs is quiet for now. Ji Gang, frowning into the distance, says that we should not forget about the sea clans and the caves. According to him, all the forces of the empire are on alert. Chu Jang, of course, is a small city, but they all must be on guard. The girl replies that there is no need to worry, since the city's defensive complex has already been activated, and in half an hour it will reach full capacity. Ji Gang says that then they will be fully armed to face the enemy. The man looks worried. He says that he is worried about the hero, and he seems to have heard that the Jiangnan team entered the top 3 in the group stage. Tang Jin replies that this year they are frankly lucky, because Wu Xuan, who is very strong himself, helps the hero, and their combat zone team is a real contender for first place. But whether Chen will be able to consolidate his position in the first place in the Pride of Heaven ranking, they will find out only after the end of the individual part of the tournament. Explosions are heard in the city. The commander of the night guards turns to the sound and asks what happened there. Young people run up to Ji Gang and Tang Jin. One of them says that the teleportation gates have been destroyed, the communication towers have been blown up, and the city is being attacked from all directions by a huge number of monsters. In front of us is a terrible monster with a blue tongue. The guy says that they were completely isolated. Ji Gang understands that all the previous events were just a distraction, and the real target of the 10,000 clans was Chu Jang. The young fighters look at their commander in fear. He orders them to stop panicking. Ji Gang says that Infeng must hold the city wall and find a way to speed up the activation of the defense system. Xiao must organize the civilians, find people with sound-related abilities and use them to direct civilians to shelters. The girl must also try to transmit a distress signal to neighboring cities. And Bulang will immediately gather all the owners of combat classes and lead them to the front line to organize a line of defense. Ji Gang jumps off the wall and flies down. He finally declares that for now he will go to the front line and entrust the rest to his assistants. The hero and other participants in the competition come out of the secret realm. Chen asks in bewilderment why he does not see anyone. Wu Xuan, standing next to him, says that he does not have a very good feeling. Xianji appears in front of the young people, who states that 2 unpleasant events have occurred. Someone realizes that they are seeing a projection. The old man reports that, firstly, all the forbidden zones of the empire have been attacked, the sea tribe and caves have begun to move, and all the strongest masters have gone to the front line to save the lives of civilians and protect the country. Secondly, half an hour ago a message was received from the city of Chu Jang, which is located in Jiangnan, that it was under a powerful attack by monsters. Chen fearfully asks the old man where his teacher and older sister are now. The projection of Xianji replies that there was an invasion of sea clans in the southeast, and they went to repel it. The old man says that enemies from the sea should not break through to the inner lands, since this will mean the end of the Dasha Empire. The hero asks who in this case went to help the city of Chu Jang. The young men stand in front of the projection. Xianji says that they cannot split their forces, and Chu Jang is at the very bottom of the defense priority list among the 108 settlements of Jiangnan. The old man admits that this may seem cruel, but the meeting of senior advisors decided that Chu Jang will defend itself with its own forces, while the empire will focus on protecting more important areas. Ingzhan looks at the hero in bewilderment. He asks if no one thought about the fact that the enemies are deliberately diverting their forces to capture Chu Jang. The young men stand on the platform at the top of the mountain. Xianji says that, of course, this possibility was considered, but Chu Jang is still one of the last places on the priority list. Besides, it is possible that the enemies deliberately attacked the city to draw away the empire's forces from other directions. Xianji says that the boy's teacher forbade him to tell him about this situation, but he decided to do it anyway. The projection extends his hand towards the young men. The old man asks what decision Chen will make now that he knows the real situation. The boy replies that Dasha is their empire and they must protect it, so he understands the decision of the Council of Elders, but for him, Chu Jang is home. Streams of purple energy rise above the boy's hand. He says that he does not care at all how small this city is, and where it is in the priority table, he will go to Chu Jang and try to protect it. His opponents in the competition approach the hero. One of them says that they will go with him if Chu Jiang's city is in danger, and in general, the entire Jiangnan county should come to his aid. The second says that they will go through all the trials together. In the end, there are quite a lot of people willing to join. Chen looks at them with gratitude. Xianji, with a purple monster nearby, reminds the young men that even a king-level master may not always survive an attack by monsters of such magnitude, and that everyone present is the rising sun of the empire with a limitless future, but they may die in the unfolding battle. The old man asks again if the young men are really ready to go there. Li Bing worries that she may be useless in such a serious battle. Wang Zi admits that he is probably too weak and should stay here. Ying Zhan turns to the doubters and says that they are disgracing the capital team with their words. The boy says that cowards have no place in battle, otherwise they may truly become a hindrance. We see the hero's face. Xianji asks if he has given his final answer. The boy states that he is ready to fight even if there are thousands of monsters waiting for him on the other side. Ying Zhan, shaking his hands, declares that as a descendant of the emperor, he cannot help but stand up for his people. Wu Shuang tells his grandfather that by taking this step, he will become closer to enlightenment on the path of cultivation, and asks to let him go with the boys. Xianyu declares that she, as the granddaughter of the Holy Sword, cannot refuse and will go to Chu Jang. Xianji, arms wide, laughs. He declares that those who agreed are truly worthy of being called the pride of the Dasha Empire, and that he declares 10 brave warriors to be the best among the young talents of the country. The old man says that all the rest are excluded. The young people who refuse to go are amazed. They do not believe what is happening. Xianji announces that the final stage of this tournament is cancelled, and instead 10 volunteers will compete, trying to make the greatest contribution to the defense of Chu Jang. An orange bracelet is visible on Chen's hand. The guy asks what it is. Xianji replies that with the help of these bracelets the jury will track the number and strength of killed monsters, and calculate the contribution of each participant to the defense. The old man strokes his beard thoughtfully. He repeats once again that in this battle the young people can die, and reminds that the empire can afford to sacrifice one city for the benefit of the rest, so the young people can still refuse and stay here. Xianji says that if someone dies, they will only prove their weakness, so he asks not to take too many risks and calculate their strength. The old man looks around in surprise, not understanding who is listening to him now. It turns out that the young people are already hiding in the portal. Wu Shuang turns to his grandfather and, apologizing, says that he is getting old and talks too much, and the main part of the squad is already in Chu Jang. Ying Zhan thanks the great god of martial arts for useful instructions and asks not to frighten them with your speeches. The guy assures that they will not give up so easily. Xianji, looking up, calls the young men assholes who do not hesitate to remind him of his age. The old man thinks that when this is over, he will take them to the caves and show them his aura of murderous intent so that they will not dare to yap at the old man again. Then he remembers that in his youth he was just as impudent, and shouts towards the fighters who have already disappeared to try to survive in Chu Jiang. The remaining young men sadly ask what they did. Wang Zi says that he is scared and does not want to go there. The more cynical individuals assure that there is no need to worry, since they will be safe here, and if the volunteers die in battle, then those who are here will only rise in the ranking thanks to this. In front of us are many sea monsters. It is reported that the action takes place in Jiangnan, in the East China Sea. Someone says that this wave of monsters has no end and no edge. 2 old warriors stand next to cannons that are firing at the monsters. Duan Xinghai says that all of this worries him, and something is wrong. Gu replies that in terms of scale, the invasion is definitely one of the most powerful in history. His comrade says that, however, he cannot say that the monsters are fighting at their limit. Gu asks if this means that the other side has some kind of cunning plan. The old men look ahead sullenly. Gu suggests that the rebellion of the sea tribes is aimed at trivially distracting their forces. Duan Xinghai asks if this means that they are trying to cover a larger attack elsewhere. Gu guesses that they are talking about the city of Chu Jiang. Duan Xinghai doubtfully says that he is not at all sure about this, since in addition to the forbidden zones, 5 more cities are attacked, and all of them are located far from the center. With Chu Jiang only one of them, he states that no one can say right now which city is chosen as the main target. The water is splashed with shells. Duan Xinghai says that he received a message from Xianji, who writes that the guys came out of the secret kingdom and teleported to Chu Jiang. Gu asks again in amazement. He runs away somewhere. Duan Xinghai chases after him. Gu curses Xianji and says that he told him to keep his mouth shut and not to say anything about the attack. The old man shouts that this scoundrel cannot be relied on in anything, and he urgently needs to return to Chu Jiang, where 2 of his students are killed, and some fool decided to send a third to the grave. A huge toothy mouth appears from the water. Duan Xinghai asks the old man to calm down. Since Wu Shuang, Xianyu, Ying Zhan, and the entire team from Jiangnan went with Chen, he draws Gu's attention to the rank 8 creature that crawls out of the sea, and states that the old man should not leave, since without him, the monsters will break through the defense line and drown Jiangnan in blood. The old man jumps up and raises his sword to strike. He desperately curses the monster and asks why it crawled out at such an inopportune time. The old man uses the heavenly blade skill and shouts that the creature will die from his hand now. The monsters try to break through the protective barrier. It is reported that the action is taking place in Chu Jiang. Someone says that a breakthrough has occurred in the southeast, and reinforcements must be sent there. Exactly the same message is received regarding the northwest side. The man in the uniform extends his right hand forward and declares that the commander of the defensive hanging is addressing the fighters. He orders the 4th, 8th, 9th, and 11th battalions to follow him to the place where the monsters are breaking through. The man says that they must buy time, and from this moment on, the decree on the transfer of control comes into effect if the battalion commander dies. The 1st company commander takes his place, and so on up to the platoon commanders. Hanging shouts that the fighters must at all costs buy time for the brothers in the rear. Chu Jang desperately fights the monsters. He uses the skills Heavenly Blade and Sword of Humanity. Tang Jin jumps into the air and uses the ability Blazing Scarlet Lotus. Bulang punches the ground and uses the skills Wolf Soul Armor and Cruel Strike. Xiao puts her hands forward. She has the abilities Strengthen and Blessing of the Holy Light Priest. The girl calls her allies to pay attention to the crows in the sky. Bulang looks up in fear. He curses and shouts that he can't dodge. The guy is saved by Unfeng, who hits the monster with an arrow. The guy shouts that it seems like he arrived just in time. Chu Jang looks unhappy. He tells the young man standing on top of the tower that he must act faster, because if they die, the night guard will cease to exist. And Feng asks his commander to remember that it took him many years to reach his current level of skill and he should not say such depressing things. The guy also reminds that they have Chen, and as long as he is alive, the Chu Jang night guard will not go anywhere. And Feng sees a huge monster in front of him. Giggling, he states that the level 5 vultures and 2 level 6 demonic monkeys have stopped attacking the shield and have switched to them. The guy says that it seems like they are in for a great fight. He suggests not to think about anything else and focus on the battle. And Feng states that in any case, he has already given the order to drop 8 nuclear bombs in case the shield is destroyed, which will destroy both the defenders and the monsters. Chu Jang raises his sword over his head and says that the guy did everything right. He calls for them to remember the oath they all made before joining the Night Guard, which says that they will put an end to the long night and bring dawn to the land. The Night Guards desperately fight the monsters. They repeat the words of the oath and catchy slogans designed to raise their fighting spirit. Tang Jin rushes forward. Chu Jang uses the Heavenly Blade skill. The girl cuts off the head of the purple monster. The names of the skills used by the fighters sound over the battlefield. Xiao looks up in amazement. She notices something in the sky and shouts for her comrades to be careful. The giant primate brings down its fist on the city defenders. One of the night guards shouts that it is a level 6 demonic monkey and that he cannot avoid this blow. Chu Jang and Tang Jin tried to hold back the attack. The man asks to hold on for a little longer. The girl replies that they have little strength left, since they have been fighting for a long time. The commander of the night guards and his ally try to hold back the huge monkey. The monster's leg hangs over the city defenders. Chu Jang and Tang Jin look up in fear. The man realizes that he seems to be finished. The girl regrets that she did not have time to find out whether Chen won the competition. Chu Jang, in turn, is upset because he did not have time to tell his teacher that he reached the 4th level and learned the Heavenly Blade skill. The head of a huge monkey flies off. Chu Jang and Tang Jin look at what is happening in shock. Chen takes an impressive fighting pose and shouts, turning to the Chu Jang Night Guard, that he has returned home. The guy puts his right hand to the side and uses the Growth of All Creation skill. He shouts for Chu Jang to stay inside the healing dome, and he will take on the monkeys. The Night Watch Chief and Tang Jin look at the guy. The man happily exclaims that either he is hallucinating or he really sees Chen. The girl says that the guy really came back. Chu Jang asks the student why he came here. Because the city is under a powerful attack of monsters, and this is certain death, since they cannot withstand such a powerful assault. The hero, smiling slyly, says that last time he used Xiaoju to fight Patriarch Xiao, so the great dreamer erased his teacher's memories, and in this regard, he suggests, after thinking carefully, to evaluate the current situation differently. In front of the members of the Night Guard on the ground lies a giant monster. Chu Jang asks if the guy really has a disaster insect. He replies that memory loss is a very unpleasant diagnosis, but Chu Jang must now get used to the new reality. Chu Jang and Tang Jin look at something in amazement. The man says that in front of him is a 6th level creature, which is equal in strength to the master of the 6th seal. The girl is amazed at the hero's power, and says that he is much stronger than he seems, thanks to which Chu Jang is now possibly saved. Chen smiles and replies that of course it is true, but this time it will depend not only on him but also on his comrades, since for them it is not only a rescue operation but also the final round of the Pride of Heaven competition, namely the battle for contribution points. Bai Feng and Tang Ying are fighting monsters. The girl says that she is giving it her all, but it takes her several minutes to kill one level 4 or 5 monster, and 9 miasma wings just destroyed a level 6 monster in less than a minute. It seems to her that they clearly cannot compete with the hero. Bai Feng says that it is not so bad, since the pet's contribution points are estimated at 1/10 of the maximum possible. And Chen will not gain much advantage, because it is more profitable for him to kill monsters himself. A young guy in a loincloth throws a punch. He shouts that this is really cool and this is his first time fighting off monsters. There are actually quite a few of them. The girl behind him shouts for Lei Zhe to be careful as these monsters are nothing like the ones they fought in the Tianjiao camp. She warns him to be especially careful of the monsters outside her trap. Hanka stabs the monster in the skull. Sandao shouts for her friend not to worry and promises to cover her. The girl states that this is the benefactor's home, and she will fight for him to the last. Let the others chase the rating and contribution points, and she only cares about her master. Xianyu shoots her bow upwards. She uses the holy bow defense skill. The girl says that she did poorly in the tournament, so it's time to show her best here. She shouts that Qin is very strong, but she must not fall behind him. Wu Shuang folds his palms in front of his face. He uses the war god's body skill and says that he will definitely get the invincible heart. The guy shouts that he will not let the hero take all the laurels. He admits that he was not very good in the tournament, but here, in open combat, he will give it his all. Ying Zhan resists the blackbirds diving at him. He uses the first emperor's sacrificial sword skill. The fighter says that in the tournament he wanted to fight the hero with this technique, but now he uses it against monsters. He declares that the heir to the first emperor simply must come in first place at the end of the Pride of Heaven tournament. Ji Gang and Tang Jin are shocked. The girl says that her knees are shaking, and the new generation of geniuses is something indescribable. The man says that new waves have rolled onto the shore of the Yangtze, and they are already quite old. The leader of the Night Guards and his companion look at the hero. He thinks that Wu Shuang has become stronger than in the secret realm, and Ying Zhan used the technique of the first emperor's sword. The guy realizes that he has Xiao Jiu, but he cannot afford to relax. Ji Gang calls out to the young man. The youth with burning eyes rushes forward and asks Ji Gang and Tang Jin to take care of themselves, and he himself is going to not only destroy this wave of monsters today, but also take first place in the Pride of Heaven competition. The man replies that they believe that he will do it. Ji Gang addresses the Night Guard members and states that the young growth will handle this without their participation, and in the meantime they must restore the defensive array. His subordinates confirm that they understood the order. Lover, with a face twisted in bewilderment, notices the hero and asks why the hell he is still alive. She understands that something happened to her fair-faced young son of God. Lover, standing on the edge of the cliff, looks at the city. She says that she has already heard about the ancient insect catastrophe, but did not think that the swarm would be so large. She curses and declares that their intelligence must be dispersed in disgrace. People in black robes are visible in front of Lover. The girl tells them that she is going to the rifts near the river where Chu Jang stands, and demands that one of them immediately report this to the ancient god. The second must go to the Spider Empress of the Abyss and tell her that she can act. Lover thinks that this ally of hers will be able to curb the swarm of insects. The subordinates confirm receipt of the order. The hero actively swings the blade. He uses the skills Sword Cutting the Sky and Thunder Sword. 9 miasma wings are visible above the guy's head. The young man hears that Xiao Jiu has eaten another monster. Chen says that the baby can feel free and eat as much as she wants. The system window reports receiving hundreds of thousands of experience points and increasing the level from 48 to 57. The guy says that his ward is leveling up very quickly. Next to the hero, Xiao Jiu is seen finishing a monster. The guy says that thanks to the double experience cards, they gain levels very quickly, and this monster attack is nothing more than home delivery food for Xiao Jiu. In addition, he has 3 cards to complete the class change quests, and today he will be able to take the third awakening and summon a new insect. Xiao Jia appears next to the hero. He says that there are many restless souls here and asks if they can be collected. Chen asks why not just eat them. The boy looks down sadly. He says that his father promised to feed him demons, and now these lowly creatures seem less tasty to him. Xiao Jia admits that he seems to be overly picky now. Chen looks at the boy hanging above him and tells him that the tree of all things cannot bear fruit without absorbing souls. He asks the child to act very carefully, as he is his secret trump card and no one should know that he has it. Xiao Jia replies that he understood his father. In front of us is a system window with a list of characters who have contributed the most to the defense of the Dasha Empire. In first place is Xian Ji. In second place is Linka. In third place is the Great Dreamer. In 28th is Gu. In 296 is Chen. In 401 is Ying Zhan. In 468 is Wu Shuang. Ying Zhan looks at his fist with dissatisfaction. He says that it has not been long, and Chen has already entered the top 300 in contribution points. He himself used the technique of the first Emperor's sword, but he could not even enter the 400. The guy thinks that this is no good, and if he wants to win first place, he must find an alternative option. Ying Zhan rushes forward. He says that contribution points are awarded not only for killing monsters, but also for contributing to the outcome of the battle in general. It seems to him that such a large attack of monsters must have some starting point, and he is going to find it and destroy it. Ji Gang is sitting on the parapet. Xiao tells him that the defensive formation has been repaired. The man asks if Chen has gone too deep into the enemy lines. Bulang asks what is there to fear from this genius when he has a disaster insect that can always clear the way for him. The guy says that Chen reminds him of an ancient emperor from legends who has returned and is looking around his territory like he owns it. Ji Gang looks at the hero excitedly and says that he needs to focus on leveling up, because monster attacks are a great opportunity to level up, and if he gets 3 more levels, he will be able to awaken for the 3rd time. Bulang asks in bewilderment if the guy can really get to the 3rd awakening so quickly, above which among those present, only Ji Gang is. Bulang thoughtfully rubs his chin. He says that after the 3rd awakening, the hero's main class will be strengthened, but the missions associated with this are a real pain in the ass, and he himself spent 4 years completing them. Above the Night Guard's heads, we can see familiar characters. Ji Gang says that the 3rd, 6th and 9th awakenings are very difficult, and are really milestones on the path of a professional, because many people don't even have enough time to reach the end of this path. The man says that the younger generation, however, is simply incredible, and he knows that at least Wu Shuang and Xianyu have already gone through the 3rd awakening, and are now close to the 4th, so Chen is even lagging behind in comparison. A ghostly tree appears in front of the Night Guards. One of them asks in bewilderment what is happening. Ji Gang and his companions, with their mouths wide open, look at the plant. The man tries to understand whether Chen really started the awakening process. Bulang asks why the guy immediately started the class evolution, because he had to complete all the missions first. The ghost tree glows brightly. Ji Gang assumes that the guy has some kind of artifact that cancels the mandatory task. He shouts that the young man is strengthening his base class and can be pulled into the original space, and this is very dangerous. Ji Gang orders his comrades to go with him to protect the young man. Bai Feng and Tanging look at the ghost tree in amazement. One of them says that Chen is going to make a class evolution right on the battlefield, and this is very dangerous, and the guy needs to be protected. The hero's comrades also rush to help him. San Dao says that the benefactor needs assistance, since he makes a breakthrough right during the battle. Wu Shuang understands that he will not catch up with the young man in points anyway, so he also decides to help the hero. Meanwhile, Yingzhan stands in front of a huge red monster. He understands that this is exactly what the Yin Yang monster looks like, capable of creating portals. And if Yang is on the surface, then Yin is underground. The guy says that he only needs to kill one of them to destroy the teleportation portal. Yingzhan raises his sword to strike. He asks the monster if it wants to drag him into the abyss. The guy says that the enemy will not succeed, because despite the fact that the creature is level 7, he himself is the heir of the first emperor. Yellow cards are flying next to Yingzhan. The guy says that he has 13 forbidden scrolls prepared especially for such monsters, and they will be enough to deal with the monster. The young man says that now first place will definitely go to him. A purple portal appears in front of Yingzhan. The young man understands that someone wants to kill him. The guy looks around and asks who is here. A huge multi-eyed monster appears above the young man's head. It says that the baby in front of him looks very appetizing. Yingzhan recognizes the level 8 Spider Queen from the Hell Cave. The guy looks tiny compared to the huge monster. He knows that in front of him is a level 8 creature that has escaped Linka several times, and whose strength cannot be described in words. He realizes that the spells of the Forbidden Scrolls will not work on it, and he needs to run. Yingzhan thinks that Chen has not yet completed his breakthrough, and now he needs to not only escape from the Spider Queen, but also let his allies know that such a monster has appeared here. There are traces of some hits near the guy. The skills Bloody Body of the Evil God and Bloody Explosion are used. Yingzhan tries to escape from the Spider Queen. He thinks that he must warn his comrades at any cost. The monster raises one of its limbs and shoots out a white liquid. It declares that no one will be able to escape from it. The web wraps around the young man's hand. He screams that the vile creature can't even dream of stopping him. It seems that Yingzhan cuts off his hand. He uses the skill sword of the first emperor. Blood sprays in all directions. Yingzhan uses the ability Blood Explosion. Approaching the ghost tree, the guy uses the skill Flash of Bloody Mist. The Spider Queen realizes that in front of her is an incredibly tenacious young man. In front of the monster are 2 people in black robes. They turn to Her Imperial Majesty and declare that Chen is at the breakthrough stage. His consciousness is in the original space, and this is an excellent opportunity to kill him. The Spider Queen replies that this really makes sense. Gu attacks the sea monster using the skill Heavenly Blade. The monsters seem to be retreating. The old man curses and asks how the sea clans got such timid creatures that run away after one attack. He says that if they don't want to fight, then let them sit in their holes. Duan Xinghai, who is sitting on the Blue Island, tells his comrade that there is good news from the city next to Chu Jang. According to reports from there, the 9 miasma wings are devouring the monsters attacking the city. In addition, Shin has already entered the top 300 warriors of Dasha. Gu asks again in bewilderment, and then says that this is simply amazing. since not all great masters can achieve this. A strange energy discharge is seen in the sky. Duan Xinghai says that it looks like the great omen of Tuan Yuan. Gu looks up in amazement and says that this is it, and it was created by the Emperor Dasha many years ago. The old man has not seen it in action for a long time, and it only appears when an enemy of the 8th level or higher breaks through somewhere, and there is no strong master nearby who can deal with the creature. The omen shows the Spider Queen. Gu says with alarm that the Spider Queen has appeared in Chu Jang city. Taking up his sword, the old man rushes away, cursing. He says that this monster has snuck into their world again, and asks Duan Xinghai to deal with the 7th rank sea monster that Hong Yao is currently fighting. She must free herself and immediately go to Chu Jang to save her younger brother. Duan Xinghai replies that he will do so. In front of us is the defense line of the Dasha Empire. It is reported that this is happening in the underground caves. We see warriors wearing helmets. One of them says that the commander ordered to use force and destroy everyone if they notice even the slightest movement from the clans. Red spheres are visible above the warriors' heads. An order is given to spare no one. The fighters glorify the Dasha Empire. In front of us is CNG. Someone says that this old man must die for what he did, after which he declares that 9 miasma wings will cause a catastrophe that will destroy this world. In front of the old man is seen a huge monster. It is reported that this is the leader of the primordial demon clan Chu Jang, who has a 9th rank. This creature states that for many years the Dasha Empire has received tribute from them in the amount of tens of millions of gold coins, and asks if no one was afraid that sooner or later the clans will unite against the empire. Tu Yang asks the old man what will happen now, and will there be anything left of Dasha. CNG's eyes are blazing with anger. He asks what kind of unification of the underground clans are they talking about if they can't get rid of their squabbles and endlessly squabble over leadership. He does not believe that a single hero with 9 miasma wings made them all forget about their squabbles and unite. The old man says that most likely the clans staged this circus only for the sake of a distraction. The old man raises his sword above his head and uses the skilled body of the god of war. He reminds the enemy that he once chopped him down, and Tu Yang did not seem to learn anything from that defeat. Next to the old man's head, the same omen that Gu and Duan Xinghai saw is visible. CNG recognizes it. Tu Yang strikes but misses. The demon says that the old man is absolutely right. However, 9 miasma wings does not matter at all, since today they will get rid of this scourge, and at the same time destroy all the young geniuses of the Dasha Empire. Continuing to fight the demon, the old man turns to a commander named Shin Tu Fei and orders him to go to Chu Jang to help. He answers the god of martial arts that the order will be carried out. Tu Yang, smiling, looks at Gu and says that the old man's troops will not cope even with collecting all the corpses of the defenders of Chu Jang. The demon orders his army to attack. The monster goes on the offensive. The order sounds to break through the defense of the empire. CNG, the right side of whose face we see, rushes to the attack. He shouts that he will kill the bastard who is his opponent, and orders his warriors to kill all the monsters. The old man challenges the commander of the monsters to battle. The Spider Queen towers over the black-robed men, asking if they are sure that Linka is currently fighting the monk. The monster states that if he comes here, he will destroy the ancient god church. The men tell Her Imperial Majesty that according to reliable information, Linka has gone to one of the forbidden areas in pursuit of the monk from the Bone Temple. There is a blood dragon waiting for him. He will force a fight and if necessary, he will die. However, this monster is rank 9. So even Linka will not be easy. Many spiders run out from under the queen's huge body. She states that she would still prefer to act with caution, and orders her offspring to search Chu Jang. She says that she wants to be sure that there is no trace of Linka here. A yellow aura glows around the hero. Someone says that the guy needs to be protected. All the hero's allies line up in front of the ghost tree. An order is given to prevent the monsters from reaching Chen. Wu Shuang is surprised to see Ingzhan, who has turned into some kind of stump. He asks what happened to the guy. Ingzhan, whose face we see, shouts to his comrades to run. As the Spider Empress from the Abyss is coming here, the young man warns that it is a rank 8 creature. Ji Gang looks forward resolutely and says that Chen is currently wandering in the palace of his mind, and the process of changing classes cannot be interrupted. He states that they must stay here and protect him until he wakes up. Ji Gang looks at Ingzhan flying in the air and orders him to heal inside the defensive formation. The man says that they must endure and the formation will give them strength and allow them to last longer. Ingzhan says that he will follow Ji Gang's advice and heal his wounds. Someone says that he cannot handle such a creature, so he will have to retreat. Lei Zhe, with his arms folded, looks at Lu Jiezi and says that they can't stay here either as it is too dangerous. Lu Jiezi replies that he will not run away anywhere and recalls the old saying that good people are blessed by the gods. In his opinion, this situation is not hopeless at all. A strange object appears in the boy's hand. He says that if they are destined to fight here, he will call his grandfather for help. Lu Jiezi exclaims that it is time to use the gourd bottle with treasures. Lei Zhe asks in surprise what treasures are we talking about. Lu Jiezi raises the bottle above his head and shouts to his grandfather that he is in mortal danger, and he must appear here as soon as possible. An eye appears on one of the balls. Its owner says that the enemy is the Empress of the 8th rank spiders and even grandfather will not cope with her. There is a fear that Lu Jiezi will be devoured, so he must run away as soon as possible. The young man disappears inside the bottle. He asks where his grandfather is taking him, and then shrieks hysterically that this does not even look like help. We see 4 girls. Hanka calls those who escaped losers and declares that she will never give up and will die for her mentor. At worst, she will blow up all the artifacts stored in her spatial pocket. Wu Shuang sighs heavily. He is very scared, but he does not want to go anywhere, since he cannot escape, leaving the girls behind. The guy understands that they, of course, will all suffer greatly or even die, but nothing can be done about it. Chu Jang looks back at the hero and mentally asks him to quickly finish the transformation process. They are not afraid of death, but their death may be in vain if they fail to protect the hero. Circles are visible under Chen's feet. It is reported that he is in the original space and this happened 2 minutes ago. The hero did not expect that immediately after using the mission cards he would be drawn into the space of his own subconscious. Purple balls are flying around him. The guy thinks that if he refuses to awaken the class now, then he will have to do all the missions from scratch. However, if you think about it, in his absence there should not be any special problems, since a swarm of several tens of millions of 9 miasma wings individuals remained outside, and in theory, Xiao Jiao should cope, because her level has already crossed 30. The young man looks at the flying balls. It seems to him that he sees descriptions of classes related to the advanced category. The system reports that the hero used the card to go through the 3rd class change. All criteria are met, and a search for suitable options is being conducted. Chen stands surrounded by glowing spheres. He says that thousands of stars are going out, and only those related to thunder remain. He really hopes that among the remaining there will be at least one divine class. The guy reaches out to one of the balls. The system reports that the search is complete, and a comparison of classes is being conducted. Chen sees that there are only 9 balls left. A purple stream rushes to the hero's forehead. The system reports that the Thunderlord class has been changed to Thunder God. The young man understands that he has received a divine rank. The guy stretches out his hand to the system window, where the new skills he has acquired are described. He states that he has 1 gold skill and 2 color skills, and all of them are incredibly powerful. Chen stretches out his finger to the system window. He says that he can now create a thunder realm, and remembers that most masters only have skills related to creating such a zone after the 6th class change. He also wonders how much his skill will differ from Bu and Hong Yao's skills. Chen looks at the brightest star in the sky. It seems to him that thousands of stars that went out before he made a choice began to shine again when he changed his class. The system reports that the hero used a map to go through the 3rd class change. The criteria are met, and suitable options are being searched for. Another window informs that the Astral Cultivation Master class has been changed to Primordial Master. The hero stands in front of a huge ghost tree. New system messages appear. One of them talks about gaining new skills. The second notifies that by learning new skills, Chen can activate a simplified mode, which allows him to improve skills with a certain probability when using them. A system window pops up describing the evolution and reproduction skill. It is reported that this is an improved version of the growth of all things. It gives the user the ability to increase the growth rate and reproductive capabilities of pets, allows you to break the development barrier, increasing the number of individuals, reducing the time for reproduction and strengthening newborns. Acceleration is determined randomly, and can be from 50 to 200 times. The number of individuals can be increased by 2 to 10 times. The hero looks up. He thinks that after all, compared to the Thunder God, his main class is cooler. The greatest path to simplicity skill he received is simply incredible, and perhaps thanks to it he will be able to learn the skills of the underground clans, just by fighting enemies. Evolution and reproduction are generally some kind of cheating, since it turns out that the next time Xiao Jiao's swarm reproduces, she will be able to reproduce 1 billion individuals at once, and if the multiplication factor of 10 works, then 10 billion. The guy understands that in this case his ward will really look like a real disaster. Chen sees a pretty girl in front of him. She calls him sir and introduces herself as Xiao Chan. The guy asks again in surprise. He says that he has not yet used the evolution skill, so he does not understand how it happened that Xiao Chan immediately acquired a human form. An incredible number of spiderlings crawl out from under the Spider Queen. One of the hero's defenders says that the army of spiders is several times larger than the swarm of 9 miasma wings and the insects are forced to show their true form. An order is given not to rely on the help of only 9 miasma wings and to fight on their own. The main task is to prevent the Spider Queen from reaching Chen. Among the defenders, the multi-armed Wu Shuang stands out. The guy uses the skill body of the God of War. The names of other abilities used are also heard: Primordial Flame, Golden Crow Fire Rain, Invulnerability Technique. Sandao puts her hands forward. She uses the skills Eternal Earth Shield, Eternal Frost Shield and Void Barrier. The girl calls on the old witch to come to her so that she can blow up all her artifacts. The Spider Queen attacks with her babies. She screams that the opponents are not worthy of fighting her personally. Sandao admits that she cannot resist such a force. The insect on the hero's shoulder cries. It asks the owner to quickly wake up, since the old witch who attacks them is very scary and killed many of his babies. Chen smiles. He calms Xiao and says that she should not be afraid, since the owner has woken up. Chen is surrounded by green roots. He uses the skill growth of all creation. The guy turns to his allies and tells them to take all the warriors and go under the protection of the city walls, since the swarm of 9 miasma wings will cover everyone. Hanka asks him what the guy is going to do, because he cannot defeat the Spider Queen alone. Sandao screams that she can still fight together with her benefactor, and is ready to die next to him. Chen holds his shoulder. He asks him to stop talking nonsense. The young man says that first everyone needs to heal properly, and while they are here, he cannot deploy his full strength. Chen states that the creature he will fight is only at the 8th rank, and he has already encountered such. The giant monster towers over the hero. The queen says that it is quite funny to watch the manifestation of human emotions, because stupid bipeds bathe in their arrogance and ignorance, not even suspecting what awaits them all. Xiao asks the owner if he is really going to blow up all her children again. Chen replies that there is no need for this, and he will also be upset if her swarm perishes in vain. He says that Xiao's task will be to confront the spiders that serve the main monster, and he himself will deal with the queen. The monster has a red eye glowing in its mouth. The Spider Queen says that even a 9th rank god couldn't kill her, and she can't imagine what a young man with a miserable 3rd awakening can do to her. The guy raises his index finger and asks what the point is in comparing him to a level 9 sword god, since he himself is now a 3rd rank great master. The guy thinks that it's very good that his opponent underestimates and despises him, since this is exactly what he wants. The Spider Queen, looming over 2 people in black robes, tells the hero that she finds it funny to hear such words from a 3rd rank representative. One of her advisors asks Her Majesty to act faster. The second is afraid that Linka may soon show up here. The queen demands that she stop being scared by this swordsman. Xiao Jia is seen behind the hero. Chen asks him to share a drop of the blood of the primordial god and limit himself to this help, since he does not want to place any responsibility on the boy. Xiao Jia asks if the hero is sure that his body can withstand such power without his support. The young man says that he is more than sure, since he will use the divine technique of strengthening the body. We see red liquid. Xiao Jia hands over a drop of blood. Red spikes come out of the hero's back. He screams loudly in pain. Chen transforms. He grows long white hair. The insect queen screams that she feels a rank 7 aura emanating from the enemy. She does not understand how he managed to do this. Then she realizes that the guy absorbed a drop of blood from one of the initial gods. But she is sure that a warrior of the 3rd rank cannot withstand such power, since he will simply be torn apart. Chen spreads his arms wide, in one of which is a sword. He understands that he likes the power of the 7th rank, and he calmly withstands it. The young man rushes forward. He screams that today he will kill the Spider Queen. She asks where such empty confidence comes from in the guy. She says that she already realized that Chen had a trump card that could raise him to the 7th rank, but if he is going to fight her with this pathetic power, then she has very bad news for him. The Spider Queen shoots white threads from herself, and uses the skill Drain Flesh and Soul. We see the hero's left eye. The guy asks if the opponent is really going to intimidate him with this worthless ability. The web flies past the dodging hero. The queen does not understand how the guy was able to avoid the blow, because she seemed to have accurately predicted his movement. The Spider Queen, whose disgusting face we see, still cannot understand how a low-level creature could deceive her foresight. It seems impossible to her. Lightning flashes around the hero. He uses the skill Thunder Kingdom of Thor. His opponent screams that the young man's insolence has no limits. A powerful flash occurs above the monster's head. Ji Gang covers his face with his hands and shouts to the other fighters to protect their eyes and not look at what is happening. Someone asks if the lightning element that the hero wields has already reached the divine level. And does this mean that he has become the first master with 2 classes of divine rank in the Dasha Empire? Chen unleashes another bolt of lightning on the enemy. He uses the skill Punishment with Thunder, Eye of God. Powerful electrical discharges sparkle around the Spider Queen. The monster understands that this attack does not affect the physical body, but the inner sea of consciousness. He realizes that they, monsters, have a soul much weaker by nature, and he can only try to resist this effect. An obstacle appears above the Spider Queen. She uses the skill 1000 Blood Shields. The opponents are located opposite each other. The Spider Queen says that her soul is not as strong as the enemy's, but her body is an ideal weapon. A trace of lightning is visible next to the queen. The hero says that now they will see how she can withstand this. The guy uses the skill Lightning Strike. The monster looks at the enemy in amazement. He does not understand how the hero managed to dodge another blow. He suspects that the guy is moving at the speed of lightning. Then the Spider Queen comes to the conclusion that the enemy is still predicting the future, no matter how impossible it may seem. Another explanation is that the guy was just lucky. The Queen shoots out many jets from herself. Now she assumes that Chen's speed is supported by the magnetic field acting around her, so she decides to use the skill 8 Blood Webs. The monster asks the guy running away from him. How dare he try to show off his pathetic skills in front of him. In front of us is a sphere formed from a web. Chen understands that the enemy blocked the fields he created with a blood web, and will now be able to determine his location quite accurately. The transformed Chen looks up in alarm. The Spider Queen calls him a little bastard and says that now he has nowhere to hide from her. The hero's eyes glow menacingly. He insults the Queen in response, and says that now she needs to find a way to escape from here, since who is the cat and who is the mouse is completely unclear now. Chen delivers a powerful blow with his sword. He uses the skills Blade of Heaven and Lightning Strike. It seems that the hero manages to cut off something from the Spider Queen. She screams loudly that she was just made disabled, deprived of a pair of legs. The hero's comrades look at what is happening in amazement. Tang Jin says that the guy's blow seemed incredibly powerful to her, and it can probably be compared to the blow that Gu is famous for. Ji Gang asks why Chen hid from them that he has a different class. He also does not understand how the guy even manages to dodge the monster's attacks. He assumes that the hero reads the future. San Dao says that this is impossible, since the Spider Queen has the 8th rank and at this level of strength is able to block the ability of divination in relation to herself. All this will only work if the hero's ability is stronger than the monster's perception. Chen looks up. He thinks that his sword has damaged the monster, but the power was obtained from the blood of an ancient god, and his body, meanwhile, can no longer cope with the load. The young man understands that using the blade was already at the limit of his physical capabilities, and he will not be able to maintain the same strength for too long. All this means that he must end this fight as soon as possible. Chen realizes that he must deliver one decisive blow, without giving the Spider Queen a chance to counterattack. Blood flows from the severed limbs of the monster. The creature declares that it is the Empress of the Spider Tribe, and asks how some insignificant person dared to injure her. Chen mockingly asks what this title even means. He declares that it is some kind of empty sound, and in front of him is a non-entity who has wandered through the abyss for hundreds of years, not daring to stick his head out of it. The guy expects that the Spider Queen will get even more angry and make a mistake. Streams of red energy appear around the monster. It demands that the guy repeat what he said. Then the Queen states that Link crippled her true body, so she does not want to use it, but if the hero wants to die so much, she will gladly fulfill his wish. The Spider Queen spews out powerful streams. One of the spectators says that the pressure is simply insane, and now he understands what the power of the 8th rank is. The second states that Chen is still holding on. The third expresses confidence that the monster is now finished. A source of white energy appears above the guy's hand. He says that the Spider Queen has finally decided to use her true essence to summon her own kingdom. Then he states that, unfortunately for her, she was only one step late. Powerful discharges of electricity beat from under the guy's hand. He uses the skill Thunder Kingdom of Thor. The Spider Queen lets out a heartbreaking scream and falls head first into the ground, asking how the hero managed to figure out that she was going to use her own realm, and why she can't do anything inside this space. The monster screams that a level 3 owner can have such a strong realm. Chen, holding out his left hand, says that the Queen is too slow and that his realm is simply stronger than his opponent's. She screams that it's simply impossible. Chen, whose face we see, declares that he is too lazy to talk to the monster, and then uses the lightning punishment skill. A powerful discharge slams the monster into the ground. It lets out another piercing scream. The Spider Queen lifts her head off the ground and admits her defeat. She asks for her life to be spared and declares that she has fully realized the crimes she has committed. She promises not to attack anyone again, and asks only for mercy in return. We see the left eye of the hero. He thinks that the monster will not be able to deceive him. He knows that the Queen has a part of her soul left, but Kara will gradually finish her off with thunder. Chen looks at the defeated enemy. He turns to Xiao Jia and says that as soon as the boy understands that the monster is dead, he must eat him. Next to the body of the Spider Queen, discharges sparkle. The hero realizes that his own body has reached the limit. He sits on the ground, clutching his head. Xiao Chan sits next to him. The girl calls out to her master. Xiao Chan puts her hand on the hero's chest. She apologizes for being so useless. Chen asks not to say that to her, because if it were not for her ability to foresee, he would not have a chance in this fight against this creature. The girl looks down sadly. She says that she does not deserve such words. In front of us is a system window with a description of this character. It is reported that Xiao Chan is a child of spring and autumn, as well as the original insect of time. She was born at the origins of the River of Time and has a special characteristic of the Eye of Time, which allows her to look into the future by destroying her offspring. Her talent requires unlocking. Xiao Chan's form of reproduction is natural. That is, only the mother is capable of producing offspring, and no more than one individual per hour. A special form of reproduction allows you to exchange the years of the carrier's life for the reproduction of a swarm, where 1,000,000 individuals are produced in 1 year. Chen puts 2 fingers to his temple and tells the girl that he needs to rest and get back to normal. He asks Xiao Chan to hide and not reveal himself until there is a need for it. The girl makes it clear that she will do so. The hero's allies look at the huge purple sphere. Ji Gang says that if his eyes do not deceive him, then before him is a kingdom, and he does not understand how Chen was able to awaken him. If he only recently went through the 3rd awakening of the class, he says that such skills are opened at the 6th awakening, and the dual legendary class is generally some kind of cheating. Ingzhan holds his hand on his shoulder. He thinks that Chen is fighting alone with a creature of the 8th rank, and he himself is nothing against this background, since if he did not have a healing artifact with him, he would be lying without legs under the Spider Queen. Wu Shuang puts his hand on Ingzhan's shoulder. He says that he and the hero seem to be on the same divine level, but he can easily deal with any of them. The guy says that it is very unpleasant for him to realize that you are formally equal to your competitor, but in fact you are much weaker than him. Ingzhan says that as the heir to the ancient emperor, he cannot come to terms with this. The guy promises that the day will come when he will surpass Chen, and if he lacks talent then he will go to the very bottom of the caves of 10,000 clans and will look for an opportunity to become stronger there. Sandao, closing his eyes, says that her benefactor is so talented that no amount of work will allow anyone to surpass him. People in robes are standing around the red magical formation. It is reported that the action is taking place at the altar in the Chu Jang dungeons. Someone turns to the great ancient god and calls himself a faithful servant of this entity. Here we see Lover. She states that something is wrong with the attack that is currently taking place above. Someone in Dasha managed to get hold of the 9 miasma wings with a huge swarm to boot. The god says that this is simply impossible. We see a huge red eye. Its owner states that the 9 miasma wings have been a forbidden creature for all ages, and if CNG continues to indulge the swarm master, then he will become an enemy for all races without exception. Lover says that she is not lying, and in general she would never dare to lie to her lord. Something strange is happening inside the red circle. The ancient god asks the absent CNG how he dared to do this. He screams that the old man deserves to die, like all the people in Dasha. Lover looks at the god and asks him to calm down. She states that she has attracted the Spider Empress to their side. Waves of red energy flow around the girl. She screams loudly. The god demands that Lover free her mind and allow him to fill her with his power. He says that for a short time she will receive the 9th rank. The girl's eyes turn completely white. She hears that she must destroy the swarm and the mother specimen, as well as get rid of their master. The god wants her to sacrifice the entire city to him and prepare a ceremony for his triumphant arrival. Lover is on one knee. She addresses the great ancient god and says that as his faithful follower, she will consider it an honor to lay her life on the altar of his return. A huge red eye looks at Lover and demands that the girl stop talking nonsense. It states that the Spider Empress has just lost her fight and Lover should immediately go to the battlefield to catch the Spider Queen's soul and sacrifice it. Since the 8th rank is never redundant, the girl replies that she will return once she is done. CNG fights Chu Jang. It is reported that this is happening in the caves of 10,000 clans. The old man laughs maliciously as he looks at the enemy. He states that he has just been informed of the death of the Spider Empress. A red sphere is seen next to CNG's head. Chu Jang asks the old man if he really thinks that thing was their only trump card. CNG turns away from the enemy and looks up. He realizes that he sees a warning about a monster of the 9th rank appearing in Chu Jang. He is almost certain that this is the work of demons. The opponents look at each other. Chu Jang suggests playing hide and seek. He says that he will hide, and the old man will look for him. Naturally, if he leaves the game too early, the demon at the head of his army will attack the city. CNG declares that his enemy has crossed the line of what is permitted. The old warrior agrees to play hide and seek and promises to pursue the enemy to the very end. The old man raises his sword over his head and his warriors do the same. CNG uses the skills army of god slayers and strengthening with the aura of the dragon soul, after which he orders his fighters to attack and kill all the monsters. The fighters rush forward. The old man shouts that they will enter the ancestral territory of the demonic clans and will slaughter their cities for 10 days. The warriors enthusiastically shout that they are ready to destroy demons and all other creatures. Chu Jang looks at CNG in fear and asks if he has gone crazy. The demon reminds that humans have only defended themselves for centuries, and now they have decided to move the war to the demon's territory. The monster asks if the old man is afraid that all the clans will rise up against him, after which he declares that a useless town and some young genius are clearly not worth it. Xianji strikes the demon and says that since ancient times, everyone who insulted Dasha was punished, wherever they were, and if the demons are going to destroy the geniuses of the empire, then he will exterminate them all to the last one. Lover approaches the purple sphere. She folds her arms across her chest and, smiling, says that she sees in front of her the kingdom that Chen created. It seems strange to her that the Spider Queen fell into this trap. Lover declares that this small kingdom challenges her with its very appearance. Chen stands before the Spider Queen. Lover hanging from above dispels the kingdom created by the hero. The queen asks in confusion if she is saved and states that she recognizes the aura of an ancient god. Chen, in a loincloth, is kneeling on one knee. He senses the aura of the 9th rank and realizes that he cannot move. The guy realizes that even if he could move, he does not have the strength to give anyone a fight right now. Lover, smiling, looks at the guy and asks for permission to introduce herself. She states that she is the ruler of the 7th throne of the Church of the Ancient Gods and is known in the world as Lover. The girl says that this is their first meeting, but she is already very happy. She raises her left hand and asks for permission to send everyone present here to the afterlife. Chin realizes that 9 miasma wings is now manifesting its true form and realizes what the power of the 9th rank looks and feels like. Explosions are heard around Lover. She says that she wants to make a small fireworks display and asks the hero if he likes this wonderful spectacle. Xiao Jio, who is sitting on the hero's shoulder, says that she is very scared. The guy orders her to hide and not show herself until he calls her. Chin hangs upside down. Lover asks why the guy has such a dissatisfied face and does he really dislike something. She suggests that the guy get rid of his sorrows and make everyone happy by turning into colorful fireworks. The hero's allies look at what is happening with fear. One of them says that it is probably impossible to help the guy. The second says that they are all blocked by a 9th rank aura and will most likely die. A small bug is visible next to Chen's face. The guy shouts that Xiao Jia may come into play. He orders the boy to release the dark demon. In front of us is a giant monster with white hair. The child screams that he is already on his way to help. Lover seems tiny compared to the huge monster. She realizes that in front of her is a dark demon of the 9th level from the sea of consciousness of the ancient god. The girl does not understand who is even capable of summoning such a creature. The giant dragon is approaching Lover closely. She screams in fear. The hero looks up and angrily screams that Lover should not have killed the swarm of 9 miasma wings, but since she did so, she will be destroyed. A bright white flash is visible in the dragon's mouth. Lover screams for the scripture of the ancient god to protect her. She understands that she cannot resist a creature of such a rank, but it will take some time for it to kill her. Chen looks up thoughtfully. He realizes that the dark demon can only be used for 10 seconds, and if this limit is exceeded, the creature will be destroyed by divine powers. The hero realizes that the designated time is almost up and nothing can be done about it, so he resigns himself to the fact that the dark demon will be destroyed along with Lover. Hong Yao thrusts his sword into Lover's chest. She uses the heavenly blade skill. The girl screams that the older sister has come to the aid of her younger brother. On the other side of Lover, Shin Tu Fei from the God Slayer battalion attacks. He exclaims that monsters should not walk on their land. A bright flash is seen in the sky. The hero screams for Xiao Jia to immediately remove the dragon, as the punishment of heaven is already approaching. The boy opens his mouth wide. He says that he barely managed to do it. Lover, in whose chest a wound is visible, asks not to kill her and promises to reveal all the secrets to the enemies in exchange for her life. Hong Yao and Tu Fei hold swords to Lover's head. She asks not to kill her and promises to tell everything. Hong Yao puts his foot on the defeated opponent and demands that she tell what she was going to say. Lover says that in the catacombs under Chu Jang there is an altar, and while the massacre takes place on the surface, the souls of the dying monsters and even their flesh and blood are absorbed by the body of an ancient demon imprisoned in the dungeon. A huge axe is held to Lover's neck. She screams that this creature must rise again and devour the Dasha Empire. Chin approaches Lover and asks if this is all she wanted to tell and if she is hiding something else. The girl says that she knows nothing more, and everything she said is the truth. She declares that she should be killed if there is even a drop of a lie in her words. A giant mouth appears above Lover's head. The girl asks in horror what it is. A huge insect crawls out from under the ground. It says that Lover has demon blood, which must be very tasty. The Spider Queen understands that she needs to get away from here as soon as possible. Chen looks at Xiao Jio and apologizes to her for almost forgetting about her. The insect queen screams that she sees incredibly delicious food. Xiao Jio climbs onto the monster and declares that this creature has a magnificent crispy crust. The system reports receiving millions of experience points. Hong Yao looks at what is happening in amazement. She does not understand what kind of strange and scary creatures her younger brother summons. Tu Fei, standing nearby, looks up and says that the Tuan Yuan spell is still in effect, which means that the Empire is still being attacked. Sharp spikes stick out of the hero's back. The guy does not understand what is happening. Hong Yao runs up to him and asks what happened. The young man says that he is in great pain. The guy's other allies rush to him. He screams loudly. Chu Jang lifts the hero's head and says that this is most likely the consequences of excessive exhaustion. The man says that the young man needs to be taken to the hospital at the main military base of Jiangnan as soon as possible, since the most powerful healers of the empire are there. Hong Yao and Tu Fei offer their help. The girl says that the portal is destroyed, but she will try to deliver Chen to the hospital. Chu Jang says that they should not do this, and it would be better if they help deal with the rift that is under Chu Jang. Chu Jang, supporting the guy under the arms, shouts for Xiao to heal him. He asks where the 9 miasma wings is and says that if this creature wants to save its owner, it must return faster. Chu Jang looks at Xiao and tells her that she remains in charge. The girl replies that she understood her commander. Sandao comforts the desperately crying Hanka. She says that the benefactor is very strong, nothing will happen to him, and now is not the time to cry, and they must go down to deal with the monsters in the catacombs. In front of us are Wu Shuang and Yingzhan. The first of them says that they cannot compete with the hero, but they must try to make at least some contribution to victory. The second says that this is really better than nothing, and the further they are from him in the ranking, the better they should try. Hong Yao and Tu Fei fight monsters near the underground altar. The names of the skills Heavenly Blade and Earth-Tearing Axe are heard. 2 red eyes are visible in front of them. The demon they are fighting curses the enemies and screams that they dared to destroy his altar. In response, he is called a vile creature and advised to crawl back into the ass from which he is trying to crawl out. Hong Yao strikes the monster. She asks why this creature suddenly fell silent and whether it lost its power of speech. The girl says that she came and will now restore order here, throwing out all the shit like this demon from Chu Jang. The monster admits that the girl is a worthy disciple of Gu, who also swears like a shoemaker. He says that despite the destruction of the altar and the inability to show his full strength, he will still deal with the girl. Tu Fei raises his weapon above his head and shouts for the monster to stop talking nonsense, after which he uses the skill tearing the earth axe. In front of us is a glowing red eye. The monster calls its enemies rude and says that he is too lazy to mess with them. Hong Yao and Tu Fei look at the red streams in surprise. The girl asks what this bastard is going to do. The demon says that the victims he received are not enough for him, but he has an eternity ahead of him, and sooner or later he will still be able to be reborn. Hong Yao angrily asks if this creature is really going to escape. Tu Fei puts his hand on her shoulder and asks the girl to leave the enemy alone, since with their level of strength they still cannot seriously harm him. The warrior says that the god of martial arts must wake up the great dreamer, and she will seal this rift. The hero lies in the water, an oxygen mask on his face. It is reported that this happens a week later in the hospital at the main base of Jiangnan. The young man feels the hospital smell and understands that it cannot be confused with anything. He remembers that he lost consciousness right on the battlefield due to the fact that too much energy and blood of the ancient gods got into his body. Qin tries to understand how much time has passed and how the battle ended. Xiao Jiu hugs the young man and is glad that her master has finally woken up. She says that everything is fine outside, and she herself is ready to reproduce the swarm, after which her babies will be able to reproduce offspring again. The hero strokes the tiny pet's head and says that this is simply wonderful news, but she needs to wait a little, since there is not enough space for everyone. He asks her to come back and wait until he organizes a larger shelter for them. Next to the exquisite cabinet, Xiao Jia and Xiao Jiu are visible. The girl joyfully shouts that she will soon have a big house. Qin thinks that thanks to the evolution and reproduction skill, the next swarm will number at least several 100 million individuals. He hopes that the tree of all things will soon give him a fruit that will allow him to arrange another hive for at least 1 billion individuals. Xiao Jia appears on the hero's shoulder. He declares that the reproduction of his swarm will happen soon, and he does not know where they will all live now. Qin asks if he too has little space. The boy admits that he feels quite cramped. Qin points to an empty plate. He offers the child to agree that as soon as his older sister moves out, he will get her beehive. Xiao Jia says that he is actually a boy, and looks rather strange when he wears everything after his sister. The hero calms him down and says that, as promised earlier, he will arrange a real feast for Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia, putting his hands on his belt, says that this is a completely different matter, and as long as a man has good food, it does not matter at all where he lives. The hero understands that from his own experience how hard it is for parents with children. Xiao Jia looks at the water in which the hero is swimming. He asks his parent if he can drink this puddle, after which he says that if the bodies of demons and gods are first-class food, then this water can be classified as a maximum of the 3rd category. Chen replies that if the child wants to drink, then let him do so. Xiao Jia drinks water from the bath. Chen looks at him smiling and asks if the liquid smells too much like old people's feet. The hero sees that the boy has stopped drinking and wonders why he changed his mind. There are insects around Chen. Xiao Jia states that he had to suffer, and now his heirs should do the same. Chen realizes that his entire ward is now filled with bugs. The hero reaches out his finger to the system window. He thinks that he hasn't even had time to properly familiarize himself with Xiao Chan's abilities. The hero sees a system window that says that Xiao Chan was born at the origin of the River of Time. The young man realizes that this is the original insect and therefore she is on the same level as the Tree of All Things, and he has only used her basic ability to foresee the future until now. Chen folds his arms across his chest. He thinks that Xiao Chan must have hidden abilities. The guy is intrigued by the fact that the talent of his pet is hidden by a question mark. He tries to understand if it will open up when moving to the next stage. The hero asks Xiao Chan to show herself for a minute. An insect with glowing wings appears in front of him. Shin looks a little scared at Xiao Chan's curvy form. She approaches the hero closely and says that she has come. The young man, blushing, asks if she is too close to him. Xiao Chan shyly moves away from the hero and asks the master to forgive her. Chen says that he has one question for her. The guy looks puzzled. He says that Xiao Chan was only recently born. She has neither completed evolution, nor the full effect of the growth of all things, and he does not understand how the girl managed to get a human form from the very beginning. Xiao Chan thoughtfully rubs her chin. She says that the growth of all things takes time, but she is a little different, because time is her friend. The girl is reflected in the iris of the hero's eye. He understands that he really forgot something very important. The guy stretches out his hand, thinking that Xiao Chan will have to go through evolution to unlock her talent. The guy wants to test the girl with the acceleration skill to understand what is needed for her full evolution. A system message appears, which says that if the hero wants to use the acceleration of evolution on Xiao Chan, he must use one of the following: 10 drops of light water, offering to the River of Time, time fragments 3 pieces, magic weapon with the time attribute of at least level 4. Chen thoughtfully rubs the back of his head. He says that he has never heard of such resources and perhaps he should ask the teacher about them. The young man understands that he has been in the healing capsule long enough, and it is time for him to get out. Chen presses the green key, thinking that it opens the capsule. A nurse approaches the hero. She says that Major Chen seems to have regained consciousness. The young man asks again in surprise. The girl says that while he was unconscious, 10 young talents who were at the top of the Tianjiao list were promoted. This information surprises the hero. The nurse, squinting, says that the fact that Major Chen survived is simply amazing, because there was no living place on him when he was taken to the hospital, and everyone then thought that he was going to die. Then she says that all this is unimportant and asks how the young man feels. He answers that he is completely fine. Chen sits inside the capsule in front of the girl. She says that she is glad to hear such words, and in this case she will pump out all the concentrate of soul and life, which fills the container. The girl says that this is a very valuable liquid, which was delivered to their district from the capital by a special flight to save the hero. She says that now it can be used to treat other patients. The nurse notices that there is not a drop of liquid in the bath and asks where it went. The hero, smiling, rubs the back of his head and says that he wanted to drink, so he drank it all. The girl is ready to cry. Chen closes his eyes. He thinks that if someone's children are poorly brought up, then the responsibility for them should be borne by the parents, and since his son was guilty, then he and no one else should bear the burden of punishment. Gu and Yuanshan appear in the ward. The former says that Chen is a lucky guy and that he woke up in less than a week. The guy recognizes the teacher and waves to him. Yuanshan, meanwhile, lets go of the saddened nurse. The old men talk to each other. Gu says that he does not see a problem with the guy drinking all this liquid. Yuanshan says that 10 barrels of soul and life concentrate cost 200,000 contribution points and offers to deduct them from the hero's balance. Gu calls his comrade a fool and tells him to pay from his account. He asks if he really thinks that his student was so easy to scrape together those miserable points that he has. Gu happily hugs the young man and says that he did absolutely the right thing by drinking all this liquid, because even an ordinary person can live up to 100 years if he swims in this liquid. Chen understands why Xiao Jia decided to absorb it. Gu, squinting one eye, tells the hero that he probably hasn't fully realized what contribution points mean yet, and says that they can buy everything that is not available for money. The guy says that this is very good news. He looks at the old man with crazy eyes and asks if it is possible to buy 10 drops of the water of light for contribution points. Gu answers that this is impossible, since this substance is extremely rare and, according to legends, it can only be found in the abyss, and no one has ever seen it with their own eyes. The guy asks what about offerings to the River of Time. The old man answers that it is also impossible to get them. A question follows regarding a magical weapon of at least the 4th class. Gu says that the hero can only dream of it. Chen looks at the old man with hope and realizes that he has only one option left. He asks if it is possible to get time shards. Gu turns to his comrade and asks him where he can get them. Yuanshan, whose left side of his face we see, asks why Gu is clinging to him, who he is still angry at because of his disciple's immense thirst. But then the old man still says that time fragments appear when ancient ruins are destroyed. There are only 2 of them left in the empire, and they can be exchanged for 150,000 contribution points each. Chen says that he will take both, but he needs 1 more. Duan Xinghai stands in front of the guy, raising his left hand. He says that the young man is unlikely to be able to find a 3rd fragment, since the ancient ruins are outside of space and time, and it will not be possible to destroy them forcibly, so the guy will have to wait for this to happen naturally. The old man says that after destruction, time inside the ruins condenses and turns into a solid state, after which fragments are formed, but he would recommend asking the Great Dreamer about this when she returns. A girl is seen above Duan Xinghai's head. Chen asks where the Great Dreamer is now. The old man replies that she is currently sealing the rift under Chu Jang, but should return soon. We see the hospital building where the conversation is taking place. Duan Xinghai says that if Chen is okay, then he needs to leave the hospital as soon as possible to rest at home, and in 3 days they will hold all the official ceremonies. Duan Xinghai says that they really need to prepare for the ceremonial part. Chen says that he does not want any ceremonies, since he does not want to attract increased attention to himself. Gu says that it is too late to think about it, since the guy killed a rank 8 creature. Chen is lying on the couch. It is reported that the incident is happening at his home on the same day. He says that Xiao Jiao and Xiao Jia can start a reproductive cycle, and this will allow new abilities to be discovered. In addition, the tree of all things should have already brought new fruits, and the young man wants to sort it all out before the Great Dreamer returns. A white whirlwind is visible above the hero's hand. He states that first it is necessary to improve Xiao Jia's abilities. The system window informs that the target of the evolution and reproduction skill is the indestructible crimson rhinoceros beetle. Hades' spear is the most powerful attack that uses this creature as a container. It projects particles and waves of hellish emanations into reality, creating infernal visions and saturating the space with the sounds of the underworld. The attack power depends on the number of individuals in the swarm. The skill's magical power has 9 levels. 129,000 individuals are required to use the first level technique. For each subsequent level, the number of beetles required for activation increases by 10 times. The hero is amazed. He understands that he has read the description of an incredibly powerful attack, and to test it he will have to find some boss, since even a skyscraper will not withstand if he activates something like this. A drop of water flows out of the fruit. The hero thinks that in front of him is the fruit of the tree of all things. The guy hopes that now he will receive an expansion of the nest to 1 billion individuals. The system message that the hero sees confirms that he got exactly what he wanted. The hero praises the tree for never letting him down. The guy, smiling, spreads his arms out to the sides and tells his pets that it is time to move and make children. They are overjoyed. Chen looks thoughtfully at the rainbow fruit. He says that he seems to have figured out the insects, and now all that remains is to figure out what to do with the fruits that feed on souls. He remembers that during the battle Xiao Jia collected soul fragments and guesses that thanks to this, the fruit has finally ripened. A mysterious object hangs over his hand. The system reports that the hero has received a special colored fruit, which contains the god of the Zhuli tribe, and offers to merge with this entity. The artifact emits a powerful radiance. Qin thinks that the deity is emitting very powerful energy, and if it were not for the tree of all things, his ocean of consciousness would have been torn apart long ago. The guy remembers that the teacher once said that in order to become a master of the 10th seal, it is necessary to absorb the deity, and fortunately, the tree gives him the opportunity to do this easily. Streams of white energy beat from the guy's forehead. He merges with the deity. The system reports that the process is complete and a new divine class, Heavenly War God, has been obtained. In addition, 3 divine abilities of the color rank have been acquired: Invincible Divine Fist, War God Transformation, and Imperial Army Formation. Chen clenches his fist. He says that he now has 3 divine classes, and although the name of the new class sounds somewhat childish, it is another powerful trump card, since with it the guy can successfully fight in close combat, and in combination with the indestructible body of the crimson rhinoceros beetle, he will be even stronger than Wu Xuan, who uses the skilled body of the god of war. The system reports that Xiao Jiao and Xiao Jia have completed the reproduction of the swarm, and received 800 million and 6 million individuals respectively. Chen is amazed. He cannot believe that he has acquired an incredible number of insects so quickly. He praises his evolution and reproduction skill and says that he could not imagine that its effect would be so sensitive. The young man thinks that his invincible swarm of insects is finally starting to take shape. In front of us is a system window with a description of the new characteristics of the hero. Chen lies on the couch. It seems to him that the Great Dreamer has come to visit him. 2 old warriors stand at the threshold of his dwelling. The young man recognizes them and greets them. Duan Xinghai says that they brought the Great Dreamer with them so that she can get to know the city a little. Gu reminds the guy that boys should also use protection. The Great Dreamer enters the room. She says that the old people can leave if they have no more business here. Gu states that he hoped to sit with the young people, after which he tells the hero that if he cannot resist, he should say so right away. The old man stands in front of the closed door. He curses and shouts at the guy that if he cannot resist, he should immediately submit. According to him, a girl who is 3 years older is something like a gold bar. If she is 30 years older, it is already a new kingdom, and if 300 years older, it is a divine elixir. Duan Xinghai, who is standing nearby, tells his comrade that if he is going to commit suicide, he should not drag him along with him. The Great Dreamer, smiling, looks at the guy and asks what he smells like. The hero understands what vulgarity his teacher meant. The girl leans over the hero and asks if the aura of a god is emanating from him. Chen says that the Great Dreamer looks completely different today than last time. The girl in front of the guy's ear asks if he has really become a god. He replies that perhaps she feels the remnants of the aura of the blood of an ancient god. The girl and the guy are sitting on the couch. The Great Dreamer says that the guy is most likely right, since he himself could not become a god, having only the third awakening. Chen thinks that he should not tell her anything yet about the fact that he managed to merge with the deity, since he has already attracted too much attention to himself. The Great Dreamer, smiling, looks at the guy and asks why he is so serious. Because they are not strangers to each other, and she will not eat him. Then she says that Gu told her that the guy needs time shards. The guy, delighted, asks if she has any ideas where to get them. She replies that there are none left in the Dasha Empire, but there is another place where you can try to get them. In front of us is a map of the area. The Great Dreamer asks if the hero has heard of 3 overseas islands. He replies that he has not heard and wonders where they are. The young man looks at the girl with a little surprise. She says that the islands are located southeast of Dasha and they were originally relics. The hero asks again in surprise. The Great Dreamer reports that when these relics merged with real space, 3 islands were formed, which are called Palai, Fa'anjiang and Yingzhou. 2 young men are visible above the islands. The Great Dreamer reports that 500 years ago, the first master of the 9th seal, their emperor, appeared in their country, and a little later another powerful master appeared, the Lord of Fire. These 2 were constantly arguing about the strategy of action. The emperor wanted to fight in the abyss, and the Lord of Fire did not want to wage an aggressive war. And eventually their paths diverged. The Lord of Fire, along with his followers, left the country and settled just on these 3 islands, declaring them his kingdom, and leaving, he took with him a bunch of useful things, including the necessary heroes, fragments of time. Chen looks at the girl and says that this is a very interesting story, then asks if the Lord of Fire has already died. The Great Dreamer takes an elongated object out of the subspace and says that the masters of the 9th seal are able to live for 300 years, and if they are in solitude, then even more. She advises the guy not to even think about attacking the islands, since a completely different order reigns there. For many years their inhabitants gather strength, and among them there are many more masters of the 8th and 7th seals than in Dasha. Chen looks at the girl with concern and asks if she wants to say that the islands are preparing for war with Dasha. She replies that in no case, since Dasha is blessed, and no one will thoughtlessly attack it. The hero asks if there is some way to get these fragments. The girl bites off what she got from the subspace and hands the hero an equal piece. She answers that the method the guy is interested in exists. According to her, despite the fact that the relations between Dasha and the islands leave much to be desired, they constantly competed with each other, and the separation that happened 400 years ago does not mean that all connections are lost. Their younger generations communicated and stopped doing this only 50 years ago, when Dasha closed the borders and forbade the islanders to come to the empire. The hero asks what this was connected with. The Great Dreamer, chewing her food, states that the reason is that the Dasha representatives always lost. They were defeated for 400 years in a row, leaving no chance for success. In general, it was such a great shame that they decided to abandon the competition with the islands. Then the girl states that this year everything will be different, since they have Chen, and with him, a chance to win. The guy asks if this means that he will be able to get shards by defeating the islanders. The girl answers that it is so, but there is no need to rush, since they will need some time to organize the competition again. She says that she will notify the guy later, but he must understand that according to the old rules, countries could put up masters under 30 years old to fight, so the hero is at a slight disadvantage in this regard. The young man holds the food to his face. He states that he does not care who he fights, as long as he is given a shard. The Great Dreamer rises from the couch. She says that she likes the fact that the guy is ambitious, but advises him not to underestimate his opponents. She says that it is time for her to leave, and the young man should sit at home, rest, and try not to go outside unnecessarily. Dark figures are visible behind the girl. She says that, as far as she has learned recently, several very strong assassins have taken a contract to eliminate the guy. They represent the interests of the Sakura Kingdom, Shiva, and even the Vatican Knights. All of them are already on the territory of the Empire, so Chen must be very careful. In front of us is a huge arena. It is reported that it is located in the capital's military base. The date is August 13th, 793. The event is the era of class formation. Someone says that this is an absolutely grand award ceremony in history. Another spectator admires the hero who, having only the 3rd class, fought with the masters of the 8th and 9th seals. A third spectator says that Jiangnan has finally had a truly strong newcomer. Hong Yao looks at his brother and asks if he is really going to leave the service for a while and retire for training. Ji Gang replies that he is not going to, but has definitely decided, and will go do it immediately after the award ceremony. Other night guards are visible behind Ji Gang. Bu Lang says that not only the captain but all of them will be engaged in self-improvement. Ji Gang tells his sister that he originally planned to leave alone, but everything turned out unexpectedly. Han Yao asks if everyone was really so inspired by the feat that Chen accomplished. According to her, this is the first time she sees such enthusiasm in her interlocutors. One of the night guards says that this is, nevertheless, the right decision. Because solitude for training in underground caves will allow not only to meet representatives of other races, but also help to increase the level. Ying Zhan looks at Wu Shuang and tells him that they probably won't cross paths with him again in Dasha. He himself is going to go to the underground caves and asks if his comrade wants to do the same. He replies that they will go there together and improve their skills in real battles against clans of 10,000 races. In addition, they need to gain contribution points, and there is an ideal place for this. Ying Zhan notes that Wu Shuang's fighting spirit is just like his grandfather's, while he reminds the guy that they are still rivals, and the competition is not over yet, so he should not shirk it. Duan Xinghai stands in front of the microphone on the podium. He says that he is very happy to welcome the cream of the youth of the Dasha Empire to this event. Then he declares that he will talk political nonsense for half an hour, and those present will have to listen to it. Someone from the podium shouts that they do not need all this, and if the old man knows that this is nonsense, then there is no need to read from a piece of paper. A second voice asks the general to get to the point. Since everyone present already has a sword but sitting here, Duan Xinghai laughs and says that he just decided to play a joke on everyone, since they were sitting with very serious faces. Putting out his left hand to the side, he tells the audience that he will spare the tender souls and butts of those present and will immediately move on to the ceremonial part that everyone has been waiting for so much. He asks to welcome the commander of the Night Watch and the capital military region, one of the 3 pillars of the Dasha Empire, the great dreamer Yuanwu, after which he invites her to the podium. The girl, smiling, pulls the hero by the hand. She tells him not to be shy and to quickly climb up with her. The guy asks why the great dreamer decided that he is afraid of something. The girl puts her hand on the guy's shoulder and says that he seems to be nervous. The hero asks again in surprise. A golden badge glows on his chest. In front of us are Ji Gang and several of his companions. Xianyu, covering his mouth with his hand, says that she simply cannot think about such things. Someone answers her that the guy was washed, dressed up, and turned into a real handsome man. Bu Lang shouts that the guy is simply magnificent. Hanka is drooling, and hearts are flying around her. Sandao, smiling, tells her friend to pick up her jaw from the floor. Li Bing declares that the young man looks simply cool. Yuanwu puts his finger to his lips and says that Chen looks like a real prince. He asks to stop mocking him. Duan Xinghai, who is standing under the stands, announces that it is time to move on to the award ceremony, and those present in the stands loudly cheer for Demon Swarm. The hero makes a dissatisfied face, thinking that they came up with a completely idiotic nickname for him. Then the young man realizes that he does not go out in public very often, and therefore should not worry about this. Yuanwu raises her hand and says that she is very glad that those present are so actively expressing their opinions. She declares that on behalf of the Dasha Empire, the Night Guard and their valiant army, she officially declares that Jiang Chen of Jiangnan receives the title of Swarm Lord. The girl sticks out her tongue. The hero says that he likes this nickname more than the previous one, and that his sister tried to please him. Above Yuanwu's head, a portrait of the hero is visible on the screen. She states that in addition to this, Chen receives the title of King of the Seas, and now at sea they will obey him as well as on land, and the islands will become his fiefdom. The guy becomes a commander, but he will not have a specific district under his command. He will travel around the empire, holding the threads of life and death in his hands. Ji Gang, next to whom his comrades are visible, says that he does not understand at all what the great dreamer is talking about. Tang Jin states that she also does not quite understand what is happening. The head of the night guards asks if they heard wrong, because the young man was barely 18 years old. Han Yin rubs his chin thoughtfully. He says that the title of the King of the Seas may mean that their elders decided to renew contact with old enemies from the islands. The man tries to understand whether these islands will be under the hero's jurisdiction. It seems to him that this is exactly what is emphasized, and the archipelago is essentially being transferred to the hero's rule. He turns to Gu and states that the old man's disciple is being openly set up, making him a target. 2 old warriors stand nearby. Han Yin asks if Gu really doesn't care about what is happening, because Chen, in fact, becomes the ruler of the islands where the separatists have settled. Gu says that he does not want to deal with all this, but in general, it is time to return this archipelago to the empire, and if others did not succeed, then his disciple, perhaps, will succeed. The hero accepts the case with the badge. The great dreamer tells the guide to take the symbol of his power and not lose it. Chen thanks the girl. Before us is a ninja riding a white monster. He says that his name is Sasajin and he came from the country of Sakura. The guy says that he is fulfilling the will of Yamato no Okami and wants to congratulate the hero. Han Yin looks at the guy who appeared in surprise. He says that he has the aura of the third seal, although he is at the peak of the fifth. The old man says that the people of Sakura know how to surprise and have raised a very talented young man. He asks if Gu will interfere and mock the weak. He answers that he will not interfere anywhere while the great dreamer is here. Huan Yu looks angrily at Sasajin. She says that he dared to interrupt the ceremony, and now he is finished. Chen pushes the girl aside and asks permission to deal with the impudent man personally, since she should not dirty her hands with such a trifle. Sasajin says that he very much hopes that Master Jiang Chen will accept his festive challenge, because Dasha is famous for its fidelity to tradition. A ninja on a huge white cat approaches the hero and says that, after all, he has come a long way, and such a guest should be shown respect. Chen replies that the guy is talking nonsense. He asks if the job of assassins is to quietly and carefully kill their victim. The hero says that if a representative of this profession issues an open challenge, then this only speaks of his stupidity, and that he is being used as cannon fodder. Sasajin points at the guy and says that he will understand everything if he tries to fight him. He only asks to swear that Chen will not use his monster 9 miasma wings. Sasajin says that if the hero does not want to fight without this creature, he will understand everything and will not even mock. Lightning bolts sparkle around Chen. He says that Sasajin is using 2 primitive attempts to piss him off. The young man says that there are quite a lot of people here, and it would be strange to use 9 miasma wings here, since it would cover the entire arena with poisonous fog, which means that he is initially ready to fight without it. Powerful lightning bolts sparkle above the heads of the spectators. The hero uses the skills Thunder Kingdom of Thor and Punishment with Thunder Eye of God. The discharges hit Sasajin and his pet. The ninja screams loudly in pain, but asks if this is all that the guy is capable of. A huge cat rushes at Chen. He understands that this is most likely an illusion. The monster's mouth clicks next to the hero. The guy uses the property Indestructible Body of the Crimson Rhinoceros Beetle. Chen uses the skill Invincible Divine Fist and knocks out several of the monster's teeth. Blue streams appear in front of us. The hero understands that this, too, may have been an illusion. Sasajin hovers over the guy's head. He shouts that Chen lost since his lightning struck an illusory double, and not himself. The ninja says that he has unique abilities, since he is a master of stealth and shadow. A powerful white flash is visible next to Sasajin. The hero uses the skill Lightning Flash. A thin green stream is seen next to the hero. Sasajin laughs and states that the boy should not think that his lightning will save him, since the speed of the discharges is nothing compared to the skills of a real assassin. He says that it seems that all the titles and achievements of the boy are just dust. Sasajin states that his opponent is poisoned, and there is no antidote for this toxin. Gu and Huan Yu are shocked. The old man says that the boy seems to have been deceived. The girl asks if this suicide bomber really dared to poison her brother. Chen and Sasajin stand opposite each other. The hero shouts at his allies not to do anything, since if they interfere in the battle, they will devalue all his achievements. The ninja laughs loudly and declares that the enemy is absolutely right. He asks if the guy is going to use 9 miasma wings, although it would be very mean. Then he suggests that Chen is going to drink the blood of an ancient god, so that after the fight with him he will lie unconscious for a week. Also, according to the enemy, the hero may want to summon the dragon of the 9th seal, which will be destroyed by the punishment of heaven immediately after the victory. Streams of red energy are visible next to Chen. He says that Sasajin has successfully angered him, so he will show a trick that the enemy never named. A purple glow is visible around Sasajin. The ninja asks why the hell the poison doesn't work. The hero, laughing, says that the ninja seems to know far from all of his nicknames, one of which sounds like the demon of poisons. He says that the poison that Sasajin used will not cause any harm. Chen throws forward his right hand, using the Spear of Hades skill. Sasajin asks what the hell is this, and does the guy really manipulate the darkness? The ninja puts his sword in front of him, which the hero's hand buries. Sasajin thinks that he cannot win this fight, so he needs to hide. He says that it was an interesting duel, and they will see the hero again. Smiling mockingly, Chen asks if his opponent is sure that they will have another meeting. Sasajin looks on in fear as the red tip shatters his sword. The boy says that it is simply impossible and the spear seems alive. It seems as if the hero's weapon is pursuing the enemy, who realizes that the spear is chasing him like a homing projectile. The tip pierces Sasajin. The ninja lets out a piercing scream. He flies headfirst, the hero, putting his hand in his pocket, calmly declares that peace has been restored and they can continue the ceremony. The spectators are shocked by what they saw. One of them says that the fifth seal assassin was killed in a couple of moves and without even using 9 miasma wings. The second asks if anyone knows what skill the hero used. He is told that it is definitely not sky-splitting blade, but it is not a hero-class skill related to lightning, but something new that has not been seen before. The third states that the black spear that the hero used scared the hell out of him, since he felt a terrifying aura even from this distance. Hongyin covers his mouth with his hand and asks Gu if he knew anything about this skill. The old man replies that he is well aware of all the abilities of his disciple, he was just very worried about him. That's why he looks stunned. Gu mentally calls his disciple a little scoundrel. He does not understand how many more such trump cards he has hidden up his sleeves. Huanyu gives the hero a thumbs up. Gu meanwhile tells Hongyin that he doesn't have a class, so he's not that knowledgeable about all these skills. He asks if he can tell what kind of black spear the hero used. The hero replies that based on his personal experience, he can tell that it was something related to the dark class and most likely a divine rank skill. Gu asks if this means that Chen has mastered and awakened the third class, becoming a master with 3 divine rank jobs. The old man asks how anyone can do this with only the third seal. Huanyu looks at the hero and states that he has done great and this battle will only enhance his reputation. Chen replies that he can't say that everything went perfectly since he wanted to deal with the enemy in just one move. Duan Xinghai raises his hand and orders a salute. The audience in the stands cheers loudly for the young man and praises the Swarm Lord. Chen hears the cries of admiration from the crowd. In front of us is San Dao and her father. An announcement is made that Luo Ba Dao, a representative of the Dasha Chamber of Commerce and the head of the Luo family, is coming up on stage with his daughter. The man says that they have come here to present a magical weapon as a gift. He sincerely congratulates the Swarm Lord. 2 of Gu's neighbors on the stands are ready to fight. One of them says that they fought for the right to present a gift first, but they were both beaten by the grandfather of the Luo family. The second man says that no one expected that this family would have the audacity to do such a thing. Hongyin tells Gu that they chatted so much that he ended up letting a representative of another clan go first. Gu replies that he doesn't care. In a huge case lies a sword. The hero realizes that this weapon has an incredibly powerful aura. The young man takes the weapon in his hands and understands that this sword wants to absorb the soul of its owner. The young man's eyes glow terrifyingly. He says that, nevertheless, he will not be taken so easily, and he will not kneel before this blade, because he is not some kind of weakling. The guy turns to the tree of all things and asks to subdue this weapon. The young man, waving the sword, says that from now on Jiangchen will be the master of this weapon. Ba Dao looks at the guy in amazement. He cannot believe that the sword so quickly recognized him as a new owner. San Dao reminds her father that she said that the benefactor would be able to surprise him. Ba Dao says that, it seems, the gift was to the young man's liking. The man admits that his daughter knows their future son-in-law better than anyone else. The girl demands that her father stop chatting about this already, since she and the guy did not even check their compatibility according to feng shui. Ba Dao, who is standing in front of the hero, states that this blade is called the Heavenly Sin, and it is a 4th rank holy weapon, ranking at the honorable 11th place in the Dasha Empire's holy artifact rankings. It is also known as the Fierce Beast, and this is because once it is drawn from its sheath, it must kill an enemy, otherwise it may harm its owner. Ba Dao brings his fist to his mouth. He says that he once lent this sword to the boy's mentor when he was given the title of Heavenly Blade King. Gu coughs loudly, interrupting this flow of speech. Ba Dao falls silent and tells the hero that the young man's mentor didn't like the blade very much. Huanyu says that he remembers something completely different, and Gu liked the sword, but he couldn't control it, and the weapon almost attacked him. Chen realizes that he tamed the sword that his teacher couldn't, and then calls those who couldn't control this weapon weaklings. The guy feels ashamed. The people around him look at Gu strangely. He asks why everyone is staring at him, and says that if a student is superior to his teacher in something, it's quite natural. The old man says that the people around him will never get such a student. Hongyin asks his friend what happened to him. He replies that he seems to have rubbed a blister. Hanka and her grandfather come on stage. The man says that they represent Jiangnan County, and his name is Mu Henian. He congratulates the Swarm Lord and gives him the Sea God's Pearl. The audience is shocked and says that it seems that the Mu family has decided to fork out money. Henian says that this treasure is a war trophy that Jiangnan captured during the war with the Sea clans 30 years ago. The pearl contains the source of the sea, and if released, it can fill a huge space with water. Then he jokes that the pearl can also be used to kill someone by picking it up and using it like a normal stone. Chin picks up the case with the pearl and thanks the man, who calls him grandson and says that the guy is too polite. After all, they are one family and he is already waiting for great-grandchildren. 2 more girls with their relatives approach the hero, someone tells Henian to finish his gift already and give the line to others. The next giver says that he also represents Jiangnan County. His name is Tangwan Chuan, and he gives 3 rank 8 demonic pills. After that, the commander of the defense of the magical city Ji Hongyin says that he brought 20 drops of demonic blood for the hero. He congratulates the guy on receiving the title. Ji Gang and the other members of the Night Guard look sad. Xiao regrets that they are too poor to give such gifts, and Foam says that not only can they not give the guy anything, but they also have to rely on his help from time to time. Ji Gang says that they may be poor, but this does not mean that they have nothing. The captain approaches the guy with a bottle in his hand. He introduces himself and asks permission to give the young man the thread of the source of faith. Hong Yao, who is standing behind Gu, asks the old man if he thinks this gift is too barbaric. He replies that it is difficult to judge, because faith is a pure thing, very fanatical and selfless. It can be both the simplest and the most valuable thing. Ji Gang looks at the touched hero and says that this thread of faith connects 8 million residents of Chu Jang and is able to withstand the most cruel blow. Chen hugs the man tightly. One of the night guards says that now he understands why the captain has not slept for the past 3 days and has been wandering around the city. Apparently, he was secretly preparing this surprise. His comrade replies that they will soon go to the dungeon, and therefore this may be the last gift to their comrade. Gu approaches the hero with a crystal in his hand. He tells his student that today is a big day, because a real celebration was thrown in honor of the guy, and he, a completely useless mentor, together with Hong Yao wants to present him with this modest gift. The old man explains that this is a talisman of the heavenly blade, which they created together, using the original source of their technique. After activation, the hero will be able to use it to protect the entrusted lands. The crystal contains the power of only one blade, but at a critical moment this can be a decisive argument. Chen holds the gifted crystal in his hand. He asks Gu if he can do with this talisman at his own discretion. The old man says that of course he can, since from now on the item belongs to the hero. Chen bows low and hands the talisman to the head of the night guards. He states that the captain is going to the dungeon and should take this crystal with him. Ji Gang asks if this is too generous a gift. The hero continues to hand the crystal to his mentor. He says that everything is fine, and he can consider him arrogant, willful and any other person, but he simply must take the talisman. The guy says that he has no other family except the night guards, and the god of martial arts forbade him to enter the abyss until he gets to the 6th seal. But at the same time the young man really wants nothing to happen to his friends there. Ji Gang puts his hand on the hero's shoulder. He says that he will listen to him and expresses hope that the day will come when they will fight in the abyss shoulder to shoulder. The man says that the guy must definitely accept the thread of the source of faith. Chen agrees. The hero hands the head of the night guards a whole box with various items. The guy says that he was given a lot of good things, so he would like to return the equipment that was given to him, as well as what he added from himself. The young man asks Ji Gang to take all this and distribute it to the guys. He says that he will do it. The night guards are touched. One of them says that they constantly take advantage of the hero's kindness. He is told that you can't say that, since the guy is one of them, and they all need to work harder to be worthy of such a family member. The previous speaker agrees and says that they all need to become much stronger. The spectators in the stands look up. A gap appears in the sky, from which someone asks if he is late. One of the people present suggests that it could be another killer. We see the head of a giant dragon and a figure of a man. Someone curses and recognizes Linka. The man smiles happily. Chen, Gu and Huanyu look at the giant red dragon in amazement. Someone from the audience says that Linka managed to pacify the blood pool of dragons and killed their king, the monster of the 9th seal, and now presents it as a gift to the Swarm Lord. He is told that Linka is very generous. The hero, seeing the giant monster, for some reason thinks that his insects could eat their fill of the carcass of this monster. He remembers that feeding them has become increasingly difficult lately. Gu and Hong Yao look up in amazement. The old man says that the sword god is not petty, and now the dragon blood pond can be excluded from the list of forbidden areas. The girl asks if they will ever be as cool as Linka. The old man says that she must develop, and one day such a day will surely come. Linka raises his sword above his head and praises the great Dasha Empire. He wishes for the sun to shine on it forever. The people present in the stands raise their hands and repeat the slogans spoken by the sword god. In front of the blue vortex, there are strange characters. It is reported that this is happening somewhere in the space of the abyss. One of them says that, as everyone heard, a huge swarm of 9 miasma wings was born on one of the planets in the country of Dasha, and although the lord of the 10th throne of the ancient deity church managed to use his power to destroy a huge number of people, but they cannot ignore such an event. In addition, for the first time in all time, Jiangxianji attacked the underground caves, entering their territory. As a result, they lost 13 cities, and if one of the ancient ancestors of the demon clan did not use his power, their troops would be defeated, which would put the demons on the brink of extinction. In front of us is a creature with red eyes. It is reported that this is Tu Ling, the leader of the primordial demon clan. He says that in Dasha there is an old saying, if the lips disappear, the teeth will be cold, and he believes that all tribes without exception should unite to destroy Dasha. An incredibly strange character strokes his beard. It is reported that Yuanwu from the ancient clan of immortals is in front of us. He says that the immortals will not take part in this, since the demons themselves are to blame for the fact that they began to be cut out. He states that Dasha behaves politely, and he sees no reason to attack those who do not touch him. Moreover, the clan of immortals made an alliance with humans 4 centuries ago, and he is not going to abandon it. Tu Ling asks how Yuanwu dares to say such a thing, because in the abyss every child knows that among 10,000 clans, immortals are the most cunning and dodgy. Tu Ling angrily points his finger at Yuanwu. He says that there can be no talk of any alliance, since he knows perfectly well that all this is some kind of intrigue and nothing more. The demon states that the immortals supported the 3 separatist islands that fought against Dasha for 400 years, in the hope that one day the islanders will conquer the empire or even subjugate the entire land. The character with the spherical head states that Tu Ling's words do not make sense, and he himself generally gives the demon a great honor by just being at this meeting. Yuanwu asks if Tu Ling really thinks that the primordial gods and strong clans care about him. A young man with deer antlers joins the conversation. It is reported that this is Xiao Gang, the god of the dragon clan. He calls the disputants to silence, and says that they seem to have gathered here to discuss a possible alliance between the clans. He states that he agrees that Dasha must be destroyed, but he is interested in who will take on the role of the main attacking force. The guy says that Dasha only has 3 cities in the abyss, and it will not be difficult to destroy them, but as soon as they move the battles into the territory of the empire, problems will begin, because they will have to face the Great Dreamer. In front of us is Yuanwu, with purple streams rising from her left hand. Xiao Gang says that this is a master who has existed since the era of classes came to the earth, and if this girl fights with all her might, she will be able to operate the spiritual power of 10 billion people living in Dasha, which is equivalent to the power of an ancient god. If the allies attack, they will lose many seal masters, and it is completely unclear which of the 10,000 clans can afford such losses. The interlocutors are again shown sitting behind a blue vortex. Xiao Gang says that the demons have many warriors who have reached this stage. He suggests that they be in the vanguard, after which he says that the dragon clan will follow them in the attack. In front of us is the 4th interlocutor, with sharp black horns. It is reported that this is Jioi, the lord of the demon race. He says that solving the problem in this way is like drinking poison in the hope of quenching thirst. He reminds that the level of the 10th seal is already half open, and within half a year it will be fully open, after which all the ancient creatures of the 10,000 clans will be able to easily reach it. Jioi raises his purple hand. He states that there are only 3 masters of the 9th seal in Dasha, and it will take time for all of them to reach the 10th. He believes that this is the moment that will be the most advantageous for them to attack. Yuanwu says that these are absolutely correct words, and the demon lord must understand that no one will pay for his carelessness, and no one wants to die for him either. Xiao Gang says that he completely agrees, and until that time comes, they will support the countries that oppose Dasha in order to weaken the empire. Tu Ling says that he is very afraid that one day they will regret today's decision. He states that if we talk about the person who subdued the 9 miasma wings, then there is no need to fear him, since he only owns the 3rd seal. Hanka hangs on the hero's shoulders. Tu Ling says that the demon clan sent assassins from different countries to the guy, and he is sure that they will be able to eliminate him. But even if they fail, it will not be a big problem, since in 3 months the competition between Dasha and the 3 free islands will start again. Xiao Gang, smiling, says that this is true, and his subordinates have already shared dragon blood with the sea clans of the earth. This means that their representative will also participate in the tournament, and the owner of 9 miasma wings will die in any case. Gu approaches the hero. It is reported that this is happening that same night in the young man's house. Chen asks the teacher if he can already go out and take a walk, since he has been sitting at home for 3 days. The old man says that he came to tell the news, in particular that the assassins who penetrated the territory of Dasha earlier have already been destroyed, and among them were the masters of the 6th and 7th seals. The hero sits down on the sofa and asks Gu if this means he can go outside. He replies that not everything is so rosy, since there is still the master of the 8th seal, whom they have not yet managed to catch. The command is afraid that their enemies will not stop there and may send new saboteurs. The hero frowns at the old man and says that there will always be some people who want him dead, but that doesn't mean he should be guarded all his life. Chen reminds him that he is quite strong on his own and has a few tricks up his sleeve, so he can surprise any master and will most likely deal with him on his own. It seems to him that excessive guardianship will not allow him to develop further. The guy holds the girl by the cheek. He asks if Gu wants to see how absurd the current situation is. The girl he grabbed says that everything turned out very awkward, but the thing is that her father asked her to protect the guy, The young man replies that she should convey her gratitude to her parent, but there is no need to protect him, so the girl should go home and rest. Gu points at the girl and asks when she managed to hide. Chen replies that she was here for a long time and did not show up because she was shy. The girl greatly limited the movement of energy in her body, so it was difficult to find her, but she could not hide from him. Gu asks how the young man found her if he himself did not even see her. Chen smiles. He suggests remembering how he killed Song Changge, whose real name was Shulan Duo. Gu sits down on the sofa next to the hero. He says that then his eyes, as now, saw absolutely everything within a radius of 30 kilometers. The old man, laughing, says that he did not even expect that the guy had such an ability. Gu says that if this is really so, then he can let the hero deal with the killer himself, since now Dasha really does not have enough hands to cope with all the threats. Because lately they also have to deal with 3 islands. The hero smiles happily. He suggests that the teacher sees the initiative, because it is better than sitting and always defending himself, waiting for an attack. The old man says that he is very impressed by the boy's youthful enthusiasm, but he would be more careful in his place. Chen replies that he will try not to get into trouble. Hanka puts tea in front of the interlocutors. She asks the heavenly blade to drink it. Gu is surprised by the presence of another girl, and then notices that she is not alone here. Sandao makes the bed. Xianyu roasts pork. Gu says that the young man seems to know how to enjoy life. He replies that they are his uninvited guests, and he did not invite them here. Gu and Chen stand in front of the girls. The hero turns to them and thanks them for their help, after which he asks them to return home. He says that now they need to do more useful things, for example, hunt monsters, and the stronger the monsters are, the better. The girls answer that they understand everything and will do this. We see many shadowy figures standing among huge boulders. It is reported that the action is happening 2,000 kilometers southwest of the Dasha border in the Gobi Desert. Someone says that he has received very bad news, and almost all the assassins sent to Dasha have been killed. But there is also good news: control over the target has been weakened, and therefore permission has been received to work together. And this gives hope that everything will work out for the best. We see the Knights Templar sitting on horses with burning eyes. Their commander says that this is the right approach, but it is important to make sure that this operation does not lead to conflicts between the allies. He states that if it is successfully completed, all parties involved in the elimination of the hero will have access to the 9th seal. One of the knights asks if the commander does not think that such a distribution of prizes looks strange, because they have 6 masters, and the other parties have allocated 3 at best. A man in a grey robe approaches the knights. He asks what is unfair about this, because the captain of the Templars is only the 3rd in the ranking of the strongest assassins, and the team that he represents himself will put forward Master Saito, the god assassin of the country of Sakura. This man was 1st in the ranking for more than 10 years, and the captain of the Templars acquired the 8th seal only recently, while Saito received it 10 years ago. We see the face of the man who started the conversation. It is reported that in front of us is Kato Iai from the country of Sakura, the 7th in the ranking of Masters of the Divine Rank. He states that Saito has a sacred artifact Takamigara, a flute of summoning. A question is heard whether the Templars have an item that will allow them to cope with 9 miasma wings. One of the knights, still mounted on their horses, says that no one denies the fact that the said artifact is very useful, but he does not understand where the legendary god of assassins that was just mentioned is now. The knight says that he only hears boastful words and nothing more. He asks if this master is so old that only a name remains of him, and he did not have the courage to appear before them. The heads of 2 Templars fly off. Kato Iai shouts that no one dares to defame the name of Lord Saito. A man in traditional Japanese clothing sheathes his sword. It is reported that before us is Saito Kenichihachi from the country of Sakura, the 1st in the ranking of Divine Rank Masters. He states that the team compositions have been slightly equalized, after which he suggests getting to work. The commander of the Templars, whose fighters fall from their horses, greets Lord Saito and asks him to forgive him for the behavior of his comrades. He suggests moving on to discussing the plan of action. In front of us is a very impressive girl. It is reported that this is Park Yun, the 5th in the ranking of Divine Rank Masters. She says that at the first stage her country sent a group of assassins, whose main task was to lure the hero here. The girl states that she owns the Great Frost, and the ball that the interlocutors see in her hand allows you to limit the abilities of the 2nd class of the hero as much as possible. Saito looks at the girl standing on the top of the cliff. He says that if her squad can lure the enemy here, then this ally will finally be of some use. The man says that they seem to have figured out the lightning, and a member of his clan will cope with the 9 miasma wings with the help of the Takamigara artifact. He says that one of the young geniuses of his clan challenged the hero in a tournament, thanks to which they learn that he has abilities associated with darkness. In front of us is a monk floating in the air. It is reported that this is Sharma, the 4th in the list of Divine Masters. He states that abilities related to darkness cannot exist in their world without the support of the abyss or hell. but it will not be difficult for the monks to seal the hero's dark abilities. At least Chen will definitely not be able to use the black spear. Saito, with his eyes closed, says that this is great news, and there are only two matters left to discuss. The first is how they will deal with the 9th seal abyss dragon that Chen is able to summon, and the second is the location of the potential battlefield, which is quite close to Mount Kunlun, where one of the divine origins of Dasha is located. In addition, they are only 1,000 miles away from the entrance to the underground caves. Saito asks if anyone can tell him how to do so, without attracting unnecessary attention from the powerful masters of the Dasha Empire. The knight reaches under his armor. He asks to look at one of the sacred relics of their temple. The warrior raises a piece of paper in front of him and says that this is a scroll of holy light, which will completely block any fluctuations of energy and even air. A cloud of dust is visible in front of Saito. The knight states that this scroll is very different from any other spatial concealment methods. Technically, they are already in its field of action, and the mirror of divine light no longer allows even the strongest masters to sense what is happening here. A powerful flash occurs. The knight says that the scroll is now fully active. Above the heads of the knights, young people are seen floating inside blue bubbles. Someone present says that it is as if they were inside a mirror, where there are no sounds or energy emanations. The commander of the knights says that their task is made easier by the fact that the general from Dasha, who is currently monitoring the caves, cannot leave his area of responsibility, and even if he arrives here, then thanks to the action of the artifact, he will not feel what is happening inside. The radius of the scroll. The knight holds a folded sheet of paper in his hand. He says that they will deal with the dragon of the abyss in a similar way. They use another scroll to confine it in a limited space, after which it simply will not be able to do anything. The Templar says that, naturally, the scroll will not hold this monster for long, but this is not necessary, since they only need 10 seconds for heavenly punishment to erase the monster of the 9th seal from their reality. Saito stands in front of the knight on horseback. He says that without the 9 miasma wings, without the power of lightning and darkness, and without his pet abyssal dragon, the hero, even if he breaks through to the 7th seal by taking the blood of an ancient demon, will be defeated, since together they have enough strength to deal with him. The knight says that this is true. And now it all turns into a battle of nerves. They just need to wait for him to take the bait and fall into the trap. In front of us is a woman and a little girl. It is reported that the action takes place near the military base where Chen lives. The people surrounding this couple look up and recognize the Swarm Lord. Someone says that the guy seems to be floating surrounded by a poisonous fog, and it looks very majestic. Chen is surrounded by black streams. Someone says that the young man is truly great. The hero thinks that in order to make the assassins act, he needs to attract attention to himself. On the hero's shoulder, Xiao and Xiao are visible. One of them asks if they are going on a trip. The guy answers in the affirmative. Xiao asks why human children carry square bags on their backs. Chen answers that it is because they need to go to school. Xiao asks why they themselves do not study in such an institution. The hero says that when everything calms down, it is necessary to think about it. We see the young man from the back. One of the pets asks what they are going to do. Chen asks to be silent, since it seems that dad found a new mother for his children. The hero's wards ask again in surprise. In front of us is a woman and a girl. The system reports that the hero sees Jin Meiji, who is an assassin of the 6th seal and is strong in charm and silent murders, as well as Quan Zishuan, an assassin of the 7th seal, who is an expert in disguise, stealth, and poisons. The passers-by look up at the black jets. The hero thinks that these killers are unlikely to attack him here, next to the military base. He thinks that he needs to find a quieter place and give them a chance to attack. This is right, at least because the city's civilians will not suffer. Meiji, smiling, looks up. She tells her companion to look at this braggart who appeared without an escort. It seems to her that the guy has completely relaxed, knowing that most of the killers have already been killed. The girl thinks that this is their chance. She says that, according to the plan, they should first try to kill him themselves, since this will greatly help their homeland improve its position on the international arena. But if they cannot destroy the hero right away, then they will need to lure him into the Gobi Desert, where an ambush has been prepared. Zishuan is already rushing forward. Meiji asks what her sister thinks. She replies that there is nothing to think about, and her companion talks too much. She also asks him to stop calling her sister and not to lag behind. Chen looks at the dense forest. It seems to him that this is a great place for a date. The guy calls on the insects to fly slower so as not to miss the cunning girls. Meiji has a wounded leg. Zishuan sits next to her and shouts for someone to help her sister, who was bitten by a poisonous snake. Chen runs up to the killers. He thinks that they staged some kind of stupid performance with a poisonous snake, which have never been found in this forest. It seems to him that they are taking him for a complete idiot. Zishuan loudly shouts for the kind uncle to help her sister. The guy leans over the crying Meiji and asks the young lady not to worry, since he will help her. The guy understands that the charm skill is used against him. The hero looks into the girl's eyes and says that he feels very unwell. He assumes that his heart is failing him, which missed a beat when he saw those beautiful eyes. The guy asks if this could be love at first sight. Xiao Jiu says that their master is a very bad actor. Zishuan raises his hand behind the hero's back to strike. He says that he will now suck the poison out of Meiji. The girl thanks the kind master. The hero, smiling predatorily, says that he really saved this lady. Chen delivers a powerful blow to the back of Meiji's head. It is reported that he is using the Divine Fist skill, suppressing poison. Zishuan looks at the black streams hanging in front of her in bewilderment, and realizes that this is a poisonous fog. It dawns on her that the guy deceived them, and it is time to move on to a backup plan. Zishuan, having turned into a rather strange creature, rushes forward rapidly. She asks the hero not to kill her, and promises to give everything she has in exchange for life. The guy is surprised by the speed of the girl's movement, and tries to understand if it is greater than the speed of his lightning flash skill. The young man realizes that this ability is ideal for dashing over short distances, and not for long stretches of travel, so in this case it is much easier to use the power of insects. Chen smiles. He tries to understand why Zishuan told him that she is ready to give everything, and it becomes clear to him that she wants to lure him to some specific place. The hero thinks that this is even better, since all the killers will gather there at once, and he will not have to run after them all over Dasha, destroying one after another. We see many young people running away. The genius of the 788th generation Ding Chunka is running ahead. It is reported that this is happening in the Pijuan cave in the Tianyuan Demon Valley. The guy is shouting for his comrades to run after him, because he has summoned a wave from the Sea of Desires. A huge wave covers the young people. One of them shouts that Chunka deserves to die. The second says that he almost died and his damn ally does whatever he wants only because he is on the 6th level. The guy is seen far ahead of those who were overtaken by the wave. He, laughing, says that he thinks that the rest of them do not even have to try to catch up with him. In front of us is a passage in the cave. The young men sit on the floor, breathing heavily. One of them calls Chunka a real monster and asks what's wrong with him and why he always goes on deadly adventures. The guy, laughing, says that everything turned out very well. According to the news, the Tianqing God clan lost the son of their god in their headquarters a little earlier. And 2 days ago another son of God led his army to the Valley of Demons to destroy them all at once and take revenge. Chunka says that, however, the Dasha warriors are not some hopeless losers, so in order to defeat the enemy army, they must be inventive. The guy is told that now it is clear why he raised a wave in the Sea of Desires and flooded the Valley of Demons. In front of us is a girl who doesn't look very happy. It is said that she is Nan Gongyan, a genius of the 790th generation. She asks if the guy is afraid that he will be washed away one day and accidentally drown. He replies that his profession is black magic water system, so there will be no problem as long as he is careful. Chunka says that his wave killed more than 90 enemies. But unfortunately the son of God managed to escape. The guy states that he was just a little unlucky. Gong Yen walks closer to the young men sitting by the cliff. She says that they should all prepare to return to Dasha, as the competition with the 3 overseas islands is resuming there, and they must bring glory to their country. Chunka sighs and says that they will likely have a hard time fighting against the archipelago, which originally took a different path. The people there studied professions, elements, and manuscripts, and were far ahead in all of these areas. The guy states that the representatives of the Dasha Empire have more experience in fighting in difficult environments. However, the competition does not take place in such conditions, so they are at a disadvantage. Gong Yen looks at the guy with displeasure. She asks if he has really accepted defeat before the competition has even started. She says that 50 years have passed since the last competition, and it is quite possible that the current generation of islanders has fallen behind the mainlanders. She states that even if they lose, they should not fall too far behind their competitors. One of the fighters says that Gong Yen is right, and everything could have changed a lot in 50 years. Next to Chunka's head, Chin is seen with glowing eyes. Gong Yen says that, as far as she knows, the competition was resumed because of an incredibly talented guy. Chunka remembers that, it seems, this young man's name is Chen, and he is the best of the geniuses of the 793rd generation. That is, he is younger than all of them. The girl says that this guy is believed to have 2 divine professions, and he controls the forbidden 9 miasma wings, the offspring of which already number in the millions of individuals. Gong Yen frowns at the guy and says that Yuanwu Shin personally intervened in this matter and lifted the bans that existed in Dasha regarding 9 miasma wings. Chunka gives a thumbs up and says that they can count on Gong Yen as a reliable source of information, and nothing else can be expected from the best representative of the 790th generation. The guy says that as far as he knows, the geniuses of her generation that she surpassed in the rankings were incredibly strong, and she herself fought in the Qinglan zone and made a decisive contribution to the victory with her incredible strength. Chunka from Gongya and look at each other with hostility. The girl says that the guy is also not bad for the second place in the ranking of the 788th generation. He replies that the woman allows herself too much, and she should not have mentioned the place he took. The girl asks why the guy is rude and does he want to fight her. Chunka replies that he does not want to fight her, since she is obviously stronger. The girl remembers the tortured man. She says that if we go back to talking about the competition, then the best 3 geniuses from generations from 781 to 792 will participate in it, and the 793rd generation will be represented by Chen only. Then she says that Ji Yan, who represented the 784th generation, was caught by the ancient gods and tortured to death, and in general, now less than 50% of the geniuses of the generation she mentioned are alive. The white-haired guy holds the head of a man who is half immersed in a whirlwind. The girl says that fortunately, the champion of class 781 is still alive and will be their team leader in this competition. He fought the second genius of the demon clan 3 years ago and killed him, and 2 years ago, he was ambushed by ancient demons, killed 3 6th level enemies and was able to escape from them. After which he disappeared. The girl says that now he has returned to Pijuan City and met with Wu Shen. They are all expected to see him later. Chunka raises his fist joyfully. He says that this means this man is alive and this is a real blessing for Dasha. The guy says that he wants to meet his idol. Here we see Xianji and a young man with white hair. It is said that this is happening in Pijuan. The old man says that the last time he saw Wu Ji, he was a young man full of desire and vitality, and he did not think that this guy would earn the title of Sword Demon in just 10 years. Wu Ji says that the god of martial arts is overpraising him, since he was just lucky that he did not die in the abyss. Xianji looks at the young man thoughtfully and asks if he is confident that he can lead a team that will compete with 3 overseas islands. The young man replies that this archipelago has raised the system of changing jobs to unprecedented heights and now they can even create gods. So he does not know how confident one can be in this situation. Xianji says that the guy just has to put in all his strength. He says that this time the competition is only the first stage, and winning or losing does not mean too much. Xianji and Wu Ji stand next to each other. The young man asks if all this is organized for Jiangqin. The old man confirms this, and says that the young man whom Wu Ji mentioned is very difficult. If he manages to show all his power on the 3 islands, he simply will not have any serious opponents. We see the young man's scarred face. He promises to protect the hero at the competition, and says that he is very surprised to hear such praise for the young man from Xianji. The interlocutors stand in front of the fence. Wu Ji says that despite the fact that he practices the art of the ruthless sword, he is not alien to subtle matters, and this Qin is a person favored by the god of martial arts, and most likely, he is the future of the Dasha Empire, so protecting him is a completely natural thing. Xianji, with his arms folded across his chest, leans on the fence. He states that he is very glad that Dasha has Wu Ji and his generation. The old man says that when the young man emerges from the abyss, he should go to the Gobi Desert, which is 2,000 miles southwest of Manhwa City. The old man reports that he felt an unusual aura in the area, which disappeared shortly after it appeared. It seems to him that there may be an assassin ambush there, into which they may try to lure the hero. Wu Ji looks at the old man in surprise and asks why he does not try to stop the guy in this case. Xianji replies that the young man's teacher wants him to train better, even if it means some suffering. Secondly, he has many trump cards up his sleeve, and he will not die easily, so help is needed only as insurance. And thirdly, Xianji can protect the hero, but not forbid him to do anything. Wu Ji asks to clarify the argument that was voiced last. The old man puts his finger to his lips and says that this secret cannot be revealed. In front of us is the Gobi Cave. The hero looks at the strange landscape and says that this crazy woman is moving incredibly fast, and she has changed direction 3 times since they left the base. But here she has disappeared without a trace and has not given any sign of herself, and even the Eye of the Void does not see anything, which looks extremely suspicious. In front of us is Xiao Chan. The hero asks her to predict the future for 30 seconds. The pet says that she will do it. Enemies are visible above the young man's head, jumping on him from above. Chen sees that among these people there are even representatives of the 8th level. He understands that he is dealing with a barrier that should make it easier for the enemies to kill him. The Templar Knights inside the blue bubble look at the hero. The commander asks Decius if his holy light is working, why the enemy stopped moving forward and whether they have been detected. Decius replies that this is impossible, since if Chen had detected them, he would have fled from here long ago. The commander reminds that they promised to lure the hero into a trap. Chen stands next to the blue sphere. Decius says that the distance is too great, and he cannot expand the sphere. According to him, they must find a way to make the guy take a few steps forward. They can also turn off the spell, move forward a little and use it again. However, this will almost certainly lead to their detection. The knights see a white cloud in the distance. Their commander says that no one should move. It seems to him that reinforcements are coming to the hero. Chunka and his comrades quickly run forward. The guy shouts for Chen to wait for them, since an ambush awaits him ahead. The hero looks in surprise at what he believes to be a squad of random well-wishers trying to help him, while he knows full well that an ambush awaits him ahead. Streams of energy appear around Chen. The guy thinks that he cannot allow outsiders to be involved in this fight and get hurt. He decides to deal with the enemies faster than reinforcements arrive to him. Chen disappears. The fighters who were rushing to help him stop in surprise. Chunka tries to understand what Chen is doing. He gets the impression that he deliberately ran into a trap when he heard his scream. The guy thinks that the hero mistook them for enemies. He orders his comrades to follow Chen. Chunka and his comrades stop in front of a blue sphere. The guy says that the barrier is closed, and they cannot get inside due to space-time displacement. The other fighters say that they can do nothing, and they can only wait outside, leaving the guy to himself. Chen looks at the rocks of the desert. Someone calls him a stupid hypocrite who, in order to prevent other people from dying, actually sacrificed himself. And now that the scroll of holy light has sealed the space, no one will save him. An invisible speaker declares that the guy is caught like a mouse in a mousetrap. Chen demands that he stop talking nonsense, and his enemies show themselves, no matter how many there are. His insects appear around the hero. The one who speaks to the hero declares that he is opposed by assassins who are famous for hiding in the shadows, and this world has never known a single representative of this profession who relies on honor and conscience. Chen says that his ears are tired of hearing all sorts of nonsense, and if his opponent does not come out himself, then let him not blame someone for the fact that he was dragged out into the light of day by the ears. The hero, with his hands in his pockets, emits streams of purple energy. He states that the barrier is only capable of isolating from the outside world, and that it is in fact just a trick used by assassins. The guy orders his insects to reveal themselves and devour everything they see. Someone calls Kato Ei and orders him to take control of the 9 miasma wings. Kato Ei kneels down and starts playing the flute. An order sounds for everyone to act faster, since without the 9 miasma wings, the enemy is like having no arms. Xiao Jiu appears on the hero's shoulder, sobbing. She says that her new children are out of control, but it is obvious to the hero that Kato Ei has great difficulty controlling millions of new insects and cannot even destroy them. He orders Xiao Jiu to launch her children wave after wave until they suppress the capabilities of the magic flute with their numbers. The girl says that she will do it. Kato Ei is being attacked by countless insects. Chen asks if the enemy really thinks he only has 1,000,000 of these bugs. Kato Ei screams that the data was wrong and he needs help as he is losing control of the insects. Chen shields himself from the projectiles flying towards him. He realizes that he is being attacked with daggers and dark energy, aiming for both his body and soul. The hero spreads his arms and uses the full power divine elephant prison body skill. He also turns to the tree of all things with a request to kill the enemies. The guy says that the bastards should feel on their own skin what they were preparing for him. The enemies fly away from the hero. He says that they have finally shown themselves. Chen hits the enemies with lightning bolts, using the eternal realm of the Thunder God skill. Park Yun comes forward. The names of the Thunder Punishment and Light Element Absorption skills are heard, as well as an order to fully open the Eye of Evil. The girl says that her opponent is well prepared for battle. A dark object is visible in front of the hero. In response to the spell that Park Yun uses, he uses the Spear of Hades skill. Sharma is visible above the hero's head. The monk says that one thought can make a person both a Buddha and a demon, and he uses his Buddha to suppress the demons. There are corpses lying next to Sharma. The monk says that his 2 brothers have already sacrificed themselves in exchange for protection in the afterlife, and asks the gods to put them to rest. The priest declares that in this ghostly earthly world there will never be a trace of dark energy. Chen, laughing, asks the monk how he determined that he was dealing with dark forces. The guy turns to Xiao Jia and tells him that some ignoramus mentioned the afterlife. He asks the boy, as the ruler of the afterlife, to answer whether this is correct. Xiao Jia replies that these words seem disgusting to him. Sharma looks fearfully at the red-eyed monster that appeared above his head. The hero says that Xiao Jia can dine, and although the meat is not of the highest quality, but perhaps it can still be eaten. The monk looks at the hero's pet in amazement. He says that this is more likely not even a spawn of darkness, but hell itself in the flesh. The black tip crashes into the protective field that the monk has put in front of him. He calls on the golden light spell and asks to protect his body. The hero's eyes glow menacingly. He orders to release 6 million individuals and combine them into the Spear of Hades. The tip of this weapon crashes into Sharma's stomach. He screams shrilly. One of the allies calls out to the priest. Park Yun is visible in the sky above the hero. Someone shouts that the guy deceived the monk with some trick with a spear, after which he killed him, and now he is aiming at Park Yun. The girl tries to get away from the blow. She shouts that we need to combine efforts and somehow slow down the enemy, because if he gets to her, she will lose control of the lightning. Kato Ei continues to blow his flute. He says that he is already at the limit and asks the allies why they are waiting. The musician asks to quickly deal with the guy, since 9 miasma wings is almost out of control. The Templars rush to attack. The hero looks at them in bewilderment. The knights rush at the enemy. The guy shouts for Xiao Jia to return 5 million insects back. The boy says that he will do everything now. Jin uses the skill indestructible body of the crimson rhinoceros beetle. He raises his fists. The knight's swords crash into him. The weapons fly out of the hands of the mounted warriors. They do not understand why their attack did not cause any harm to the guy, and what his body is made of. Chen raises his hand to strike. He asks if this is all that the knights are capable of and suggests that they were deprived of porridge in childhood. He says that he heard a story about how 400 years ago the Templars already came to the land of Dasha, and 3 of their cardinals in the rank of the 8th seal fell at the border of the empire. Chen says that now, centuries later, the descendants of those scoundrels decided to try to repeat the deeds of their ancestors, and he will help them with this. Chen delivers a powerful blow, leaving a bright yellow trail in the air. He says that after he deals with this group, he will visit the Vatican directly. A rather deep ditch is visible in the ground. One of the knights shouts that the hero's blow is fatal and it is better not to get into close combat with him. He asks why Master Saito is still inactive. An alarm appears on the hero's face. He understands that Sato's curse is affecting him. The young man orders the tree of all things to dispel his spell. A ghostly tree appears behind the boy. Saito hides behind a rock. He does not understand why his curse did not work, and believes that if this happened, then he must be extremely careful. He thinks that if the killer fails to hit the target with one blow, then his own life may be in danger. In front of us is the hero's left eye. The young man understands that Saito will now change his tactics, so he must do something until the enemy adapts. He also realizes that he cannot allow the opponents to surround him. In front of us is a giant toothy monster. Chen orders Xiao Jia to use the 9th level demon. The boy replies that he understood his father. Saito, looking out from behind a rock, shouts that the hero has used the dragon, and now Decius must act. The knight raises his hand, above which a piece of paper is visible. He uses the Holy Light Scroll. An incredibly strange expression appears on the dragon's face. The knight uses the Restrict skill and shouts that the monster is isolated. Only the head remains of the dragon. Decius joyfully shouts that the void demon will not help the hero. 3 knights on horseback approach the guy. He, cursing, states that his enemies managed to find a counteraction even against the demon. He puts forward his left hand and shouts that then he will have to kill them first. The guy uses the Crimson Rhinoceros Beetle Fist skill. A blue sphere is visible in front of the Templar commander. The warrior shouts that, apparently, there is no way out, and they will have to sacrifice the sacred vessel. He uses the Reverse Mirror skill. The hero's fist hangs in front of the mirror. Chen strikes and flies back. He understands that his attack turned against him. One of the knights holds a mirror in front of him. The young man realizes that the Templars are using this object to block his path, and they are coming from behind. Chen understands that if the enemies manage to switch to close combat after this, he will lose all his advantage. While he notices that there is no one behind their formation. We see the lower part of the hero's face, smiling. The young man uses the Crimson Rhinoceros Beetle Fist skill. He plans to change tactics and first fill the Spear of Hades with 6 million rhinoceros beetles. Park Yun sits on the ground, covering her face with her hand. She realizes that the spear is flying away from her, and asks if they are really saved. One of her allies says with relief that they can finally catch their breath. Chen rushes to attack the knight again, who holds a mirror in front of him. The guy uses the Crimson Rhinoceros Beetle Fist skill. The Templar thinks that the hero's faith in his own strength has completely clouded his eyes and this arrogance will be the cause of his death. Chen hits the mirror, and the knight flies back. The Templar understands that the hero somehow hit without applying any force. The knight turns around and sees a black spear behind him. His comrades scream hysterically, cursing everything in the world. Chen, smiling predatory, says that he is not finished yet. The mirror above the knight's head shatters into pieces. The guy declares that he will now break this object, since it is not able to reflect blows with its backside. Behind the hero, a character with glowing eyes is visible. This person thinks that the strange material from which the spear is made is somehow connected to the strengthening of the physical capabilities of the young man's body. And now, after using this weapon, the young man's body is in its weakest state. A huge purple skull is visible above the hero's head. Chen understands that he does not feel anything and this can be very dangerous. The young man turns around. A thin stream is visible above his hand. The guy realizes that the thread of the origin of faith has activated on its own, and that the attack he survived was incredibly strong. Saito looks up in amazement. He does not understand how the hero managed to survive again, and how many trump cards this guy has hidden up his sleeves. Chen strikes, sending a thick beam of black energy towards the enemies. He curses them all and shouts that because of these scoundrels he wasted the gift that Ji Gang gave him. He says that they are now definitely finished, after which he uses the Spear of Hades again. The black weapon pierces Park Yun. The hero declares that this creature will be first in line. Immediately after this, the young man realizes that now he can use his lightning again. Chen looks up at Kato Ei playing the flute. He orders Xiao Jiu to stop messing around and release the entire swarm, and if she does not, she will not eat for 3 days and give her hive to her brother. The queen insect understands that this is a very unpleasant prospect and throws her offspring into the attack. Kato Ei coughs up blood. A cloud of insects covers this enemy. He turns to the Lord Saito and shouts that he is ready to die for their just cause. The musician declares that this is the last chance and glorifies the cherry blossoms. Saito stands with his legs wide apart and his hands in front of his face. He uses the skill 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Chen looks at this enemy in bewilderment and says that using the same trick against him makes no sense, then calls Xiao Chan. Before us is the hero's spectacular pet. She responds to the call of her master. The guy says that he needs foresight.